Trading company. Well, may you always prosper mightily. Mr. Wei, we shall take our leave. Wang Hao tucked away the business card and nodded with a smile. There's no need for you to see us out. Please stay. Of course, Wei Changfa kept nodding. Let's keep in touch in the future. Stay in touch. Once Wang Hao and Jiang Huanyu entered the elevator, Wei Changfa returned to the conference room, and the people inside completely exploded. Mr. Wei, who exactly is this guy? It's all too mystical, right? I'm completely convinced by my defeat, Chen Xiao exclaimed. We didn't stand a chance at all. It was like being rubbed against the floor. Yeah, we used to look down on him, but in the end, he took the order away from us. Sigh. All sorts of immortals are emerging these days. How are we ordinary folks supposed to carry on? Everyone was lamenting. You couldn't blame them for being so shocked. Anyone who encountered such an incident would be totally baffled. There are immortals every year. Wei Changfa leaned back on the sofa, helplessly saying, I didn't believe it before, but today I really do. This young man, named Wang Hao, is extraordinary, truly turning his hand for the clouds and covering his hand for the rain. Fortunately, I gave him my card. Now at least I have a path to take, alas. On Wang Hao's end, after he and Jiang Huanyu went downstairs and exited the office building, Jiang Huanyu still felt like she was dreaming. Master, Wang, we've really clinched this deal, haven't we? Jiang Huanyu looked at Wang Hao with a dreamy expression. I must not be dreaming, right? The contract is in your hands. Wang Hao gave her a speechless glance and said, the terms are clear in black and white. They can't be fake, right? Even if you wanted to not transport now, I doubt he'd agree to it. What are you still afraid of? Wang Hao wasn't exaggerating. Even if Wei Changfa was asked to choose another company now, he definitely wouldn't dare. Yahoo, this is awesome. Jiang Huanyu jumped up excitedly and exclaimed, I'm so happy today. Ha! A deal worth 6 million. She was so tempted to kiss the contract, but she managed to refrain. But excitement was definitely in the air, so she pulled Wang Hao and said, Brother Hao, let's go. Let's head back to the company and show those guys. The person I found is just awesome. Ha ha. The two of them were about to hail a cab back to the company when they ended up waiting for over an hour. What on earth is going on today? Where are the taxis? Jiang Huanyu felt her skin getting tanned. This is killing me. Out of luck, no choice. Wang Hao said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Don't celebrate too early. We don't want the contract to fly away. He had said it offhandedly, but just at that moment, unfortunately, a gust of wind came along, and they saw Jiang Huanyu fail to hold on to it, and the contract just flew away. It flew away. My contract. Jiang Huanyu was completely stunned. Then, in an instant, she jumped up. Oh my God! The contract flew away. What are you waiting for? Chase after it. Wang Hao was also stunned for a moment. Holy moly, the contract flying away is a big deal. So the two of them ran desperately after the contract. They ran frantically, the contract flying far ahead, spinning through the air. Hey, stop flying! Wang Hao shouted while chasing, with Jiang Huanyu running behind him. They had covered dozens of meters in no time. Thankfully, the freak gust of wind wasn't too cruel and didn't blow it too far. It wasn't easy, but finally got it. Wang Hao pressed down on the contract and looked around like a thief until Jiang Huanyu, panting heavily, caught up at last, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I told you to stop showing off. You better keep it safe now, without any more mishaps. I know. Jiang Huanyu, still shaken, replied while catching her breath. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's well kept. She said so as she treasured the contract into her bag and patted it lightly to reassure herself. Having taken a breather, Wang Hao said, All right, let's wait for a taxi again. They were at the side of the road on a bike lane when they heard the sound of bicycle brakes from behind them, followed by a cry of ouch, and then the sound of someone falling with a thump. What happened now? Turning their heads, they saw an elderly lady around 70 years old, pinned under a bicycle, moaning in pain. In front of her were scattered vegetables like tomatoes and potatoes. The old lady had fallen? They ought to help her quickly. They were just about to go over when a 12 or 13-year-old girl hurried over, crouched down, and asked, Grandma, are you all right? This little girl is so beautiful. The sight of the girl made Jiang Huanyu's eyes practically turn into hearts. I wonder whose kid she is. Look at that face, my God. She's going to be a real heartbreaker when she's older. Wang Hao agreed wholeheartedly with this statement. The girl's skin was tender and fair. Wearing a pink dress, she looked incredibly cute and pretty, with the air of the prettiest child star of a bygone era. So stunning as a child. What about when she grows up? While Wang Hao and Jiang Huanyu were marveling, they then saw that the old lady on the ground was being helped by the girl to pick up the scattered tomatoes and potatoes. It wasn't a big deal, and the girl's actions naturally earned the praise of the onlookers, with many coming over to help. I wonder how badly she's hurt. Wang Hao, taking Jiang Huanyu with him, stepped forward. Let's go. We can't be outdone by a child. Now can we? Let's help out too. Jiang Huanyu nodded. Okay. The two actually intended to help, but then, the next moment surprised everyone around. Don't you go. The old lady suddenly grabbed the girl and said, You knocked me down, my back. Oh, my back. You can't leave. You have to pay me. Where are your parents? Call them here. They've stumbled upon a scam artist. Wang Hao was about to step forward to argue when the girl, first taken aback, then looked around and smacked the woman. I'm a minor anyway. She then threw down the tomatoes and potatoes she had picked up and turned to leave. Wang Hao was utterly flabbergasted. A curse slipped out. Damn, that move was freaking brilliant. Chapter 548. Is the world really this small? Hey, master. Mr. Jiang stared dumbfounded as the little girl left, and when she was completely out of sight, he finally nudged Wang Hao and asked, What did I just witness? That little girl, isn't she just too devilish? That little girl is really clever and quick-witted. Wang Hao smiled and said, Her ability to improvise is really impressive. This wasn't Wang Hao looking up to her due to her young age, let alone the initial kindness that was met with no reward and the instant reversal that allowed her to leave with her head held high. This capability wasn't something just anyone could have. Sigh. It's true the world changes too fast. I can't comprehend it anymore, Mr. Jiang lamented. When I was her age, forget about the minor protection law, I wouldn't even dare to walk to and from school. People can't be compared with each other. Wang Hao shook his head and said, You can't deny that sometimes in this world, there are such devilish people, and you can't help but admire them. All right, we've had our fun. Let's hurry back to the company now. This weather can really kill a person with heat. Right, back to the company, Inside Zhonghai Xingyan Foreign Trade Company, Human Resources Director Mr. Tang and Vice President Lu Kuan-yu were sitting in the office, drinking tea and chatting. After the whole company staff toiled away for a couple of hours, they finally managed to tidy up the place decently. Speaking of which, they were lucky. Although it was chaotic, at least the truly important documents were not lost, which was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Today was really an eye-opener. Mr. Tang looked around the still damp office and exclaimed, I never knew there were such incredible people in this world. It's truly beyond words. Yeah, what kind of people haven't I seen after roaming around for so many years? Lu Kuan-yu laughed, then shook his head with a long sigh and said, This is really the case of the new waves of the Yangtze River pushing the old ones ahead, and the old waves crashing on the shore. After seeing little Wang today, we cannot deny our age. Sigh, from now on, the world belongs to the young. Us old bones are out of the play. Indeed, Mr. Tang nodded, then took a sip of his tea and suddenly asked, Hey, by the way, Mr. Lu, do you think they could have clinched the deal with Mr. Jiang out there? I heard it's a big deal worth 5 million. Such deals don't come by once in half a year for us. He wasn't wrong. A deal worth 5 million might not seem big, but after deducting costs, at most only 2 million would remain. But consider, how much total assets does their company have? 60 million. A total capital of 60 million. Actually having an annual profit close to 10 million was pretty decent already. And just from this one deal, 2 million. No wonder they were so worried. Sigh. How should I put it? Lu Kuan-yu stroked his chin and shook his head. We have to admit that Master Wang's influence really is huge. We can't refuse to acknowledge it. But the problem is, he had bad luck today. Can business be conducted when one is dogged by bad luck? If you ask me, you might as well not worry about it. Isn't today's lesson enough? If it's not finalized, then so be it. With Master Wang's influence, when his luck turns, you'll have no shortage of business opportunities, right? That makes sense, Mr. Tang thought carefully and agreed. Indeed, With Master Wang's influence, we really don't need to worry about temporary gains and losses. We should look to the long term. While the two were discussing, a young man burst in with a clatter and exclaimed as he entered, "Mr. Liu, Mr. Tang, Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang and Master Wang have returned." "They've returned already." Liu Kuan-yu and Mr. Tang exchanged looks and stood up together. "Let's go take a look." As they walked out, they saw a group of company employees getting up and greeting Mr. Jiang and Wang Hao. "Mr. Jiang, welcome back." "Mr. Jiang, Master Wang, you're back." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hello, Master Wang." The office staff all stood up to greet them, though greeting was more of a pretense. What they were truly filled with was confusion. Was the deal made or not? "Mr. Jiang, how did it go?" Liu Kuan-yu hurried forward and urgently asked. "If the deal wasn't finalized, don't worry. I think with Master's strength, once his fortune turns, our business." Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang. Before he could finish, Mr. Jiang walked straight to the center of the office and then clapped his hands twice. "Everyone, please pause your work for a moment. I have something to say." Mr. Jiang surveyed the room, waiting for all eyes to be on him. Then he smiled and suddenly exclaimed loudly, "I've got great news for everyone. With Master Wang's miraculous calculations, we've clinched the deal." Clinched the deal. The crowd looked around at each other, incredulously. Was it really true? The deal was really made. Mr. Jiang, really? It's been made. Liu Kuan-yu was in utter disbelief. Such a huge deal. Was it truly finalized? Of course. Mr. Jiang pulled out the contract from his bag, excitedly saying, "The contract is right here. And let me tell you, not only did we clinch it, we got the highest price in history. 6 million. The price we negotiated for this deal, 6 million. Damn, a $6 million deal. Am I dreaming? A single deal. Worth 6 million. Pinch me, is this really happening?" Liu Kuan-yu was completely stunned, furiously rubbing his eyes. 6 million. 6 million. Does this mean our profits this time are? A net profit of 5 million roughly equals 2 million, but once the price jumps to 6 million, the net profit hits 3 million. That's a direct increase of 50% in earnings. "Mr. Tang, my vision wasn't wrong, right?" Jiang Huanyu winked at Mr. Tang, laughing and said, "Now what do you have to say?" "Nothing, absolutely nothing." Mr. Tang now looked at Wang Hao as if he were a deity. "Mr. Jiang, I am thoroughly convinced this time. No wonder you offered a salary of 100,000 a month. Not too much at all, not in the slightest." Actually, the company's employees were originally somewhat dissatisfied with Wang Hao's high salary. But no sooner had Master Wang arrived at the company than he caused a huge commotion, and immediately after, he secured a 6 million deal. Such a talent isn't overpaid with a monthly salary of 100,000. Even 20,000 wouldn't be too high. "Mr. Jiang." At this moment, seeing that everyone was overjoyed, Liu Kuan-yu very timely proposed, "Today we've signed such a huge deal. We must celebrate properly. Come on, I'll host today, to celebrate our company's victorious start and to give Master Wang a hearty welcome." Yes. Let's go celebrate." Everyone on the scene shouted in unison. Absolutely celebrate. Give Master Wang a great welcome. There was no doubt about this suggestion. Time to celebrate. To welcome the new arrival. What were we waiting for? The crowd hustled around Wang Hao, lifted him up, and yelled, "Master, let's go and give you a grand welcome." "Wang Hao, are you sure it's okay to be this enthusiastic? To an unknowing onlooker, they might think you're about to throw me onto a fire." All right, Wang Hao helplessly said. "I'm up for a meal, but could we possibly put me down first? This is a bit much in public." A female employee shyly said, Master Wang, it's not often we get a chance to touch you. Let us have a good feel." "Wang Hao, I just love straightforward girls." The group hooted and hollered all the way out of the building. It was time to find a place to eat. Right, we can't just have a meal. Liu Kuan-yu was decisively clinging to Wang Hao's coattails. "In light of the great achievement Master Wang has earned for our company upon his arrival, I have decided to allocate a part of the profits from this contract to properly reward Master Wang." This made sense. After all, he'd made a significant contribution today. If he wasn't properly rewarded for his efforts, who would go the extra mile in the future, right? Mr. Jiang nodded and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Liu. I've already thought it through. Master Wang will be my neighbor in the future. We bought houses next to each other. We're about to start decorating, so let's gift Master Wang with some fine furniture. That's a great idea, Mr. Tang agreed. Just so happens my uncle's in the furniture business. I'll talk to him and get Master Wang the best set. Wang Hao. Oh boy, this is overkill for such a small feat. But hey, bring it on. I'll take it all, wah. The dinner went splendidly. They ate well into 8 o'clock before calling it quits. During the meal, Wang Hao really got to know quite a few company employees, like the pretty and outgoing receptionist, Rose who was in charge of data analysis, and Little Dai who handled the logistics, one exquisite potential beauty after another. This truly illustrated the saying, birds of a feather flock together. With such a gorgeous CEO, it's no surprise that the employees were all outstanding. This company is really something, burp. He burped and opened the door, then staggered in, removed his shoes, changed clothes. Wait a second, why is there an extra pair of shoes on the floor? Bent over with curiosity, Wang Hao noticed a pair of shoes that seemed to be size 2 or 3, basically children's shoes. Do we have a kid visiting? While Wang Hao was still wondering, his mother came out of the room and said, Look at you, reeking of alcohol. Why are you just getting home? Go change, we have a guest. We have a guest? What's going on? Whose shoes are these? Wang Hao muttered as he changed his clothes, and just as he finished and took off his shoes, he saw a pink figure emerge from his bedroom. With just one glance, Wang Hao was utterly dumbfounded. No way! How can the world be this small? Chapter 549. Which fairy sister has taken in this little demon? The person who came out was a little girl who looked about 12 or 13 years old, with tender skin and wearing a pink dress. She looked extremely cute and pretty as she stared with a pair of beautiful big eyes, tilting her head as she gazed at Wang Hao. Wasn't this the underage girl he had seen during the day? You? How did you end up at my house? Wang Hao was utterly shocked. The world was just too small, wasn't it? He had just seen this little girl showing off her prowess on the street, and now she had shown up at his home. Are you Little Hao's brother? The little girl curiously looked at Wang Hao and said, I think I saw you today, with a very beautiful big sister on the roadside, right? This girl had quite the observational skills. At the time, even he hadn't noticed her seeing him, and now she could actually recognize him. Oh heavens and earth, could some fairy sister take this little monster away? You dare to play around behind my back now? Sure enough, upon hearing this, his dad burst out from inside the house. Little Bai is such a nice girl, truly sincere towards you. And here you are flirting with another girl? Damn, this could turn into a real tragedy. Wang Hao's scalp tingled as he desperately explained, It's not what you think, she's my new boss. Saying this, Wang Hao fiercely glared at the little girl. It's all because you can't keep your mouth shut. The little girl shrugged her shoulders and said, How was I supposed to know? And now you're acting cute. What's really going on? His dad, being a serious man, demanded angrily, Why did you find a new boss? Here's the thing, Wang Hao quickly explained. That girl is a neighbor in my villa area. I'm at 15 to 3 and she's at 15 to 5. I happened to meet her while I was looking at the house. Then, she had a company issue to deal with. I helped her out by checking the feng shui and ended up signing a 6 million deal. So now I'm just named in her company, getting 20,000 a month. Yeah, better not mention the 100,000 a month, or else mom and dad would definitely overthink it. Best to keep it on the down low. So that's the case, his dad relaxed, then sat down on the sofa and beckoned to the little girl. Wen, come and sit here. Okay, uncle. Wen obediently sat down next to his dad, her little legs tightly clenched together, her back straight, and her hands naturally placed on her knees, the epitome of a ladylike demeanor. At that moment, Mr. Bai came over, promptly jumped next to the little girl, and then laid his big head right onto her lap. This darn dog sure knows how to pick its spots. Wang Hao quickly went over to sit down, waiting to hear what the little girl had to say. I'll make it brief. His dad first took a deep breath, then continued. This child's name is Xiaowan. Her dad is a comrade of mine, working in the criminal police team in Zhonghai City. He's currently on a very dangerous anti-drug mission. You know how risky these missions can be. One mess up and it could endanger their families and children. So, he entrusted me to look after his daughter until the mission is over and the alert is lifted. Then he'll take Wenwen back home. The mission was so sensitive that neither he nor his wife dared to personally bring their daughter here. It was Wenwen who found her way here by herself. His dad's words were simplified, but Wang Hao understood the gravity of his dad's comrade's situation. So that's it. Wang Hao nodded his head quickly. I understand. In that case, she can sleep in my bed at night, and I'll sleep on the sofa. You see, our Hao is sensible, right? At that moment, his mom came out from the room and said with a smile, Wenwen, you have to get along well with your brother Little Hao during this time. Treat this place like your own home. Okay, Annie. Wenwen smiled sweetly, then looked at Wang Hao. Brother Little Hao, I realized you were especially handsome today. I thought it was you on the road, but I didn't dare to be sure. Oh my, this little flatterer. Why do these words sound so pleasant to us? Look at you blabbering such truthful jokes. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hao laughed heartily and hurriedly pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Here, this is a greeting gift from Little Hao brother. Take it and buy whatever you like. Okay, thank you, Little Hao brother. Wenwen giggled as she took the money and carefully folded it into her pocket. I've got my allowance sorted for the month, hee. All right, looks like you two will get along well in the future. Dad was very pleased with Wang Hao's behavior, understanding that Wang Hao was capable now and wouldn't mind handing out some money. The harmonious relationship between the two was not easy to come by, so he immediately smiled. All right, your mom and I are going to sleep now. You play with Wenwen for a while, then go to sleep early. She has school tomorrow. Got it, Wang Hao nodded, then patted Wenwen on the shoulder. Go ahead and get ready. I need to use the computer. After I'm done, you can go to sleep, okay? Okay. Wenwen obediently nodded and followed Wang Hao inside. Wang Hao sat in front of the computer and began planning the content of his novel for the next few days. Although the book no longer needed his direct involvement, just requiring him to discuss the plot occasionally, the uploads were still necessary. Wow, Little Hao brother, is this the book you wrote? Wenwen perched on the armrest of the swivel chair, watching Wang Hao upload chapters, and was stunned after a brief look. Isn't this Break the Heavens? So you're the one who wrote it? Huh. This girl has read Break the Heavens too? You've read it too? Wang Hao turned his head, curiously asking, how far did you get? A lot of my classmates read it. They always go on about don't bully the young and the poor, Wenwen replied with a giggle. But I haven't read it though. I don't really like that genre. Well, it's normal for girls not to like stories with lots of fighting and killing. Wang Hao finished uploading, then responded, what type of stories do you like then? I really like Conan types. Wenwen immediately brightened up at the mention. Conan's investigative methods are very impressive, and there are so many murder methods that I'd never even thought of. Wang Hao, is it really okay for you as a young girl to be into such stuff? Well, Wang Hao suddenly thought to tease her, saying, actually, Conan is also one of my works, hee. Ah, Conan is also drawn by you. Indeed, upon hearing this Wenwen instantly got excited, asking, Little Hao brother, where do you get all these inspirations from? I just saw you uploaded 2 books. Is the other one Devouring the Stars? This girl really has a scary power of observation to know that. Actually, your Little Hao brother is pretty amazing, hee, Wang Hao bragged. Otherwise, would I be able to give you so much money just like that? Right? By the way, you know about Devouring the Stars too? Of course, Wenwen asserted. I'm really interested in sci-fi stuff. I even planned to register a tech company, but the business administration people thought I was too young to register sci. Wang Hao, oh heaven and earth, which fairy sister will take this little demon away? At 12 years old, she wants to start a company. At 12, I was still playing marbles in the countryside. Chapter 550, minimum 3 years to maximum death penalty. You're starting a company now? Wang Hao stared at Xiao, dumbfounded. Do you know technology? What can you even make if you register a company now? I already made a flying device last year and got a national patent for it. Xiao pouted, saying, Little Hao, brother, you underestimate me. My dad's a narcotics cop. You know, it's such a dangerous job. I need to start working hard early to make money, so my dad won't have to work that dangerous job anymore. Oh my, this little girl is so small yet so sensible. Wang Hao laughed. All right. Wenwen is the best. So, does studying feel boring to you now? Yes, Shaowen sat on the bed and said, I have almost finished the high school curriculum already, but my mom won't let me skip grades. She said if I stand out too much, reporters will dig out even where our family ancestors are buried, which would be too dangerous. So, whether I attend classes or not each day doesn't really matter. The teachers don't mind anyway. Wang Hao, wait a minute. This jump is too swift. Let me calculate. 12 years old. When I was 12, I was still in 5th grade elementary school, which means she finished the curriculum for 7 years later when she was in 5th grade. Holy crap. Not only are you a genius, but also terrifying. Okay. Now you're making me question my own life. Wang Hao sighed deeply. By then, he had finished sharing the books, and everything was nearly arranged, saying, Quickly get to sleep. It's almost 10 o'clock. PSH, I don't want to sleep so early. Shaowen pushed away Wang Hao and said, Lend me the computer for a while. I need to check something online. Children should listen to their elders. Wang Hao pretended to be fierce. Go to sleep now, or I'll spank you. Normally this kind of threat is quite effective with kids, but clearly, it didn't work on Shaowen. You can't spank me, said Shaowen, sitting in front of the computer and opening a page. As she looked at calculus equations, spanking me would count as indecency against a minor. You know, it's punishable with a minimum of 3 years in prison, up to the death penalty. Wang Hao, oh heavens and earth, please may some goddess take this little devil away. Defeated, he left the room. Damn it. A magnificent transmigrator, the great Master Wang, was actually scared off by such a little girl. If this got out, people would die laughing. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Time to sleep. Oh man, what a night's sleep. Speaking of which, this house really is a bit too small. It only has 2 bedrooms, one for my parents, one for one, and I just have to sleep on the couch. Seems like I really need to get the house renovated soon. Sleeping on the couch every day just isn't going to work. He took out his luck dice. Let's go. Clatter, clatter. The luck dice rolled a few rounds on the table, and when they stopped, Wang Hao immediately smiled. Good luck. Not bad. Not bad. Looks like I'll have quite some gains today, huh? Off I go. Everything surely feels different when you're lucky. The sky was so blue, the trees so green, the air so fresh, and that girl in pink, so pretty. Wait, what's going on? Wang Hao stared, dumbfounded, at Wen leading little by. Why aren't you at school today? Today, the school discussed 3 ancient poems, Wen said with a frustrated shrug. They were Pasture by L.V. Yin from the Tang Dynasty, Boat Passing Onren by Yang Wanli from the Song Dynasty, and Qingping Village by Xian Qiji. I had already memorized 300 Tang poems and songs 2 years ago, so I didn't bother wasting my time by going. Wang Hao, well, there was really no reasoning with a little demon genius. This girl was just too smart, and did whatever she wanted. Not going is fine. She had already completely outpaced the elementary school curriculum, and even some things she didn't know might stump high school teachers, so Wang Hao wasn't going to force her. He patted her shoulder and smiled. So, what are you planning to do today? Surely you're not just planning to laze around all day, are you? Of course not. Shaowen thought for a moment. Then looking at Wang Hao, said, Little Hao brother, what are you up to today? How about I hang out with you for the day, sound good? A whole day with this little demon? Sure, that sounded like a plan. The most crucial thing was that staying in the company would be safer. At least it would ensure that no one could harm her. After all, her father was a narcotics officer, and Wang Hao was aware of how dangerous that job was. It was among the groups whose sacrifices couldn't even be disclosed. Safety first, no matter what. Sure, let's go. Let's go to the company for a bit. Wang Hao nodded immediately, and off they went to the company. Their luck was smooth. As soon as they left the residential area, a taxi arrived, and they headed straight to the company building. Master Wang. As Wang Hao and Shaowen entered the company's main door, Vice President Liu Kuan-yu hurriedly came up to meet them, visibly excited. How is Master Wang feeling today? Oh, we were all so worried about you yesterday. Is everything all right with Master Wang today? Today was a lucky day for him. So what could go wrong? Wang Hao smiled and said, Today's fortunes are good. Mr. Liu can be reassured. The fortunes are good today. That was exactly what everyone in the company wanted to hear. Whoosh. Instantly, all the employees in the company stood up and crowded around Wang Hao. Master is having a good luck day, that's great. Our company is on a roll. Exactly. Even when Master was unlucky yesterday, he still managed to close a deal worth 6 million. Today must be even more incredible. Right, right? I have a feeling I am going to be a winner in life this year. As people buzzed with conversation, Jiang Huanyu also came out of her office and froze when she saw Xiaowen. Ew. You're the little girl from yesterday? Hello, sister, Xiaowen smiled sweetly. I didn't expect to see you again. I saw you were with little Hao brother yesterday. Oh, dear girl, I wanted to have a closer look at you yesterday, but didn't get the chance, and now you're actually here today. Jiang Huanyu dashed forward and hugged Xiaowen tightly, peppering her with kisses. Little one, what's your name? Then Xiaowen said something that left everyone around stunned. My name is Xiaowen, Xiaowen said cheerily. Sister, are you using Miss Dior perfume today? I really love that brand. It's so fresh and elegant, so clean and lovely to smell. Wang Hao covered his face with his hand. This little demon. Chapter 551. Clearly a tycoon. Sunflower thumbs up. Wow, one even knows this. Jiang Huanyu looked at Xiaowen in amazement, then hugged her tightly again. Wen is so intelligent. Master, how did you find such a great child? I only found out yesterday, Wang Hao said with a smile as he touched his nose. She's the daughter of a friend of my dad's, a very impressive little girl. She isn't impressive? A minimum of 3 years, up to the death penalty. Today, when I heard brother Little Hao was coming to work, I followed him here out of boredom. Xiaowen hugged Jiang Huanyu's arm and said, I just wanted to see if I could help out with anything. Wow, you want to help too? Jiang Huanyu looked at Xiaowen with a grin and asked, What can you do? I know a lot. Xiaowen touched her lips and said, I know about astronomy, geography, and history from the past 5,000 years. Everyone laughed at her. Such a young child. Wang Hao chuckled inwardly. Just wait, and soon you'll see how others underestimate her. Mr. Jiang, someone in the office called out just then. Mr. Jiang, could you come and help me check something? I can't figure out what's wrong with this data. Curious, several people walked over. Jiang Huanyu looked at the staff spreadsheet for a while, but couldn't figure out the issue, frowning. It seems there's nothing wrong. That's when Xiaowen spoke up. Big brother, you're missing a symbol in your spreadsheet. You need to add a parenthesis after that 3. Everyone was shocked. Could this be true? Let me try. The person added a parenthesis, and then, damn, it really works. Now it's perfect. This little girl is too impressive. She knows how to program at such a young age. Master really is a master indeed, casually bringing someone so extraordinary. How can we live up to this? Wow, listening to this feels so exciting. Wen is so amazing. This time Jiang Huanyu was even more delighted and hugged Xiaowen, not wanting to let go. Huh? This is simply a treasure. Need I ask? You'll understand more about her remarkable abilities in the future. Okay, let's talk business now. Seeing that Xiaowen had already become part of the group, Wang Hao immediately smiled and said, After yesterday's long hustle, today we should properly arrange things for everyone. I need some people to help me move some things. We need to change the position of this fish tank today. This is a big deal for the company, so everyone responded enthusiastically. Sure. Xiaowen became curious too. Brother Little Hao, do you also know feng shui? Of course. Wang Hao smiled and nodded, saying, Your brother Little Hao here is pretty capable. Don't speak later, just concentrate and feel it. Xiaowen, after all, was a 12-year-old girl. Although she was intelligent, she hadn't been exposed to such things and was quite curious. She immediately grabbed Little Bai and followed behind Wang Hao, ready to witness the miracle unfold. Firstly, this fish tank represents water, and water symbolizes wealth. Wang Hao quickly selected a good spot in the office, saying, As the saying goes, the south water is superior, so the best position for the fish tank is close to the wall in the office. He patted a spot. Let's set it here, absolutely foolproof. All right then. Everyone still vividly remembered yesterday's events. They energetically moved the furniture, quickly arranging everything. Wang Hao nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. This looks much better. The fish tank is done. Now let's arrange the rest of the office. For the next period of time, Wang Hao led everyone in rearranging the entire company's interior, including office areas, relaxation zones, meeting rooms, and reception areas among others. By the time everything was finished, it was nearly noon. After this adjustment by the master, it indeed feels much better. Jiang Huanyu looked around, very satisfied. Of course, Wang Hao smiled and said, Feng Shui actually has a scientific basis, incorporating many elements of human geography. It's not just babbling. Well, it's noon now, Jiang. Shall we go have some lunch? Sure, let's go. Jiang Huanyu immediately nodded, saying, I'm quite hungry myself. After lunch, let's go check out some houses. Sister Fong from our villa community invited me to see some decoration materials today. Then they all went downstairs and took the elevator. As the elevator moved, Wang Hao curiously asked, Our villa has a group? Yes, didn't you know? Jiang Huanyu glanced at him, then suddenly smacked his forehead. I thought you knew. My bad. Got too busy yesterday and forgot. Quick. Let's join the group first. So they scanned a QR code and joined the group, and once inside, Wang Hao quickly greeted everyone. Wang Hao. Hello everyone. I'm new here. P21-2 Sister Fong. Oh, welcome new neighbor. P45-3 Brother Dao. Great. Our villa group is growing. P18-4 Wengu. Welcome new neighbor. Happiness in the villa depends on us all. Suddenly, over a dozen people appeared to welcome him, making Wang Hao a bit embarrassed. Such a warm welcome. He ought to send a red envelope, right? Without a second thought, Wang Hao sent out a red packet of 188. Please accept this gift for our meeting. P21-2 Sister Fong received your red packet. P45-3 Brother Dao received your red packet. P18-4 Wengu received your red packet. P21-3, you received your red packet. P53-2, Zhou Lian received your red packet. P53-2 Zhou Lian. Oh my gosh, look at this big packet, definitely from a big spender. Thumbs up from Master Sun. P18-5 Little Fish. Big spender, you should change your name to a format like ours. It will make it easier for us to discuss matters in the future. Wang Hao. Okay. P15-3 Wang Hao. Is this name okay? P21-2 Sister Fong. It's perfect. Too perfect. From now on, we'll call you Brother Hao. Brother Hao, where are you from? Are you a local? We're planning to go check out some tiles and wall tiles in the afternoon. Do you want to come along? Checking out renovation materials? That sounded good. A nice chance to meet the neighbors. P15-3 Wang Hao. Sure, I'll go grab lunch. With Jiang first, and then head over. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao asked Jiang Huanyu quietly, By the way, Jiang, do they know I can read Feng Shui? Of course not. It took me a long time to find out because of my relationship with Zhao Fong. And we absolutely have to keep the identities of normal owners secret. Jiang Huanyu thought for a while and said, I suggest you try your best not to reveal your identity. Otherwise, with more than 200 households in our villa area, everyone will come to you for Feng Shui consultations, and it will exhaust you. It'd be awkward to charge them. And even if you did it for free, could you manage? That made sense. Wang Hao stroked his chin and nodded. Jiang Huanyu's worry was reasonable. Reading Feng Shui wasn't like any other profession. For example, Jiang's identity could be known without issues because there's hardly any business interaction. But if everyone knew about the Feng Shui, it would be another story. If it was just the people from the same building as Jiang, it'd be manageable. But what if the entire complex came looking to take the job or refuse? Then it's decided, Wang Hao said with a smile, nodding. I'll try not to ask too much about what everyone else does, right? Yes, actually our neighbors are all easy to talk to. Jiang Huanyu, obviously having spent more time with everyone, said, just discuss matters together when they arise. Identity issues are minor problems. Let's go have lunch, and then meet up with them afterwards. The group of 3 people and 1 dog quickly exited the building and casually grabbed something to eat. The meal was simple, 3 dishes and a soup. It was only now that it became apparent that Xiao Wen was still a child, eating voraciously as if starved. Slow down, don't choke. Jiang Huanyu quickly offered soup to Xiao Wen. Look, no one's fighting you for food. Why the rush? I don't want to either, Xiao Wen said while eating, but since I was little, my dad always told me to be quick at everything, to never stay in one spot too long to avoid danger. Danger? Jiang Huanyu curiously looked at Wang Hao and then at Xiao Wen, lowering his voice to ask, This child. Her dad is a narcotics officer. Wang Hao shrugged and whispered. So, you understand, not only is his job dangerous, but it's also easy for family members to get hurt. So we brought Wenwen to my place. I see. Jiang Huanyu nodded vehemently. That's why I say drugs consume lives. They are just awful, harming both users and their surroundings. Those words really resonated, definitely deserving a thumbs up. Now knowing Wenwen's background, Jiang Huanyu stopped urging her to eat slowly, understanding that habits formed from childhood aren't easy to change. Phew, I'm full. Xiaowen patted her slightly bulging belly, contentedly saying, It's been a long time since I've eaten so much, Poor little girl. Let's go then, to take a look at the houses, Wang Hao said as he stood up, pulling her with him. I'll reserve a room for you. You can come and stay anytime you want in the future. Really? Xiaowen was immediately excited upon hearing this. Brother Hao, I'll have my own room? Why even ask? Wang Hao snapped his fingers. It's a house with several floors. It won't make a difference to add one more. Let's go. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Hao took out his phone and called Ren Xing. Speaking of which, since going to the film set to act, he really hadn't been in touch with Ren Xing much. Now back and also going to look at houses, it would seem inappropriate not to invite him. Soon the call connected. Hey, fatty, what are you up to? Wang Hao held his phone, all smiles. Busy today? Just finished eating, just lying down. Ren Xing joked from the other side of the phone. Brother Hao, you're back? Got any good tips? I'm thinking of checking out some houses about the renovations, Wang Hao said. Want to come take a look? Sure. Ren Xing agreed without a second thought. Let's meet at the clubhouse in front. I haven't been there since I moved in. Let's go check it out together today. Great. Then let's meet up then, Wang Hao said. I'm heading out now, you hurry up too. No problem. Chapter 552. So excited, so excited. After ending the call, the three of them and their dog took a taxi straight to Goldenstone Town Villa District. As soon as they arrived, they saw Ren Xing with his big belly just getting out of a car. From a distance, Wang Hao greeted him. Fatty, here we are. Huh. Holy shit. Brother Hao, where did you find such a pretty little Lolita? Ren Xing's eyes rounded the moment he saw Xiaowen. Unbeatable. Brother Hao, this little girl. Is she your relative? What relative? She's the daughter of a friend of my dad's. Wang Hao quickly introduced them. Xiaowen, this is my close buddy, Ren Xing. Xiaowen immediately flashed a sweet smile and raised her hand to say hello. Hello, brother Ren Xing. I'm Xiaowen. I can't handle it, I can't. Ren Xing nearly swooned from sweetness and pulled out a stack of 100 yuan notes from his wallet and stuffed them her way. Take this. It's a meeting gift from your fatty brother. Go by whether it's dolls or whatever you like, and if it's not enough, don't hesitate to ask me for more. Wang Hao, don't you dare start with the kid. Look at those eyes of yours. Thank you, fatty brother. Xiaowen smiled sweetly again and deftly put away the money. This little girl was clever and mischievous. Seeing the relationship between Ren Xing and Wang Hao, she knew not to refuse free money. Brother Hao. After stuffing money into Xiaowen's hands, Ren Xing grabbed Wang Hao and whispered conspiratorially. You've got your hands on a little one now? You're even getting tangled up with Jiang. Impressive. Right with those words, Wang Hao knew the fatty must know Jiang. He gave him a sidelong glance and said, Don't make wild guesses. We're just neighbors in the same building. Watch what you say. Don't worry, don't worry. Ren Xing squinted his eyes and said, This little girl, do you plan to train her from a young age? Train what, damn it? Wang Hao wished he could kick him away. Your head is filled with only that stuff, huh? This little girl's dad is a narcotics cop, currently on a dangerous mission, so she's been placed in our care for safety. You better not talk nonsense. She's extremely smart. Only 12 years old, but she has already finished the high school curriculum and is studying calculus now. With your little education, if she ever got mad at you, you'd end up counting cash for her after she sells you. Holy cow, that's fierce. Ren Xing looked astonished. What I fear the most is high intelligence. You handle her, brother Hao, I'm scared. After a long absence, they caught up as they walked inside together. Entering the foremost proprietors club, Jiang Huanyu smiled and said, This is the place. Let's go. Today Sister Fong invited us to check out some floor and wall tiles. It's a good chance for us to get to know each other. Wang Hao smiled and nodded, Sure thing. Oh boy, we're about to meet the neighbors. I'm so excited. The first floor of the proprietors' club was divided into 3 areas. The west was a reading bar, with an antique decor and several bookcases full of various books, with a few people reading inside. The central area was like a hallway with stalls and flower baskets, and in the middle, there was a model of the villa district. On the east side, there was a coffee shop. As Wang Hao and the group entered, they immediately saw 2 middle-aged women sitting in a corner, sipping coffee and chatting, both around their 40s and looking rather friendly. One was slender, about 1.62 meters tall. The other was slightly plump, around 1.58 meters tall. Jiang Huanyu hurried forward a couple of steps to greet them. Sister Fong, Sister Zhou. Is Jiang here? The taller Sister Fong asked with a smile. I haven't seen Jiang in a few days, and she's gotten even prettier. Then she turned to look at Wang Hao. This must be Brother Hao, right? Wow, a young hero indeed. So young and already buying a villa. It's okay. Sister Fong's comment made Wang Hao feel a bit embarrassed. Just happened to catch the right moment. Guess it's my good luck. Oh right, let me introduce you. This is Ren Xing, also our neighbor in building number 15. He's one of my iron buddies. Ren Xing was quite careless. After buying his house, he just left it there, and later when someone offered a good price, he simply sold it. Overall, he practically had no connection with the villa district, so an introduction was indeed necessary. Oh my, another new neighbor, that's wonderful. Sister Fong, clearly a very cheerful person, immediately took out her phone. Quick, join our group first. We are just about to go look at ceramic tiles, you should come along. Zhou and I don't know much about these things. It's easy to be misled when we get there. No problem at all, Ren Xing said while adding her on WeChat. Brother Hao is very knowledgeable. If you have any questions later on, just ask him to check. He definitely won't steer you wrong. After the initial meeting and pleasantries, everyone sat down on the sofas. Xiaowen was new to the whole decoration scene and clearly not very interested. She went off to one side and brought out her phone to browse the web. Yeah, no need to ask. It must be something high and mighty like calculus, stuff I definitely don't understand. Sister Fong, Wang Hao sat down, ordered coffee for everyone, and then asked, what brand of ceramic tiles are we going to look at today? When it comes to decoration, the brand really is important. As they say, you get what you pay for, and after all, it's a villa. It would be a pity to settle for low quality. Actually, I don't know either, Sister Fong laughed. I've arranged to go look with a few people from our compound. Wengu and Brother Dao are also coming over soon, and we'll all go together. I've heard that brands like Yasali and Marco Polo are good, but their prices are really too high. Today we'll first take a look at the more affordable brands, and if it really doesn't work, we'll consider the expensive ones. Yeah, Zhoulian's sister Zhou is always up for fun and loves to run around. Continued Sister Fong, who was best friends with Zhoulian. This person here hasn't even moved into her house, and she's all over the place looking around. Her shoes are nearly worn through. The group burst into laughter. As they were chatting, 2 more people came in through the door. One of them stood at a height of 1.82 meters, wearing sunglasses, slacks, and a t-shirt, and by his skin tone appeared to be in his early 40s, all cool and stylish. The other was a bald man, not very tall, around 1.7 meters, all smiles. Sister Fong quickly introduced them. The tall one here is Wengu from our group chat, and this is Brother Dao, both big bosses. Look at that flair. These were the neighbors from around the area, ones they would see often, so everyone promptly stood up to shake hands and exchange greetings. After everyone had been acquainted, they all sat down again, and when Gus said, Sister Fong, when are we leaving? They've called me at least 6 times now, asking when we'll get there. They're really pushing it, aren't they? Sister Fong looked around. Is everyone ready to go? Sure thing, Wang Hao said with a smile, and then he called out to Xiaowen. Wen, come back, we're about to head out. Okay, Xiaowen responded, and then jogged back, eliciting further praise from everyone. This child is so beautiful. She'll definitely be a great beauty when she grows up. Wang Hao could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. She's going to be more than just a beauty. With her current intelligence, she might well turn out to be a female Iron Man someday. Chapter 553. The machete has long been eager and impatient. Since they were already preparing to head out, everyone headed outside. Wang Hao, Xiao and Jiang Huanyu took Rin Xing's lavish Land Rover, while Sister Fang and Zhou Zhou shared one car, and Wen Ge and Brother Dao each drove one. Once everyone was in the cars, Sister Fang set the destination. Let's go to Red Star Macaline. They're already waiting for us there. Today, since we have quite a few people, let's look around at several stores. If we make a group purchase, we can save a hefty sum. That's right, Wen Ge laughed. Zhou Zhou's big knife is already eager to slash some prices. I reckon today we'll get to really haggle hard again. Come on. Zhou Zhou drank some water, already getting ready. As soon as those people see we are villa owners, their eyes turn wild like boars, as if they can't wait to bite a chunk of flesh from us. Just like yesterday with those floorboards, I barely got a $20 discount after all that haggling. Nearly lost my voice. Everyone burst into laughter. Sitting in the car, Wang Hao felt pretty good. If nothing else, at least the neighbors seemed easy to talk to, all smiling and very communicative. Living there in the future, having such neighbors would definitely make daily life more joyful. Sister Fang, let's get going. Wang Hao leaned out from the car and said, today let's aim to land a big one. The house is almost ready for decoration. We can't drag our feet anymore. The sooner we finish decorating, the sooner we can move in. Absolutely, let's head out. Sister Fang laughed in response, put on her sunglasses, and was ready to wield her big knife to bargain. Red Star Macaline could be considered the largest home decoration and furniture market operator in the Heavenly People's Republic with the most stores and widest geographical coverage. Nationally, Red Star Macaline operates more than 200 stores across 142 cities in 28 provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions, totaling 12,692,393 square meters. It made sense for Sister Fang and the others to come here directly for furniture and materials. Of course, the prices might not be so easy to handle. The 8 people in 4 cars took the 3rd ring road and drove for about 20 minutes, then parked in the underground parking lot of Red Star Macaline. After getting out of the cars, Wen Ge said, let's go. That store owner just called me again. Let's head up first. Their store is on the 4th floor. We'll take the elevator. It's necessary to say that Red Star Macaline was truly huge. Everyone took the elevator up to the 4th floor and then walked for another 7 or 8 minutes before they finally found the store. Wang Hao looked up and noticed a store called Zamala Tiles. He had never heard of the brand before, but anyway, they should first check out the quality. Ah, finally here. Please come in, come in. Seeing the large group approaching, the store owner hurriedly came out to greet them with a smile. I've been waiting since this morning, and finally, I've seen you come. As everyone entered the store, Wang Hao looked around. The store was quite spacious, about 300 square meters, with tiles neatly displayed everywhere, available in various sizes and colors, and there were also many mosaic tiles. As people sat down, the shop owner had already brought over washed cherry tomatoes, longans, and seeds, showing good service. Wow, these tiles are really pretty. Sister Fang looked left and right, continuously exclaiming, my eyes are dazzled. I don't even know which ones are the best. Zhou Zhou also looked around with her, increasingly bewildered. So many styles, they all look quite nice. Ah, what to do? Hee hee, do my tiles look all right? The shop owner saw them getting dazzled and proudly said, our Zamala tiles are authentic imports from Italy, top quality and style assured. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have invited you all, right? Fair enough. When Ge led everyone to sit down on the sofas and then said, these are all our neighbors from the compound. Quite a few people here. If we make a choice, boss, you have to offer the lowest price. Sure, rest assured, the shop owner assured while thumping his chest. I'm very happy to have you all here today. Don't worry about the price. I guarantee the lowest. Brother Dao ate a cherry tomato, then softly patted Wen Ji's shoulder and whispered, Wen Ge, we visited quite a few stores recently. What do you think about this one? I just checked the price tag. The tiles here aren't cheap either. The 80 centimeters ones start at over 200, and the better ones are 500 to 600, a bit pricey. Yes, Wen Ge nodded. I noticed that too, but the boss said the price is negotiable, so let's see what he says. If it doesn't work out, we can switch to another store. There are so many tile stores here, we can't just buy without comparing, right? Brother Dao nodded with a smile. Right, Let's check a few more places, then decide. At this point, everyone was doing their own thing, checking tiles, coming back to eat fruits, whatever they felt like. This was actually Xiao Wen's first time here. Jiang Huanyu took her hand, and they wandered around looking. Ren Xing sat next to Wang Hao, nudged him, and quietly asked, "Brother Hao, what do you think?" Buying tiles certainly shouldn't be done rashly. Wang Hao stroked his chin. After all, tiles play a big part in home decoration, and the choice of tiles greatly affects the style. A poor choice could lower the overall level of the home's decoration. As for the price, that's simpler. A good haggle should suffice. The question now is whether everyone likes this store's tiles. He had just entered the villa circle and was not very familiar with everyone yet, nor had he grasped the routine, so he was in no hurry to express his opinion. "Yeah, I feel the same," Ren Xing nodded. "By the way, Brother Hao, have you spotted anything you like? I'll just follow your lead. Saves hassle." "This lazy fatso." Wang Hao chuckled. "Are you always this casual about your decor?" "Absolutely," Ren Xing declared matter-of-factly. "Brother Hao, let me tell you, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even bother coming. I'd just hire a designer, have it all packaged and done. But Brother Hao, you're a tough guy. Since high school until now, my biggest takeaway has been following you for good food and drink. So all I can do is wave the flag and cheer you on from behind." Wang Hao, this guy really was simple-minded, probably spent all his brainpower on food. While they were chatting, they suddenly heard Zhou Lian and Sister Zhou speaking to the store owner. "Boss, this price is too steep, just a 15 yuan discount on tiles that are over 200 each. Damn, what's going on?" Wang Hao turned to look and saw that Sister Zhou had already started bargaining with the owner. Chapter 554. "We all came here today, and you're not being fair as a seller," Sister Zhou said with a face full of discontent. "Look at us, all showing our sincerity, and then you hit me with a line about not having much profit. Are you kidding?" The shop owner kept his smile, repeating, "My small shop doesn't have that much profit. If I discount each tile by 15 yuan, I'm barely making anything. Don't I deserve to earn a little? Otherwise, wouldn't I be losing money?" "You're not earning? You must be making a ton." Sister Zhou huffed and walked back, plopping down onto the sofa. "This is infuriating, not giving me any face at all." At that moment, Sister Fong had finished looking and came back to the sofa to discuss with everyone. "I've looked too," Sister Fong whispered. "Overall, they're pretty, but we don't know about the quality. Plus, the price is a bit steep. I did the math. If it's for our houses, covering the floors with these tiles would cost at least 100,000. I think this price is a bit high. What do you guys think?" "Too expensive," Sister Zhou grunted. "I'm not planning to buy at this price. I would if it were cheaper." Then she added quietly, "But these tiles are indeed pretty, Sai." After checking out the tiles, Wengu and Brother Dao exchanged a glance. Wengu said, "I've looked too. The price is a bit high." "Sister Zhou, are you seriously interested or just asking casually? If you really like them, we can discuss the price. If not, let's check the next shop." This was serious business. Everyone looked at each other, until Zhou Lian said, "I'd like to, but as you saw, the boss wouldn't budge on the price, just 15 yuan less per tile. So stingy." Everyone looked at each other. Knowing they often visited shops together to look at renovation materials and might even have signed a mutual agreement, Sister Fong immediately said, "Let's go. We're going to bargain." They all stood up and went straight to the owner. Wang Hao and 3 others exchanged looks, relishing the drama, and decided to follow. "Boss," Sister Fong said, "you see we're sincerely here. You have to give us a bigger discount, right? If one person buys it, there will be many more from our neighborhood coming to pick up goods. You won't lose out, right?" "I really don't have that much profit." The shop owner desperately shook his head. "Look at the quality of our tiles. Each and every one is good quality, genuine Italian brand. That's guaranteed. Quality or not. If it's not affordable, we can't take it," Zhou Lian grumbled. "How about this? For that warm yellow tile over there, the 80-centimeter one. You're asking 208 per piece, right? I'll offer 160. How about that?" "No way, absolutely not." The shop owner's head shook like a drum. "Who bargains like this? At 160 a piece, I'd be losing money." Others chimed in. "Boss, we're already here. It's not nice to do this." "Exactly. What's wrong with a little discount, right? Who doesn't bargain when shopping?" Besides, we're buying in bulk. A bigger discount wouldn't hurt you. No, no. The shop owner was more adamant this time. The lowest I can do is 190, not a penny less. 190, such a firm price? Sister. Fong quietly persuaded Zhou Liyan. Zhou, did you really like this one, or what? If not, let's look elsewhere. Zhou Liyan, frustrated, said, the thing is, the tile I saw is almost exactly what I envisioned. I feel quite fated with it, but the price is too high. Considering our area, even with the floor and fancy extras, it could easily end up over 100,000. If we could save some money, it'd be tens of thousands, not a small sum at all. Everyone around him showed helpless expressions. The shop owner clearly realized Zhou Liyan genuinely liked the tile and smirked to himself smugly. He had already made up his mind and had even done some research beforehand. These folks were homeowners from the Golden Stone Town Villa district. What does that mean? Easy targets. Affluent folks. Just that tile Zhou was looking at was marked up less than 80. Once the price point was fixed, wouldn't it be easy to make a profit from others later? You can look as much as you want at our tiles. The shop owner added fuel to the fire. I dare to say that no one else can match the quality of my tiles. Look at this color, this brightness, all top-notch. 200 per tile, and I'm not deceiving you. You definitely won't regret buying. Hearing this, Zhou hesitated even more, but still found it hard to part with the money. No matter how wealthy, money doesn't grow on trees. Buying these at such a high price would definitely give me sleepless nights. Right? Then it was when Gu who spoke. Boss, I brought these people here. You should give me some face, right? Your price really is a bit steep. One gets what one pays for. The shop owner shook his head. I really can't lower the price. Seeing even his own face wasn't respected, when Gu got really annoyed and turned to walk out. Forget it. I'll check other shops. This boss doesn't know how to do business at all. That's right. That's right. Several others gestured to walk out too. The shop owner, however, was totally confident, thinking, trying to scare me by pretending to leave? I've seen this trick too many times. I just hold the price firm, and you'll still come back begging. Okay then. The shop owner nodded. Everyone please feel free to check elsewhere and come back if you don't find anything suitable, all right? Hearing this, they hesitated a bit more, not wanting to leave. This shop owner is so blunt. Not even a symbolic concession. Zhou. Sister Fong hesitated. Shall we discuss it a bit more? I think 180 might be possible. Maybe discuss it further? Zhou Liyan was about to speak when Wang Hao, who had been standing by, finally couldn't stand it anymore. After all, they were neighbors, coming all this way. He had to help out instead of just watching, right? That thing. Wang Hao stepped forward and asked, Boss, do you have any actual tiles that haven't been mounted on the wall? I want to see the actual quality. I can't tell from the ones mounted on the wall. Actual tiles? Yes. The boss, who initially thought Wang Hao was just watching the drama, hadn't taken him seriously, quickly directed one of his workers, Little Lu, go fetch a few underscore tiles for everyone to see. He didn't forget to boast proudly about his product. With these tiles, you can rest assured, besides the price, you won't find a single flaw. Chapter 555. You have to leave me a way out. At that moment, everyone present was looking at Wang Hao, not understanding what he meant. To talk about buying tiles, they had looked at the model and knew the size. So if they were to buy, next naturally would be to discuss the price. But he wanted to see the actual tiles. What was he up to? What is Brother Hao up to? Sister Fong quietly asked Zhou Liyan. He hasn't been speaking just now, so it's not clear if he's going to buy or not. And now he wants to see the actual tiles? Who knows? Zhou Liyan was also full of confusion. But I think this young fella seems pretty decisive. You wait, let me ask. Brother Hao? Zhou Liyan gently nudged Wang Hao. What do you mean by looking at the actual product? Do you also know how to inspect tiles? A little. Wang Hao winked at Zhou Liyan. Isn't it because Sister Zhou you want to buy? So I was thinking of helping you talk the price down? Any discount is a good discount, hee. Well done. Zhou Liyan laughed out loud and immediately told everyone. Brother Hao is beginning to discuss the price now. Let's cooperate with him first. We can talk about whether it works later. We can't turn our backs at such crucial times. We need to stand by our own people. With that, Zhou loudly directed at the shop owner. Hurry. This is our interior design consultant. Do you know what a consultant is? You may fool us amateurs, but it's not easy to fool him. Several people around nodded together. Yes, yes, hurry up. Ah, such perfect teamwork. Wang Hao secretly gave a thumbs up to the few of them. Worthy neighbors indeed, so united. I'm not afraid of you inspecting. The shop owner shouted towards the back warehouse. Little Lou, aren't you done yet? Coming, coming. As he spoke, the shop assistant Little Lou came out pushing a cart. It's all here. Look at it any way you want. Those were tough words from the shop owner. Everyone turned their attention to Wang Hao, just waiting for him to speak. Let's not rush, I'll try it first. Wang Hao smilingly picked up the outer packaging of the tile and began demonstrating to everyone. When looking at tiles, there are 5 points to consider. Let's go through them one by one. Holy shit. There are actually 5 points to inspecting tiles. Everyone widened their eyes, and even the shop owner had a sudden shock inside, but quickly recovered, smiling. Didn't expect it. You're quite the expert. Sure, look all you want, and if you spot any defects, then I'll concede. Those words were quite confident. Hee hee, let's see if you can still laugh later. First of all, when inspecting tiles, you have to look at the brand. Wang Hao held the packaging, pointing to the manufacturer's logo and said, normally, qualified tiles should have factory name, factory location, product name, customer service telephone, specifications, quantity, trademark, production date, and the standards it complies with labeled. For porcelain tiles, check for the CCC certification mark, and for indoor design decorative tiles, choose products that meet the requirements of Class A for radioactive nuclides. After the introduction, Wang Hao said, everyone look, here is the brand of the tile, Zamala, and behind it is the factory location. Boss, isn't this supposed to be imported from Italy? Why is the factory located in Guangdong province? Hearing Wang Hao's words, the shop owner immediately broke into a cold sweat. This is transited through Guangdong and then shipped over. The shop owner, also quick-witted in the crisis, could give this answer 82 points. Nowadays, imported tiles definitely need to be transited. You can't say that tiles are directly delivered to my shop from abroad, right? That answer was not problematic. Then Wang Hao said something that completely drained him. But boss, it's written here that this tile is produced by this factory. Shop owner, this. That's when Zhou Lian and the others immediately protested. Boss, how can you be so dishonest? If it's domestic tiles, say it's domestic tiles. You just fooled us saying they are purely imported. Are you kidding? Several people around nodded in agreement. Exactly. You're really not honest. Seeing the boss was about to explain, Wang Hao wasn't going to give him that chance and immediately moved on to the next point. Let's not rush. Domestically produced is fine. Let's look at the second item next. While saying that, he picked up a piece of tile and held it in his hand. Talking about these tiles, they are not light. Each piece could weigh several pounds, but Wang Hao held it as if it were a piece of paper. The second point is to look at the tile surface to see if there are any black spots, bubbles, pinholes, cracks, scratches, discolorations, missing edges, or corners. For glazed tiles, also check for any casting defects or grinding gaps. Check the trademark marking on the bottom embryo. Products produced by regular manufacturers will have a clear product trademark marking on the bottom embryo. If it's missing or particularly vague, I recommend being cautious. After explaining the second point, Wang Hao, just as he had mentioned, carefully examined the tile from front to back, left, right, top, bottom, on both sides thoroughly, and finally nodded. Well, looking at the quality of this tile, it's quite good. No big issues on Jurga dented Jichu-san. The shop owner practically let out a huge sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing bizarre came up. Then he quickly became restless. After checking those, next up is the flatness of the surface. Wang Hao picked up a tile and pressed 2 tiles face to face, saying, if you can see light in the middle, it means the surface of the tile is uneven. Only those that fit tightly are considered to have acceptable flatness. Then turn it around to see if the corners still match. This aspect is also quite satisfactory. With these 2 points being satisfactory, the store owner became proud again. I told you, our tiles are definitely top-notch. Once you lay them down in your renovation, you'll definitely be satisfied. You won't have to replace them for a lifetime. This time, everyone hesitated a bit again. Overall, aside from the tile's origin seemingly being a bit problematic, there wouldn't seem to be any major issues. Of course, it was clear that Wang Hao wasn't so easily fooled. Don't rush me. I haven't finished yet. Wang Hao lifted one side of the tile with one hand, and with the palm of his other hand, he knocked on the middle of the tile, saying, "Knock it like this." If the sound produced is sonorous and the echo lingers like the sound of a bell, it means the tiles are highly vitrified, durable, strong in break resistance, low in water absorption, and not prone to staining. If the sound is muffled with no echo, it indicates low vitrification, insufficient firing of the tile body, poor wear resistance, weak break resistance, and higher water absorption, making such vitrified tiles highly prone to contamination. He knocked for a while, then confidently started bragging. The sound of this tile, well, it's SOSO. Based on my years of experience, it's just above average, not particularly great. That was quite a justified explanation. The store owner was immediately on his knees. Brother, who exactly are you? The quality of my tiles is definitely not an issue. The people around had already been dumbfounded. Brother Hao was too impressive. He scared the owner. With this, bargaining later would definitely see a significant price drop. But Wang Hao didn't bother with that and decisively continued. Then next is to check the density of the tile. He flipped the tile over and said, "Who has water? Get me some." I do. Xiaowen immediately handed over her bottled water. Brother Little Hao, use mine. Okay. Wang Hao dripped water onto the back of the tile, then observed the speed at which the water absorbed, saying, "Turn the tile over, drop some water on the back." The slower it soaks in, the denser the material, the better the internal quality. Generally, a tile that absorbs water quickly has a loose texture and absorbs more water. It's normal for the backs of glazed tiles to absorb water. The better the quality, the slower it absorbs water, and the contrast is quite apparent. But if a store sells you full-body tiles or vitrified tiles that absorb water quickly, no matter how cheap, don't consider them. The tile biscuit is poor, and the quality can be imagined, prone to cracking and other problems while being used long-term. Moreover, poor tiles not only absorb quickly but even can show watermarks on the front. That's why some people, after using bad wall tiles, always have watermarks, looking spotted much like a Dalmatian. By the time you regret it, it's too late. Everyone nodded. It made sense. Hearing Brother Hao explain it like this, one immediately got a vivid impression of the quality of these tiles. The water had almost soaked in now, and Wang Hao tapped it pretentiously again, looked at both sides, then said, "Looking at it, the quality of this tile is above average. It's usable, but definitely not worth this high a price." The price isn't worth that much. This was the music to Zhou Lian's ears. She excitedly asked Wang Hao, "So, Brother Hao, how much do you think these tiles are worth?" Well, Wang Hao took another careful look, then dropped a bombshell that completely floored the shop owner. "I think they should be priced around 80 a piece at most, Sister Zhou. If you're buying 100 per piece, any more than that wouldn't be worth it." Shop owner. Oh heavens and earth. What exactly does this guy know to be so accurate? With you playing this game, I might as well go and catch the wind in the northwest. Little brother, can I have a word? The shop owner was truly panicked now, being completely exposed. How could he not be anxious? He grabbed Wang Hao's shirt and pulled him aside. "Little brother, do have some mercy. Don't go ruining my business like this. Is it easy for me to make some money? Operating such a big store costs a lot. You must understand. Consider my request as your big brother, will you?" Actually, Wang Hao hadn't planned to ruin his business. He just didn't like the guy's swindling demeanor. "Humph, trying that in front of me, feeling frustrated? Who told you to act so cocky earlier?" Wang Hao curled his lips. "You were even offered 160 and you didn't sell. How much money is enough for you? Here's the deal. I won't make it tough for you. Let's say 120. If you agree, we can talk nicely." Wang Hao had carefully considered the price of 120. The quality of the tiles was indeed okay. He had just purposely spoken poorly about them earlier, but any lower would indeed be unfair. After all, the owner had to make money to eat, right? This. The shop owner's cold sweat was dripping. At that moment, he felt that this young man in front of him was just like a deity. Nothing could escape his eyes. Now that he had said so, what else could he do? Fine. 120 it is. The shop owner was truly crying without tears. But little brother, you must help me introduce more customers. Otherwise, big brother here really will have to catch the northwest wind. Chapter 556. That's my dad. Ah, the shop owner seemed to have a decent attitude, so it wouldn't be right to ruin his business now, would it? All right, rest easy, boss, Wang Hao said with a chuckle, patting the shop owner on the arm. Although you're selling these tiles cheaply, the sales might still pick up. I'm gonna go back and discuss it with everyone, so wait for my good news. After finishing his talk with the shop owner, Wang Hao walked back. When he got back to the group, Wang Hao gathered everyone and said, I've talked to the shop owner, and indeed he can't do 100 per tile, what with the rent and labor costs being so high. So, what I negotiated was 120 per tile. Of course, if we have more buyers, I reckon he could go even lower. What do you think? The group looked at each other. At 120 per tile, that price really wasn't high. After all, those able to buy villas in Zhonghai City were not common folk, and many among those present were from families with businesses. They were all too aware of the high cost of labor and land in Zhonghai. Brother Hao, Sister Fong, who clearly valued quality, asked softly, the home is fine, but the key question is the quality really good? Didn't you say it's just above average? And domestically produced? How else could he offer it so cheap? Wang Hao winked at Sister Fong. Actually, the overall quality is still quite good. These tiles are definitely fine for home use, and nowadays domestic products actually have quite good quality, not necessarily worse than imported ones. If you were to buy imported tiles, the lowest would cost over 200 per tile, which is a big difference. I think the price is okay, Wenga nodded and said, I liked several of the samples just now. Maybe I'll just go ahead and order here to save myself the hassle of running around. It's nearly worn me out, and the ones we've looked at previously were not cheap. Brother Dao also nodded. Me too. Let's settle on that. Brother Hao was impressive today. The way he slashed the price, I was watching with trepidation. Everyone looked at his shiny bald head and wanted to laugh. Then Sister Fong teased. You should be grateful Brother Hao didn't go bargain in your shop, or I bet you would have ended up crying. The shop owner has held out until now and hasn't turned us down yet. I think he's got a good temperament, haha. The group burst into laughter. You all saw that, right? Zhou Lian gave Wang Hao a hearty pat on the shoulder, saying my slashing was harsh. Brother Hao here is the real deal. That's the green dragon crescent blade, chopping straight down and splitting it in two. Yep, the price was 208, and Wang Hao slashed it to 120. No one could top that. Finally, the bargaining was over, and they went to discuss the upcoming orders with the shop owner. Boss, among us here, Wang Hao went over and said, for now, we've ordered for for houses. I'm placing an order too, and there might be more people coming later on, so keep the price the same for them, deal? That many. The shop owner was flabbergasted to hear so many orders. Wasn't it just one house, just now? If so many of us are here and we like it, naturally we'll order, when Gu hummed from the side. It's because you wouldn't offer a discount before. Our community has so many homeowners. How could you lose out? That's why they say, business must be done with integrity. Right, integrity is a must. With a profit of 40 per tile, though it was less than the previously agreed price, the quantity made up for it. With at least 4 houses ordering on the spot, the shop owner's smile was so wide he couldn't keep his mouth closed. Oh, it seems there was just a misunderstanding before. How about this? I'll give everyone an extra 5 off, and in return, you all help spread the word about the great quality of our tiles. How does that sound? Per tile? That's reasonable. Jiang Huanyu also got interested. I'll place an order too. There was one style I was quite satisfied with earlier. One more house added. You see how much better this is, Wang Hao said, raising his eyebrows at the shop owner. A small profit but quick turnover benefits us all. I'll check it out later and place an order with you too. Save some trouble. Right. The shop owner now looked at Wang Hao with a different gleam in his eyes. A small profit but quick turnover benefits us all. Next came the signing of orders, which of course goes without saying. Today, a major deal had been done, and everyone was in a great mood. On the way out, Shaowen said softly, Little Hao, where did you learn all this, to bamboozle the shop owners so completely? Yep, this little girl, though highly intelligent, had never dealt with renovations before, and now she was quite impressed with Wang Hao's bargaining skills. 1-1. Wang Hao patted Xiao Wen's head, smiling. These things come with life experience. You're still young and don't need to worry about such matters yet. Anyway, let's go. Brother Hao will take you out to eat. Hee hee. Xiao Wen sweetly nodded. Okay. After entering the underground parking lot, everyone waved goodbye to each other and went home to rest. Ren Xing drove down the street, laughing as he said, Brother Hao, since I've secured the house, you might as well handle my renovation too. Just let me know how much money it'll cost. You're really lazy, Wang Hao said, laughing as he heavily patted Ren Xing's plump shoulder. Why quote a price? I'll just take care of it directly. With our relationship, there's no need to be too precise. Wang Hao naturally wouldn't let the massive discount he got on the house go unacknowledged. The thing with renovation is that it's tricky to get it right when skimping, but going high-end could cost about 2 to 3 million. It'd be just about right to pay back Ren Xing's favor. See, you're still so distant with me, Ren Xing said with a smile. But having been like brothers in a past life, Ren Xing didn't take it too seriously. After all, he and Wang Hao had been through life and death together, and such matters were trivial in comparison. The group was getting ready to go out for a meal when suddenly Jiang Huanyu looked out the window and exclaimed, Look quick! What's going on over there? Are they filming? They all turned to look and saw a man running desperately, as if he'd gone mad, with 8 or 9 people chasing him. Those people were armed with machetes and baseball bats, and even the last one was running while reaching into their coat. What's happening broad daylight, under the heavens? This is a big scene. Wang Hao and his friends widened their eyes. It's pretty shocking. Ren Xing had previously invested in the production of Domestic Agent, and now hearing about filming, he got even more excited, even whistling. Go for it, man. Usually, when most people come across this kind of situation, they would think it's just a lively scene from a movie shoot. However, just then, Xiao Wen suddenly screamed, Stop the car? Stop the car now. What's going on? Ren Xing slammed on the brakes, nearly smashing his head against the windshield, and asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? Xiao Wen flung open the car door and rushed out. The one being chased, that's my dad. The one being chased is Xiao Wen's dad. Oh crap, this is serious trouble. Hearing this, Wang Hao immediately opened the door and rushed out. What does Xiao Wen's dad do? A narcotics officer. Although her father hadn't explained in detail before, it was obvious that he must have gone undercover. Now being chased, it's clear his cover's blown. How ruthless can drug traffickers get? This kind of chase could end in death. Wen, come back. Wang Hao rushed over, pulling Xiao Wen back, and urgently said, Running out there will only cause more chaos. What do we do? What do we do? Xiao Wen, frantic with tears in her eyes, clung desperately to Wang Hao's clothes and said urgently, If my dad gets caught by those people, he'll die. Don't worry, Wang Hao reassured Xiao Wen, then shouted to Ren Xing and Jiang Huanyu. Fatty, Jiang, take care of Wen. I'm going in. Holy shit, Brother Hao, those are drug traffickers. Are you sure you can handle it? Although Ren Xing was normally lazy, it didn't mean he was stupid. He knew exactly what the situation was now. All drug traffickers lived life on the edge. Could Wang Hao really handle it on his own? Do you even have to ask? Watch me. Wang Hao was like lightning as he grabbed an assortment of things from the convenience store behind him, changing as he spoke. Ever seen a Hollywood blockbuster? Keep your eyes peeled. Guys, call the cops. I'm about to give you a Hollywood-level live-action gunfight. Cops and robbers. Superhero blockbuster. Chapter 557. The Bedsheet Hero. Hollywood-level live-action shootout between cops and superhero criminals. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Jiang Huanyu, Ren Xing, and Xiao Wen immediately widened their eyes. What had been a tense and terrifying scene suddenly turned into the set of a third-rate comedy after Wang Hao spoke. Master Wang, there won't be any trouble, right? Jiang Huanyu asked, dumbfounded as he watched Wang Hao, donned in such a bizarre outfit, charge forward, saying, Is he really going to take down those criminals with just that stuff? This. Ren Xing broke out in a sweat and stammered, Should, maybe, probably. Brother Hao won't have any trouble, right? Xiao Wen then said, At a time like this, you still have the mood for jokes. Hey, Little Hao is taking action. Faster said than done. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao dashed to the inevitable path of the drug traffickers who were chasing Xiao Wen's father, and suddenly let out a mighty roar. Iwai! Wang Hao struck an incredibly cool and impressive pose, pointing at the 9 drug traffickers and yelled, "How dare you carry weapons and prepare to commit violence in broad daylight under the clear sky? Drop your weapons and surrender now." If it had been anyone else who jumped out to block their way at this time, those 9 drug traffickers would have definitely charged up and minced the person right then and there. But the problem was, Wang Hao's outfit left the drug traffickers completely dumbfounded. At that moment, Wang Hao was wearing a black top hat, sunglasses, and had specifically put on a wig. Most conspicuously, draped over his back was none other than a bedsheet cape. God damn it. Is this guy an idiot? One of the drug traffickers, who was in the rear as the leader, instructed his subordinates. "What are you staring for? Chase them." Yes. 2 of the drug traffickers wielding baseball bats continued the pursuit, but as soon as they got close to Wang Hao, he stretched out his arms, and with 1 punch each, bang bang, the 2 traffickers were sent flying 3 feet off the ground, hurtling 3 to 4 meters away. They smashed onto a parked car at the roadside with a loud crash, rolling several times before lying motionless on the ground. The car alarm started blaring wildly. Woo woo woo. Holy crap, what's happening? Seeing such a big commotion, a lot of the passing bystanders, confused about the truth, crowded around at a distance and began to discuss fervently. What's happening here? Are they filming? It looks like it. Otherwise, who could send a man flying that far with 1 punch? That makes sense. Hey, why isn't there any wirework? Are they shooting Domestic Agent 2? Ren Xing, who was hiding and watching the commotion, thought. I have to bow down to this group's rich imagination. How do you even connect all this together? At this point, the drug trafficker leader, seeing Xiao Wen's father running far away, realized he had no chance of catching up. He gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Hao, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" "Me." Wang Hao adjusted the black top hat on his head, and then with a swoosh, flicked the bedsheet cape tied around his neck, declaring, "I am the bedsheet ranger, ready to draw my sword to right the wrong. Why ask when you already know?" Bedsheet. Bedsheet ranger. The drug traffickers stared at Wang Hao for a good long while, then suddenly burst out laughing together. Ha! This is too funny. Bedsheet ranger. Ha ha. The surrounding bystanders also covered their mouths and laughed, their discussions buzzing. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. This film is going to be good. Bedsheet ranger, ha. Yeah, I really got an eye-opener today. Are there still heroes like this? You don't understand. In our heavenly people's republic, we've always had rangers who act chivalrously for the country and the people. This is a must-watch. The people still didn't realize that this wasn't a movie being filmed, and they were all excitedly discussing it. Chubby brother, Xiao Wen almost got fooled by Wang Hao. Is Little Hao really the Sheet Ranger? How would I know? The chubby man watched Wang Hao, who was hogging the limelight in front of the crowd, and muttered, "Whether this guy is the Sheet Ranger or not, I'm not sure, but I can guarantee his experience rolling in the sheets is definitely not as extensive as mine." Jiang Huanyu. Can we please be serious? Can we please be serious? Brother Hao was bravely fighting armed criminals, and you guys are discussing this now? Master Wang is just so cool. Jiang Huanyu sighed. He really seems like a superhero. A few people gave Wang Hao their highest praise. At that moment, the criminals also made a move. You ruined our good deed today. I'm going to skin you alive. The leader of the thugs shouted, "Attack! I won't be satisfied until he's dead and my hatred is quenched." As he spoke, a few drug dealers with weapons charged at him. After all, these were real desperados, who certainly wouldn't exercise the restraint of average street thugs when they fought. Even though Wang Hao's physical condition was superhuman by now and he had the added bonus of the luck dice, for the moment he still didn't dare to face them head-on. At least, not without a handy weapon, right? In broad daylight, you actually dare to lift a hand. Wang Hao instantly grabbed a bicycle nearby and began swinging it around. Witness my bicycle beating mastery. The bicycle must have weighed about 30 or 40 pounds, but in Wang Hao's hands, it was as easy to wield as a small stool. As he swung it, with a couple of thwacks, he sent the foremost thugs flying. Damn, that's tricky, watch out. Seeing that Wang Hao had already taken down 4 men, the remaining drug dealers became even more cautious, circling around Wang Hao but hesitating to make a move. He scared, huh? Wang Hao chuckled, grabbed the bicycle, and hurled it at one of them. Take this secret weapon. His shout was like thunder on a clear day. The drug dealer hadn't even had time to react when he saw a bicycle massively enlarging before his eyes. Then with a bang, the bicycle smashed right onto his forehead. The thug instantly collapsed to the ground with a plop. No sooner had the bicycle left his hands than Wang Hao picked up the steel pipe from the hand of the fallen drug dealer. He charged into the crowd and truly embodied the phrase, fists flying at Nanshan Nursing Home, feet kicking at Beihai Kindergarten. Amidst the flurry of pit-a-pats, drug dealers dropped to the ground howling in seconds. My hand. My foot. My. One drug dealer suffered the worst, as Wang Hao swept the stick between his legs, making him spit up froth and collapse, convulsing on the ground. Wow, that's some really realistic action. Amazing. Yeah, the way he swung that bicycle. That actor's got some serious arm strength, and his moves are slick. He's too amazing. Whether it's a TV series or a movie, I've got to watch it. Chapter 558. Quickly use the nunchucks. Hashi. Jiang Huanyu and 2 others hid in the corner, staring at Wang Hao, who was demonstrating his immense power, their eyes wide and mouths agape in astonishment. Master Wang really is a superior person, Jiang Huanyu exclaimed. Has Master been cultivating to immortality? How did he knock down so many people with such ease? Ren Xing said, Brother Hao, when did you become so badass? Xiaowen stared with a pair of beautiful big eyes, her look full of admiration for Wang Hao. Little Hao, are you really the sheet hero? The truth was, the steel pipe in Wang Hao's hand was just an ordinary one. Although it was fine for hitting people, the damage it could inflict was limited. However, in just 2 breaths' time, except for the one frothing at the mouth, all the other drug dealers had gotten back up. One after the other, they all pulled out daggers from their bosoms, their eyes fierce as they fixed their gaze on Wang Hao. At this point, whether they could catch up with Xiaowen's father was no longer a suspense. What was next? They really wanted to kill. It looks like you guys are ready to get serious. Wang Hao chuckled coldly as he eyed the drug dealers in front of him, who seemed determined to fight to the death. Wang Hao didn't need to guess to know the state of mind of the drug dealers. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaowen's father had already obtained the most crucial evidence against this drug trafficking gang, his undercover identity would definitely not have been exposed. It was clear now, these people in front of him were indeed intending to kill. Even if they couldn't survive, dragging a few down with them would be good enough. Since it's come to this, Wang Hao took a deep breath, then slowly unwrapped the sheet from behind him. I can only resort to my ultimate move. The ultimate move. The sheet hero was about to reveal his ultimate move. Everyone present turned their attention to Wang Hao, everyone eager to see what his ultimate move was. Then, to everyone's surprise, they saw Wang Hao pull out a pair of nunchucks from behind his back. Ren Xing, Jiang Huanyu, Xiaowen, playing tricks. The leader sneered, then gave a fierce wave of his hand. He's just one man. Attack. Chop him into mincemeat. Die. One of the drug dealers, holding a dagger, charged forward, aiming straight for Wang Hao's heart and thrusting violently. The scene was so realistic that the surrounding spectators thought for a moment it was not a film being shot. But the next second, all the onlookers' eyes went wide. The smoke from the rock-burning store fills the neighboring National Martial Arts Hall. Wang Hao suddenly sang out these lyrics, and then his feet took on an extraordinary step that seemed only possible for a devil to execute. As the drug dealer lunged forward, it was as if time itself had paused. Then they saw Wang Hao strangely dodge the stab, and with the nunchucks in hand, he directly smashed them into the drug dealer's face. The madam in the store knows tea art in 3 stages. The owner who teaches kung fu is skilled in iron sand palm and masters the Yang family spear. His solid foundation in martial arts also includes the golden bell shield and iron step shirt. With a single move, he took down a drug dealer, and this time Wang Hao really put his full force into it. The nunchucks blossomed on the face of the drug dealer, who dropped his dagger in pain. Holy shit, that move was so cool. Totally badass. There's even such a move. This movie is absolutely amazing. Hey, Who recorded that? His singing was pretty good. The crowd of onlookers burst into cheers, and by now quite a few people were filming the scene. After all, such thrilling moments don't come by often. Sheepman, who could just run into such a legend on the street? My son, I've been around weapons since I was young, familiar with all sorts of blades, sticks, and staffs, sang Wang Hao as he faced the second person, his nunchucks never idle, and smacked the man's face with a "What weapon do I like best?" Nunchucks that are flexible yet firm, style of Hunan, Shaolin, and Wudong. Smack. Another one down. At this moment, Wang Hao's nunchucks whipped around like great big wheels, roaring with power. All the while he sang, "What stuff? What stuff?" breathing easy with a heart at peace. What stuff? What stuff? Energy sinking to the dantian, hands opening. What stuff? What stuff? Traveling 1,000 miles a day with sandbags. Kill him for me, the drug ring leader cried out in exasperation. He's just one man. One man. The remaining drug dealers charged in, a desperate gang armed with machetes, and Wang Hao continued to dodge and sing. Don't be surprised by fluid motion over roofs and walls, here and gone in an instant. Just then, it was the third person's turn, and this one was the most pitiful. With a hoarse stance forward, Wang Hao punched the man down, holding him to the ground and pummeling him without mercy. With a left and right hook, anyone who irritates me is in danger, repeating over and over like a cigarette I don't smoke, always by my side. All these years. The poor drug dealer was beaten so badly, his teeth flew out. Jiang Huanyu stared at Wang Hao in shock, then turned to Ren Xing with a stunned look. Brother Ren, does Master Wang also have this kind of hobby? Maybe. Ren Xing, sweating profusely, looked on bewilderedly and replied, maybe. I've never seen him lose it like this. Shaowen looked at Wang Hao, suddenly blurting out, Brother Little Hao is so cool. This time, Wang Hao struck with merciless force, leaving no quarter. After disposing of 3 men, they were thoroughly down, unable to get back up. Now came the fourth, as Wang Hao's devilish footwork continued in time with the song's lyrics. What stuff? What stuff? I've opened my governor and conception vessels. What stuff? What stuff? Saying goodbye to this sick man of Asia sign. What stuff? What stuff? And then with a flying kick, he's been sent flying with my kick. In the fourth drug dealer's eyes, Wang Hao's shoe sole infinitely enlarged within a limited space, then smack, imprinted on his face. Ah! The drug dealer screamed, his entire body flying away like riding a cloud, blood spraying from his nose, his nasal bones definitely shattered. Get going and nunchuck, ha! Kicked the fourth drug dealer into the air. Wang Hao's nunchucks whirled imperviously, the fifth drug dealer taken out in an instant. Another one dealt with. Get going and nunchuck, ha! Wang Hao moved quickly, wiping out 5 men in the blink of an eye, and he certainly wasn't about to be polite with the rest. Remember, those who practice martial arts, the benevolent are invincible. Who's practicing Tai Chi, creating a stir. Smack, smack, 2 more down. Today, everyone witnessing understood the meaning of a beatdown. It was like being ground into the pavement by a skeleton-level boss. How could anyone withstand this? Get going and nunchuck, ha! Get going and nunchuck, ha! He took care of 7 people in a flash, humming casually, his mystical footsteps moving with ease, right up to the 8th drug dealer. If I had Qinggong to soar over roofs and vault over walls, I would be an upright man who never bends, born with righteousness. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. The drug dealer's legs turned to jelly with fear. Don't come any closer. Go nunchuck, ha! And use my hand blade defense, ha! Wang Hao looked at him with a cheeky grin and suddenly leaped up, a beautiful spinning kick. Take that. With a bang, the drug dealer's body flew into the air, Wang Hao's kick sending him 6 meters flying, like a scene straight out of a car crash. Chapter 559. Don't believe me. Just look up. Who has the heavens spared? You. Who the hell are you? The drug dealer boss was completely terrified, his pupils dilated, staring at Wang Hao as if he'd seen a ghost. How is this possible? You all can do so many bad things. What's so impossible about this? Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly, smiling. Next, are you going to surrender on your own, or shall I beat you up again? Suddenly, the drug dealer burst into laughter, and violently pulled out a gun from his bosom. Ah. The expression on the drug dealer boss's face was insanely crazed as he shouted, "Your performance ends here. Even if I have to die, I'll make sure to take you down with me." A gun. The drug dealer really had a gun. When the crowd saw this, they were oblivious to the truth, only feeling that the scene was very explosive, even featuring a prop gun. However, Ren Xing and his two companions knew that this gun was definitely real. A gun. Oh God, what do we do now? Jiang Huanyu's eyes widened in panic, urgently saying, "With that thing on the other side, what's Master Wang going to do?" "I don't know either." Ren Xing, already fat, was now sweating profusely with anxiety, desperately wiping his sweat. Brother Hao is top-notch in combat, but that's a gun. No matter how awesome Brother Hao is, he can't just catch bullets with his bare hands. This wasn't an unfounded worry. Even America's bodybuilding champions wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the face of a gun. Woo 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 woo. Just as Ren Xing and the others were worrying, a piercing siren rang out, followed by 3 special police vehicles driving over from the end of the road. And then, at least 30 riot police officers rapidly surrounded the entire scene. Having cordoned off the area, the riot police officers watched as 3 leader-like individuals got out of the vehicles. One of them, holding a megaphone, shouted at the boss, "Put down your weapon. You are surrounded." Look, it's the riot police. This movie is shot so impressively. The production team's ability is unmatched. Yeah, getting the riot police to make a cameo. That's just incredible. This scene, wow, it's so realistic. I haven't even seen a camera yet. That's professionalism for you. The crowd of onlookers still hadn't realized that this wasn't a filming site at all. Can't blame them. After all, who would imagine a regular young man would run out wrapped in a bedsheet to bravely fight the bad guys? Such scenes could only seem likely in movies or TV shows. Surrender? Surrender? Ha ha ha. The drug dealer laughed uproariously, the dark muzzle of the gun aimed at Wang Hao's heart, scanning the surroundings with narrowed eyes. He yelled loudly, "Why should I surrender? Huh? Why should I surrender? I've killed countless people in my life. Any single crime is enough for the death penalty. Surrendering is death. Not surrendering is also death. Now, killing 1 breaks even. Killing 2 makes a profit." Seeing the current situation, the drug dealer naturally knew that his fate was sealed today. Whether he tried to flee or surrendered, the result would be the same. So at this moment, the riot police on the scene only further agitated his ferocity. But while he said this, the unwitting crowd actually cheered for him. This villain's acting is quite good. How come I've never noticed before? Yeah, his facial expressions and demeanor are just like the real thing. He's performing divinely. This acting alone means I must see this movie. Hey, let's ask the crew later what this villain's name is. The onlookers were abuzz with discussion, while the riot police were genuinely anxious. "Captain Zhang, what do we do?" The person holding the megaphone whispered. "Today's situation is a bit tricky. I don't know what's the deal with the guy wearing the hat. Now that Huang Zibin has completely lost it, it's extremely easy to hurt someone by accident if we're not careful." Captain Zhang, with bushy brows and big eyes under his police cap, stared intensely at the drug dealer ringleader. It was already a hot day, and sweat kept trickling down his forehead as he frowned and said, "I've never seen anything like this before. Don't act rashly for now. First, get the snipers in place up high. The primary task is to ensure public safety. As for whether to arrest that guy or to shoot him on the spot, we must choose the right moment. Remember, the safety of the people comes first. If all else fails, just stall for time and see how long he can hold that gun up." The person with the megaphone nodded immediately. Yes. At this moment, the scene had become a standoff. The head drug dealer, Huang Zibin, had completely gone mad, and his gun could go off at any moment. All those who knew the truth silently sweated bullets for Wang Hao. In the entire scene, perhaps it was only Wang Hao who wasn't that worried. What a joke. Brother was lucky today. Do you know what invincible means? Do you really think you can use me as your shield? Wang Hao looked at the drug dealer, Huang Zibin, not concerned at all about his own safety, and suddenly laughed. He said, "I wonder if you've ever heard this saying." "Saying?" Huang Zibin scoffed. "What saying?" Wang Hao slowly began to speak, word by word. Good and evil will always be repaid. Karma is the cycle of life. If you don't believe me, look up. Who has heaven ever spared? Who has heaven ever spared? As soon as Wang Hao finished these words, Huang Zibin first froze, and then wildly burst into laughter. Ha! Ha! Who has heaven ever spared? I'm already like this. I've killed people. Not only have I killed people, but today I've got to take someone down with me too. Ha ha ha. What about me? Huh. Look at me, what's happened? As he spoke, he looked up, boasting wildly. I've looked up, what about it? What can you do to me now that I've looked up? Boom crack. Just as Huang Zibin finished speaking, suddenly, out of the clear sky, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck down from the clouds, instantly engulfing Huang Zibin. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunder roared. The previously arrogant and unruly Huang Zibin was enveloped by the massive bolt, and after the dazzling bright light faded, Huang Zibin was completely charred black, with his hair standing on end and still smoking. He opened his mouth, and you could even see the recently extinguished sparks inside his mouth. After a thud, Huang Zibin collapsed right in front of Wang Hao. A scent of burnt flesh wafted through the scene. At this moment, everyone's nerves were already stretched to the breaking point, and even the position snipers had their fingers on the triggers. But all of a sudden, Huang Zibin, who was just previously outrageously defiant, just kneeled. He kneeled. Do you know who's backing me? It's the Lord himself. Wang Hao swiftly shook off the flamboyant blanket from the ground and struck an extremely cool pose. Trying to fight me? Bit the dust, didn't you? Captain Zhang. Jiang Huanyu. Renxing. Shaowen. The unsuspecting onlookers. Chapter 560. Could there be any anecdotes? What the hell just happened? Thunder on a clear day? That badass drug dealer, Huang Zibin. A killer drug dealer like Huang Zibin who was still holding a gun. And he got struck dead by lightning on. A clear day. Is this too fantastical? Was that the signature move of the sheet hero? What's going on? Captain Zhang nervously snatched off his hat and frantically wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Am I still not awake today? What's with this bolt from the blue? Of course, what it meant wasn't important anymore. The important thing was that the drug dealer was now lying on the ground, completely charred, and there was even a smell of burnt meat. At this moment, the onlookers at the scene were all flabbergasted, and it must be said that Wang Hao had handled the situation today perfectly. Just look at the whole process from start to finish. Wang Hao, as sheet hero, appeared and single-handedly took down 9 drug dealers without them being able to fight back, while also rapping the whole time. Have you ever seen someone rap while fighting? The end was especially a bolt from the blue taking out the drug dealer. It's like something you'd only see in movies or TV shows. Today has really been eye-opening, huh? Was that big thunder just now a special effect? Are TV shows nowadays really made with such effects? Yes, it's miraculous. The plot is so powerful. Heaven spares no one, haha, directly struck dead by a huge thunderbolt. There were even people asking, hey, sheet hero, what's the name of this TV show you're filming? When will it be released? I want to go see it. The storyline is so interesting. These folks still don't realize. They almost walked through Ghost Gate just now. If Huang Zibin had taken the crowd hostage, that would have made things much harder, right? But that wasn't an issue. I was in luck today, invincible. If the lucky dice that can change the world's background failed to handle these few pathetic guys, I might as well quit. Our movie is called Sheet Hero. Wang Hao proudly adjusted his glasses, as badass as could be. I hope everyone supports it. And remember to watch the official release. If Captain Zhang couldn't see the strangeness of the situation at this point, he might as well not bother anymore and quickly signaled, clear the scene quickly. The special police immediately began cleaning up the scene. Sir, Captain Zhang walked cautiously over to Wang Hao. By then, the special police had already started dispersing the crowd, and when there wasn't anyone around to spectate, he asked quietly, what shall I call you? Sure thing. Wang Hao smiled and took off his glasses. I'm Wang Hao. So it's you. When Captain Zhang saw Wang Hao, he was shocked and then heartily patted his shoulder. You organized that mid-autumn festival event. I saw you from afar, and I thought you were quite young and talented. Seeing you today, you are far more amazing than I imagined. There's someone here who knows me. Wang Hao laughed. You know me, haha, look at this. Master Wang. As the area was no longer dangerous, Jiang Huanyu and his two mates hurried over. Jiang Huanyu was particularly anxious. Master Wang, are you all right? You scared me to death just now. I'm fine. What could be wrong with me? Wang Hao scratched his head, embarrassed. I made everyone worry, haha. Little Hao bro. Xiaowen almost knocked Wang Hao over, exclaiming, You were so awesome just now. Little Hao bro, where did you learn all those skills? Hearing Xiaowen's question, Captain Zhang was also brimming with curiosity. That thunder just now. Actually, it was quite difficult to explain, but Wang Hao's eyes shifted, and he quickly came up with an idea, laughing. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go find a CEF to chat. As they all laughed and went to find a place to chat, the owners of the two stores where Wang Hao had picked up items ran over. One of them, a bald fat man, said, You thought you could hide, and we wouldn't find you? Useless. A remarkable man like you, no matter where you are, stands out like a firefly in the dark, so distinct, so outstanding. Your melancholic eyes, your rare scruffy beard, your incredible stick skills, and that flashy bedsheet have all deeply fascinated me. However, outstanding as you are, there are rules in business, and you must pay for the items you took just now. Wang Hao, Captain Zhang, everyone else present. This guy was a die-hard domestic agent fan. We'll reimburse. We must reimburse. It would be unfair to make Wang Hao pay himself, so Captain Zhang directly took out 200 yuan. Is this enough? Enough, enough. The two store owners nodded, took the money, and hurried off. Then we won't disturb you guys. Let's go. Let's chat inside that shop. Captain Zhang was truly amazed today. Wang Hao had incredibly taken down 8 drug traffickers unscathed and summoned heavenly thunder to handle Huang Zibin. The whole thing was mysterious yet miraculous and impressive. Such talent must be recruited. The group then entered the CAF and found a table in a corner. Captain Zhang smiled. I truly had my eyes open today, bro. These abilities of yours. Where exactly did you learn them? He asked what everyone was extremely curious about. Thunderbolt from a blue sky. Summoning heavenly thunder. Who wouldn't be curious? Well, Wang Hao coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said, My skills were passed down from Ghost Valley, an ancient sage, and it's called wind summoning. Everyone looked at each other and took a sharp breath in unison. Wind summoning. Just hearing the name sounds awesome, doesn't it? Bro, Captain Zhang widened his eyes. Does this wind summoning have any historical significance? It does. It most certainly does. Wang Hao bragged effortlessly, almost believing himself. Back during the Three Kingdoms period, Liu Bei repeatedly visited Zhuge Liang to persuade him to leave his seclusion to help fight Cao Cao at the Battle of Red Cliffs. Cao Cao, being from the north and having soldiers mostly inexperienced with water, chained his ships together intending to cross the Yangtze River. So the Shu Kingdom and Wu country were thinking, what to do? If Cao Cao's million-strong army crosses, we'd be defeated, right? Then Zhou Yu said, they've got ironclad warships, we can use fire attack. But to use fire, we needed east wind, and it was deep winter, what to do? That's when Zhuge Liang said, I have a plan, we can surely borrow the east wind. So that's how it was. Captain Zhang was shocked. The legendary Zhuge Liang who borrowed the east wind was using this wind summoning. Exactly, Wang Hao smiled modestly, but by the time it reached me, it was kinda lost. All I can do is summon a bit of heavenly thunder in a life or death moment, which is far less powerful than Brother Zhuge's east wind that could blow fiercely for 3 days and nights. He talked with a shake of his head and a sway, and if it weren't for the 2,000-year age difference between him and Zhuge Liang, everyone almost bought it. Chapter 561, Bedsheet Hero Goes Viral Online. Bro, you're awesome. Captain Zhang was utterly bamboozled by Wang Hao, and he patted Wang Hao's shoulder hard, saying, You're actually brothers with Kong Ming. Amazing. The people around all gave a thumbs up at the same time. Brother Hao is awesome indeed. Actually, had Wang Hao said this at any other time, everyone would definitely have thought he was bragging, but the problem was that today's events had unfolded right before their eyes. They couldn't help but believe. So at this moment, Wang Hao felt quite frustrated. He was increasingly discovering that the more seriously he spoke, the more others thought he was bragging. Yet the more he bragged, the more they believed it was true. Will people still be able to speak properly in the future? Can they? Ah, it's not that miraculous, Wang Hao said, scratching his head embarrassedly. I just happened to use it. Nothing compared to Brother Kongming. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's still not bad. After all, Kongming is no ordinary person. Ring, ring, ring. Just as they were speaking, Captain Zhang's phone rang. After answering and stepping aside to speak a few words, he came back with a flourish of excitement. Bro, there's a call from Xiao. Captain Zhang handed Wang Hao a business card, saying, Xiao got his hands on the most precious internal data, which includes the detailed information of this whole drug trafficking gang. I have to go and make arrests now. Once everything is handled, I'll apply for a second-class merit for you. Ah, look at you, how embarrassing that is. Only a fool would decline. Then I'll thank you first, Captain Zhang. Wang Hao's eyes widened. Second-class merit. That's quite impressive, right? It's nothing much, really, but with this second-class merit, if you encounter any issues in the future, it'll be convenient for you to get things done with our criminal police team. Since they were preparing to arrest people, they couldn't afford any delay, so Captain Zhang got ready and left. Let's get back in touch once everything is sorted. I'll find Xiao, and we'll have a good drink to celebrate, brother. I'm off. After saying this, Captain Zhang left, and now only Rin Xing and others were left, staring at Wang Hao in astonishment. My brother, you're incredible. Rin Xing, full of envy, exclaimed, You've directly linked up with the criminal police team today. Yeah, Jiang Huanyu nodded constantly. From now on, Master has the criminal police team backing him up. You can strut around confidently. No wonder the two were so envious. In the future, not to mention small matters, but should any major issue arise where they could mobilize the SWAT from the criminal police team, what a scene and what a might that would be. Ah, it's all right. Wang Hao laughed and then stood up, stretching greatly, and said, All right, been busy all day today. Let's head home and rest. Jiang Huanyu, Rin Xing, and Xiao and all nodded together. Okay. Truth be told, they were really exhausted. They had planned to go out to eat just now, but then they smelled someone's barbecue, and they couldn't bring themselves to eat. Never mind, let's just go home and sleep. Everyone headed home to eat and sleep, but right then on the internet, a piece of news literally exploded. It was a Weibo topic titled Encounter at a Filming Site. A spectacular scene. Bedsheet hero shows off his power. Once this Weibo was posted online, it began spreading at a terrifying speed. The topic meticulously recorded the whole scene's video from the perspective of a bystander using a regular Oppo smartphone. The video fully documented the whole incident. It started with several thugs wielding knives chasing a middle-aged man. Then at that moment, the incredibly mysterious bedsheet hero appeared, knocking the thugs down with a few punches and kicks. Then, as one of the thugs pulled out a gun from his pocket, the bedsheet hero let out a loud cry, Who shall be spared by the heavens? Followed by a bolt of lightning that struck the thug down. In today's internet age, the speed at which any news spreads online can be described as the speed of light. Within just half a day, the Weibo post had received over 30,000 likes, 10,000 comments, and over 20,000 shares. Countless netizens left comments below, expressing their astonishment at the bedsheet hero. Really a sight for sore eyes. There's actually a bedsheet hero. The name Bedsheet Hero is just too funny. Please allow me to laugh for 5 minutes before I continue. Just hearing this name makes me laugh like a pig. These are all people who love to watch the excitement and don't think it's a big deal. But of course, some level-headed people started analyzing the authenticity of the Bedsheet Hero and the whole event. After carefully watching the whole incident 20 times, I concluded that this event truly happened and was a gang vengeance event. Definitely not a film crew shooting site. Here's why. First, no filming equipment was seen. Second, the blood on the bodies and faces of those beaten thugs was clearly real. Third, no rigging wires were seen. Then, the person who posted this conclusion was verbally attacked by other uninformed masses below. Not a filming location. Does your gang fight wearing bed sheets? Exactly. That kick sent someone flying over 6 meters away. Try it if you dare. If you can kick someone 2 meters away, I'll admit defeat. A real case. Has your brain gone funny? How do you explain the thunder at the end? Come on, please start your show and demonstrate how to summon heavenly thunder. Another one with a malfunctioning brain. Drag him away next. Regarding this matter, netizens practically split into two factions. One firm in believing it was real, but with many phenomena unclear. The other was absolutely certain it was a filming site. Otherwise, the appearance of the bedsheet hero and the final clear thunderstorm could not be explained. As both sides argued more fiercely, neither could convince the other, eventually turning the topic into the top headline on Weibo. Meanwhile, countless people claimed they were the bedsheet hero, and many who loved excitement and joking posted their imitation photos from home, only to be ridiculed online. Of course, even when the Weibo post had been forwarded hundreds of thousands of times, the actual bedsheet hero had yet to show up, though two shop owners proclaimed that the bedsheet hero was extremely handsome and imposing, taking the opportunity to promote their products. Bedsheet Hero branded bedsheets. You deserve to own one. Bedsheet Hero brand nunchucks. Never miss a strike. Thus, in the midst of the whole event, the sellers of bedsheets and sports goods became the biggest winners, with their previously unsold bedsheets and nunchucks being bought up at a visibly rapid rate. Chapter 562. Awesome and decisive blowing up. The next morning, Wang Hao got up and stretched comfortably. I had a decent sleep last night. A good workout followed by a hearty meal and drink sure makes a difference. Woof woof. Little Bai scampered over, darting around Wang Hao. What are you looking at? I'm not taking you out for a walk today. Wang Hao got dressed and headed to the bathroom. Some to work, some to school, and now it's my turn to leave. Just stay home and behave, got it? Meow. Little Bai reluctantly laid down, looking as pitiful as can be. No matter how pitiful, I'm not taking you out. Did you think I didn't know about one when taking you for a walk this morning? After breakfast, Wang Hao left for work, only to find upon arrival at the office that something about the atmosphere seemed a bit off. Good morning, master. Morning, master. Master. As the employees greeted him one after another, they quickly resumed their chatter. One person said, "Did you all see the news yesterday? It's all over the internet. I spent all night reading comments." Another one said, I saw it. Some say it's real, some say it's fake. I think it's definitely fake. Think about it. Aside from that final thunder, who dresses up like that to fight the mob? Wang Hao. Am I that abnormal? I dressed like that to avoid causing panic among the people, didn't I? A third person confidently shook his head. Well, it's hard to say. The main thing is there were no cameras at the scene, not a single crew member in sight. And then there were the detectives that showed up later. They didn't look like extras at all. At that moment, the first person who thought it was fake interjected. Then how do you explain that thunder? If you don't believe it, just look up and say heaven spares no one. Why don't you try? Fine, I'll try. The third person looked up and then said, See, nothing happened. Wang Hao, were you swearing to the light just now? What's going on? Wang Hao pretended not to understand and asked, something about a superhero called Sheep Man? Have I crossed into another world? You don't know, master? The chattering junior staff gathered around, all talking at once. Yesterday in our Zhonghai city, there was quite a spectacle. A badass character named Sheep Man took on 9 mobsters single-handedly, and at the end, he even summoned a huge thunder that struck down the mob boss on the spot. That guy, while fighting, he even rapped, singing that quick, use your nunchaku, hi. Yes, 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 it was like he had a soulful voice. And you know what? His rap was really catchy. Master, since you can predict the future, why don't you tell us if this is true or not? Well, having heard the few of them, Wang Hao could be certain Jiang Huanyu hadn't spilled the beans. Actually, when you think about it, why did Wang Hao go to such lengths to conceal his identity, even donning a wig? That's because drug traffickers are absolutely a group of extreme terror. If they decide to take revenge, they wouldn't care whether they got you or your family members. They would go after anyone they could find. Isn't that the reason why Xiaowen is staying at my place? As for that question, Wang Hao laughed heartily, then pulled out his phone and said, let me check it out. Wow, this Sheep Man is really cool. Look at his moves, definitely a trained fighter. The way he spins those nunchaku, brilliant. Not bad, not bad. And that lightning, are special effects this advanced now. After watching the entire video, Wang Hao was even more certain he hadn't given away any signs. Then he brazenly bragged. This guy, according to my verdict, definitely has some real skills, not your average Joe. But this whole thing is definitely fake. Can't you see it's obviously a filming set with so many people recording with their phones? Nowadays, phone cameras have such high resolution. The recordings make it seem more real. You know, there are a lot of online series directors, right? They can't pull in big investments, so the equipment they use for filming surely won't be as good as professional crews. Online series directors? Everyone listened and immediately believed him. It's true, many online series are being filmed with just smartphones nowadays. They prepare a script and then start shooting. It's hard to gauge the quality, but for a bit of fun, it's definitely no problem. See what I mean? I told you, it's definitely fake. The employee who had always believed it was fake said triumphantly, "Don't believe me? Just look up and say, heaven spares no one." How could it possibly be that just at that moment a thunderbolt strikes? It's definitely special effects. But I must say, Sheetman is quite cool, badass. Yes, certainly badass. Wang Hao complimented himself without blushing or panting, then asked, "By the way, has Mr. Zhang arrived?" "He's here, discussing business in his office," the staff said excitedly. "Master, you're amazing. Ever since you joined our company, our luck has been on the up. The two clients who came this morning, both are big deals." While they were talking, the door to Zhang Huanyu's office opened, and Zhang Huanyu followed two clients out of the office, shaking hands as he walked. "I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Have a safe trip. Likewise, Mr. Zhang, please stay." After the clients took the elevator, Zhang Huanyu returned to his office and burst into cheers. "Yeehaw! Negotiated another deal. 2 million. I'm adding a chicken drumstick for everyone at lunch today. Another successful deal. That's fantastic." All employees in the office were extremely excited, with Zhang Huanyu the most thrilled since it was his company. He came over, hugged Wang Hao's arm, and laughed. "Master, come with me. I just closed another deal. I'm going to get you a membership card." Since Wang Hao's arrival, the company had been on a roll, so naturally, Zhang Huanyu was very generous with him. She had trouble deciding what to give Wang Hao, pondering for a long time before deciding to give whatever came to mind. Soon it was time to go to yoga class at the gym, so a gym membership card for the master seemed perfect. Huh? A membership card? Wang Hao thought for a moment, rubbing his chin. Anyway, why refuse something that's free? All right, I'm game. Just consider it a stroll. The two of them headed downstairs, and while taking the elevator, Zhang Huanyu laughed. "We're going to the Golden Sand Fitness Club. It has a very nice environment. I'll get you a membership, and you can go and have fun whenever. Speaking of which," he paused, then continued, "I just so happen to have a couple of girlfriends who've been eager to meet you when they heard about your miracles. They should be at the gym now, so you can meet them later." "Girlfriends, huh?" Wang Hao stroked his chin and smiled. "Sure, let's meet and see." "Uffed, what grand scenes haven't I witnessed? Just 2 girlfriends. Bring on as many as you like. I can handle them all." Chapter 563. Where did this pretty boy come from? Ugh. Golden Sand Fitness Club? Wang Hao had heard of it. It could be said to be the largest fitness club chain in the country, spread across all the major cities of the Heavenly People's Republic. When Wang Hao and his companion arrived at the building of Zhonghai Mall where the club was located, Wang Hao looked up and saw that the fitness club occupied an entire floor of the mall, with just its huge sign alone being 20 meters long. The two entered the mall and headed straight for the club on the 5th floor. At the entrance, Zhang Huanyu pulled out her membership card. Beep. After swiping it at the main entrance, they entered the Golden Sand Fitness Club. From the outside, the Golden Sand Fitness Club had already been quite impressive, but the interior was even more spacious. There were running training centers, cycling centers, various fitness equipment centers, taekwondo hall, Sanda club, wrestling club, and even clubs for global MMA and UFC enthusiasts. Jiang is here. After all, Zhang Huanyu was a great beauty, and her popularity inside the club was evident. As the two made their way, many male members stopped to greet her upon seeing her. When they saw Wang Hao next to Zhang Huanyu, they disdainfully muttered under their breath, "Who's this pretty boy? PSH. Wang Hao, did I offend you guys?" "Here we are." Zhang led Wang Hao to where the membership cards were managed and directly swiped her card. "Get a diamond card." The Golden Sand Fitness Club had many levels of membership, from regular to silver to gold, from platinum to diamond, encompassing 5 grades. The one Zhang was getting for Wang Hao was the highest level, diamond, $60,000 a year, zeroing out each year. Correspondingly, each Diamond Card member was assigned a professional-level fitness coach dedicated to serving them. Master, would you choose a fitness coach? The membership card was processed quickly, taking just 2 minutes, and then it was time to choose a fitness coach. Speaking of which, the last time Wang Hao went to a fitness club, he had been with Ice Princess, and back then he was a nobody without much fuss. Now it seemed, however, that Ice Princess had actually been compromising by coming to a club of this class. It barely met her standards. Wang Hao thought about it, looked at the row of more than a dozen fitness coaches exclusively for Diamond members, then shook his head. I think I'll pass, just here to mess around. Don't you need a professional fitness coach? Jiang Huanyu curiously looked at him. Many of these fitness coaches are retired from the national team, very professional. It would be a pity not to use one. I think, maybe, probably, perhaps. Wang Hao shrugged. Not really necessary. At that point, the fitness coaches couldn't stand it any longer. Was this young man so arrogant? These were professional-level fitness coaches, each one formerly a sparring partner in the national team. And now he says he doesn't need one? Does he think he's a world champion? This, sir, one of the fitness coaches smiled and said, I believe you do need a fitness coach. We were all professional-level sparring partners before we retired, serving national-level athletes. Choosing us to serve you will surely not disappoint. Actually, I just don't see much point. Wang Hao smiled subtly. I'm quite satisfied with my current state. But if you'll let me train freely, I wouldn't mind picking one randomly. May I? The fitness coach who had just spoken stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Zhang Deming. I was a sparring partner in the athletics department of the National Sports Administration. A sparring partner in the athletics department of the National Sports Administration? Now that sounded quite prestigious. All right then. Wang Hao thought about it, and then nodded. You'll be fine. Any good suggestions? I suggest you start with a physical fitness test, Zhang Deming suggested, to get a specific understanding of your body. Based on your actual conditions, I can recommend specific programs for you. A physical fitness test? That actually sounded pretty good. Currently, I didn't have any clear understanding of my body. After all, the luck dice had enhanced my body several times, and I didn't know what level it would be at now. Sure, Wang Hao nodded. Let's go try it then. Immediately, Wang Hao, Jiang Huanyu, and Zhang Deming walked towards the fitness testing area inside the Golden Sand Club. The membership card of Golden Sand Fitness Club was expensive for good reason. From the outside, there were quite a few separate areas, but once inside, it was a different story. Just the 100-meter synthetic track in front of their eyes was not something any club could have, let alone all the other individually tailored training equipment. Each piece was quite expensive. At that moment, in front of that 100-meter track, a crowd of dozens had already gathered, buzzing with discussion. Lu Dong, good luck. Lu Dong, I believe in you. Lu Dong, break the record. From the crowd, such cheers emerged intermittently, confusing Wang Hao. What's going on here? Is there a competition? While he was wondering, 2 young women ran over. Upon seeing Jiang Huanyu, they immediately hugged her arm. Jiang, you're here. Then, turning to Wang Hao. Is this the master you mentioned? He looks pretty handsome, hee. Jiang Huanyu quickly introduced him. My good friends, Fei Fei and Taozi. Birds of a feather flocked together. Jiang Huanyu herself was a stunning beauty, and her friends were evidently not bad-looking either. Fei Fei appeared to be more lively and active, wearing a ponytail, exuding youthful vibes. Taozi, on the other hand, seemed more composed, blushing with a shy smile when laughing. The beauty of being surrounded by pretty women feels pretty good. What's happening up front? Wang Hao looked towards the track, curiously asking, is there a competition? That thing. Fei Fei pulled everyone to the side of the track, saying, Lu Dong is testing his physical fitness again. He's been really dedicated recently. He said that today he wants to break the record he has held for 3 years. Held a record for 3 years? Looks like he's got some skills. Wang Hao looked carefully, and at the starting point of the track, there indeed was someone warming up. The man was about 26 or 27 years old, sporting a tan, with a buzz cut, sharply defined features, thick brows, big eyes, and particularly, each of his muscles was distinct. His physique alone was enough to make the ladies scream. Looks like he's got some capabilities. Wang Hao nodded and said, his speed shouldn't be bad. Just then, the fitness coach Zhang Deming spoke up. Mr. Wang, since they're about to try 100 meters, why don't you give it a shot as well? Try out 100 meters? This I can do. Let's see what kind of physical condition I'm in right now. Chapter 564, Just an Amateur. The first time I strengthened my body with the dust bead, it mainly enhanced endurance. Since then, I've strengthened it twice more. Now, I really don't know what state my body is in, but trying the 100 meters is just perfect. Sure. Wang Hao took off his jacket and handed it naturally to Jiang Huanyu. I also plan to see what shape I'm in right now. In fact, Wang Hao's actions were very natural, but coincidentally, Lu Dong happened to see this. Is this brother new here? Lu Dong, who had just finished warming up, came over with a grin. He first gave Jiang Huanyu a meaningful look, and then sized up Wang Hao with a thorough up-and-down glance. Brother's about to try the 100 meters? That's fine. I've been lacking an opponent and can't seem to find my rhythm. Wait a bit, and I'll guide you. Just be careful when you run, don't trip and fall, okay? Indeed, beauty always has its legion of protectors. Who would have thought I'd encounter one here? I'm really just giving it a casual try, Wang Hao smiled modestly. It's just a casual run, we don't need to make it too formal. My name is Wang Hao, and you are, brother? Nice to meet you. I'm Lu Dong. Lu Dong laughed heartily, then turned and walked away, saying as he did, Everyone, please step back. Today, I'll have a little competition with this brother. It's rare to have someone to practice with. Later, I will demonstrate the standard technique for the 100 meters. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter, especially the girls from the fitness club. Their eyes were like spotlights. Go Lu Dong. I support you. Try to beat him by 10 meters. More than 10 meters. Our young master Lu should at least beat him by 20 meters. Absolutely. Don't hesitate. Young master Lu, go harder. Run faster. You're my hero. Wang Hao watched, dumbfounded. Lu Dong's popularity was indeed explosive. Looking at those women, hyped up as if they had been injected with adrenaline. What's this guy's story? Wang Hao glanced at Lu Dong, then at Jiang Huanyu. Your admirer? Just a playboy. Jiang Huanyu replied with a cold laugh and shook her head. Relying on some family wealth and a little athletic talent, he flirts everywhere. I would never fall for someone like him. With that, Wang Hao instantly understood. This guy was clearly a show-off who liked to flaunt himself in front of women, probably leveraging his decent physical condition to hook up with quite a few. Thankfully, Zhang wasn't one of those fangirls. Her immunity to such playboys was quite impressive. Master, Fei whispered, are you up for it? If not, don't run. Lu Dong really does have a talent for sports. If you're not up to it, don't go on stage. This guy loves to show off in front of Jiang. He's been coming around, flirting in secret. Oh, it's nothing much. Wang Hao stroked his chin, then looked at Lu Dong and smiled. I've got a feeling, and my gut tells me he's set for a tragedy today, All right, get the drinks. Ready, guys, I'm going up. Humph, just a showy playboy. I've even been a sheet warrior. So why would I fear him? Wang Hao then went to the changing room to put on the specialized sportswear. After all, being a diamond-level guest, both the sportswear and professional sneakers were prepared by the gym. He quickly changed, and when Wang Hao emerged, the whole area around the track fell silent in an instant. At that moment, Wang Hao possessed a well-proportioned muscular physique. Although he wasn't sweating, his skin shimmered with a moist gloss that caught the eyes of onlookers. It was like looking at the finest jade, a pleasant sight that wasn't too dazzling. And what truly astonished those present was not just this. In fact, the really surprising thing was Wang Hao's muscles that, although not excessively eye-catching, enabled one to perfectly feel his explosive strength. The lines were soft and symmetrical, with his 8-pack abs faintly visible and the biceps of both arms clearly containing explosive power. Didn't see that coming, Lu Dong said seriously upon seeing Wang Hao's form. I thought you were just an ordinary guy, but it looks like you've got some skill after all. No wonder you're hanging around with Jiang. Not bad. Wang Hao smiled and then loosened up with a couple of stretches. Felt pretty good. I heard that you hold the record here. Right, Lu Dong said with a proud smile. 100 meters in 10.33 seconds. I've held this record for 3 years. Why? Do you have some ideas about my record? Having a specific number was helpful. 10.33 seconds? Wang Hao stroked his chin and nodded. Not bad. Should be no problem. He was afraid that if he didn't control himself and ran too fast, it would be tricky to handle. With this number in mind, just being a little bit faster would be no problem. Hee. Wang Hao didn't take the record seriously, but Lu Dong was not having it. Acting all high and mighty. You think it's no problem with you? My record is tough even for national-level athletes to break. Kid, don't talk big or you might twist your tongue with the wind. Come on, stop talking and start practicing. Let me show you how it's done. Sure, Wang Hao shrugged. Let's get started then. And with that, the two hit the track. Lu Dong, true to his professional-level training, quickly got into the ready position, with a posture so perfect it could match a textbook. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was amateurish. His posture was the very natural one where one foot was in front of the other without even squatting down. That's how elementary students usually run. Ha 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 ha. You can tell he's an amateur, doesn't even know the starting position. I bet he'll be 30 meters behind Lu Dong. Not that slow, 25 meters, no more. Go Lu Dong. I love you. For a while, there were boos, laughter, cheers for Lu Dong, and the whole gym echoed with laughter, waiting for the race to start and to see Wang Hao make a fool of himself. Even the fitness coach, Zhang Deming, laughed, thought he was a pro, but he seems pretty amateurish. I thought he had some skill a moment ago, but it looks like I rated him too highly, Lu Dong thought smugly, becoming even more certain. Just an amateur. Watch me break my own record today, and then I'll really show off in front of Jiang. Maybe I'll win her over today. By this time, the judge had also readied the starter's pistol, raising it high. Suddenly, the whole gym fell silent. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the race began. Chapter 565. Holy shit, this won't do. Lu Dong had seriously prepared before running, with a textbook-perfect starting stance for the 100 meters. So when the gunshot sounded, he burst forth with power. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lu Dong accelerated to his maximum speed, his legs powerfully propelling him forward with a strong sprinting force that sent him shooting along the track like an arrow released from a bow. Practically a man who was the wind itself. And then, he saw Wang Hao surge forward with rocket-like speed, passing him by, exceeding him by 2 meters, by 5 meters. What the heck? Lu Dong's jaw nearly dropped in shock. With his current speed, he could possibly break into under 10 seconds for the 100 meters, approaching a national record. But how could Wang Hao be so fast, and with such an amateur starting stance? As Lu Dong was doubting life itself, on the other side, Wang Hao was also dumbfounded. Too fast. Holy crap, even faster. No freaking way, I must slow down. Wang Hao kept screaming in his mind, damn it all, but it wasn't his fault. Anyone hitting sub 10 seconds for the 100 meters at 80% effort would probably say the same. This wasn't something that could be simply explained by being a little bit fit. He had to slow down. Slow down. Thinking this, Wang Hao quickly reduced his power by another 5%. Okay, this was good enough. Just pull Lu Dong by about 2 meters or so, right? How hard could it be? Beep, beep, beep. Soon he dashed past the finish line, and the referee blew the whistle at the same time. Mr. Wang Hao, 100 meters time, 10 seconds 1-1. Mr. Lu Dong, 100 meters time, 10 seconds 3-2. It was a new record. Lu Dong's 3-year record was actually broken. After a brief silence at the venue, it instantly erupted into chaos. 10 seconds 1-1. My goodness, that's nearing national-level sprinter performance. So amazing. Directly broke the record held by Lu Dong for 3 years. Hey, I've just realized he's actually quite handsome too. Even the fitness coach Zhang Deming was stunned. No way that fast. After all, he had retired from the national team, but he had never seen anyone run this damn well. The bystanders unaware of the truth were buzzing with discussion, and both Fei Fei and Taozi were also flabbergasted. What's going on? Just like that, casually breaking Lu Dong's record? 10 seconds 1-1. With a bit of proper training, this could be Olympic level. Jiang. I wasn't seeing things just now, was I? Fei Fei, clutching Jiang Huanyu's arm, shook it vigorously. That's too incredible. The master is simply unbeatable. Jiang, what's this? This guy has done even more badass things. The bedsheet hero that went viral over the internet these past few days? That's him. You all don't have a clue, do you? But I do. Suddenly, Jiang felt incredibly proud, didn't she? While everyone else was shocked, Wang Hao was feeling quite relieved. 10 seconds flat. Phew, that's a relief. At least it's somewhat reasonable. I was scared to death just now. Wang Hao kept wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. If he'd run 100 meters in 8 seconds, he definitely would have been snatched up by the non-human research center for all sorts of tests. How could he then happily go shopping? How could he go on lovely dates with Ice Princess, smooching away? And how could he go around showing off? What's the difference between a life without bragging and a salted fish? What in the world happened just now? Lu Dong stuttered as he looked at Wang Hao, shivering as he spoke. That was, well. Wang Hao scratched his head and let out a laugh, quickly changing the subject. Just broke a record. Oh well, can't help it. It's talent. Haha, talent. Right. Talent. Lu Dong suddenly got excited upon hearing this, his demeanor changing quickly. Yeah, talent. Winning with that isn't much. I mean, it's only natural for people with good talent to run a bit faster in the 100 meters. But let's not compare that. Let's compete in something more technical. Young man, can you play table tennis? Let me, your elder brother, give you a few tips. Table tennis? That does require good eyesight and quick reactions. I mean, with you being so passionate, it'd be rude for me to refuse, right? Sure. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. So we're playing table tennis? Let's go, table tennis it is. Lu Dong turned on his heel and marched off, determined to regain his honor in table tennis after his setback in the 100 meters. Are they going to play table tennis now? Fei Fei looked at Jiang Huanyu and whispered, Master must be pretty amazing, being able to play table tennis. He must be really good, right? To be honest, Jiang really couldn't say for sure. After all, table tennis requires technical skill, especially since Lu Dong had once vaguely mentioned while trying to cozy up to her that he seemed to be an amateur member of the national team. In plain terms, he had acted as a sparring partner for national champions, so his skills definitely weren't lacking. It should be fine. Jiang wasn't completely sure, but she was optimistic. Of course, since Master has accepted the challenge, he must be confident. So, a large group of people headed over to the table tennis table, gathering around to watch. Hey, young man, let's just say the stuff before was warm-up. Now that we're playing table tennis, I've got to play seriously. Lu Dong brought out a pair of paddles, tossed one to Wang Hao, and said, Since we're playing, we've got to have some stakes, right? Sure, Wang Hao said as he bounced the paddle in his hand, feeling good about it. What do you want to bet? Push-ups. Lu Dong slammed the decision down without hesitation. Let's bet on push-ups. 10 for every point. Oh, that's fine. Wang Hao nodded his agreement at once. 10 push-ups per point, right? Right. 10 per point. Having said this, Lu Dong was almost bursting with joy inside. This bumpkin, he has no idea what I'm about. Former national table tennis team champion's practice partner, I might not boast about winning international awards, but crushing average Joes in China is just too easy. How dare this chap accept? Just watch how you'll be so tired of push-ups that you'll puke. Betting on push-ups? That's cool. There'll be a show to watch when the time comes. I hear it's 10 push-ups per point. Damn, won't that Wang Hao end up puking from doing push-ups? Everyone who frequently comes to Golden Sand knows how badass Lu Dong is at table tennis. When they heard there was a bet, they immediately crowded around. In fact, sports competitions aren't that interesting on their own, but they can't resist a bet. Why else would betting on games be so popular? As soon as the news spread, a lot of people started placing bets. Place your bets now. Odds are 3-1 for Lu Dong winning, and 1-3 for Wang Hao winning. Anyone playing? The crowd responded with enthusiasm, as it was a high-class fitness center, and nearly everyone who could be there was no shortage of money. Yes. I bet on Lu Dong to win, 500. I bet on Lu Dong, 300. I bet on Lu Dong, 1,000. While people were busily placing their bets, there came a contrarian in the crowd. I bet on Wang Hao to win, 1,000. The surrounding crowd fell silent instantly, turning to look at him. Don't look at me like that, just showing some moral support, you know? And then he added, and while we're at it, let me put down another 9,000 on Lu Dong winning. Chapter 566, Golden Tiger. Wang Hao's eyes were glued to the flurry of bets being placed on the other side. Bro, isn't this a bit unfair? You guys don't have any faith in me. Jiang, shall we go place a bet too? Fei glanced at Wang Hao, then at Jiang Huanyu, and whispered, I'm betting on Master to win. Taozi joined in. Me too. Let's go. Women who could be bosses usually have a spirit of adventure and are decisive. So Jiang immediately took her 2 girlfriends and stepped forward. We're betting on Wang Hao to win. She was used to calling him Master and almost misspoke. In fact, Jiang and her friends were just trying to cheer Wang Hao on. But to everyone else, it looked a little different. After all, a guy getting support from 3 beautiful women could definitely spark an explosive jealousy that was too much to handle. Wow, the 3 beauties are actually betting on Wang Hao to win. The one who started the betting parlor and often hung around here for fun was a rich second generation named Zhang Haifeng. He spoke with confidence, and of course, with even more explosive jealousy. That kid looks like a total loser, and you're betting on him. Fine, the odds for Wang Hao to win are 1 to 3. How much do you want to bet? Last time, Jiang Huanyu made hundreds of thousands following Wang Hao's stock tips. She couldn't miss such a good opportunity this time, even if it meant losing, so she decisively said, 50,000. Fei, I'll bet 10,000. Taozi, I'll bet 10,000 too. Done. Zhang Haifeng, with a toothpick in his mouth, nodded. Join the WeChat group, then we'll place our bets. I've got to be clear, this is just for wins and losses. It doesn't matter how many balls they hit. We'll just see who loses more balls by the end. Even if it's by just 1 ball, that's a loss. Everyone got it. Everyone nodded in agreement. Of course. And so they joined the group, then transferred the money. The bet was placed, everyone was ready, and Wang Hao and Lu Dong were poised and ready to start the match. Shhhhhh. The sound of the referee's whistle quieted down the crowd. This time, the referee officiating the match was a Japanese man who started with an almost impassioned introduction. Let's welcome him. To my left is a man solely in pursuit of immense strength, the battle-hardened peak achiever, Golden Tiger, Lu Dong. His weapon is the powerful force that can end a fight in the blink of an eye. He's called this because he simply cannot be stopped. With a posture that embodies victory, he is truly a fierce tiger. The crowd erupted in applause, helpless against the prestige of Golden Tiger. All their pocket money was riding on him now. Then, when introducing Wang Hao, the atmosphere obviously shifted. The Japanese referee walked up to Wang Hao and simply said 3 words, "Screw you." Wang Hao, are you seriously going to treat us this differently? After his impassioned introduction, the Japanese referee asked, according to the rules agreed upon by both parties, we will use professional-level table tennis rules. There is no limit to the number of points per game, and the game goes on until one side calls stop. At the end of the match, the side with the most lost balls will be declared the loser. Do we all agree? If there are no objections, the match will begin soon. I agree, Lu Dong said, utterly confident and regarding it as an adult bullying a child. I can start at any time. I have no problems, Wang Hao smiled. Let's begin. Good. The Japanese referee swiftly crossed his arms, both players ready, and he shouted loudly. The time to realize dreams has arrived. Soon, the battle staking dreams and pride between men will begin. He then blew the whistle. Shhhhh. The match had begun. Lu Dong served the first ball. The posture of a national champion sparring partner was impeccable. Lu Dong tossed the ball high and with a sleek motion, smacked it. The ping-pong ball soared in a mysterious trajectory toward the corner of Wang Hao's table. The angle of the ball was particularly tricky, prompting a unified "oh" from the watching crowd. Ping-pong is indeed a test of reflexes. The ball flies very fast, and a moment's delay could mean missing the ball and conceding a point. Actually, Lu Dong's serve was quite good, but the issue was, Wang Hao was no ordinary opponent now. To others, the rapidly moving ping-pong ball was only a blur, but to Wang Hao, it seemed to slow to a crawl. The changes to his body from the last 2 rolls of the luck dice had surpassed his expectations. The white ping-pong ball gently spun in the air before flying towards Wang Hao. It traced a graceful arc in the air, lightly tapped the table, and then, smack! With an effortless flick, Wang Hao sent the ball back in an even more mystical trajectory, barely touching the edge of Lu Dong's table. First point, Wang Hao wins. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. What just happened? Losing a point right from the start. Did I see that right? We just started and already lost a point. It must be sheer luck. Exactly, definitely luck. How else could Lu Dong lose a ball so easily? It's just the start. Giving away 1 point is normal. That's it. The Japanese referee was also taken aback, astonished for a good while, before he finally flipped the scorecard. 0-1. This. Lu Dong picked up the ball, a flash of embarrassment crossing his face before regaining composure. Hey, friendship first, competition second. Just gave you a point. But next, I'm playing for real. Jiang Huanyu and her friends started to tense up at the sight of Lu Dong getting serious. After all, Lu Dong's table tennis skills were famous throughout Golden Sand, with even some foreign professional-level players coming here to seek his advice. Oh, the referee, energized by Lu Dong's words, declared, "The so-called sport of table tennis requires the harmony of heart, skill, and body." Now, Lu Dong is in his best state of mind. With over a decade of connection with table tennis, he's sure to seize victory in the end. Wang Hao, is it really all right for you to be this biased? Pal, just you watch. Lu Dong, holding the ball, glared viciously at Wang Hao, said, "You're going to lose miserably. Prepare to do 500 push-ups, because I won't hold back any longer." Wang Hao sniffed. Oh, then. Second serve, Wang Hao wins. Chapter 567. Lu, Shan, Sheng, Long, Ko. What's going on? The jaws of the people around almost hit the floor. The man who could almost be called legendary just lost 2 points in a row. Was he still half asleep today? This is unscientific. How could the formidable Lu Dong actually lose 2 points in a row? Come on, Lu Dong. I bet on you to win. I bet all my pocket money for this month on you. Go for it, Lu Dong. The one who is resolved to win must surely make a mark. Even the Japanese referee began to desperately cheer him on. You absolutely can't underestimate your opponent, even if they're not well known. You must give it your all. Go, Golden Tiger, you can definitely win. Holding the ball, Lu Dong stared intently at Wang Hao and snorted coldly. Letting you have 2 points is my limit. Now I'm going to really start playing. Brace yourself and get ready to do push-ups. If I don't make you do 200 today, I won't let it go that easily. Wang Hao. The third point, Wang Hao won. Nanny, the Japanese referee broke into a cold sweat. We might not be fully aware of Mr. Wang Hao's new techniques, but that's all right. The Golden Tiger will surely secure the final victory. The fourth point, Wang Hao won. The entire audience was in uproar. What's happening? The so-called Golden Sand Ping Pong Tiger Lu Dong. Is he really this vulnerable? Lu Dong, what are you thinking? How could you be so careless? Did you overexert yourself last night? Don't drag us down with you. My pocket money. Oh my God. I was planning to use that to pick up girls. Lu Dong gritted his teeth as he looked at Wang Hao, wishing he could pin him to the ground and bite a chunk of flesh off him. Kid, you're going to regret this, I promise. Now I'm dead serious, and today I'll show you what despair really means. Wang Hao. The fifth point, Wang Hao won. The sixth point, Wang Hao won. The seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th points, Wang Hao won. Japanese referee, Lu Dong. The three ladies from Jiang Huanyu. The spectators, completely dumbfounded. This. The Japanese referee was sweating bullets. He had bet 100,000 yen on Lu Dong. Perhaps the victory isn't ripe for the taking yet, but that's all right. We should break free from superstitions and dare to fight head-on. Lu Dong was completely silent, covered in cold sweat, holding the racket and murmuring, "Damn it, it's match point again. There's no way out. Since I was a child, I've always been the #1 ping pong player in our district. This is the battle for our generation's honor. What I'm striking isn't just a ball. It's the miserable fate of never being able to win a world championship." With that, he suddenly stripped off his clothes, revealing a muscular physique, and yelled, "Prepare for the next move I'm about to make." This posture. The Japanese referee was suddenly shocked and exclaimed, "This shot. Could it be the legendary?" As he spoke, his emotions surged and he shouted, "Indeed, it is that move, reincarnation eye. Wow, it seems Mr. Wang Hao is truly ignorant of true power." Because what Mr. Lu Dong is about to unleash is his signature move, the Lu Shan Rising Dragon Slam. Wang Hao, are you really sure your commentary is okay? Take this, Wang Hao. Lu Dong shouted as the ping-pong ball soared high. And then, the 11th point, Wang Hao won. It seems like the gap in strength can't be bridged by just shouting. Wang Hao casually tossed aside his paddle, grinning as he started counting on his fingers. 2 hands aren't enough. Gotta use the toes too. Look here, a total of 11 points. And according to what we said earlier, 10 push-ups per point. So that's 110 push-ups. Now, please start your performance. Is everything over? Lu Dong slumped to the ground with a thud, his eyes lifeless. So all efforts are really in vain. Wang Hao, he shrugged without much ado, pretending to be profound. It wasn't naivety that defeated you, it was talent. Keep it up, comrade. Ha ha ha. Seems like my physical fitness is freakishly awesome nowadays. Watching Lu Dong start doing push-ups, the whole place erupted. My pocket money, all gone. The golden tiger Lu Dong actually lost so miserably. How is that even possible? My life, my finances for this month. People were wailing. Miserably. One by one they were utterly devastated. It was a pitiful sight to behold. Ah! Wang Hao laughed heartily, snapping his fingers with flair. You all placed your bets, right? Time to collect the money. What are we waiting for? Collect the money? Yes, let's collect. Jiang Huanyu finally snapped out of it, and the 3 girls rushed over to collect the cash. When they came back, their eyes were squinted with glee, looking at Wang Hao as if he were a god of wealth. Master, you're incredible. Who knew you could play ping pong so well? Do you even need to ask? Wang Hao said proudly, flipping his hair. You should ask if there's anything I'm not good at. Master. Fei Fei then tugged at Wang Hao. Let's go to the rest area for a break. Have some coffee. I'll treat you. Hee. I also wanted to consult you about something, Master. Rest and have coffee in the rest area? That sounds good. Sure. Wang Hao nodded, exuding the air of a master. What's the matter? If it's something difficult, I'll have to charge a consultation fee. Jiang Huanyu coquettishly protested. You're going to charge your good friend? That's right. Wang Hao bluffed seriously. It's about the red envelope. That's a matter of ritual, an offering to the gods. If you don't make an offering, how can you expect a miracle? Yes, that makes sense, Fei Fei said reverently. Master, I've been paying attention to someone these past few days. Could you help me see what kind of person he is, if he's good? Face reading? Wang Hao let out a sigh. For such a small matter, you don't need to give any red envelope. We're all friends here. Where is this person? Of course, in the rest area. Fei Fei led a few people toward the rest area of the Golden Sand Fitness Club. Since the Golden Sand Fitness Club was one of the largest gyms in Zhonghai City, it naturally had facilities like a rest area. Once they arrived, Wang Hao looked around. This is truly a high-end place. The overall air of the rest area could easily rival high-end coffee shops like Starbucks or Rattle. Master, look quickly, over there, Fei Fei whispered to Wang Hao after they entered the rest area, pointing to a young man not far away. The one wearing a light blue t-shirt and gray jeans. What do you think? Chapter 568. This scene is quite explosive. Light blue t-shirt with gray jeans? Wang Hao looked carefully, and, from his angle, he couldn't see the man's face directly, only a rough outline of his side profile. Overall, everything seemed pretty good. He could be considered handsome, and there was nothing particularly notable about his face. He subconsciously thought the man didn't seem too bad. But after all, Wang Hao had remained cautious. Let me take a look, said Wang Hao, who took a long detour around the surroundings and circled around the young man. When he came back, however, he shook his head and said, This guy, from the side, he looks fine, but from the front, this man, no good. This man is no good. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, the few people present were instantly stunned. Because, in their eyes, that young man seemed quite all right in all aspects. So why was he no good? Master, what exactly is wrong with him? Fei Fei looked at Wang Hao with a puzzled face. I've been investigating this guy for quite some time. His family background is really good. His parents are both company executives, and he himself is a graduate from a prestigious university. I remember it seems to be the physics department of Zhonghai University. He looks okay too, a genuine tall, Rich and handsome guy. Where is he not good? Well, Wang Hao touched his chin and whispered. From the side, this guy seems fine in every aspect. But from the front, his facial features, they're not that great. Simply put, his nose and mouth are a bit crooked, and when he smiles, it gives off a disingenuous feeling. His eyes, well, they are a bit like the unpropitious phoenix eyes, and such people often encounter romantic troubles. Oh, of course, the most crucial point is that I just saw his forehead appeared somewhat dark today, which indicates he might be approaching misfortune. As Wang Hao finished speaking, the three women looked at each other. Could there really be such mystique? This seemingly normal guy, once the master spoke, why suddenly did he seem unviewable? No way. Fei Fei was still somewhat unbelieving. I can understand him having romantic troubles, but master, are you really sure he's going to be unlucky today? Wang Hao nodded with a smile, and just then the coffee was brought over. He gently picked it up and took a sip, looking profound and inscrutable. Whether he'll be unlucky or not, you'll find out soon enough. Actually, Wang Hao's face reading wasn't always so accurate, but after playing ping-pong earlier, he felt the dice of fortune buzz slightly. His spirit felt completely different. It must have been when he handed his clothes to Jiang Huanyu and touched it, taking it out privately to check. He saw it was good luck indeed. No wonder he was feeling so on point today, huh? When luck is on your side, whatever you say must come true. At this time, the three women were still puzzled. After all, the photo Wang Hao used to read Jiang Huanyu's fate depicted events that had already happened, so his accuracy there could make sense. But today, the events haven't happened yet, and whether or not they would unfold as he said was most important. Hello, are you sad story? While they were sitting there, they saw a flamboyantly dressed, seductive girl walking over. She glanced at the man in question and then plopped down next to him. Speaking of which, you're pretty handsome. The moment this woman appeared, Jiang and the others were instantly shocked. What was going on? They'd just mentioned romantic troubles, and now someone had shown up? But it didn't seem right. The girl appeared to know him already. How could that be considered romantic trouble? Sad story, Jiang smirked. Fei Fei, this guy you're interested in has quite an interesting online name. How does he look sad to you? I used to think he was one of the good guys, but now it seems he's not a decent person, Fei Fei pouted. The master was right after all. It's a life destined for romantic misfortune. Is that Wei Wei? The tragic story looked up, smiled, and said, you really do look just like in the photo. You said before you didn't Photoshop it, and it seems like you were telling the truth. Where are we heading next? The girl named Wei Wei glanced around and said, with so many eyes around here, how about we get a room? How about that? Are they already preparing to get a room? This feels like a hookup arranged over WeChat. A bunch of dogs and bitches. Fei Fei was feeling terrible. Thank God the master came today. Otherwise, I might have ended up throwing myself at their mercy. Fei Fei, don't worry. Jiang Huanyu, with her arm around Fei Fei's, smiled and said, the master said he's facing a crisis today. Let's see what happens to him in a bit, hee. Just as the tragic story and Wei Wei were about to get a room, suddenly another woman burst in furiously. The moment she saw the tragic story, she slapped him, and with a smack, he was stunned, while Jiang Huanyu stood there in shock too. How dare you, Zhang Yang? You really live up to your name. Sneaking around behind my back, aren't you? The woman, who seemed to be in her 30s, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Zhang Yang, saying, I've been feeding and clothing you, and now you have the nerve to pull this behind my back? Get out. Get out now. I'll count to 3, and if you're not heading back home, I'll break your damn legs. Wang Hao, Jiang Huanyu, Fei Fei, Taozi. Oh my God, what a bombshell. Does this seem like a sugar baby caught sneaking around? Zhang Yang, dejected, walked out, and the wealthy woman gave Wei Wei a slap. You shameless temptress, running around seducing men. Why don't you just die? Then she stormed off. The whole rest area was deathly quiet. Everyone was stunned. It all happened so fast, they could hardly keep up. Fei Fei, after seeing this scene, was at first startled, then covered her face with her hands. Why is my life such a tragedy? Woo. What's going on here? Wang Hao, head tilted, looked at her curiously. Fei Fei, what's wrong with you? It's just someone who was misled. It's not that serious, is it? It's not really her fault. Jiang Huanyu helplessly shook her head. Our Fei Fei is great in so many ways, but for some reason, she just has this luck. Yes. At this point, Taozi finally explained to Wang Hao. Master, let me tell you. Fei Fei comes from a respectable background. Both her parents are corporate executives. Not to mention they have assets worth millions, if not millions outright. She herself has a good job too, earning more than 20,000 a month. Plus, you've seen how she looks. Not on par with great beauties like Jiang Jiang, but at least she could grace any hall or enter any kitchen. But for some reason, she's always faced setbacks in love. Ever since she was young, anyone she had eyes for either had their own tragedies or weren't reliable. She had a guy pursuing her once. They were well matched, but then that guy, a car accident. Next, Fei Fei thought she'd give a proper relationship a try. Just as things were looking up, the guy cheated on her. The third guy, hit by a falling flower pot while walking, is still in the hospital. The fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, not one had a happy ending. This one now is number 38, so master about this. Chapter 569. Wang Hao was completely stunned. This was already the 38th one. According to what Taozi had just said, this Fei Fei was simply a curse for anyone she came into contact with. Not just that, but even those she cared about would suffer misfortune. What was going on? Speaking of which, Lin Xiaoyun, an older sister figure in the comic world whom Wang Hao had previously recognized, had a similar situation. But Fei Fei's influence was far more potent. Lin Xiaoyun's was merely a lifetime of misfortune, but this one was clearly catastrophic. Hadn't Taozi mentioned it? A childhood sweetheart in a car accident, the third person hit on the head by a flower pot. These were all clear signs of lethal outcomes. Don't worry, let me take a closer look, Wang Hao said as he began to carefully examine Fei Fei's features. Actually, Fei Fei's features really didn't have any major defects. They absolutely met the standard of being symmetrical, and even if you looked closely, Fei Fei's appearance could score at least 85 points. No, that's not right. Wang Hao frowned. Fei Fei, there's nothing wrong with your overall facial features. I'm not just trying to make you feel better, but there really aren't any issues. Not only are there no issues, but based on your appearance, you should have a fortune-enhancing presence for your husband. How could you possibly have this kind of problem? Huh? A fortune-enhancing presence. Upon hearing this, all three people present were stunned. If you said Fei Fei had a facial defect, cursing her husband would make some sense. But what did a fortune-enhancing presence mean? Could it enhance a boyfriend to that extent? This isn't quite possible, right? Taozi whispered, asking on behalf of Fei Fei. If our Fei Fei were truly fortune-enhancing, it shouldn't be so tragic. There's something fishy here. Wang Hao stroked his chin, then suddenly said, Give me your hand. Let me look at your palm lines. Oh, okay. Fei Fei hesitated before stretching out her hand to Wang Hao. Fei Fei's hands were very white and clean, with slender fingers. The touch was soft, truly, fitting the saying that women are made of water. But unexpectedly, as Wang Hao was holding Fei Fei's hands with palms facing up, he suddenly recoiled in shock. His closely held fortune dice vibrated briefly. Wang Hao sighed deeply, saying, This explains it. What happened? What happened? Jiang Huanyu and Taozi widened their eyes, surprised. Master, what did you see? Wang Hao took a deep breath, his expression serious. If I'm not mistaken, are there hemorrhoids on the sole of Fei Fei's feet? And quite a few of them. Upon hearing this, Fei Fei was genuinely shocked, almost screaming. How did you know? There are hemorrhoids on my soles, 7 of them. That's indeed the case. Wang Hao nodded, then shook his head and sighed. Vertex spirals, feet tread upon 7 stars, broken palms, heavenly slaughter star. Heave, heavenly slaughter star. Upon hearing this term, the 3 women turned pale with fright. Fei Fei shivered as she asked, Master, what exactly is going on with me? Please don't scare me. Tell me, what's wrong with me? Jiang Huanyu and Taozi were so frightened that they held each other's hands tightly. After all, they had never heard of the term heavenly slaughter star. What is a heavenly slaughter star? Wang Hao took a deep breath and explained to the 3. A heavenly slaughter star refers to a person destined to lead a life of solitude, formerly known as destined to be alone. Heavenly slaughter refers to something very vicious, brutal, and unlucky. Solitary star refers to a lone, isolated star. Just like the common saying about the broom star, it always brings misfortune to those around it. According to astrology, the heavenly slaughter star, along with another fate called breaking wolf, are known as the two ultimate deadly fates. While the heavenly slaughter star is an ominous sign, it ironically does not affect the person directly, but brings extreme malevolence to those around them. Therefore, in astrology, those with a heavenly slaughter star fate generally have poor fortunes, and even notable figures destined to resolve these issues can't help. Oh my God, is it really that tragic? Fei Fei was about to cry, tears swirling in her eyes. Master, save me. Master, save me. What should I do now? She was genuinely scared. After all, the living examples were right there before her. Even if she didn't believe, she couldn't ignore them. If it was really destined that she be alone for life, then what was the point of living? Master, can't you think of a way? Taozi, a close friend, also pleaded on behalf of Fei Fei. How can we resolve this? This is tough. Wang Hao closed his eyes and thought before saying. There's an ancient saying, the twin evils of robbery and solitude fear the same birth hour. Separated by corners and double encounters bring downfall. Ugly meets tiger and dragon meets snake. Dog people meet pig and goat meets monkey. Early years will surely bring prosperity. Middle years trade fields and punishment upon oneself. Losing children and wife and even harming the father. Day and time doubled cannot be controlled by man. The beginning of this saying talks about the fate, but I will not go into detail. What's important is the latter part. Look, early years will surely bring prosperity. You know Fei Fei's family background, quite wealthy, right? But this kind of fate will deteriorate over time, slow and steady. I won't say more about what follows. However, luckily, it's not all that bad. Not all that bad. What do you mean? Jiang Huanyu looked puzzled, but soon caught on. Right. Master, logically, since Fei Fei is affected by heavenly slaughter star, it should also afflict her parents, me, and Taozi. Why do I feel like nothing has happened to us? Fei Fei and Taozi nodded together. This was precisely what they both wanted to know. After all, from what they could see, Fei Fei mainly affected her husbands negatively, while everything else seemed relatively fine. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. Wang Hao spoke slowly. From the aspect of her looks, Fei Fei has the kind of fate that enhances the fortune of her husbands and friends. That means men or women who interact with her tend to be very lucky. Even though her fate is under the heavenly slaughter star, her relatives and friends who interact with her for long periods gain some resistance. Plus, with a harmonizing face reading, the problems aren't severe. However, others aren't so lucky. I'm not exaggerating, but generally, any man who interacts slightly more with Fei Fei will definitely be cursed. It's a sure thing. This time, Fei Fei was genuinely about to cry. What Master Wang said couldn't be more correct, based on her own experiences. Those around her who got close always ended up facing misfortunes, especially men, and it was severe. Not to mention the men in her company. Previously, quite a few liked her and their outcomes. Just thinking about it brought tears to her eyes. Master, what should I do? Fei Fei was almost desperate enough to become a nun. Should I just become a nun and devote myself to Buddha? Wang Hao, where did that idea come from? I'm still here, isn't that a bit much? Actually, it's not that serious. Wang Hao bragged seriously as the 108th descendant of Ghost Valley. Doing a little defiance of destiny is still no problem for me. Chapter 570, Defying the Heavens and Changing Fate. Defying heaven to change fate. Upon hearing these 4 words, the 3 women from Jiang Huanyu were all instantly stunned. Good heavens, was Master Wang really that awesome? Could he truly perform such a legendary feat that only existed in myth? Master Wang, can you really defy heaven and change fate? Fei Fei's eyes were wide with shock, and she had no mind to think about anything else. All she could think about was that she must avoid ending up alone for the rest of her life. Is there even a need to ask? Would I dare to say such things if I didn't have the skills? Wang Hao was actually quite confident at this moment. He had seen with his own eyes while absorbing the black energy from Lin Xiaoyan. It seemed like the dice had the ability to absorb abnormal energy from the world, such as the dice itself, and the black energy that was taken from Lin Xiaoyan, such as that white tiger talisman. Not only could it absorb energy, but it could also strengthen his own body. Missing out on something so great would be like jumping off a building. However, The only thing Wang Hao could not guarantee now was how exactly the energy was absorbed, but generally it seemed to be through physical contact. Next, you must follow my commands. Wang Hao looked around. There weren't many people in the resting area at this time. They were scattered about in groups of 2s and 3s. Their group did not attract too much attention. Fei Fei was currently treating Wang Hao's words as if they were imperial edicts. Wang Hao seriously doubted that even if he told her to strip right there and then, she might just do it. First, don't move and close your eyes. Wang Hao instructed Fei Fei to close her eyes, then gently raised his hand and pointed a finger at her forehead. Jiang Huanyu and Taozi gulped down their saliva. This little corner was eerily quiet. Wang Hao scrutinized his own finger. Damn it, no reaction. Master, did it work? Taozi asked anxiously on the side. Cough, cough. It's not that easy. Wang Hao coughed dryly, then said solemnly. Defying heaven to change fate isn't child's play. There are detailed steps involved. Don't be impatient. The second step, give me your hand. Fei Fei obediently raised her right hand. Wang Hao faced her palm with his palm against palm. This should already be considered quite extensive contact. But still, there was no reaction. Could it be that I'm doing something wrong? Wang Hao was sweating on his forehead, and although he wouldn't reveal it, he was thinking, even this didn't work? Damn, do I really need to get more physical with her? No, that's not right. Brother Dice wouldn't be that unscrupulous. There must be something wrong with my method. Let me think. His thoughts were racing, but on the surface, he maintained his posture as if he was casting a spell. Normally, contact should suffice for absorption, but this time it doesn't seem to be going smoothly. Wang Hao pondered privately. First should be the contact. Keeping close proximity is not a problem. Secondly, it shouldn't be methods like drawing talismans, so where's the issue? Wang Hao thought for a while, then suddenly had a revelation. Right? Something was off. This girl has both hands with severed palms, feet on 7 stars. To defy heaven and change fate, seems like at least the palm lines must be altered. To change them definitely requires both hands. Using just one hand was indeed wrong. Let's try. Again. The third step. Lift your other hand. Wang Hao countered Fei Fei's hands with his right. Then he lifted his left hand while Fei Fei raised her right. The two of them now looked as if they were performing a martial heroes movie scene where someone was transmitting martial arts energy. Some onlookers even began to whisper, "Look, isn't that Wang Hao who was playing table tennis earlier? Is he performing some healing method on someone?" Wang Hao, a thumbs up to your imagination. He had just thought of this when he suddenly saw a faint wisp of black qi drifting out from Fei Fei's palm, and Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy. This time it's right. Master, my hand hurts a bit. Fei Fei suddenly called out. Is this changing my fate? Pain in the palm. Wang Hao's association with changing the palm print structure was purely subconscious. He said, don't move. Endure it at all costs. You are currently under the spin of 3 whirls atop your head, standing on the 7 stars below your feet, with both palms severed, under the sign of the heavenly slaughter star. How could I change your fate without altering the structure of your palm prints? Hang in there. Whatever happens, you must endure. Okay, I'll hang in there. Fei Fei was determined to have a happy life, even having the feeling of bravely sacrificing herself. Even if the building collapses, I won't move. Jiang Huanyu and Taozi watched from the side, their hearts pounding with fear. Fei Fei was really determined. Wang Hao watched as the black qi continuously flowed out from Fei Fei's hands. This scene lasted for nearly 10 minutes before it finally ended. Does it still hurt? Wang Hao asked cautiously. It seemed best to judge whether the energy absorption had ceased depending on whether her hands still hurt. If the palm prints had changed and the heavenly slaughter star's fate was broken, it would naturally be a success. It doesn't hurt anymore, Fei Fei nodded. It's done. Wang Hao let out a long sigh of relief and then gently lowered his hands. Fei Fei, quick, let us have a look. Jiang Huanyu was the most anxious, immediately grabbing Fei Fei's hand and turning it over to look. When he saw the palm prints, all 3 of them were astonished. God, it really changed. It's incredible. Fei Fei's almond-shaped eyes nearly bulged out as large as eggs. My palm prints look so neat now. So beautiful. There's such a move. Taozi exclaimed. Master, you're truly divine. Even palm prints can be changed. Wang Hao smiled proudly. With the air of a charlatan, nobody would doubt him if they called him a street swindler. Not bad, not bad. But reversing one's fate against the heavens is too draining on the mental powers. I'll need to recuperate a bit. Recuperate. Master, say no more. Jiang Huanyu decisively replied. I'm giving you time off. Come back whenever you feel better. Ah, that's what I love to hear. It's not that serious. Wang Hao wobbled his head and said, now that the heavenly slaughter star's fate has been broken, it's a matter of when you, Fei Fei, will start to experience good fortune. I estimate it could be as late as 10 days or half a month, or as soon as in the blink of an eye, you should see a suitable person enter your life. Really? Fei Fei was thrilled. Master, I can't thank you enough. How should I thank you? Well, that. Wang Hao was still counting his blessings when suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Holy shit, Brother Hao? What are you doing here? Wang Hao turned his head to look, and was immediately stunned. Holy shit, how could this kid have such perfect timing? When fate arrives, there's no stopping it. Because the person who'd come was none other than Wang Hao's diehard fan, Long Yi from the readers group. Indeed, Fei Fei was dumbstruck at that moment. Her eyes could not move away from Long Yi. What a handsome young man. Chapter 571. What's going on? Is it taking effect this quickly? I had just helped Fei Fei defy the heavens to change her fate, and then I turned around to find such a handsome guy? It hasn't even been 5 minutes, right? No way. Taozi and Jiang Huanyu were completely dumbfounded. It was way too miraculous, right? Fei Fei, Fei Fei. Jiang Huanyu reached out and waved his hand in front of Fei Fei's face. Hey, have you gone stupid with awe? What are you doing? Stop being so infatuated. Oh, nothing. I'm fine. Fei Fei, who was usually quite cheerful and outgoing, surprisingly became shy. She blushed, lowered her head, and said softly, He's exactly my type. Well, it looked like this was a done deal. Wang Hao could tell from her expression, and Long Yi likewise couldn't take his eyes off Fei Fei. Brother Hao, is this your friend? Long Yi, how come you're here? Wang Hao looked at him curiously, deliberately not spilling the beans. I'm just here with some friends to hit the gym. What's up with you? Nothing much. I just came to check out the place, thinking about getting a gym membership. Long Yi couldn't help himself, asking first. And these people are? Come, let me introduce you. Wang Hao made a grand gesture to introduce Fei Fei to Long Yi first. This is Fei Fei, my, friend. Then he introduced Long Yi to Fei Fei. Lu Jinhua. Online name Long Yi. He's one of my good buddies. You. Hello? Fei Fei, clutching the hem of her clothes, said quietly. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Hello. Long Yi, who was usually quite playful, also seemed embarrassed. Do you have WeChat or something? Can I add you as a friend? Wang Hao, Jiang Huanyu, and Taozi glanced at each other and held back their laughter. This was a clear case of love at first sight. Truth be told, Jiang Huanyu was definitely prettier than Fei Fei, but Long Yi's first attraction upon meeting her was to Fei Fei. What did that tell you? It meant that when fate comes knocking, you simply can't stop it. After the two added each other on WeChat, Long Yi was finally satisfied. After all, today wasn't exactly a blind date scene. Long Yi coughed to remind himself why he was there. On seeing Brother Hao, the first thing that should come to mind had to be gaming, right? Brother Hao, I just happened to run into you today, and you've got to help me out. Long Yi said as he immediately pulled out his phone. I've been playing a new game recently and getting absolutely destroyed in it. Brother Hao, you've got to back me up. Jiang Huanyu. So he's a homebody gamer? Taozi, this kind of guy. Meanwhile, Fei Fei perked up. A game? A mobile game. What game is it? Wang Hao took his phone for a look and inquired. You're not playing Chaotic World anymore? Still playing it, but not as obsessively, Long Yi said with a smile. After all, it's more comfortable to play games on mobile. This game's been really popular lately. Take a look, Brother Hao. It's called Sealing Demon Master. Sealing Demon Master? Wang Hao took the phone and had a look. Sure, the game had simple graphics. He flipped through it and thought it rather resembled the Onmyoji game from his previous life. It seemed like the people in this world had some interesting ideas about games. Chaotic World was similar to the game Legend, and while Sealing Demon Master might not be as fantastic as Onmyoji, you could tell that the Underlying gaming concept was similar. It was also a hero development type of game. The game looks pretty good, Wang Hao said after looking at it for a while. He hadn't even asked Long Yi what the issue was when Fei Fei on the side suddenly was astonished. Ceiling Demon Master. You play this game too? Fei Fei asked eagerly. I'm also playing it. Look, look. She too pulled out her phone, and Zhang and Taozi were both stunned. Could they actually encounter a fellow gamer here? You play this too? This was truly an unexpected surprise for Long Yi. He stared at Fei Fei, dumbfounded, and asked, Which district are you in? I'm in District 32, Fei Fei responded. What about you? Long Yi, me too. Which guild are you from? Fei Fei, the Freedom and Love Guild. You, Long Yi. I'm in that one too, heavens. What's your nickname? Fei Fei, I might want to fall in love. Long Yi. I'm please, heaven, give me a chick. I can't believe we're meeting here. The two chattered away as if they'd found long-lost relatives. Wang Hao and the others were completely blown away. Wang Hao, Jiang Huanyu. Taozi, good heavens and earth. What level of destiny-defying luck is this? They've just made the change and already found their soulmate. The appearance is just the type they like. They seem well-matched in terms of family background. And now, damn it, they're even in the same guild in a game? At that moment, Wang Hao felt like getting them a couple of beers and a plate of peanuts and cocktail sausages. They'd surely drink until they couldn't anymore. Cough, 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 Wang Hao coughed. So what's the big news? It's like this. Long Yi obviously blushed, glancing at Fei Fei before speaking. You know this game is about character development, but I just can't draw any good cards. Brother Hao, you know what I mean, hee hee. Damn, this kid sure knows when to pick his moments. Every time he gets involved in a game with us, he seems to run into good luck. Hey, Jiang, Taozi whispered to Jiang Huanyu. Does the master know how to do this too? What's this card drawing about? The heroes in this game are ranked in 7 tiers, Fei Fei whispered back. D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, with SSS being the most powerful. Once you have one of those, you're set. I've seen it. Someone's team of level 60 heroes got decimated by a single level 55 SSS tier hero without a chance to fight back. Is it that impressive? Jiang asked her. Do you have any good heroes? Nope. Fei Fei shook her head like a rattle drum. The best I've got is an S-tier hero, which is already pretty good. SS and SSS tiers are scarce throughout the entire server. They're the kind of things you stumble upon but can't seek out. Are they that rare? Jiang Huanyu and Taozi looked at each other, then both took out their phones and said, Let's hop into the game too and see. It would be great if the master could draw an S-tier today. Right. That's right, Fei Fei said. Drawing an SSS tier hero is nearly impossible. There are hardly any players with an SSS tier hero on the whole server, and I've heard an account with an SSS hero can go for tens of thousands now. While they were discussing softly on their side, Wang Hao was looking at his phone screen and opened the hero recruitment interface, asking, Card draw, right? Yes. Long Yi nodded vigorously. That's it. All right, Wang Hao said without a second word and tapped the summon button. Let's go. Let's try one draw first. Chapter 572. This can only be called cheating. The cards on the screen flipped over, and everyone present had their hearts lifted. Long Yi was even staring with widened eyes, continuously muttering, S. Just S is enough. Then there was a click, and a sentence flickered across the server-wide broadcast on the screen. Warmly celebrate, oh God, give me a girl for drawing the SSS hero Invincible Kung Fu King. Beating up Nanshan Nursing Home and kicking Beihai Kindergarten is just around the corner. Wang Hao looked at his phone screen. Drew something called the Invincible Kung Fu King, and there's even a server-wide announcement, huh? Seems like it's an SSS tier hero. Jiang Huanyu, Taozi, Fei Fei, Long Yi. Even the players in the game were thrilled. Look at that. Someone just drew the strongest hero, the Invincible Kung Fu King. That is so freaking cool. What kind of luck is this? For heaven's sake, it's unbeatable. Luck God, please take care of us. I can cook and warm your bed. An SSS tier hero. It's actually an SSS tier hero. Long Yi almost wished he could grab Wang Hao and give him a big kiss. This hero could definitely be considered one of the most badass heroes in the game. Who would dare challenge him now? Oh my gosh. Master, you're really amazing. Fei Fei was dumbfounded too, her eyes widening. Master, how did you do that? When else should one show off if not now? Wang Hao nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. You see, I didn't really do much. Just seems like my luck isn't too shabby today. No big deal. It's all trivial. Quick, quick, quick. I knew, brother, how you could do it. Longy became so excited he started speaking incoherently. Keep drawing. Continue drawing. Keep going. This made people in the resting areas sipping coffee curious. What's with that guy? Draw, draw, draw. Is it SM or something? Stop. Absolutely stop. Wang Hao almost wished he could shove him under the table. It's just an SSS hero. Look how excited you are. Don't rush. I'll draw a couple more and see. So he continued to draw. Warmly celebrate. Oh God, give me a girl, drawing the SSS hero, Great Angel. Beating up Nanshan Nursing Home and kicking Beihai Kindergarten is just around the corner. The players went completely mad. Holy shit, he just drew the Great Angel. It's the same guy from before. This luck is freaking incredible. How is this possible? 2 SSS heroes in a row. God of luck, I kneel before you. Will you sell that account for 20,000? I'll buy it. Cash. I'll fly there to trade it in person. Watching the excitement of players in the game, Wang Hao sniffed. A bunch of folks who've never seen the world. Just 2 heroes. Let's go another round. Warmly celebrate. Oh God, give me a girl, drawing the SSS hero Apocalypse Demon Blade. Beating up Nanshan Nursing Home and kicking Beihai Kindergarten is just around the corner. Jiang Huanyu. Taozi. Fei Fei. Long, E. A 3rd SSS tier hero. Holy shit, how is that possible? Players inside the game totally lost it. Everyone started cursing out the GM. GM, come out here and die. Your mom is a bi asterisk asterisk asterisk. Someone's cheating. Pulling out 3 SSS level heroes in a row. How the hell is anyone supposed to play anymore? GM, show yourself. I promise I won't kill you. To pull 1 is Luck King. To pull 2 is Luck Emperor. But pulling 3 in a row can only be considered cheating. Watching those players go crazy in the game, Wang Hao said, Are you sure this is okay? Wang Hao looked at Long Yi, who was totally dumbfounded, and asked, Doing this won't get you banned, right? Should I pull 2 more? Brother Hao, you're my real bro. Completely kneeling, Long Yi pleaded, Stop pulling. Please, no more. If you pull another SSS level hero, they'll definitely ban me. It's already a big deal now. Oh my, but it really is thrilling. His drool was practically flowing out, and he was babbling excitedly, making anyone unaware think he was having a rabies fit. I'm amazed, Master, I truly am. Fei Fei stared dumbfounded at Wang Hao and said, Master, you're unbeatable. Can you pull 2 for me too? Wang Hao, you 2 really are peas in a pod, huh? Well, since I've already provided benefits to Long Yi, let's just spread the blessings. Let's warmly celebrate. I want to fall in love for pulling an SSS hero, Ancient War God. Punching Nanshan Nursing Home and kicking Beihai Kindergarten is just around the corner. Let's warmly celebrate. I want to fall in love for pulling an SSS hero, Flowers from the Other Shore. Punching Nanshan Nursing Home and kicking Beihai Kindergarten is just around the corner. A bunch of clueless players were completely dumbfounded. Heavens and earth. What's happening today? Is there a problem with the game? How is this still playable? Our server produced 5 SSS level heroes in just a while. Jiang Huanyu. Taozi. Fei Fei. Long, E. Well then, this master is practically a deity. We can't just call him master anymore. We have to call him Great God. Master, that's enough. Fei Fei grabbed the phone in one swoop, holding it in her hands and giggling foolishly like Long E. Enough. Jiang Huanyu covered her face with her hand. You're really embarrassing me here. Oh well, we've had our fun and made our mark. Time to head home. Okay, that's it for today. Wang Hao knew that if he stayed longer, who knows what else could happen. So he hurried home, noting sometimes being too lucky can also be overwhelming. Let's head home, guys. Today has been exhausting with all the fate changing and card drawing. I need a good rest for a few days. Yes, master. You're really tired today. That was a wholehearted send-off. Jiang and the others practically treating him like a VIP. Master, go rest well. Brother Hao, Brother Hao, let me take you home. Today, Long Yi had gained the most, his eagerness evident. Come on, come on. Look at all the great heroes I got today. Once you've rested up, we must definitely have a good drink. Long Yi was one of their own, and Wang Hao certainly wouldn't refuse. Sure, let's go then. Not looking back, he told Jiang Jiang and the three girls. You guys too. Take a rest and head back early. I'm leaving now. Job's done, vanishing after making a huge impact. Riding in Long Yi's car, they reached home, went upstairs, home sweet home. Back in his bedroom, Wang Hao sat on the bed, noticeably more serious now, his usual joker's face nowhere in sight. Because he knew, today's events were clearly not as simple as they appeared. The first time absorbing the energy of the dust bead, it enhanced my memory and endurance. Wang Hao looked at his own hands and murmured. The subsequent 3 absorbances improved my memory and explosiveness further, with the jade I added. So what did this latest incredible fateful transformation enhance? Chapter 573. Our Muamuada is going to have a concert. This certainly wasn't Wang Hao making wild guesses. The luck dice at first I thought had only the ability to control luck, but now it seems it's obviously not that simple. The first time I absorbed the energy from the dust bead, my endurance greatly improved. I could run for half an hour on the treadmill without even breaking a sweat, and when chased by a wild boar there was no doubt I could outrun it. My memory also saw a significant boost. The second time was absorbing Lin Xiaoyun's power of misfortune. I felt some changes in my body then, but maybe because Lin Xiaoyun's own power of misfortune wasn't very strong, the effect wasn't very obvious. The third time was underwater at my old home, absorbing that ancient jewelry, and I gained the Jade Eye ability, where real jewels would emit a halo. The fourth time was when I went to ask Master Yuan to come out of seclusion, the White Tiger talisman we unearthed. After absorbing that, my explosive power clearly went to the next level. Today's experiment at the gym was the clearest example. So today, helping Feifei defy the heavens and change her fate, even changed her palm lines. So surely what I absorbed today couldn't be too simple, right? Wang Hao carefully thought about the time he absorbed Feifei's evil chi of the heavenly slaughter star. His body didn't seem to have any special changes, which means it can be certain there were no improvements in physical fitness. Memory? That doesn't seem to have changed much either. What could it possibly be? Wang Hao frowned and thought hard. It seemed, probably, there were no changes at all. There must be some change. Wang Hao closed his eyes trying to sense something, and even pulled down his pants to look at his penis. But it looks no different. Could it be music? Thinking this, he cleared his throat and started singing a random song. Well, it did sound quite a bit better than before, but at best it was the level of a neighborhood karaoke king. Mediocre at best, definitely not this. Could it be dance? Wang Hao stood up again and tried the moonwalk he learned before crossing. Seemed like no change, still just as suave. Back then I did gain quite a bit of popularity with this. Damn it, what the heck is it? Wang Hao scratched his head hard. Thought for a long while, but still couldn't figure it out. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it. He tossed himself onto the bed, turning over. I'm already pretty strong now. People shouldn't be too greedy, right? Sleep, sleep. He said sleep, but how can one sleep when their mind is troubled by unsolved matters? Wang Hao lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to calm his mind, wrestled with it for a long time. Forget it, might as well surf the internet on my phone for a bit. Speaking of which, what to do when you can't fall asleep in the middle of the night is indeed a very profound question. At this moment, Wang Hao really felt like someone who couldn't sleep and wanted to have an epiphany about life in the dead of night. Let me Google how tall Jesus was. Check who invented rock, paper, scissors. What breed of dog did Yang Jian have? Do hedgehogs fart? Why do flies always rub their hands? It's so uncomfortable not being able to sleep. Wang Hao lay tossing and turning at the window, feeling his brain become a jumbled mess, impatiently grabbed his phone and thought about texting Bai Yining, but then decided not to. We usually chat on WeChat about daily stuff, what we did today, whether the food was good or the fun was enjoyable, a little bit of concern for each other. These are all little topics between two people who have feelings for each other. But Bai Yining mentioned these last few days that her father's business was at a critical stage of discussing formal cooperation, and there were many dance and dinner parties every day, so it's probably best not to disturb her. What else can I do? Wang Hao fussed around for a bit, then decisively went to check Weibo, but before he could open it, his WeChat pinged. Ice Princess by Yining. You bad guy, are you asleep? Eh, our Ice Princess Mua Mua is talking to me. Wang Hao. Not yet, not yet, I was just tossing and turning when your message popped up. By Yining. Are you suffering from insomnia? Wang Hao. Yeah, I can't sleep because I'm thinking of you. By Yining. Smooth talker, but I have some good news for you. Want to hear it? Wang Hao, what good news? Did you close a business deal? By Yining. Yep, I did. A contract worth 40 billion. Wang Hao. 40 billion. That's a huge contract, Jesus. By Yining. Is a 40 billion contract really that big? I feel like saying it's a small gesture is a bit too arrogant. Maybe a moderate gesture, not particularly huge. Jesus, that's definitely a difference in worlds. 40 billion, an amount your average Joe couldn't touch in several lifetimes, is just a moderate gesture for the Bai family. This. Wang Hao. Can you stop crushing my spirit? I haven't even achieved my small life goals yet. By Yining. That doesn't matter. I don't care about money. Wang Hao. Right? You don't care about money, since you have more than enough of it. All right, let's drop this ego-bruising subject. Wang Hao swiftly changes the topic. Let's not talk about that. When are you coming back? By Yining. In about a week. I've just closed this deal and need to celebrate. I also have to play some golf with Dad. By the way, I'll have a concert when I return. I just confirmed the schedule with the company. The announcement went out today at 3 p.m. Will you come to see it? Wang Hao, watch. I'll definitely be there. By Yining. Good. Then I'll arrange some tickets for you. You should get some sleep now. I'm going to rest as well. Wang Hao. All right, moi. By Yining. Moi, good night. Ah, our very own moi is going to have a concert. I gotta hurry and check out the news. Quickly logging onto Weibo, and right off the bat, I see the top trending news. Ice Princess by Yining Ice Age Asia Tour concert set to kick off, opening at the Zhonghai Sports Arena with an 80,000-seat venue. Retweets, 1,132,144. Replies, 856,321. Likes, 5,632,145. Wang Hao. Holy crap, the announcement was at 3 p.m. today, and by 10:30 p.m. it's already got over 1 million retweets, 800,000 replies, and 5 million likes. The popularity of our Ice Princess Moi is simply terrifyingly immense. Actually, it's not that surprising for Wang Hao to be so shocked, because although he knew full well that Bai Yining's popularity was outrageously high, he never had a truly concrete concept of it. Having seen the Weibo heat today, Wang Hao truly understands. She's absolutely a divine-level goddess. Chapter 574, Thumbs Up. Our family's cutie pie has such character. Clicking into the post, Wang Hao's first sight was a recent photo of Bai Yining. In the photo, she was as beautiful as ever but cold as frost. Despite wearing a faint smile, it didn't provoke even the slightest thought of disrespect. There she is, our Ice Princess Moi, the only woman I've ever kissed. Wahaha. After looking at the photo, the comments from netizens followed, and Wang Hao could completely feel the fervent atmosphere through the screen. Ice Princess is finally going to hold a concert. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Heaven sake, why is the first stop in Zhonghai? Us folks in the capital are so heartbroken. No way, I'll definitely take a plane to go there. Thumbs up for our Ice Princess. We'll support at full speed when the time comes. Please reserve concert tickets for me. There are only 80,000 available. How on earth am I going to get one? No wonder the fans are so passionate. In the entertainment circle of the Heavenly People's Republic, Bai Yining has never had any scandals since her debut. Never ever. With her absolute snow goddess appearance and pure voice that seems to awaken souls, she's like an elf who accidentally descended from heaven, a fairy who fell to the mortal realm. Plus, with the terrifying support of the Bai family behind her, Bai Yining undisputedly became the most beautiful and influential woman in the Heavenly People's Republic. Oh, someone so impressive. Cough, cough, cough. I can finally get a good night's sleep. And what a peaceful and solid sleep it was. The next morning, Wang Hao got up to wash, dress, and felt like a whole new person. My love is finally coming back. I'm truly in exceptional spirits. Out the door I go. Look at that tree, how green, and the sun in the sky, how soft. Look, At our neighbors in the building, how amiable. Look at the cars at the entrance of our community, all luxury cars indeed, Land Rovers, Jaguars, Ferraris. Wait a sec, why do these cars look so familiar? And those people by the cars. Wang Hao, bloody hell, what are you guys doing? What's with this massive scale? Are you trying to kidnap someone in broad daylight? Rin Xing threw himself over like a mountain of flesh. Brother Hao, save me. Wang Mengfei followed closely behind. Brother Hao, big brother Hao. Zhao Jinhao pretended to wipe off non-existent dust from his hands. Brother Hao is out. Execute the plan. Enclose him from both sides. He mustn't escape. Fong Wenbin. Brother Hao, no more talk. State your terms. What are you guys doing? Wang Hao screamed as he was pinned down on the spot. Let go. Quick, let go. This is so embarrassing if someone sees us. Brother Hao, you won't be able to run this time. Rin Xing clung to Wang Hao's leg and howled into the sky. Ice Princess. The tickets to Ice Princess's concert, Brother Hao. Buddy, I really tried my best, but it was useless. 80,000 tickets, gone in less than 10 minutes. Now, I can't buy them even with money. Wang Hao, what the hell, that brutal. 80,000 tickets, gone in less than 10 minutes. Zhao Jinhao helplessly spread his hands. Brother Hao, this time I'm firmly on the fatty's side. I didn't get a concert ticket either. Wang Hao, are you kidding me? We're one of the 4 major families, and you can't even get a ticket to the Ice Princess's concert? Why don't you just go bang your head on a block of tofu? Wang Mengfei took a deep breath. Brother Hao, I won't beat around the bush. It's either concert tickets or you come home with me to see Mom. Choose one. Wang Hao, stop, I surrender, okay? Fong Wenbin, on the other hand, was all about threats and bribes. Brother Hao, look, I have so many cars in my garage. Why don't you pick one? You've got to help me out this time. Otherwise, we'll have to listen from outside the venue. Wang Hao, are sugar-coated bullets effective against me? They have to be. Don't worry, everyone, don't rush, Wang Hao said in a sweat. Let's find a place first and talk things over slowly, okay? Don't you all know me? I'm reliable. Absolutely reliable. Everyone looked at each other, and at that moment, Zhao Jinhao's head bodyguard Lu Huaqiang signaled from a distance that they were completely surrounded, and Wang Hao had no way to escape. Well, okay then, they nodded in the end. Looks like Brother Hao isn't getting away today, and agreed. Let's go. Let's go to a CF to talk. The group arrived at a coffee shop nearest to Wang Hao's house. Although the coffee shop wasn't of the highest caliber, it was urgent, so they made do. They found a table and sat down. Lu Huaqiang and a group of bodyguards stayed on alert nearby as Zhao Jinhao slowly said, Brother Hao, you must already know about the Ice Princess's concert, right? Right, I just found out too. Wang Hao nodded and wiped away his sweat. I knew she was having a concert and saw online that it's pretty hot. But these tickets, are they really that hard to get? Wang Hao had indeed only thought of the Ice Princess's popularity as high and then higher. But clearly, he was making a mistake of experiential thinking. Because the popularity of the Ice Princess in this world, compared to the fresh meat from his previous world, well, there was quite a gap. Brother Hao, are you really from this world? Wang Mengfei's question nearly made all the hair on Wang Hao's body stand on end, but fortunately, the topic wasn't pursued further. Meng Fei then explained, here's the thing, the Ice Princess's concert tickets are always hard to get. The tickets for Miss Ice Princess's concerts have always been sold online using real personal information, so every time she has a concert, tickets sell out in the shortest time possible. Wang Hao could understand that, but to say 80,000 tickets were sold out in 10 minutes. 80,000 tickets sell out that fast. Wang Hao was flabbergasted. You're no simple figures. Did spending money and hiring people to queue up not work? What use would that be? Fong Wenbin exclaimed. No one has special privileges. I had over 500 people trying to buy tickets for me, and in the end, I only managed to grab a few standing tickets outside the venue. The server went down. Wang Hao, wait a minute, that's a lot of information. What do you mean by standing tickets outside the venue? You don't know this? Fong Wenbin's eyes widened in surprise. The standing tickets outside the venue mean that when tickets inside sell out, but many more people want to listen, what do? They just set up large speakers outside the stadium, and everyone stands outside and listens. But because there are too many people, there's still an entrance requirement, It's not just anybody who can get in. Wang Hao. Wow, is it really that exaggerated? Yeah, I also contacted people from the Bai family's related companies, Zhao Jinhao said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. The agency clearly stated that unless it's Miss Ice Princess herself, nobody else is allowed to privately sell her concert tickets, not even the 4 major families. Wang Hao. Props. That's how charismatic our girl is. Chapter 575. You're praising me so much, it's going to make me blush. Well, Wang Hao strokes his chin in a showy manner. Look how anxious you all are. Let me try to get some tickets when the time comes. He was actually just saying it off the top of his head. After all, Ice Princess had already mentioned giving him some tickets. He wasn't sure how many exactly, but he guessed he definitely should have at least 5. But Zhao Jinhao and the others were utterly floored. Brother Hao. I always said Brother Hao is reliable. Zhao Jinhao wished he could hug Wang Hao and give him a few big kisses. Brother Hao. No need to say anything else. From now on, just give a shout if you need anything. And I will be there, no questions asked. For Zhao Jinhao of the Zhao family to say something like this, he must truly be as solid as a rock. A true brother from his own ranks. Brother Hao, you're like my real brother. Ren Xing, moved to tears, wailed. I've always wanted to attend an Ice Princess concert, but I've never had the chance. I could never get a ticket. But this time, I can finally go to the venue myself. I can brag about this for a lifetime. As expected, following Brother Hao means tasting the best of life. Wang Hao, you, a big guy like this, have never been to a concert venue? How fast do those people have to be to get tickets like that? For heaven's sake. Brother Hao, hee. Wang Mengfei chuckles and grabs Wang Hao's hand. Well, I really don't have much to reward you with. How about I find you a few girlfriends? Don't worry, I'll make sure they're all top-notch. Wang Hao felt his scalp tingle and quickly retracted his hand. Brother Fei, have you switched to human trafficking now? Brother Hao. Fong Wenbin was the epitome of attentiveness, fishing out his car keys from his pocket. Look, there are so many cars in my garage that I can't drive them all. Just pick whatever you like, drive it. Whenever you want, and I'll cover any fines, gas, and insurance. All on me. Oh, how could I possibly accept that? Sure. Wang Hao nodded resolutely. I'll pick one out when I have time, Yeah, and then I'll change it into a Wuling Hongguang, a car god. Now that this matter was settled, and with Wang Hao's guarantee, there was naturally no problem. After deciding, they went out to eat, choosing the finest restaurant in Zhonghai, details of which need not be mentioned. After a satisfying meal, they headed over to Jiang Huanyu's company to wander around. As soon as they entered, the company's employees greeted Wang Hao one after another. Master is here. Good morning, Master. Hello, everyone, hello. Wang Hao nodded and greeted continuously. Why? Even the pimples on that employee's face seemed to have more spirit today. After the greetings, he overheard the employees discussing. Hey, I didn't manage to get tickets again this time. Seriously? I sat in front of the computer for a good 3 hours. Yeah, I've been refreshing the webpage since the official announcement came out, but as soon as it loaded and I hadn't even finished entering my ID number, the server went down. There's no helping it. This is Miss Ice Princess's concert. After all, tickets are notoriously hard to come by. Tens of millions of people fighting for 80,000 tickets means every person's chance of getting a ticket is 1 in several tens of millions. How easy could it be to snag one? Hopefully, I'll be able to get a standing ticket outside the venue at that time. Even if I can't be at the concert in person, listening from outside would still be fantastic. Little Zhang. Almost everyone in the company was discussing the Ice Princess concert, and Wang Hao casually asked a colleague, are the tickets for this concert really that hard to get? Like 1 in several million? Yeah, colleague Little Zhang didn't even lift his head but kept refreshing the webpage. Every Ice Princess concert is akin to the Spring Festival travel rush. The tickets are even harder to get than during the Spring Festival. At least during the Spring Festival, there are scalpers, and it's just a matter of paying more. But for Miss Ice Princess's concert, getting a ticket is purely a stroke of luck, you know? How many people are willing to spend millions for a front row seat and still can't get one? Wang Hao. Oh man, our little Ice Princess promised to get us several tickets. Huh? Awesome. Master is here, come help. As Wang Hao approached the Deputy General Manager's office, the bald-headed Deputy General Liu Kuan Yu waved at him frantically. Quick, quick. Come take revenge for me. Eh, revenge for what? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then immediately walked in, asking as he did, Mr. Liu, what's this about? And then after he walked over, fight the landlord. Quick, quick, I've lost 8 games in a row. I'm so pissed off. Liu. Kuan Yu stared at the screen, his eyeballs almost glued to it. Master, you've got to avenge me today. This guy, damn it, dared to mock me. Said I'm like someone who scratches there, but without washing hands. That's unbearable. Wang Hao. All right, learning new things. I'll remember this phrase. Sure. Since Wang Hao didn't have anything major going on that day, he sat in front of the computer, picked up the cards, and asked, You're not busy today, Mr. Liu? This hand doesn't look bad. Good cards. Hit him hard. Liu Kuan Yu slapped his thigh vigorously, then continued. What else could be going on? Haven't you seen the state of the company? Every time Miss Ice Princess announces a concert, it's like an extra holiday. Nobody's mind is on their work at all. Forcing them to work would be ineffective, so it might as well let them relax properly. We can always make up for it by working over the weekend if needed. Oh, I see. Wang Hao nodded, considering he was part of Jiangjiang's company. Naturally, he sided with his boss, Jiangjiang. But since this was the norm, it didn't matter. Straight. The two chatted while playing cards. Liu Kuan Yu turned out to be a pretty amiable guy, quite entertaining to talk to. Bomb. Bomb him. Beautiful. Wang Hao threw down a bomb, effectively trapping the landlord's hand, and Liu Kuan Yu exclaimed excitedly. That'll teach him for mocking me earlier. Hit him hard. Wang Hao didn't expect this guy to be so fiery. At the card table, after a few games, with some losses and mostly wins, Liu Kuan Yu was finally satisfied. The two sat on the couch as Liu Kuan Yu poured Wang Hao a cup of tea, sighing. Master, to be honest, when you first joined our company, I was a bit envious when I heard about your high salary. I thought, what could a 25 or 26-year-old possibly bring to the table to warrant a monthly salary of 100,000, right? But after you arrived, I realized that the money was well spent. Oh, you're making me blush with all these compliments. It's all right. I just happened to have learned a bit before. Wang Hao scratched his head with a smile and continued. By the way, how's our company doing these past 2 days? In the past few days, our company's operations have clearly been going much smoother than before. Liu Kuan Yu took a sip of his tea, then gave Wang Hao a big thumbs up, saying, We've landed a few new contracts in these 2 days, plus that 5 million deal from before. We might break 10 million in business this month. That would have been unimaginable in the past. Chapter 576. Beautiful and wealthy, simply the best. 10 million in business volume a month. That number sounds good. Since the company's business has been going so smoothly these past few days, I feel relieved, Wang Hao said with a smile, taking a sip of tea. The tea was definitely top-notch. He was certain this was the kind of tea Mr. Liu reserved only for his very best guests. It's a given, when treated with high regard, one must reciprocate in kind. Now that the other party had shown such consideration, it was only natural for him to help out. It was the normal thing to do. Everything is going smoothly with these business deals, isn't it? Any issues? Wang Hao casually inquired. For companies like Jiangjiang, it usually was not the case that the money would be in hand as soon as the contract was signed. A lot had to wait until everything was settled, so Wang Hao was quite concerned about this aspect. After all, Ice Princess Mimdo was about to return for a concert tour, and Wang Hao didn't want a mess to clean up here by then. Everything is proceeding smoothly, Liu Kuan Yu said with a smile. The ship has already been arranged, and it can set sail on schedule. That part is not a problem. The rest of the contracts aren't difficult to handle either. Just receive and deliver the goods as scheduled. It's quite simple. That's great to hear, Wang Hao said happily, nodding. As long as things are going well. If there's nothing else, I'll go check out some other places. Actually, this would have been the moment for Wang Hao to take his leave for some fun, but unexpectedly, the door to the deputy manager's office was suddenly pushed open. Jiang Huanyu rushed in, a look of utter frustration on his face, exclaiming, Master, Master, I've finally found you. Help me, Master. What the hell is going on? What could be so serious as to leave our Jiangjiang in such a state? What happened? Wang Hao pulled Jiangjiang to a seat, asking, What's going on? I just heard our company's business was doing well. Couldn't be your stocks took a plunge, could it? It's not the stocks. Jiang sat beside Wang Hao, urgently saying, "It's a cash flow problem. You know about the 5 million contract we signed before, right?" "I know," Wang Hao nodded. "I just asked about it, and Mr. Liu said the ship has been arranged and it can sail as scheduled. What's the problem?" "That's exactly where the problem lies." Jiang Huanyu's voice was very anxious. "I've already rented the ship and paid the deposit. But now, there's a company that owes us 3 million, and we can't collect the debt. 3 million. This trip's main financial chain relies on payments from these companies. Without the 3 million, we can't set sail at all, which would mean violating the contract, and we'd have to pay compensation." Wang Hao, "Wait a minute, let's do a calculation." What Jiang meant was that the 5 million contract included costs within it. Although the specific amount of these costs wasn't clear, he knew it certainly couldn't be less. These costs would require collecting all the previous payments before having enough to set sail. Now, if the payments cannot be collected and there's not enough to set sail, the consequences would be not just losing the deposit, but also paying a penalty to the other party. After all, they're in the fruit business. Delays mean losses which must be compensated. "Oh, crap, this is a serious issue. Mr. Jiang, are you talking about that Feiyage small commodity trading company?" Lu Kuan-yu instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "Feiyage small commodity trading company? Yes, that's them," Jiang Huan-yu said through clenched teeth, obviously distressed. "I sent little Lu to handle it. Everything was fine until it came to money. Then they wouldn't even respond. He's been there for nearly half a month and still couldn't get it settled. That's why he had to come back. Mr. Liu, master, this issue has to be handled no matter what. It's 3 million we're talking about. I've already invested into stocks, and it's still not enough." Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu exchanged puzzled glances. This Feiyage small commodity trading company, right? Damn, they really don't show any respect. Mr. Liu had just said we were so effective, and now they won't settle the account with us. Looks like I'll have to step in personally. "Mr. Jiang, don't worry." Lu Kuan-yu thought for a moment, then decisively stood up and said, "After all, it's not a small amount of money. Even without this 5 million contract, we need to collect the money, right? I'll go there myself. I want to see what they really mean." "I'll go as well." Wang Hao stood up too and said, "This company has such disrespect for me. I want to see what they're really up to." Now that the two heavyweights of the company had spoken, Jiang Huanyu finally felt relieved. He still instructed carefully, "Okay, I won't beat around the bush. Mr. Liu, master, when you get there, get the account settled. I'll certainly show my gratitude. Whatever you need, just say it. We must succeed in this matter. I have no choice. The company's boss had this lustful look when he saw me last time. It would be even worse if I go by myself. I can only rely on you two." "Understood." Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu looked at each other, nodded together, and said, "Don't worry. This company, I think they're really asking for trouble." Time waits for no one, and they set off at once. Following Vice President Lu Kuan-yu out, Wang Hao naturally didn't have to worry about a thing. Taking Lu Chuanyo's private car straight to the high-speed train station, as they say, sharpening your axe will not delay the work of cutting wood. On the way, Wang Hao asked, "Mr. Liu, what's the deal with this company? Is it that difficult to collect the debt?" Lu Kuan-yu shook his head helplessly and then began to explain the background of the company to Wang Hao. This Feiyage small commodity trading company is, well, a franchise part of a big brand called Feiyage. They have franchise stores all over the country and lots of bosses. In fact, we have dealt with several other franchisees who were quite reputable. Who would have thought that this company would be such a pit? We've tried to collect the debt 3 times already. All unsuccessful. I thought the saying 3rd time's a charm would hold, but still, we couldn't get it. Looks like they're tough to deal with. What kind of person is the boss?" Wang Hao thought for a moment and asked, "Hard to talk with?" "Well," Lu Kuan-yu gave a wry smile, then took out his phone, found a picture to show Wang Hao. "Have a look." "Let's see." Wang Hao took the phone and was instantly shocked. "Holy shit. This damn boss is a high-scoring beauty. Look at that pretty face, those big boobs. Look at that slim waist, she's definitely enchanting. A classic internet celebrity face. Pretty, huh?" Lu Kuan-yu took his phone back, sighed, and said, "This person, she has already entranced all our colleagues in the company, especially little Lu and little Chun. who have been itching to meet this beauty. And, as you can see, it's not easy to deal with her. Anyway, no matter what, we should give them a heads up that we're coming. I'll make a call. So he made the call. To Wang Hao's surprise, the call was quickly connected. Lu Kuan-yu said, "Hello, is this Miss Zhao?" "This is Lu Kuan-yu." "Mr. Lu, you're coming yourself," the female boss exclaimed on the phone. "Oh my, what an honor. Rest assured, when you come over, I will make sure to treat you well. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Spending a bit of money is nothing. Once you're in my territory, you'll definitely be taken care of." Wang Hao listened, dumbfounded. See, that. Beautiful and rich, a real catch. Chapter 577. These sweet nothings sound so sweet. In the spirit of meeting a beautiful woman, Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu promptly arrived at the high-speed train station, bought their tickets, and set off. The location of Feiyage Small Commodity Trading Company was not too far from the outskirts of Zhonghai City, about 30 minutes by high-speed train. As soon as the two men exited the station, they immediately spotted a woman in the crowd who truly stood out as an eye-catching beauty. Just how conspicuous was she? Let's put it this way. If you could say that the others nearby were merely common blades of grass, then this woman was undoubtedly the sole rose in the field. The people around her dressed very ordinarily, while this female boss was garbed in a bright red dress, with heels at least 12 centimeters high, carrying a Gucci bag, and standing with a very upright posture. Her hair and makeup were as immaculate as a celebrity's, radiating glamour in all directions. In her hand, she held a large sign with the names Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu written on it as she waited. From a distance, Wang Hao could feel the intense stares from the people around him as they looked at the names on that sign. Well, now that he had seen her in person, Wang Hao instantly understood why Jiang Jiang had said it was even harder to talk with her present. It was a case of two tigers cannot share one mountain unless it's a male and a female. 2. Beautiful women negotiating a deal was sure to be a fierce battle of wits and words, a back and forth full of competitive joy. As for Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu, two men coming over, well, that might actually make things a bit easier. "Ah, it's Mr. Lu, hello. As soon as Wang Hao and his companion stepped out, the female boss hurried over to greet them, offering her hand first. "My name is Yu Fong. I'm the CEO of Feiyage Small Commodity Trading Company. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Please take good care of me." Then she turned to Wang Hao. "And this young man is?" Hello. Lu Kuan-yu extended his hand and shook Yu Fong's, then introduced Wang Hao. "This is our company's chief consultant, Mr. Wang Hao." Master Wang was usually an internal nickname, and externally, he naturally had to be referred to as the chief consultant. After all, being called master in front of outsiders might give off a bit of a swindler vibe. "Hello, a hero shows himself young, huh?" Yu Fong smiled and lightly shook hands with Wang Hao, then said, "Let's go. Get in the car first." Yu Fong, this stunning beauty, drove a bright orange-red Jeep Wrangler. As soon as Wang Hao and his companion got into the car, Yu Fong said, I kept pushing and only got the car yesterday. It seems like it was meant for picking you two up." That little comment was quite sweet. Wang Hao was almost moved to tears. She got a new car just to pick them up. "President, you about this matter." Lu Kuan-yu touched his balding head and said, "Our company's funds have been a bit tight these past few days." "That's easy to handle." Yu Fong slapped the steering wheel with a hearty laugh and said, "Let's not rush into that just yet. When we arrive, I'll have our company's staff take you two to the hotel to rest first, and we can discuss the specifics tomorrow, all right?" Well, finding a place to settle down first was also acceptable. Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu exchanged glances and nodded together. "All right, then we'll rest first." They chatted idly on the way, the car moving along the road. Wang Hao looked around and noticed that the location here wasn't bad at all, with commercial streets, hotels, and other supporting facilities all very complete. A nice choice for an evening stroll. But he couldn't help wondering what sort of room President Yu, who rode in such a luxurious vehicle, would provide for them. Then Wang Hao realized he was thinking too simplistically. The car continued to move along the road. After passing through the bustling commercial district, then a serene residential area, they continued driving until finally arriving at a suburban area so desolate that not even birds would lay eggs or rabbits would leave droppings. Our company. Well, we didn't pick the location that well when we first started. Yufeng parked the car, got out, and led Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu through a series of twists and turns to a small alley. She pushed open a small wooden door and then took them upstairs. This was just a hostel, wasn't it? When had Lu Kuan-yu, the deputy general manager of a company, ever stayed in such a place? He looked around feeling extremely uncomfortable. The key point being that this wasn't just any hostel. Yufeng had actually booked them a double room. I'm really sorry, said Yufeng, her face full of apology. This is the closest hotel to our company. Please bear with it for now, and once I'm done with my work, I'll take you both out for a big meal. Well, with that being said so politely, what else could they say? All right. Lu Kuan-yu took a deep breath, then said, let's just stay here for one night. What are we eating tonight? I need to go back to the office and sort some things out first. I'll give you a call after, Yufeng said before leaving Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu staring at each other. The room quickly fell into complete silence. Mr. Lu, Wang Hao looked around and asked quietly, what do you think? This is absurd. Lu Kuan-yu sat down on the bed with a huff, saying, our company is decently reputable at least. How can they arrange such a terrible place for us? Our company has standards for accommodation when staff are on business trips. It needs to be at least a 3-star hotel to start. And yet, she puts us in a hostel. Well, actually, Wang Hao was too embarrassed to say it. But this place was even worse than a hostel. Let's forget it. How about we walk around instead, Mr. Lu? Wang Hao thought for a moment, then said, I bet even the dinner she invites us to won't be anything fancy. Maybe we should just settle it ourselves. Right, that makes sense. Upon hearing Wang Hao, the image of the three of them eating cold noodles on the street corner suddenly came to Lu Chuanyou's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Let's go eat. Having decided, the two of them went out onto the street and casually picked a restaurant that looked clean and somewhat classy and walked in. They ordered their food and, since they weren't driving, decided to order a few bottles of wine as well, eating and chatting away. Master Wang, what do you think is going on with all this? Lu Kuan-yu took a sip of wine and said with a look of annoyance, President Yu really knows how to do things, doesn't she? Even as a CEO, how can she treat us so poorly? He was annoyed. After all, as the deputy general manager, he expected, if not a 5-star hotel, at least to stay in a 4-star one. But today he was stuck in such a place. Mr. Lu, I think that, Wang Hao said after biting into his dish. Drawing conclusions now might be a bit premature. Let's just watch and see. All right, Lu Kuan-yu muttered, taking another gulp of wine, then added frustratedly. And talking about Yufeng, not a single piece of her clothing looks cheap, so why is she so stingy? No sooner had Lu Kuan-yu said this than the restaurant owner, who happened to be bringing out their orders, asked out of curiosity, this Yufeng you're talking about, isn't that President Yufeng from Feiyage Small Commodity Trading Company? Huh, the restaurant owner knows her? Yes, Wang Hao said curiously, you know her? But as soon as he finished his question, he saw the waiters, the cashier, and even the cooks with 2 cleavers in hand charging out of the kitchen, surrounding Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu. Chapter 578. Awesome, my sister. What's going on? Lu Kuan-yu was immediately stunned when he saw the situation, so scared that he almost jumped into Wang Hao's arms. Boss, what are you doing? Let's talk this out. Please, don't be rash. Talk it out. The previously pleasant boss looked like a completely different person now, his spittle almost spraying onto Wang Hao's face. I've finally met someone I can talk to, and I'm not letting you get away today. Tell me, what is your relationship with Yufeng? What relationship? Looking at this situation, it seems like this boss has a vendetta against Yufeng and President Yu. We actually don't have much of a relationship with her, Lu Kuan-yu said. She's just a business partner who owes us money, and we're here to collect it. Is that so? Well, that makes things easier. The restaurant owner sneered coldly. Since you are her partners, why don't you settle the fees they previously owed? A total of 56,000, not a penny less. Hearing this, Lu Kuan-yu was dumbfounded. What's happening? How can he suddenly demand money from us? Is this a robbery? I'm telling you, this is illegal. Lu Kuan-yu trembled as he shouted. You're robbing a legal citizen in broad daylight. Robbery? You actually got it right. The owner gestured with a kitchen knife that the chef handed him. My shop barely makes any profit. Yufeng has owed me 56,000 for nearly 3 years now and hasn't paid. If I don't get it, I can't go on living anyway. Might as well go down together. This is gearing up for a fight. Wang Hao hurriedly tried to break it up from the side. Boss, look, we are victims too. She owes our company a fair amount of money and hasn't paid it back, and we aren't even close with her. The two sides were at a standoff. About half a minute later, sigh. The restaurant owner looked at Wang Hao, then at Lu Kuan-yu, and sighed angrily. Then, he waved his hand, sending everyone back to their seats, and slumped down saying, "What are we going to do?" Even if Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu were slow, they now understood that the restaurant owner was just infuriated, so they quickly chimed in. Boss, what exactly happened? Can you tell us? The restaurant owner lit a cigarette, called for a round of beers and opened them all, then said, "Since we've come this far, let's talk while we drink." He filled up glasses for the three of them, and after clinking glasses and drinking in one go, the restaurant owner began to lament his woes. Our restaurant, you see, used to do pretty well. The owner sighed deeply. Back then, I thought doing business was all about making good connections. Yufeng used to come here to eat often, and over time we got to know each other. And after you became acquainted, she started racking up a tab here. Wang Hao looked at the restaurant owner and asked, "And you just let her? What else could I do?" The restaurant owner helplessly shook his head. She said she owned 3 jewelry stores in the city, an advanced postnatal care center, and her husband was the largest shareholder of the biggest KTV here. Additionally, she has a large company worth tens of millions. Could she possibly fail to pay me back? I thought about it, and it seemed normal for such a big company's boss to not carry cash, so I agreed. But look where that got me. She ate here without paying and racked up a debt of over 56,000 in just 6 months. Wang Hao, Lu Kuan-yu. Wow, my sister, that's incredible. She managed to consume $56,000 in half a year without paying a dime. Didn't you think about going directly to her company to demand the money? Wang Hao asked. With the guts you showed earlier, it shouldn't be a problem to confront them directly. I did go, how could I not? The shop owner downed another drink and said, but when I got there, I couldn't even get through the front gate. There were over a dozen security guards inside, and I definitely couldn't force my way through. If I sued her, they would just deal with each invoice separately. It would take 3 years to resolve hundreds of invoices. Who could handle that? What could I do? I had no choice but to sit and stare. Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu exchanged glances. No wonder he had been so agitated earlier. However, as sympathetic as they felt, this was genuinely a tough situation. Don't worry too much, boss. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then said, take it slow. There's always a way out of no way, right? What help could you guys possibly offer me? The shop owner said with a dejected look. Misery loves company, I guess. I figure you guys probably can't even get back what you're owed. Forget it. If it really comes to that, I'll just have to write it off as bad luck. The shop owner was surprisingly straightforward, which significantly changed Wang Hao and Lu Chuanyu's impression of him. Don't worry, boss. We'll definitely find a way. Lu Kuan-yu reassured him, patting his chest vigorously. See this guy right here? He's incredibly capable. With him involved, I don't think your problem will be too big to handle. Him? The kid? The shop owner looked at Wang Hao skeptically. Forget it. He looks like he's just out of university. How capable could he be? Don't try to comfort me. I know my own problems. This Yufeng, don't be fooled by her flashy appearance. She's notoriously stingy. She would pluck feathers from an iron rooster if it passed her by. Wang Hao, that description was spot on. Damn it. I refuse to believe it. Lu Kuan-yu exclaimed as he pulled out his phone. I need to ask her what's the deal. If you can't get back your $56,000, it won't look good for the $3 million we're owed either. He made the call, and as expected, Yufeng completely vanished, not even responding. See, what did I tell you? The shop owner grumbled after downing another drink. She didn't pick up, right? No way she would. I know what she's like. Damn it, that woman. She was supposed to invite us for dinner tonight, and now she's not even picking up the phone. Lu Kuan-yu cursed, furious. Wait until tomorrow. I'll go to the company myself. I refuse to believe she can just do whatever she wants. After dinner, Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu returned to the small hotel, going to bed to wait for the next day to demand payment. The night passed without incident. At 8:30 the next morning, Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu got ready and set out. Finding the address of the Fayage small commodity trading company was not that difficult. When they entered and inquired, they were greeted by a young lady named Little Zhao, wearing glasses, who greeted them with a smile. "Are you Mr. Liu and Mr. Wang? President Yu went out early in the morning and specifically instructed me to give you a warm welcome if you came." She went out. Lu Kuan-yu scoffed. "More like escaping debts, right? I don't care where. She's gone. When is she going to pay the $300,000 she owes our company?" Someone else might have been intimidated by the situation, but little Zhao just smiled and pushed her glasses up. "It's about that matter, is it? Don't worry, she definitely won't run away from her debts. President Yu owns 3 jewelry stores in the city, an advanced maternity center. Her husband is the biggest shareholder in the largest KTV here. And then there's another big company with assets worth millions. Do you really think she's going to miss your little amount?" Chapter 579. What the hell is going on? Sure enough, it's that same line again. I've practically memorized it by now. "I don't care how many stores your boss has opened," Lu Kuan-yu said, fuming. "This 3 million, you've owed us for over 3 months already. Hurry up and call her to come back and settle the account with us." "Mr. Liu, look at you. Why are you in such a hurry?" Little Zhao said urgently. "I've never seen someone do business like you. It's just 3 million, isn't it? There will be plenty of opportunities for us to cooperate in the future. You need to look at the bigger picture. For this bit of money, do you still want to do business in the future or not? 3 million, that's what it is. This bit of money. I don't want to cooperate with you anymore either. Just call her to come back and settle the account with me." Lu Kuan-yu was not polite and plopped himself directly onto the sofa. "If this money isn't settled, I'm not leaving today." "Mr. Liu." Little Zhao immediately put on an expression of deep grief. "With such management, you'll spend your life only guarding that small company of yours. You need to elevate your vision. You got to hit the main road, right? We have many opportunities for cooperation in the future." Wang Hao. Birds of a feather sure flock together. This little Zhao clearly has learned well from President Yu. Who exactly has the narrow perspective? Have you figured that out yet? "I'll just stick to our company, and I don't want to elevate it. And that's none of your business," Lu Kuan-yu said angrily. "Just call her to come back and quickly settle the account." Seeing that talking was getting nowhere, little Zhao could only run off to make a phone call. After the call, he came back and said, "Don't worry, both of you. President Yu said she'll come back after finishing her work. As long as she comes back. Now Lu Kuan-yu just wants to quickly settle the account and leave." This Yufeng looked polished and shiny on the outside, but who knows to what extent her heart is dark. People like her must be avoided in the future. And so, the two of them started waiting. From around 9 in the morning they waited until 2 in the afternoon, when Yufeng finally came back. Today, Yufeng had changed into a black coat that reached her ankles, tailored to perfectly accentuate her slender waist, paired with a large LV bag, and wore a gold watch that sparkled on her wrist. This whole outfit, by Wang Hao's current standards, wouldn't come cheap, 110s of thousands at least. When it comes to spending money on herself, this woman sure is generous, but collecting debts from her is like pulling teeth from an iron hen. She won't give up a single penny. "President Yu, what does this mean?" Lu Kuan-yu asked, none too pleased. "Ran off again, huh?" Unexpectedly, Yufeng's attitude this time was all kinds of nice. "Oh, Mr. Liu, look at this. We've had a misunderstanding, haven't we? I was planning to invite you to a fairly big gathering, a top-tier one, filled with CEOs from major companies. My husband will be there too. You must come. It'll be a good opportunity to network with peers for future business dealings, right?" Had Yufeng mentioned only the gathering, Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu might not have gone. But hearing that her husband would also be there, they had to go. No choice. It's tough to get money from an iron hen of a woman. So the only option left was to try with her husband. "Fine," Lu Kuan-yu said, incensed. "I really want to see what kind of a game you're playing." Without delay, Wang Hao followed Lu Kuan-yu out the door to hail a cab, heading straight for the hotel mentioned by Yufeng. That hotel, according to the map search, turned out to be one of the more advanced dining places in the area. When Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu arrived, they saw Yufeng waiting downstairs. Next to her was a black Land Rover Range Rover, shiny as a mirror, spotless paint, and well-maintained tires. Clearly, the vehicle was newly bought. Mr. Liu, you've arrived? Yu Fong called out from a distance to the two men, waving a hand and saying, "Come over here. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Li Chong. Doesn't he look handsome?" Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu looked over, and there was Li Chong, also adorned in a sharp suit, tall and with sleek hair, dressed in a shirt and tie, and wearing glossy black leather shoes. His wrist was adorned with a gleaming, high-quality watch, a look that was virtually cut from the same mold as Yu Fong's, obviously expensive. The two of them, one with a Jeep Wrangler and the other with a Land Rover Range Rover, plus their outfits, if not for the fact that they owed money and refused to pay, Wang Hao might really believe they were some rich princess or young master from a wealthy family. "Hello," Lu Kuan-yu said with a forced smile, shaking hands with Li Chong. "About the money for our company. When do you plan to pay it back?" "Oh, Mr. Liu, look at you, so impatient." Li Chong laughed heartily, giving Lu Chuanyo's shoulder a hug, and said, "My wife owns 3 jewelry stores and an advanced maternity center, and I have shares in Golden Winged Bird. I won't ever deny that debt. Come, let's go upstairs and talk. Today I'll introduce you to a few good friends." With them saying that, "It's not as if you can just punch them, right?" Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu exchanged glances and followed them upstairs together. When the four reached the 3rd floor of the hotel, they entered a rather large private room. By the time they walked in, nearly every seat was already taken. Li Chong had the waiter add a few more seats. Those who could attend a gathering like this were certainly no ordinary people. Wang Hao and a few others were lively and joking before they arrived. But as soon as they sat down, the previously jovial atmosphere immediately chilled, and the conversation dwindled. After a few eerily quiet seconds, a man who looked like a big shot finally spoke up. Li Chong had introduced him upon their arrival. His name was Li Huaqiao, the CEO of a pretty substantial company. "Li Chong, we all share the surname Li, so I'll be the first to speak up," said Li Huaqiao in an annoyed tone. "When are you going to settle that debt? You keep pushing it back. How long do you plan to push it?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately understood. No wonder he felt like something was missing. This was the missing piece. I should have known. Yu Fong and Li Chong, such a weird pair, even owing money to a small restaurant. It couldn't possibly be just us they owed. "Brother Chow, don't rush." Li Chong filled his cup with matai, stood up, and toasted everyone. "Come on, Brother Li, Brother Zhang, Brother Zhao, Brother Chun, Sister Wang. Today's meal is on me. Please enjoy yourselves." Normally, at this point, everyone would still take a drink together, but Sister Wang laughed disdainfully and said, "Give me a break. How many times have you said you'd treat us? You haven't paid for a single meal." "Sister Wang, I've just been so busy." Li Chong laughed, then said, "Not today, though. Come on, brother is toasting to you. Cut the crap and pay back the money you owe us first." Brother Chun, who was sitting down, said irritably, "You've owed our company money for nearly a year now. Don't you think you've gone too far? Now look." Brother Chun, Li Chong, seeing that no one else responded, casually sipped his drink before saying, "Haven't I just been abroad recently to negotiate a little business deal? Otherwise, why do you think I invited everyone here today?" As soon as Li Chong said this, everyone at the scene was momentarily stunned. He went abroad? And to negotiate business? You? What kind of deal could you possibly negotiate? Are you planning to scam more money? Li Huaqiao sneered. "I don't care what kind of business you're talking about. Pay back the money you owe first." Brother Chow, look at you, not even a bit curious. Come on, let me show you this," Li Chong said as he took out his phone, found a photo, and showed it to Li Huaqiao. "Come on, look, see if what I'm saying isn't credible. What is this? Holy shit. For real." At first, Li Huaqiao didn't seem to care much, but as soon as he took the phone and saw the photo on it, he was immediately stunned. How could this be possible? What's going on? What's happening? Sister Wang, who was sitting next to Li Huaqiao, was puzzled for a moment, but, after glancing at the phone, she too was instantly stunned. No, could it be? After shocking 2 people in a row, the crowd at the gathering immediately erupted into chaos. "What's going on? What's the fuss? Quick, let me have a look. My God, is this real or fake? Impressive, little Li. You really did pull off something big this time. You've got some connections, huh? Were all my previous worries for nothing?" Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu were also taken aback. What on earth could have frightened these people so much? Let me have a look, Lu Kuan-yu said as he took the phone, and the moment he looked, he nearly pissed himself. Ice. Miss Ice Princess. Wang Hao. What? The Ice Princess? Isn't that our darling? He hurriedly grabbed the phone to look, and sure enough, there was Li Chong standing right next to Bai Yining, both of them in a photo together. Holy shit, what's going on? And there was Li Chong, basking in his glory. You all believe me now, right? This is Miss Ice Princess of the Bai family. Where do you think I've been recently? Wasn't it to discuss a partnership with them? This trip wasn't easy, you know. I specifically flew to France, and I was almost sick from the flight. But in the end, no pain, no gain, as they say, and I managed to negotiate a 2 billion deal. What do you think? I said I wouldn't. Owe you money, right? Wang Hao. A 2 billion deal? Something's not right. Our Ice Princess was talking about a 400 billion deal over there. You're 2 billion. Would they even bother with you? Chapter 580. Of course, whether to engage with it or not was one thing, but there should always be a process of verification, right? So, Wang Hao took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Bai Yining. Wang Hao. Moi, are you busy? I want to ask you something. Bai Yining. Yeah, I'm playing golf with Dad. What's up? Wang Hao. I saw someone today who said they talked business with you about a 200 million deal and even took a photo with you. Is that true? Bai Yining. Business deals around 200 million are usually managed by the middle and lower level managers in our family, so there's no way they would come directly to me. Besides, usually apart from fans, I rarely take photos with anyone. Oh, now that you mention it, I do remember something. During the film festival a few days ago, there was this super enthusiastic fan who waited outside my door for almost a week just to take a photo with me. He said he was my diehard fan, and I felt bad, so I obliged and took a photo with him. Wang Hao looked at Li Chong. Was it a guy with slick back hair that shone like it was greased, dressed like he's something else, about 1 meter 82 tall, and looked pretty much like a wealthy young master? Bai Yining. Sounds like him. I don't remember his clothes, but his slicked back hair certainly made an impression on me. Wang Hao. I see. That clears things up. Humph. This guy is really pulling a fast one, flaunting your name to deceive people. I mean, it's just like our Ice Princess's temperament. How could she just take a photo with anyone? This Li Chong really did put in some effort. At that moment, Li Chong was bragging. You have no idea. I waited outside Miss Ice Princess's hotel for a whole week. And finally, I got the chance to meet her. The aura of the Bai family is truly different. Hey, look. When I stood next to Miss Ice Princess, can't you see how nervous I was? I kept almost a meter's distance from her. By now, Li Chong had already bamboozled everyone there. After all, over the years there really weren't many people who could produce a photo taken with Bai Yining, especially since Li Chong's words were half true and half false. If Wang Hao had not been so close to Bai Yining, he almost would have believed it himself. Really? Little brother Li certainly has guts, Li Huaqiao exclaimed. Brother, you're someone who does big things. It seems Mr. Li has some skills. Sister Wang also got taken for a ride. Now that Li Chong had fabricated ties with the Bai family, she really couldn't insist too much on settling accounts. Even Lu Kuan-yu started to feel deflated. It had to be said that once the Bai family was involved, things became difficult. Even if he didn't give Li Chong face, he couldn't afford to offend the Bai family. Everyone present had their own thoughts, while Wang Hao sent Bai Yining a short video. Bai Yining. Yes, that's him. He really knows how to talk. Seems like he's been quite successful playing the con artist. Wang Hao. Yeah, so what do you plan to do now? He's using your name to scam people. Tell me what to do, and I'll handle it. Bai Yining. Well, just tell him to stop scamming people. You handle the rest. Wang Hao, you got it. Hee. Kid, if you were just racking up debts, that would be one thing. But using our Moi's name to scam people? That's something I absolutely cannot tolerate. You've brought this on yourself. Don't blame me now. Mr. Li, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to flaunt someone else's flag? Li Chong was in the middle of his swaggering tale when Wang Hao, who had been quietly observing his phone until now, finally spoke up. Is the flag of Miss Ice Princess so easy to fly? How can you speak like that? What do you mean by waving a tiger's skin as a banner? Li Chong was immediately displeased when he heard this. The photo of me and Miss Ice Princess is right there. It's genuinely credible, something even children and the elderly can't deny. Everyone saw it just now. It's not photoshopped, is it? The location isn't wrong, right? At this, with a young man suddenly speaking up, the other executives in the room quickly intervened to play peacemaker. Young man, don't be impulsive. Look, little brother Lee's photo is here, and he has been abroad for so long. He must have gone to discuss a collaboration, right? Yes, Miss Ice Princess doesn't just pose with anyone for photos. That photo isn't fake. I looked at it carefully several times just now. I understand how you feel, but perhaps we can extend the deadline for a few days. Lu Kuan-yu, watching Wang Hao talk from the side, really did start to hesitate. After all, he had witnessed the miracles of Wang Hao firsthand, but now with the Bai family backing Li Chong, things were getting tricky. Master, Lu Kuan-yu secretly signaled to Wang Hao with his eyes. Are you confident? Relax. Wang Hao gently patted the back of Lu Chuanyu's hand, then turned to regard Li Chong with a teasing tone. Mr. Li, I have no doubt that the photo is real. What I'm questioning is the identity you used to take the photo with her. As far as I know, Miss Ice Princess is quite protective of her fans. If you were to wait outside her hotel for a week as a fan, I believe she might just agree to take a photo with you, right? As soon as Wang Hao said this, the room fell silent at first, and then it burst into an uproar. That's right, Li Chong. Come clean, what's the deal? Exactly, did you really go to discuss a collaboration, or did you just get a photo as a fan with the sole purpose of coming back to scam us? Speak up, what's going on? Now that the hornet's nest had truly been stirred. Up, Li Chong looked at the people around him and desperately explained. Didn't I say I went to discuss a collaboration? Why won't you believe me? Discuss a collaboration? Wang Hao chuckled coldly. What collaboration are you talking about? What project? How much money do you plan to invest? Where is this money coming from? Shouldn't you explain this to us? Before, Li Chong had been fully confident he could bamboozle everyone present, but in truth, his lies weren't easy to puncture. Unfortunately, he hadn't accounted for the relationship between Wang Hao and Bai Yining. In fairness, it wasn't his fault. Even if Wang Hao now stood in the middle of the street and shouted, I am Bai Yining's boyfriend, it's likely that 9 out of 10 people would think he was a madman. The last one might just knock him out cold with a blunt object and send him to a hospital. The project I'm investing in is... Li Chong was sweating profusely. The questions Wang Hao asked were incredibly tricky, and he couldn't come up with answers on the spot. Suddenly, his eyes darted, and he said, I just remembered I have something else to do. Brothers and sisters, please enjoy your meal. I can't accompany you. Next time, I will definitely treat you. As he said this, he tried to make a run for it, but a single sentence from Wang Hao made him stop in his tracks. Thinking of running? Wang Hao snorted coldly. It seems you're obviously unclear about my identity. With me here. Where can you run? You're just a little consultant, right? Yufeng finally bared her fangs at this point. If we want to leave, what can you do? You think I won't sue you for sexual harassment? A little consultant. Wang Hao stood up with a smile, then looked at Li Chong and Yufeng. Well, that's actually just one of my minor identities. Right. This time, Lu Kuan-yu also stood up. Let me formally introduce you to my friend here. His real identity is the 108th descendant of Master Ghost Valley. Chapter 581. Great winds stir and clouds soar. Ghost Valley's 108th descendant. Hearing this title, everyone present was stunned. Is there such a magical title nowadays? Ghost Valley's 108th descendant. Li Chong was first taken aback, then his eyes widened as he stared at Wang Hao. Suddenly, he started furiously slapping his thigh, bursting into laughter. Ha! I thought he was some notable figure, but it turns out he's just a charlatan. Ha ha! Oh, dear charlatan, are you planning to sell some talismans, draw some drawings with cinnabar, and then try to sell them to me? Don't worry, I'll definitely buy them. Ha! At this moment, the entire room was filled with Li Chong's laughter, while the other executives wore embarrassed expressions. Wasn't this joke a bit too much? An advisor brought by a deputy general manager of a big company, and he turned out to be a charlatan. What are you laughing at? Lu Kuan-yu said in a rage. You haven't experienced Master Wang's methods yet, have you? Let me tell you, you've got big trouble today, huge trouble. All right, Li Chong continued laughing. I really want to see what big trouble I've got into, he said as he gestured with his hands. Come on then, Master. Please start your spectacular performance. Standing next to him, Yufeng sneered as well. Ah, just a charlatan. I'd like to see what he can really do. Of course, I'm going to start my performance. Wang Hao didn't care at all. He just smiled lightly and then said, but this location isn't right. Let's go now to your company for a tour. Something interesting will happen. Also, don't you own 3 jewelry stores and a maternity center? Let's go and visit all of them. This is the rhythm of big trouble. The executives exchanged looks. Well, who doesn't like to watch the excitement? Let's go? A large group then got in their cars or called their drivers, and a convoy of 7 or 8 vehicles headed toward the companies owned by Li Chang and Yufeng. Upon entering the company, everyone parked their cars, then gathered together, pointing and murmuring at Wang Hao, who was standing alone in the middle of the company square. Mr. Liu, what's the deal with this guy you brought? Yeah, from your tone, he seems to be a fortune teller? At most a feng shui master, right? Can he really do something? Mr. Liu, you better be sure. Can this young man really handle it? If he can't, it's going to be embarrassing. The executives asked all at once, and Lu Kuan-Yu himself was also uncertain since the matter this time was quite significant. However, having previously witnessed Wang Hao's miracles, he confidently said, don't worry, everyone. Our company's advisor is a real master. Our president invited him here with a monthly salary of 100,000. He's no ordinary person. A monthly salary of 100,000. So young. People around were all exclaiming, that's too exaggerated. A monthly salary of 100,000 is the treatment of a deputy general manager of a big company. Now that so many people had gathered here, many employees inside the company also noticed and all ran out, watching from a distance. What's going on? Isn't that Wang Hao, Mr. Wang? Yeah, what exactly happened? Li Chang and Yufeng stood aside with their arms crossed. Li Chang sneered, pretending to be mystical. I want to see what he can do. How can people who aren't family enter the same house, right? Yufeng nodded along. Coming to our turf to play the charlatan, let's see how he ends this. Meanwhile, everyone inside the company was watching from afar, waiting to see what Wang Hao would do next. And Wang Hao was communicating with the luck dice. Luck dice, bro. Wang Hao secretly took out the luck dice and whispered. In the past, it didn't matter whether it turned out good or bad. But this time, my future dear wife is involved. I'm not asking for much. Just give it your all. Extremely unlucky or extremely lucky. Either will do. Please, please. Previously, Wang Hao used the luck dice without much purpose, not caring whether the results were good or bad. But this time was different. This Li Chang was using Bai Yining's name to bluff and deceive. If such a person isn't taught a lesson, he might as well stop mingling around. Strangely enough, as soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, the luck dice actually reacted. With a clatter, the luck dice moved slightly in Wang Hao's palm, flipping to a new side. When Wang Hao saw the side, he laughed heartily. Huh? Luck dice, bro, you really came through. The very top side, extremely good luck. Stable now. Wang Hao carefully put away the luck dice, then took a deep breath. Phew. Look, he's making a move. The onlookers exclaimed upon seeing Wang Hao finally act. What is he planning to do? Generally, corporate leaders tend to believe in feng shui and face reading, and only quirky characters like Li Chang and Yufeng would disdain such things. Li Huaqiao watched Wang Hao raising his arms high and wondered, is he casting a spell? Then they saw Wang Hao raise his arms high, and with a long cry, great winds stir up clouds, seek the mighty to guard all sides. At this moment, Wang Hao looked every bit the charlatan, shouting anything that came to his mind, but inside, he was quite anxious. What would this extremely good luck bring? Earthquake? Fire? Tornado? Anyway, I'm not moving from here today. Whatever big event is happening, bring it on. I would be no hero to even frown. Then Wang Hao knew, luck dice bro really wouldn't disappoint him. The effect was truly extraordinary. Simply unbeatable. Rumble. As soon as Wang Hao's shout came out, the sky changed instantly. The already partly cloudy weather visibly began to shift at a visible rate. From partly cloudy, the clouds quickly darkened, blocking the sunlight completely, compressing from top to bottom. The executives, watching the drastically changing clouds, were stunned. Li Huaqiao called out loudly, "Look, everyone! The weather has changed." Everyone's jaw almost hit the floor. My God, really? This, how can this be explained by science? Am I dreaming? In the distance, the employees of the companies were also agape. Then suddenly someone called out, "The wind is coming. The wind is starting." Only then did everyone realize, indeed, at that moment, a whirlwind arose, sweeping up a cloud of dust. Chapter 582. Let's play the charlatan for you. Good heavens. I'm not dreaming, am I? How? How is this possible? Look up, quick, the clouds. Those terrifying clouds. At this moment, the previously peaceful and harmonious factory was indistinguishable from heaven and earth, seemingly reverting to primordial chaos. The oppressive clouds in the sky swirled together as if they were the entrance to an abyss. Employees of a more timid disposition had already turned pale with fear, their lips trembling. This. Li Chang's eyes nearly fell out as he stared dumbfounded at the sky, his mouth agape for a while, unable to utter a single word. And just at this moment, Wang Hao poured a large bucket of oil into this fire pit. The hurricane is the deity of destiny. Intoxicated and confused by his own ferocity, he has become a twister. Wang Hao's voice seemed to emanate from the depths of Jiuyu, resonating between heaven and earth. No sooner had he finished speaking than within the company's grounds, over 10,000 square meters of land was suddenly ravaged by a violent wind, the falling leaves curling upwards as if weightless and soaring into the sky. Pebbles and dust were lifted by the wind, flying haphazardly like stray arrows, while trees as thick as bowls were uprooted and taken aloft, then snapped easily by the turbulent currents. This is the blind creation of night. Some storms have gone mad, climbing crazily atop the crown of the sky. The fierce wind grew wilder, howling and roaring. The rooftops of the factory buildings had begun to shake, and those present were already scared out of their wits, desperately backing away. Get back, everyone get back. This is too terrifying. Look, it's a tornado. Goodness, what kind of person is this master? Can he really command the wind and the rain? The words he recited just now sound familiar to me. I also find them familiar. Yes, it seems like it's from Hugo's Sea Labor. Could these words actually work as a spell? People were horrified and ran away frantically, but Wang Hao, standing in the center of the square, continued to recite. The sky itself is thrown into confusion, forced to secretly answer with thunder. There is nothing more fearful than this, truly the most evil moment. Boom, crack. The fierce wind whipped the clouds, and the clouds flickered with lightning. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck down, instantly shattering the roof of a factory building and illuminating half the sky. The wind bent the trees by the roadside, tore apart the canvas of shops, stripped the posters from the walls, and obscured the sun, singing, calling, roaring, echoing, suddenly racing, like a crazed great spirit wrenching heaven and earth, suddenly flustered, rolling chaotically in all directions, like a demon deciding on a wild rampage, suddenly sweeping across, launching a surprise attack on everything on the ground, twisting tree branches, lifting roof tiles, breaking electric wires. The factory, someone among the employees shouted. The roof of the factory has been blown off. Goodness, this is terrifying. Everyone looked, and just one glance nearly scared the hearts out of their chests. The roof of one factory building, amidst this violent tempest, was completely lifted off. It flew more than 40 meters before crashing down with a thud. The roof was blown off, and a large stash of manufactured goods shot straight up, filling the entire sky. No, stop. I give up. I give up. Even though gusts of wind like steel blades whirled around him, Li Chang's cold sweat was dripping down incessantly. This factory was his biggest asset. If Wang Hao carried on, this area would definitely be leveled to the ground. But here's the thing. He wanted to admit defeat quickly, but Wang Hao wasn't so easy to appease. Was this really just a stroke of good fortune that could be ended with a mere, "I give up"? Wang Hao stood amidst the raging wind, and at that moment, he wasn't having an easy time either. If his physical condition weren't far superior to that of an ordinary person, he would have been blown away by now. So, not to fully play out this act would simply be wasting such a golden opportunity. You said I'm a charlatan, huh? Well then, I'll give you a show. Great wind monarch, please answer my summons. Let me command all of your subjects. Let the elemental air obey my call. The flowing air shall turn into fierce notes of allegiance to you, existence of the ancient sovereign. At this moment, you shall rule the sky and the earth, your power violently sweeping away all obstacles before you. Let the sky weep beneath your feet. Let the earth howl beneath your feet. Weeping gales, howling world. Wang Hao had the look of a charlatan, his hands wildly waving through the air like a conductor. His crazed demeanor was the spitting image of a mage casting magic in a Western fantasy movie. And boy, did the dice roll deliver. As he spoke, the wind blew in waves. Lightning split the air again and again, and the whole factory seemed as if it were in the midst of hell, with one rooftop after another being lifted and blown away. Countless finished small goods carried into the air, filling the sky with colorful soap boxes, toothbrush cups, trash bins, and shampoo bottles. Everyone present nearly dropped their jaws to the floor, their eyes bulging, their saliva dripping. Li Chong and Yu Fong were the most devastated, bawling their eyes out and beseeching the heavens and the earth. My factory! My factory! Li Chong knelt on the ground, wailing incessantly. There goes 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 1,000,000 gone. My Jeep, my Louis Vuitton. They're all flying away. Yu Fong sat on the ground, crying as if he had encountered the most heartbreaking thing in the world. They're all flying away. Oh my God. The factory. I invested 2 million in this factory. Well, it's no wonder they were crying so miserably, isn't there a saying? The most painful thing in the world is not death, but losing all your money while you're still alive. And what's more painful than that is watching your money fly away right before your eyes. Mr. Liu, please pinch me, Li Huaqiao said, poking Lu Kuan-Yu who was standing by his side, in a daze. This is real, right? It's actually happening, isn't it? Yes, it is. Lu Kuan-Yu also hadn't expected Wang Hao to actually summon this tornado. This guy was simply invincible. Awesome. Forget a salary of 100,000 a month. Even 1,000,000 a month wouldn't be a loss. Time ticked away, second by second, and the wild wind continued for over an hour before it gradually subsided. When everything had returned to how it was before, the factory was almost completely flattened, with just the office building standing alone. At that point, Wang Hao slowly walked up to Li Chong and Yu Fong and said smugly, "Well then, that's that. This is the situation. How's my performance as a charlatan?" Chapter 583. When ruthless, even beat yourself up. Okay, more than all right. It's extremely all right. Li Chong and Yu Fong had completely lost it by now. This factory was their biggest asset, and today, it was utterly ruined by the storm. The most critical part was that they hadn't bought any insurance. Actually, this was normal. A boss who owed a small restaurant 56,000 and didn't buy insurance was making the right decision. You know that's good. Wang Hao looked at the two people who were nearly breaking down and snorted coldly. You have the money to buy everything, Jeeps and Land Rovers, yet you don't have the money to pay back what you owe. You deserve your bad luck. I know I'm wrong. Li Chong, holding on to Wang Hao's legs and crying to heaven and earth, shouted, "Master, please. Stop. We know we're wrong. We'll never cheat anyone again. We'll definitely find a way to pay back what we owe. Please, you have to stop. If you keep going like this, we'll go bankrupt." As if in response to his words, bam, a loud thunder split the sky, and the roof of the last factory building that was still intact was shattered. Wang Hao, damn, is it not over yet? Master, please stop. Seeing this, Li Chong, thinking Wang Hao was still angry, embraced Wang Hao's legs and wept bitterly. Master, we really know we're wrong. Humph, good that you know you're wrong. In that case, I won't bother checking out your other properties. Wang Hao decisively played the role of a charlatan. Get up. You know what you need to do next, right? Hurry up and find a way to raise money and pay back everyone, even a penny short, and he hadn't finished speaking when another bolt of lightning struck right by his side, within 10 meters. Fuck, this is coming for me, isn't it? Master, Li Chong, holding onto Wang Hao's legs, was scared out of his wits. Why is there still lightning? I swear to heaven I've done nothing else morally wrong except owe money. Wang Hao, fuck, if you don't let go, I'm going to get struck. This is some serious bad luck. It's not just damaging your windows, It's dangerous for me too. Let go. Wang Hao struggled frantically. Quick, let go of my legs. Don't abandon me. The more Wang Hao struggled, the tighter Li Chang clung. Master, I know heaven is angry. Please, save my life. Bam! Another bolt of lightning. This time even closer, less than 5 meters away. Wang Hao could already see the thick arc of lightning. Fuck, if this continues, I'm done for. Let go. Let go right now. Wang Hao started running. If I don't run now, the next lightning will hit my head. Master. Li Chang clung even tighter. I really swear. I just owe some money. Yes, and I flirted with 2 girls, but I swear I didn't get them pregnant, Master. It was all consensual. I really didn't force them. Wang Hao. Fuck, there's this gossip too. Good for you, Li Chang. How dare you do this behind my back? Yufang got furious hearing this. She didn't care about the lightning anymore and leaped up, kicking Li Chang. Get up. You better explain yourself today, or I'm not letting this go. Li Chang was kicked to the ground by Yufang with one kick, and as soon as he stood up, Yufang beat him up. Boom crack. Another huge thunder struck down, and this time Wang Hao was lucky to run fast, otherwise it would have struck right on top of his head. The place where he had just been standing was smoking. Oh my god. What is going on? Wang Hao ran wildly after being struck by that huge thunder. It really was a case of where he went. The thunder struck, trailing sparks and lightning all the way. From a distance, Li Huaqiao and the others watched Wang Hao run further and further away, each of them drenched in a cold sweat, soaking their clothes. I'm convinced, completely convinced. Li Huaqiao looked at the distant Wang Hao and exclaimed, the master is truly a master. His power is terrifying, especially his temperament. It's so fierce. When he gets angry, not only does he strike others, but he even strikes himself. Yes, Sister Wang sighed. Only such a person can accomplish great things. They're ruthless, even towards themselves. Lu Kuan Yu kept wiping off his sweat, recalling the fear when the entire company was under Wang Hao's control. Boom crack, boom crack, boom crack. One thunder after another struck down, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Hao had run out of sight. That. Li Huaqiao, looking at Li Chang and Yufang tangled together, coughed and said, could you two stop for a moment? We don't want to interfere with your family matters, but this money. Now was the time to talk about settling the debt, and Li Chang and Yufang, who were no longer daring to evade payment, Li Chang, with his face full of scratch marks, kept bowing to everyone. We'll settle the accounts, definitely. After all that's happened today, if we don't settle the accounts, my life is at risk. But brothers and sisters, unfortunately, I really don't have that much cash on hand right now. Not enough cash. That was awkward. You can't expect him to just conjure up money, right? How much do you have now? Everyone looked at each other, and finally, Li Huaqiao, acting as the representative of the group, asked, tell us how much you have, since we've come to this point. We all have to find a way to solve this, right? Actually, these people were quite easy to talk to. After witnessing Wang Hao's heavenly thunder, they all realized that it's best to leave some leeway in life, or else who knows if the heavens would strike you with a severe thunder. I have a total of about 5 million. At this point, Li Chang finally spoke the truth. I want to pay everyone back, but it's just not enough. This. Everyone looked at each other, and then Lu Kuan Yu thought for a moment and said, let's do this. Everyone check how much they are owed. Let's divide this money up, and if it's not enough, we'll use other assets to cover the debts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair for someone to get nothing at all, right? His suggestion was pretty reliable, and everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, this suggestion is quite reliable. While they started dividing up Li Chang and Yufang's assets on one side, Wang Hao was having a harder time. Boom crack. Another huge thunder struck right next to Wang Hao, numbing his legs. Enough already. Wang Hao shouted angrily, pointing at the sky. Are you really planning to strike me to death, or what? I'm not cultivating immortality here, nor am I planning to transcend. Rumble, rumble. Yet, no sooner had he finished speaking, a huge thunder struck and flipped Wang Hao over. Damn. It. Chapter 584. He didn't know how long he had been lying on the ground, but Wang Hao finally managed to get up. He looked a complete mess, stricken by the lightning, with his hair all curled up. Tui, tui, tui. Wang Hao spat out the dirt in his mouth, picking bits of grass from his hair, and grumbled, "Oh, come on, man. I haven't done anything terribly wrong. I've never punched anyone at Nanshan Nursing Home. I haven't kicked kids at Beihai Kindergarten, nor have I cheated with any girl. Yet here I am, struck by lightning." He got up to check his body. "Quick, see if there's any damage." He carefully examined himself from head to toe, then moved his arms and kicked his legs. "Not bad, not bad. Everything seems quite all right." Then it dawned on him, "Hey, speaking of which, that drug dealer got struck down by lightning before, and here I am unscathed? Is my body that strong now?" That was heavenly thunder, rumored to carry numerous volts of electricity, and his body was already that strong? Now that I think about it, it's actually not too bad. Wang Hao's mood instantly improved. He who survives a great disaster may expect great fortune. Time to head back. As he casually strolled back, he reached the factory's entrance, and Wang Hao was shocked. He saw a whole mess of stuff piled up at the factory's gate. Things like jade sculptures, mahogany furniture, some of the factory's small finished products, Yufeng's Jeep and Li Chang's Land Rover, and what shocked Wang Hao the most were two stone Qilin statues, each about 5 meters long at the doorway. The two stone Qilin statues stood proudly, with fierce expressions, and looking at their size and quality, they were definitely not cheap. "Master, the master is back." Li Huaqiao was the first to rush over, looking at Wang Hao with even more devotion than Lu Kuan-yu. "Master, oh master, you're truly divine. We were all stunned just now. That power, simply unbeatable. Please, take a seat, master," he said, personally wiping a master's chair with his sleeve before pushing Wang Hao down into it, then clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. "Master, I wouldn't dare ask to be your disciple, but I wonder if you still have time? We've just discussed and decided to contribute 50,000 each to keep you here, to bless everyone with safety." Wang Hao, "Man, I'm not a monk. You guys are really going overboard." Mr. Lu, what's going on?" Wang Hao looked at Lu Kuan-yu standing by his side and asked, "What do you mean? You're asking for my protection?" "It's like this," Lu Kuan-yu hurriedly explained. "While you were gone just now, we all discussed it. Everyone thinks that you, as a master, demonstrate profound strength, and it's true that you're the 108th generation descendant of Ghost Valley. But since you're now our senior consultant, they can't poach you. So they thought of this mediating solution, to each contribute 50,000 a month as an offering to you. They don't expect you to do anything, but hope that in real-life threatening situations, you could lend a hand to everyone." Lu Chuanyu's explanation made Wang Hao understand right away. These people made their intentions very clear. Usually he wouldn't need to do anything. Just helping out in really tough situations was enough. This job he could take. Easy peasy, no need to run around all day. Plus, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. It's a virtuous deed. "That's so, okay." Wang Hao nodded immediately. "Since we met today, it must be fate. No problem. In the future, if anyone encounters something they really can't handle, just find me. I can sort it out. No problem at all." "Thank you, master." Everyone nodded frantically, each one looking incredibly pleased. Frankly speaking, 50,000 a month may seem like a lot, but with the master's powers, it's practically like having a second life. So it's settled then. Wang Hao did a quick count. Besides Lu Kuan-yu, there were 6 people present, 50,000 per household. That makes 300,000 a month for us, plus Jiangjiang's salary, making me a 5 million a year man. The key here is not only did we make money, they also owe us big time. This is perfect, absolutely perfect. "Master." Li Huaqiao saw that Wang Hao agreed, and finally he felt relieved. He respectfully said, "These are the physical assets of Li Chang and the others. After discussions, we've decided to distribute them among ourselves. Though it's not enough, the remainder can be paid back gradually. Just now Li Chang came up with 5 million, a million in cash for your company, with the rest divided among us. Whatever is lacking will be covered by these physical assets. You hold the highest position, master, so please choose first. Don't be polite." Li Huaqiao's words made Wang Hao feel a bit embarrassed. "He's asking us to choose first. Does that mean we can choose anything?" "Oh, look at this. How could I possibly?" Wang Hao said with apparent embarrassment, yet his eyes roamed curiously. "Well, those jade ornaments are pretty useless. No thanks. Redwood tables and chairs. Also quite useless. Not my type. No place to put them. No thanks. Skip the small commodities. Just soaps and toothbrush holders. Useless. The 2 cars, on the other hand, were the best to appraise. Just the Land Rover alone could sell for $1,500,000. But since I already have a Maserati CEO, getting another is unnecessary. Selling it would be a pity, and besides, given today's great luck, surely the best wouldn't just be something you'd find anywhere, right? So in the end, Wang Hao set his sights on the pair of stone Qilin. The pair of Qilin looked quite majestic, and they were massive too. Most importantly, their arrival was worth contemplating. Today, I had drawn a very lucky lot. Both natural and human calamities had emerged, and, according to the usual trait of great luck, it would likely bring some unexpected good fortune. From what I see here, only this pair of stone Qilin is worth keeping. Let's go with these. Wang Hao pointed at the stone Qilin. I quite like these. I'll take them. This. Hearing that Wang Hao wanted these, Li Huaqiao hesitated. Master, don't you want to look again? That Land Rover is actually pretty good. We assessed earlier that it could fetch at least $1,500,000 in the used car market. They owe your company $3 million. The car combined with the earlier $1 million would cover it, whereas these Qilin. Li Chang said they were only worth $1 million when he bought them. He was right. The best choice for Wang Hao would undoubtedly be that vehicle. Yet Wang Hao decisively shook his head. Let's settle for this. This thing might be useful to me in the future. Since the master had spoken, everyone else just nodded. Master is powerful. Soon, everyone had divided up the goods. Before leaving, Wang Hao looked towards Li Chang's group, took a deep breath, and said, Today, everyone was really considerate towards you, choosing only the trivial items. From now on, take care of yourselves, or else I won't be able to help if calamity strikes again. Li Chang was moved to tears. We will solemnly heed the master's teachings. Wang Hao waved his hand grandly. His pretentious demeanor skyrocketed. I must be off. Chapter 585. Oh my, this is a love rival. After leaving Li Chang's company, they were all acting like devout followers, especially Li Huaqiao, who was holding a string of prayer beads as if he was a monk who had been fasting for a long time. He said, Master, we were in a bit of a hurry before coming today. Now that the matter is taken care of, how about we go grab a bite to eat? He truly worshipped Wang Hao. This was actually quite normal. Anybody who met someone who could even split themselves with their divine powers would be brought to their knees. No need to bother, Wang Hao smiled and said, I don't like places that are too noisy. Everyone, go back. We'll meet again some other time in the Jianghu. Look at that. The master's state of mind is truly different. Li Huaqiao hurriedly expressed his reverence. Then, Master, you must be busy. Using so much mana today must have been tiring, so we won't disturb you any further. When you have time, please be sure to visit our company. I will be sure to welcome you with open arms. Well, let's not bring this up between gentlemen. People might get the wrong idea. All right, we'll talk about it when there's an opportunity in the future. Wang Hao waved his hand, bidding farewell to the group of company bosses. Master, what are we going to do next? Lu Kuan-yu looked at Wang Hao. Although he was a deputy general manager, now he had to listen to everything Wang Hao said. It couldn't be helped. When facing someone who could call forth wind and rain, who would dare to be presumptuous in front of him? What else but to eat? Wang Hao snapped his fingers. Let's go. We'll have fried noodles. Lu Kuan-yu. A divine being is indeed a divine being, foregoing a feast to eat fried noodles. In fact, Wang Hao's pickiness was not without reason. He really didn't want to socialize. Think about it. After such a grand affair today, if he were to go to a big restaurant with those bosses, wouldn't he drink himself to death? Ice Princess would be returning to the country in a couple of days, and he couldn't afford to waste his days away in a drunken stupor. So he hurried to send everyone away and then grab a simple meal. Now that everything was done, it was all about preparing for Ice Princess's return. The two of them went to the small restaurant they had visited the day before. As soon as the owner saw them, he hurried out to greet them. You two are here again. Ha! Welcome, welcome. Please come inside. After finding a spot and sitting down in the restaurant, Wang Hao looked at the owner and smiled. You seem to be in a good mood today, boss. Good. Of course I am. The restaurant owner was beaming with excitement. Today, the heavens have unleashed some retribution on my behalf. It was exhilarating. What would you like to eat? It's on the house. Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu exchanged glances, and Wang Hao seriously ordered 2 bowls of fried noodles, a side dish, and 2 bottles of beer. Right away. The owner responded and went to prepare the food. Master. Lu Kuan-yu raised his eyebrows and then gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Wang Hao, haha, it's all right. Indeed, communication is ever so advanced these days. While Wang Hao and his companion were waiting for their fried noodles, they overheard customers at the next table whispering, "Hey, have you heard? There was a tornado at the factory today. The roof of the workshop was blown away. Heard about it. It's all over the social circle now. They say the owner was rich but unkind, owing money everywhere. Now, even the heavens couldn't stand it. A tornado and thunderstorms hit them hard. Impressive. Indeed, when it comes to the way one conducts themselves, one must do it with conscience." Wang Hao leaned over with a smile and asked, "Really? Is that true? Something like that happened?" The 2 men, seeing Wang Hao's interest, became even more animated. "Absolutely. I'm telling you, this incident has spread all over the city by now. The scene was, hey, right, take a look, my social feed is full of it." As they spoke, they took out their phones to show Wang Hao the video. Wang Hao was shocked when he saw it. At the heart of the tornado, he hadn't paid much attention, but seeing it now, it was not easy to have survived. The tornado was like a destructive storm straight out of a movie, just flattening everything in its path. Incredible. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. This is a divine retribution. The 2 men nodded in agreement. Exactly. It said that man-induced disasters can be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones cannot be survived. After having a hearty meal with Lu Kuan-yu in the restaurant, the 2 returned to the small hotel where they were staying. Lying in bed, Wang Hao had nothing else to do, so he took out his phone to check if there were any new updates online. After a while, Bai Yining had spoken. "Bai Yining, what are you doing? Is the matter there settled?" Wang Hao, "Yes, it's settled. I chased away that cheater. How are things on your end?" Bai Yining, "I'm coming back to the country the day after tomorrow. Is there anything you'd like me to bring back for you?" "Hey, is my little darling throwing hints for a gift? Oh, how could I possibly accept?" Wang Hao, "Is there anything good?" Bai Yining, "I don't know. I just bought 4 boxes of clothes and 6 pairs of shoes. It all seems pretty ordinary, nothing particularly great. But I couldn't just not buy anything for you, right? How about I get you some ties, leather shoes, clothing and trousers? Or maybe a handbag, belt?" Wang Hao, "For boxes of clothes, 6 pairs of shoes. My dear sister, how much did you buy? And buying ties, leather shoes, clothing and trousers, are all these calculated by point? How much is 1 point?" Wang Hao, No need. I usually wear casual clothes, and I'm not comfortable in anything too formal. Just come back, that's all. What time is your flight? The day after tomorrow? Should I pick you up?" Bai Yining, "Okay then, I have a flight at 10 in the morning to Shanghai. Will you really come pick me up?" Wang Hao, "Of course. By the way, uncle, he won't beat me up, will he?" Bai Yining, "My dad knows about your situation. I've told him some things, and he said he won't care. Even if he did, it wouldn't make a difference. He has no say over my love life. My ice princess darling, you're always such a powerhouse." Wang Hao, "Oh, what a lovely uncle. Okay, I'll be there on time. We'll keep in touch by phone." Bai Yining, "Yes, that's fine. Oh, and there's something I need to tell you in advance." Wang Hao, "What is it?" Bai Yining, "A guy has been pestering me here in France, and I really dislike him. However, his family is involved in business dealings with my family, so I can't just brush him off. He said he's also coming to China this time, which is really annoying. Oh boy, that's a romantic rival. Wait a minute, let me think. My ice princess darling has been discussing business in France for so long. It's said to be a deal worth hundreds of billions. Could it be with that family? Wow, speaking of that, the guy has quite the background. An international high-class, rich, handsome man. Chapter 586. I admire you for not even helping an old lady. Wang Hao. All right, I got it, no worries. We've always believed in persuading with fists. I'll make sure he leaves. Bai Yining, you still want to fight? Okay then, I'll tidy up a bit, and then see if there's anything I can give you as a gift. I'll see you when the time comes. Wang Hao. Yeah, right. Try to go to bed early. Don't exhaust yourself. Bai Yining, got it, Bai. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. There was nothing that could be done. In this world, the more beautiful and outstanding a woman is, the more men vie for her attention. It's just like bait. The more enticing the bait, the more fish will bite. It's the same principle. Bai Yining was certainly one in a million, radiant wherever she went. It was entirely imaginable that she would have numerous suitors. Actually, it was already beyond Wang Hao's expectations that only a persistent suitor had followed her home. That was already impressive. Since I've chosen this path, I might as well stick with it to the end, Wang Hao muttered as he lay in bed. Bring on as many as they come. What's the big deal with someone from a large family? Humph, dare to act cocky with Brother Hao? I'll make sure you understand what a disaster from the skies feels like. I'm a man backed by the dice, brother, with the heavens as my support. Am I afraid of a mere rich second generation? Of course, now that Bai Yining's return is imminent, the car has become the first issue to consider. I can't possibly pick her up in a taxi, can I? If I actually went in a taxi, I'd probably be kicked out by Yining's father. He whipped out his phone and called his agent, Xia Sweki. Hello, Sweki, Wang Hao said cheerily. How's it going over there? Brother Hao, you finally remembered me. Xia Sweki was almost moved to tears when Wang Hao finally called. Everything is going smoothly. The film crew has been making rapid progress, and LV Junyu even cameoed in several roles. Director Yang said he could hold his own in the future as an important supporting actor. We've nearly finished all the indoor scenes, and now we're traveling all over to shoot the outdoor scenes. I've been following them around. Oh, and Lan Zihuang, I watched a few scenes of her acting. It's really good. You should check it out when you have time. Brother Hao, she's gorgeous. It's good that there aren't any problems with the crew. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. That's good to hear. By the way, has anything important come up and needed my attention lately? Nothing too important so far, Xia Sweki replied. Mostly just bits and pieces, like contracts for manga adaptations, the rights to The Proud Smiling Wanderer, stuff like that. I've taken care of all of it and signed them under your name, Brother Hao. My agent is really efficient. Haha, great. I'll send you a big red packet soon. Wang Hao was quite satisfied with Xia Sweki's work. He paused and then asked, by the way, is the car fixed? Xia Sweki replied, the car has been repaired. I just picked it up today. Shall I drive it? Back now? Yeah, that would be great. Come on back, Wang Hao laughed. Ice Princess is returning the day after tomorrow, and I need to go pick her up. Once you're back, you can take some time off. Ice Princess is coming back, Xia Sweki exclaimed in surprise, excitedly saying, Brother Hao, can you get me her autograph, please? And tickets to her concert. I want to go to her concert. Sure thing. Wang Hao laughed heartily. That's easy, haha. All right, that settles it then. Start heading back now, and give me a call when you arrive in Zhonghai City tomorrow. Okay, will do. Mission accepted. Putting down the phone, Wang Hao sighed contentedly. My darling is coming back, and I'm feeling a bit excited. After sleeping soundly on the bed, the next morning Wang Hao and Lu Kuan-yu returned to downtown Zhonghai City. Now that the debts had been collected, the moment the two of them stepped into the company, all the staff gathered around. Mr. Lu, you're back so soon. Did it go well? Yes. Didn't you run into any trouble this time? We've all heard about it. President Yu is really stingy and difficult to deal with. Mr. Lu, you look beaming. You must have collected the money, right? Lu Kuan-yu glanced at the staff, coughed, and then beckoned. Everyone, calm down. I have good news to announce. With that, all the company's staff immediately quieted down. The debt collection went very smoothly. Lu Kuan-yu pushed Wang Hao forward and laughed loudly. Our Master Wang was nothing short of miraculous, working wonders. You should have seen the scene. President Yu's factory was nearly razed to the ground. At Mr. Lu's words, everyone was stunned. That's so exaggerated. A master is a master, indeed impressive. Need you ask? When Master first came to us, he was holding back. Now that he's gone over there to stir things up, he'll certainly torment them to death. Ha. Right. Make them pay up their debts. Master is so awesome. I'm impressed, and I don't even need my granny's support. The whole company was buzzing with enthusiasm. At that moment, Jiang Huanyu also came out of his office and immediately smiled, saying, I knew that with Master in charge, there would be no problem. It looks like we won't have to worry anymore. There was certainly no need for worry, but with the pair of stone chelants left behind, the financial gap would naturally need to be filled by myself. Wang Hao immediately transferred the money to Jiang, finally settling the matter. All right, Jiang. Sitting on the sofa in Jiang Huanyu's office, Wang Hao smiled and drank a cup of tea. There's nothing pressing for now. I've got things to take care of on my end, and I'm afraid I won't be able to come to the office for the next few days. Oh, got stuff to do, huh? No problem. Jiang Huanyu nodded with a smile. Master, whenever you're free, just swing by the office. There's no need to keep regular hours as. We agreed. Yeah. All right. I'll take my leave then. Wang Hao immediately stood up. Call me if you need anything. Stepping out of Jiang Huanyu's company, Wang Hao looked up at the blazing sun. My ice princess is coming back. It's been so long. I have to prepare a gift. But what to buy? It's not easy when your girlfriend is so high class. Wang Hao rubbed his temples, finding it quite the headache. Not only is she stunning in public, but knowing what to gift her is also a problem. With her status and class, anything I give seems insufficient. Wang Hao wasn't wrong there. For an ordinary woman, a car or a house could be considered a surprise. But giving those to Bai Yining would be quite inappropriate. She had seen it all. Especially now, it said she's returned with a persistent suitor. I must consider carefully, as offering something inadequate would be downright embarrassing. Chapter 587. Brother Hao, you might as well kill me. What should I gift her? Wang Hao rubbed his chin, thinking for quite some time. Just as he was pondering, the sound of a car engine revved up, and Wang Hao looked up to see Xia Sueki driving our beloved car back. Brother Hao, I'm back. Xia Sueki parked the car, rolled down the window with a smile, and said, Get in quick. It's no parking here. Ah, finally back. Not an easy feat, huh? Is the car all fixed up? Wang Hao opened the car door and got in while Xia Sueki started the car and said as they drove off, Yes, these kinds of cars are always a pain to fix. It took a long time. Brother Hao, where do you plan to go? She didn't forget to remind him. Miss Ice Princess is returning soon. Have you thought about what gift to give her? I have. That's exactly what I've been considering. Wang Hao massaged his temple and said, Just can't decide what to give. Let's head to the shopping center first. The two headed straight for one of the largest shopping centers in Zhonghai City, Ganghui Honglong Square. In Zhonghai, the Twin Towers are almost the symbol of Zujiawi, and the Ganghui Honglong Square connects right in the middle of both towers. Ganghui Honglong Square Shopping Center brings together sports and fitness, cultural entertainment cinemas, digital electronics, cosmetics, women's shoes and bag accessories, children's goods, and home products, featuring over 400 specialty stores across themed areas on various floors. It covers all kinds of benchmark brands within the consumer market. If one were to buy a gift for a girlfriend, coming here would surely be the right choice. These are all luxury brands. Oh, Xia Sueki parked the car, her eyes sparkling as she looked around. I've wanted to shop here for so long, but never had the chance, mainly because I didn't have the money, hehe. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Wang Hao replied casually and started walking inside. Entering Honglong Square, they were surrounded by a dazzling array of shops. While walking, Xia Sueki asked, Brother Hao, do you have any rough ideas? If you don't, I can give you some suggestions. Xia Sueki giving suggestions? Well, considering we're all girls, even if our thoughts aren't exactly the same, they should at least be somewhat similar, right? Sure. Wang Hao smiled, nodded, and said, Let's hear it. What do all of you like? Well, generally speaking, Xia Sueki counted on her fingers as they walked. Gifts for a girlfriend fall into a few major categories: tech and trendy product experiences, life assistance, and warm companionship. For the tech and trendy product experience, things like an iWatch or an iPhone, although they're frequently updated, buying these. Then Wang Hao shrugged. Do you think Ice Princess is the kind of person who needs these? Xia Sueki. All right, Xia Sueki smacked her forehead hard. Miss Ice Princess certainly won't lack these things, not to mention how many she might already have at home. Then she quickly continued. How about some skincare products? Good skincare can make women feel very comfortable using them. Even if Miss Ice Princess is, well, she'll surely need something like moisturizing lotions, right? Well, that's actually true. Our very own Ice Princess's level of beauty is without question and she would indeed use products like lotions. So what brand should it be? What do you think is a good one? Wang Hao looked at Xia Sueki. You must know more about this than I do. Right. I think Chanel is really good. Xia Sueki immediately recommended a top-tier brand. If you, Brother Hao, gift that. Then she stumbled. Forget it. I guess Miss Ice Princess must already have cartloads of cosmetics. At that moment, even Xia Sueki became frustrated. She grabbed her hair in exasperation. Ah, what else is there? Wang Hao. It seemed gifting something to a girl was an activity, incredibly capable of frustrating someone. How about a fitness tracker? Xia Sueki suggested again. It's essentially a gym buddy. She probably can't do without it. Then she second-guessed herself, but soon her eyes brightened again. What about a wireless printer? Or a Samyed portable charger? Look over there, Brother Hao. It's super soft and adorable. Makes you happy even when your phone runs out of battery during busy work. Wang Hao glanced at the shop nearby. Not sure if Ice Princess would like it, but it looks like our agent sure does. But then again, you can't be too sure. After all, women generally like fluffy things. Since Xia Sueki likes it, Ice Princess might as well. What if she really likes it? Let's go, buy it first, Wang Hao said, leading Xia Sueki into the electronics store without another word. He bought one and asked, how about this one, huh? Manufacturer, Buys Electric Group Company, Ltd. He turned to Xia Sueki. Is this company the Bai family's? Xia Sueki. Yeah, it seems to be. To give something made by her family's company to the daughter of the family's head. This. He stuffed it into Xia Sueki's hands. Here, you can have it. I reckon our someone probably won't need this. Xia Sueki. Xia Sueki was torn. Xia Sueki was frustrated. Xia Sueki was pulling her hair out. Why does giving a gift suddenly feel so difficult? Or, Brother Hao, shall we look at clothes? Xia Sueki whispered. Women love buying clothes. You give her a beautiful outfit, and she will definitely be happy. Better not. Wang Hao shook his head. She's coming back from France with 6 cases of clothes and about a dozen pairs of shoes. Xia Sueki. How about some gold and silver jewelry? Jade and gems. Xia Sueki pointed to a jeweler's store on the 2nd floor. What do you think about that? Actually, for a regular woman, a necklace or earrings would be fine, but for Bai Yining, it's different. Wang Hao. She switches them every day. I don't know what she'd like. Should I buy a bunch? Buy a bunch. Xia Sueki was speechless again. The fewer of these things, the more precious they are. If you buy too many, they won't reflect their value. How about giving her a dog? No way. Wang Hao decisively shook his head. What if she doesn't like the breed? Can't just throw it away, can you? With dogs, even if someone likes them, the person really needs to pick one out personally. Otherwise, it's hard to deal with if they don't like it, right? This time, Xia Sueki got tough and blurted out several gift ideas in one breath. A creative music box with rotating figures. A plush aromatherapy gift set. A French Monbento dual-layer lunchbox. A creative hourglass companion night light. A sky garden creative flower pot. A micro-forest insulated mug. But for each one she mentioned, Wang Hao shook his head. Nope, not happening. No way. Still no. Arg. Xia Sueki completely collapsed, scratching her hair in frustration. Brother Hao, just kill me now. I can't think of anything else. Chapter 588. A man can be unattractive, can be poor, but he must be saucy. What do girls most want to receive from their boyfriends as a gift? As it turns out, it's really hard to say. After all, there are as many Hamlets as there are people, and certainly, the gifts that 1,000 girls want can range from 800 to 500 different varieties. Of course, some girls would nobly claim, don't bother giving anything, gifts don't matter. But truth be told, if no gifts are offered, there are plenty of girls who would turn around and accuse their boyfriends of being insensitive and unthoughtful for not giving gifts or remembering anniversaries. Then, the boyfriend would just stand there completely baffled, wondering, what's going on? Where's all this anger coming from? After all, while their mouths may say no, their bodies are still very honest. What a headache. Wang Hao rubbed his temples. He had been walking around with Xia Sueki for quite a while and still hadn't come up with any good ideas. Brother Hao, I'm really out of options. Xia Sueki looked around aimlessly for a while, then could only say helplessly, think about it. Miss Ice Princess lacks nothing, and she is both beautiful and comes from a good family. Why don't you just give her a bouquet of roses? Just drop it. Wang Hao decisively shook his head and said, if those paparazzi found out someone gave her roses, it would turn the entire entertainment industry upside down. Wang Hao knew very well how popular Bai Yining was. After all, she was the powerhouse who could sell out concert tickets within 10 minutes of the announcement. If word got out that she accepted roses from someone. Brother Hao, if it really comes down to it, just give jewelry. Xia Sueki pondered, and then said, you could give earrings, rings, bracelets, and the like. These items are at least valuable and won't cause offense. Even if Miss Ice Princess doesn't like them, it shouldn't be a big problem. Jewelry, huh? Wang Hao stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then suddenly his eyes lit up and he burst into hearty laughter. Ha! What you said reminded me. Jewelry it is. I'll make a set for her myself. Ha ha ha. As the saying goes, a gift be it light as feather carries with it heavy affection. And of course, something shop-bought isn't as sincere as something handmade. As self-made. Upon hearing this, Xia Sueki was instantly stunned. Brother Hao, wait, make it yourself? Make jewelry yourself? How can you even do that? Is that possible? To be honest, Xia Sueki had lived this long and seen men give their girlfriends jewelry, but to say the jewelry was to be handmade. This was indeed the first time she'd heard such a thing. Of course, make it myself, Wang Hao said matter-of-factly. Think about it. If it's something ready-made, no matter how expensive, she wouldn't care, right? But if I handcraft it myself, that's different. It would be the only piece in the entire world, absolutely one of a kind. Xia Sueki. Brother Hao's reasoning seemed so sound, I was left speechless. It does sound like that makes sense, Xia Sueki said curiously. Then Brother Hao, where shall we go to make it? The equipment for making jewelry isn't common. Don't worry, I have a clever plan. Wang Hao chuckled, leading Xia Sueki into a jeweler's store. Hello there, are you looking to pick out some jewelry? As soon as the staff saw Wang Hao and his companion enter, he rushed over with a friendly smile. We've just added a batch of freshly processed jewelry. Feel free to have a look around. If it were anyone else, they would certainly start browsing, or at the very least, take a quick glance. But Wang Hao immediately shook his head and asked, is your manager here? Could you ask him to come over? I have some things I'd like to discuss. A manager? Hearing this, the staff member froze, puzzled, and asked, may I ask, sir, why you're looking for our manager? Just don't worry about it, said Wang Hao. Go on, I've got a big deal to make today. Hurry up, you certainly can't make the call. What sort of big deal? The staff member was full of questions, but since the customer had made the request, they naturally had no choice but to comply, and so they went to find the manager. Soon, a clerk brought over a woman dressed in an OL, office lady, business suit, and upon seeing Wang Hao, she asked, hello, I'm the manager here. I heard that the gentleman has some big business with us. May I ask what it is? Before she arrived, the clerk had informed her of the situation, so the manager was quite puzzled. Why look for the manager for a big deal? Why not just make the purchase directly? It's like this, Wang Hao said with a smile, and then continued. I wanted to ask if your company has a jewelry processing factory here in Zhonghai. I would like to borrow some polishing tools, or the like. Of course, I wouldn't borrow them for free. I'm willing to pay 50,000 for 1 day's use. 50,000 to borrow jewelry processing tools for 1 day? Has this guy's brain been squeezed by a door? With that amount of money, how much ready-made jewelry could he buy? Even a decent diamond ring would only cost about 10,000. Sir, that. The manager's breathing became slightly erratic. Are you dissatisfied with the jewelry in our store? Buying directly from us is both fast and convenient, and if the gentleman finds it expensive, I can also offer you a small discount. What do you think? Buying ready-made jewelry is so boring, Wang Hao said nonchalantly, smoothing back his hair. What I'm after is the ambience. The female clerk who had been standing by and eavesdropping immediately swooned. This guy is so cool. The female clerk's eyes filled with little stars. A man doesn't have to be handsome, doesn't have to be rich, but he absolutely must have charm. This. The manager was also stunned by Wang Hao. After thinking it over for a while, she couldn't see how this deal could be anything but profitable. Just using the polishing machine for 1 day and getting 50,000? That's enough to buy several machines. Could this young man have some other scheme in mind? Sent by a competitor? He didn't seem like it. After all, anyone could just call up a jeweler or business if they needed machinery. There was nothing to scheme about. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go consult with the factory right away. The manager excused herself to Wang Hao and immediately called the factory. Is this Mr. Wu? There's this situation. A customer said he wants to craft jewelry by himself. Yes, he offered 50,000 for one day. Yes, exactly. Nothing else is needed, just to borrow the machines. Yeah, I think so too. Okay, I'll bring him over right now. All right. 50,000 for one day's use of the machines. It was simply a golden opportunity. The power of decision was entirely in their own hands. Only a fool would say no. Mr. Hao, our Mr. Wu has agreed. About the payment, the manager asked with a beaming smile. Will you be paying cash or by card? I'll use my card. Wang Hao stood up and pulled out a card from his pocket. Carrying cash is too much of a hassle. Card swiped, bill settled. The manager watched with gaping astonishment. 50,000, just like that, in her hands. Not only was she dumbfounded, but all the clerks in the store were staring wide-eyed. Damn, a true tycoon. A real tycoon for sure. Just whips out the cash. I've seen tycoons before, but never one quite like this. In an instant, the manager began treating Wang Hao as if he were a god, immediately leading him outside. Follow me. Our factory is right by the South Fifth Ring High Speed, about a 30-minute drive away. Chapter 589, Rare in Heaven, None on Earth. How can anyone say that money doesn't make things easier? Off to the factory we go. All right, let's go. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Oh, I'm actually going to do it myself. Just thinking about it gets me a little excited, hee. As the manager was getting the car ready for Wang Hao, he mused to himself. Who is this young guy anyway? 50,000 isn't a small sum, and this guy just whipped it out without even a furrowed brow. All along the way, the manager was deep in thought, but when he finally saw Wang Hao's car, he was utterly floored. Good heavens! Good heavens! A Maserati president. Actually, the manager had seen his fair share of the world, and a Maserati president alone wouldn't have shocked him to that extent. What really blew his mind was the cool license plate. Middle AS 6666. No way could anyone get that plate without some serious connections. This guy is totally a high-class, wealthy, and handsome dude. Get in, Wang Hao said with a smile as he opened the car door and slid into the back seat. This was just a casual and usual action for him, yet it startled the manager again. He's actually sitting in the back. The manager looked at Wang Hao, then at Xia Sweki. Could it be that these two are? Generally speaking, if the two were a couple, the man would drive and the woman would sit in the passenger seat. But since Wang Hao was sitting in the back and the woman was driving, it could only mean one thing. This man was the boss, and the woman was just an assistant or something. This is my boss, and I'm his agent. Xia Sweki, smiling, started the car and added, surprising, isn't it? Agent. The manager really learned a lot today, shocked speechless. I actually thought you two were in a relationship. I didn't expect you to be his agent. With a lady agent as attractive as Miss. Oh, how sweet is that? Has brother now upgraded to being addressed as a young noble? My boss's girlfriend is way prettier than me, Xia Sweki said with a laugh, shaking her head. I'm nowhere near her level. Honestly, the manager already thought Xia Sweki was an exceptional beauty, and now to hear she couldn't compare to this noble's girlfriend? How could that be? How beautiful is this noble's girlfriend? The manager asked jokingly, grinning. Could she possibly be as beautiful as Miss Ice Princess? Wang Hao brightened immediately on hearing this and replied with a smile. How did you know my girlfriend is Miss Ice Princess? He was telling the truth, but the manager didn't see it that way. Heh. You really like to joke, sir. The manager decisively shook his head. Miss Ice Princess is the dream girl of every man in the Heavenly People's Republic, from 80-year-old men to 8-year-old boys. Everyone adores her. With her beautiful singing, stunning looks, and noble lineage, she's just the epitome of perfection. A woman like that, who could possibly reach her level? Sir, don't get upset. Although I do think you are quite capable, catching up to Miss Ice Princess is still a big stretch. Now, should I be happy or upset about this? Never mind. Considering that he praised our dear Momo, let's not hold it against him. You've got a point there. Wang Hao stroked his chin as he muttered, just what kind of handsome, dashing, and magnificent man would it take to win over Miss Ice Princess? Thinking about such a person really makes one envy them. The driver, Xia Sweki, almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Brother Hao was really too amusing, praising himself to the skies like that. Yes, yes. The manager, blissfully unaware of the actual context, nodded in agreement. Whoever manages to win over Miss Ice Princess would indeed be blessed with fortune from 800 past lives. Without immense chief fortune and wisdom, there's no hope. Humph, saying that. Bro, I'll forgive your earlier words, huh? The three of them chatted and laughed all the way, and soon they were on the expressway circling the city. Half an hour later, they drove into a large factory that covered about 100,000 square meters. We're here. Mr. Wu has been waiting. The manager got out of the car and greeted a middle-aged man checking his phone downstairs from afar. Mr. Wu. Oh, you've arrived? Hearing the call, Mr. Wu quickly put away his phone and hurriedly stepped forward with a smile. Indeed, a young achiever. Oh, and that license plate is really something, a true symbol of status. Brother, please come inside, come inside. How may I address you? Actually, Mr. Wu hadn't been too concerned about this matter at first. After all, 50,000 wasn't a huge sum for him. But then he thought, anyone who could nonchalantly throw out 50,000 just for a lark must be no ordinary person. Now, seeing for himself, he immediately applauded his wise decision. Nice to meet you, Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded, and as they walked, he inquired, is everything ready? The workshop is ready to go at any time. With all these phonetic names like Wang Hao, Wang Hao, Wang Hao floating around, Mr. Wu couldn't immediately recall which prominent family this young master might belong to. He chuckled and asked, Brother Wang, you rented our workshop today for? Oh, nothing much, just wanted to hand-make a little gift for my girlfriend. Wang Hao replied as they walked. Let's head to the workshop first. Time waits for no man. Right this way, brother, please. Mr. Wu led Wang Hao towards the workshop. Don't worry, brother. I've specifically asked our chief master to come and guide you personally, guaranteed to meet your satisfaction. They walked about 100 meters and saw a large workshop of over 1,000 square meters ahead. Standing at the doorway was a master with sleeve protectors on his arms. Mr. Wu said, Brother, this is our company's best jeweler craftsman, Master Zhong Yutao. Our Master Zhong is a nationally renowned jeweler master, winner of countless awards. The jeweler personally crafted by him is indeed hard to procure at any price. Hello. Wang Hao nodded in respect and said, An honor to meet you, Master. Well met. Master Zhong clearly carried an air of authority, and with a slight nod, he asked, What exactly are you planning to make, brother? Just specify your requirements, and I assure you satisfaction. He had assumed that Wang Hao was here to commission some jewelry, but Wang Hao hadn't planned on asking for his guidance at all. Wang Hao looked around and then said, I was thinking of making some jewelry myself. Do you know where the machines are? Planning to make jewelry himself? Master Zhong frowned and said, Young man, making jewelry isn't like playing with mud. I started learning at the age of 5 and studied under my master for 30 years before I could even begin to call myself a craftsman. Do you think it's that simple? Both the manager and Mr. Wu exchanged glances. This young man must have his head screwed on wrong. Did he really think a complete novice could craft jewelry? Chapter 590. Facing the doubts of these few people, Wang Hao didn't take them to heart at all. Hey, how can we know without trying? Wang Hao headed into the workshop. Come on, Master Zhong, show me what the tools are like first. This? Ah, never mind. I can't manage your penchant for wasting money if you have nowhere else to spend it. Master Zhong wore an expression as if he was witnessing the birth of a prodigal in front of him, sighing as he walked. These young people nowadays, really, as soon as they get a bit of cash, they have no idea how to flaunt it properly. The group entered the workshop, and Wang Hao looked around. The workshop was very tidy, even abnormally so. The manager and Mr. Wu exchanged glances, and Mr. Wu chuckled softly. I've moved all the designs and finished products out of here. Let's see if he can discover anything. Before the visit, Mr. Wu was afraid that Wang Hao was a spy sent by a competing adversary. Whether a true spy or a fake undercover, as long as people were willing to hand over money, He simply moved everything away to see what reaction there would be. Not bad at all. Wang Hao was actually very satisfied with the environment. Clean and tidy, such an environment makes playing around here interesting. He walked up to a polisher, then took a look at the raw materials around him and casually picked up a piece to examine closely. Mr. Wang, may I ask what you plan on making? Master Zhong, after all, was the best jeweler here, and although he looked down on Wang Hao's wasteful behavior, he still asked, earrings? A ring? A necklace? A pendant? Wang Hao put down the metal in his hand and replied, well, let's start with a pair of earrings. Earrings, eh? Those are simple, Master Zhong nodded, then asked, so, what materials do you plan to use? Gold, platinum, jade, or diamonds? Mr. Wu added very timely from the side. Mr. Wang, you can pick whatever you like. I'll only charge you the cost price, no extra fees. He said this, but in his mind, he was determined. Kid, you clearly look like an easy mark. If I don't fleece you good on this great opportunity, all my years in the business world would have been for nothing. The manager also stood to the side, full of anticipation. Such a big client, spending 50,000 in one day. The materials you choose should at least cost a couple of 100,000, right? When that time comes, our commission. Yet contrary to their expectations, Wang Hao's next words completely devastated them. This material. Wang Hao turned around the place and suddenly stumbled upon something good, his face lighting up with glee. Ha! Found it. This will do. This is... Everyone turned to look, and they were all stunned. Beer bottles. Master Zhong was practically beside himself, yelling, you rascal, are you purely here to mock me? It's your money, and you're free to waste it on making jewelry. And I won't stop you from trying it yourself, but at least choose a decent material. What can you do with a beer bottle? Can jewelry made from that even be worn? Yes. Mr. Wu was wiping the anxious sweat from his brow, trying to persuade him nonstop. Mr. Wang, please think it over carefully. I have many polished diamonds here. If you like something shiny, just pick a couple of stones. But this beer bottle. The thing was, damn it, this stuff only cost 50 cents each. If you use this as a material, will we all end up eating dirt? Besides, can this thing even work? Have you ever seen anyone use this stuff to make jewelry? Cut it out. You guys just don't understand, do you? Wang Hao, holding the amber beer bottle, chuckled. Only something polished from this can show our sincerity. If I just wanted any odd item, why would I bother to come all this way instead of just buying it in your store? But old man here, in all my years, I've never heard of using beer bottles for jewelry. Master Zhong's mustache was trembling with anger. My machines are not made for polishing this kind of stuff. Are you sure it's going to work? I've made over 10,000 pieces of jewelry and never seen this kind of operation. Wang Hao simply ignored them, walked to one side, and with a bit of force, cracked, the beer bottle shattered to pieces. Haha, not bad indeed. Wang Hao picked up the bottom of the bottle, examined it carefully from top to bottom, left to right, and said contentedly, this color is good. Humph, you've never seen a diamond of this color, have you? Everyone was dumbfounded and shook their heads in unison. No, we haven't. It seemed this guy was seriously going for it. Then that's just right, Wang Hao said with a smile as he walked up to the polishing machine. What's the point of giving something that's everywhere on the streets? Move aside. I'm about to start. Saying this, he put on the glasses that were off to the side, then sat down in front of the polishing machine, his face serious. After brewing his thoughts for a good while, he finally said, how do you turn this thing on? Master Zhong, this prodigal son doesn't even know how to turn on the machine and he wants to make jewelry. Fine. Let him do it. Let him do whatever he wants today. Master Zhong directly turned on the machine, then instructed, just put your broken bottle bottom on and grind it. And when it gets small, remember to grip it with the pliers, or it will fly off. Got it, Wang Hao nodded. He first smashed the bottle bottom into 2 halves, then picked up 1 half and began to grind. Shush. Sparks flew, and Wang Hao watched the gradually shrinking bottom of the bottle in his hand with utmost seriousness, becoming more and more cautious. Actually, choosing this thing as a gift was a well-considered decision by Wang Hao. Ordinary things didn't catch by Yanning Sai. Even if he gave her a diamond ring or earrings worth several million, she might not like them. nor would it show his sincerity. On the other hand, this thing, once polished, would symbolize a piece of his heart, not to mention it was good-looking and economical. Shush, 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 shush. The sparks continued to fly. The piece of glass, which was originally the size of a thumb, had now been ground down to the size of a pinky nail. It was no longer suitable to use this large grinding machine. A more refined one was needed. Wang Hao gripped the piece of glass with the pliers and sat down in front of the smaller grinding machine, starting to polish it even more carefully. The few people standing by watched with bated breath, all but Xia Sueki showing a look of schadenfreude. It was easy to grind a large piece down to a small one. The true challenge was just beginning. Take it slow, take it slow. Wang Hao slowed his breath, his eyes fixed tightly on the small piece of glass. Bit by bit, he polished a tiny flat surface out of this pinky nail-sized glass shard. Since it was to be made into jewelry, at least the basic diamond shape was required. And just then, as he was polishing the glass, he suddenly exclaimed, Huh? What's going on? It turned out that a faint halo of light had begun to emerge from the piece of glass clamped in the pliers before his eyes. Chapter 591. There's this kind of operation. Halo. Wang Hao carefully observed the piece of glass held in the pliers, then picked up another piece of similar size to randomly compare, finally reaching a conclusion. This halo was unique to the piece of glass he had just polished. And that wasn't all. The key point was that only the polished surface had the light. The other parts of the fragment were very normal. Oh my, what's going on here? Could it be that this is the effect seen by my jade eye? Wang Hao stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, possibly. Keep going. Let's see what happens when this thing is completely polished. While he was observing and contemplating, the others present were utterly confused, clearly baffled. Mr. Wu curiously asked, what was he just doing? I didn't quite catch it. The youth are always a bit overly excited, Master Zhong scoffed and shook his head, saying, It's just a polished surface. Look how excited he is. I've made countless such things. It's very normal. Yes, the manager agreed, then quietly asked Master Zhong, Master, how do you think his polishing is? SOSO, Master Zhong pursed his lips, a pure newbie. The first surface is easy. The difficult part comes later. While they were whispering among themselves, Wang Hao once again carefully compared the pieces of glass in his hands, then turned to Master Zhong and asked, Master Zhong, how many facets should a qualified diamond have? You don't know this? As a jeweler, Zhong Yutao, Master Zhong naturally answered without hesitation, a smile on his face. Generally, it's between 57 and 58 facets. A standard diamond's crown includes 1 table, 8 star facets, 8 kite facets, and 16 upper girdle facets, totaling 33 facets. The girdle is also 1 facet, which is the widest part of the diamond. The pavilion includes 16 lower girdle facets, 8 pavilion facets, and 1 culet at the very bottom, totaling 25 facets. However, since a diamond doesn't necessarily have a culet, a pavilion without a culet would have 24 facets. Typically, it adds up to 58 or 57 facets. There are also special designs, such as Swarovski's 9 hearts and a flower which has 100 facets, and Enzo's 88 and 105 facets. But those are special cases and not really relevant here. Oh, I see. Wang Hao nodded, then continued to examine the piece of glass in his hands. The manager watched him, covering her mouth to suppress a giggle. He's only just finished 1 facet, and there are 58 in total. There's no way he'll finish this diamond today. 1 day's work is 50,000, 2 days 100,000. While she was quietly calculating in her mind, Wang Hao had started polishing again. Shoo shhh. The sound of the machine continuously buzzed while Master Zhong, Mr. Wu, and others watched amusedly. For them, a pure novice attempting to polish a standard 58-facet diamond was utterly impossible. After all, this task demands perfect symmetry. Each facet must have a symmetrical counterpart, no room for even a slight error. Otherwise, even if 1 facet is incorrectly polished, the diamond would be considered defective, utterly worthless. Wang Hao kept observing as he polished. With each facet, the first was easy, but the second was crucial. The angle was extremely important. Even a slight deviation could significantly affect the overall outcome. Almost there, Almost there. Wang Hao's eyes remained fixed on the glass fragment. As its second facet gradually became smooth and the halo grew stronger, once it matched the brightness of the first facet, Wang Hao quickly stopped his operation. This looks really good. Wang Hao held the fragment with the pliers, took off his glasses, and looked closely. Ah, this angle is just right. Hee, and this color is really pretty. At that moment, the glass fragment, with its two facets connected, was perfect in angle, with smooth surfaces flickering with a subtle fluorescence, complemented by its inherent color, truly a sight of unbeatable beauty. This is... Master Zhong's eyes nearly popped out. Not bad. Kid, your two facets are well done. There's potential. PFF? Mr. Wu murmured quietly. That's only two facets, out of 58 in total. Wait till you start crying later. Now that two facets were done, it was time for the third. With the experience from the first two, Wang Hao became even more skilled this time. In fact, all he had to do was keep his eyes on it until the halo reached its peak, and it would be a success. And so, the third facet, the fourth, the fifth. In just over an hour, the top table, along with the 8-star facets and 8 kite facets, were all polished. After these 17 facets were done, the glass fragment had begun to exhibit the initial glow of a diamond, and the size was impressive. A tea-colored diamond the size of a pinky nail. Once all done, it would definitely look incredibly beautiful. Brother Hao is simply amazing. Xia Sueki, watching from the sideline, had stars in her eyes. This is done so well. There's such a technique. Master Zhong was completely flabbergasted. In his many years of experience, he had never seen anyone polish a piece of glass like this. Not bad. Wang Hao smiled, satisfied, then continued with the pliers to keep grinding. With the top 17 facets done, next up were the 16 upper girdle facets, followed by the lower girdle facets and the pavilion facets. Shu shhh. The machine kept running, and as Wang Hao polished, time flew especially fast. The first lower girdle facet successful, the second, the third, the fourth, the 16th. Soon, all 16 lower girdle facets were polished, then the final 8 pavilion facets. Another hour passed, and once Wang Hao had polished all the facets, a piece of glass, now arguably a perfect 57-facet Kulit glass gem, emerged fresh. Seeing the glow it emitted, one that even normal diamonds don't have, Wang Hao laughed heartily. It's done. Haha, this would be perfect to give as a gift. As he was in a great mood, Master Zhong and the others had their mouths wide open, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. This technique. Chapter 592. Master, please accept me as your disciple. At that moment, everyone in the room had their eyes firmly fixed on the glass gemstone in Wang Hao's hands. Master Zhong Yutao's hands trembled as he looked at Wang Hao and asked hesitantly, Old Wang. No, Master. Could the Master allow me to see the gemstone you've crafted? Sure. Since it was Master Zhong asking, Wang Hao nodded immediately and gently handed over the tweezers holding that glass gemstone to Zhong Yutao. Take a look, Master. If there's nothing wrong with it, I'll start crafting the second one. I'll take a look. I must take a good look. Zhong Yutao took the gemstone and began examining it from every angle with great care. This is... Master Zhong first used his eyes to look, then after a while, he suddenly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his eyes and picked up a pair of glasses specially made for inspecting jewelry. He continued to observe while drawing in a breath of cold air. This gemstone. Suddenly, it was as if he caught some kind of fever. He put down the glasses and took out a magnifying glass. After looking through the magnifying glass for a while and clearly not getting his fill, he suddenly roared, Little Lu, bring me my microscope quickly. Mr. Wu, manager. Xia Sueki. A microscope? No way. He needs a microscope to look at this thing. Soon, Master Zhong's assistant Little Lu moved a microscope over. Master Zhong, while adjusting the microscope, excitedly said, I'll try with 4 times magnification first. Don't be impatient, everyone. Quickly after setting the magnification, Master Zhong started inspecting. Heavens, this. After watching for a while, Master Zhong began fiddling with the microscope. No, not enough at 4 times. Let me try 8 times. He then adjusted the microscope to 8 times magnification, and as he watched, he sighed. This. How is it, master? Mr. Wu was incredibly curious and asked from the side. What about this gemstone, really? Perfect. It's simply too perfect. He said this, then suddenly began shaking his head vehemently, saying, No, no, no. That's too simplistic of a description. I must convey my true feelings. Really? Can it be that perfect? Master, Mr. Wu quietly reminded from the side. This is actually just a piece of a beer bottle bottom. Is it really as perfect as you say? Nonsense, Zhong Yutao asserted as a matter of course. This gemstone can truly be called a work of art. I magnified it 8 times and still couldn't find a single flaw. Once Master Zhong had spoken, everyone present was shocked. A work of art? A piece of glass? Is it really that exaggerated? Master, what are you talking about? Mr. Wu said with a laugh while shaking his head. A piece of glass. Oh, okay. Even if it's a gemstone, are you really not joking? It's just a piece of glass. Can it be as amazing as you say? No, no, no. I'm really not exaggerating. Master Zhong stared intently at the gemstone under the microscope, saying, I see light from this gemstone. Light. That's the brilliance only the finest of gems can reflect. Look, every facet on this gemstone is absolutely identical. I can't find a single fault. Seeing it, my eyes feel as though they've been blessed by divine light. Every cell in my body feels like it's about to leap. I feel like I'm flying. Wang Hao, enough already. That's quite enough. If you keep this up, I'm going to float away. Really? Let me have a look. Mr. Wu also became amazed after listening. Could it really be as incredible as Master Zhong says? Anxiously, he said, You've been looking for so long now. It must be about time, right? Hurry and let me have a look. Okay, no need to rush. Master Zhong looked lovingly a little longer, then finally handed the microscope to Mr. Wu. Be very careful, Mr. Wu. Such a fine piece. You wouldn't want to drop it on the floor. Of course, I know. Mr. Wu took the microscope and began his inspection. And just from one glance, Mr. Wu was completely astounded. This. Heavens. It's true. It's perfect. The color, the cut, the shape, and the light on it. After seeing this, I feel like all the gems we sell in our store are just trash. Trash. Well, how could it be so beautiful? A man in his 40s was nearly brought to tears. It was clear that this incident had quite an impact on him. Wang Hao, is the gemstone I polished really that powerful? Aren't you guys exaggerating a bit too much? Cut it out, making such a fuss. Wang Hao curled his lip, then shook his head, picked up the pliers to grasp the second fragment, and said, Don't make a sound. I need to polish the second one. I plan to make this into an earring, so make sure not to drop it on the floor. Got it. Zhong Yutao was by now completely in awe, nodding his head vigorously. Master, rest assured, even at the cost of my life, I'm willing to protect the integrity of this gemstone. Wang Hao, you're being too serious. There are only a few of us here. Is it as grave as you're making it out to be? By now, the manager's curiosity was at its peak, her face full of anticipation, desperately pleading. Master Zhong, can I take a look too, please? This gemstone looks so pretty. What would a little girl like you understand? Master Zhong retorted with irritation. To an uninitiated person, it might not seem like anything special, but only professionals like us understand its true magnificence. Go away, just go away. You might as well just look at any random diamond. Let me have a look, please. The manager was all aggrieved. After all, I was the one who brought the people here, and you won't even let me have a look at such a good thing. Master Zhong, let little Zhou take a look, Mr. Wu said in a low voice. After all, she's been here for such a long time. This. Master Zhong hesitated, and then, as if making a monumental decision, reluctantly nodded his head. Then take a look, but I must warn you in advance. Absolutely do not touch it with your hands. Did you hear me? Yes, I heard you. Manager Little Zhou nodded furiously, then took over the microscope, squatted down, and began to look carefully. This is, oh my, how could it be so beautiful? At first, Manager Little Zhou didn't find it particularly striking, but on closer inspection, she suddenly realized that the gemstone was indeed unusually beautiful, faintly emitting a tea-colored gleam. As she looked on, the tea-colored glow became stronger and stronger, almost reaching directly into one's soul. In that instant, it seemed as if all the surrounding light was absorbed by the gemstone. And at that moment, her eyes saw nothing else but the gemstone. Too beautiful, too beautiful. She murmured dreamily, completely compelled to reach out and take the gemstone for a closer look. But her hand only extended halfway before retracting quickly, like a startled kitten. At this moment, her eyes saw only the gemstone, quietly sitting there. Dazzlingly beautiful. Is this really just glass? This is incredible, no flaws at all. Impeccably perfect, and it seems as if it was made specifically for this gemstone. Manager Little Zhou muttered to herself, her heart pounding more intensely as she watched. This young man is truly incredible. What an exceptional individual he is, and what an outstanding person his girlfriend must be. Are you done looking? Mr. Wu patted her shoulder. That's enough. Hurry up. I want to have another look. It's my turn, my turn. Master Zhong couldn't resist any longer. The gemstone was too beautiful. Both its color and shape made him want to see it a second time, a third time. Of course, Wang Hao hadn't noticed any of this. At that moment, all his attention was entirely focused on the second piece of glass in his hand. The first gemstone was polished to perfection, and now he was certain that his jade eye could indeed enhance these kinds of jewelry. After polishing each facet, when it reached its optimal state, it would emit that sort of faint halo. If he continued polishing any further, the halo would weaken gradually, until it completely disappeared. So it is, with this experience, the subsequent work became much easier, and he began to polish the second piece of glass, facet by facet. 1, 2, 3. Facet by facet, they were polished from his hands, and this time he was much faster than with the first one. Yet even so, when he had finished polishing this piece of glass, it was already past 6 in the evening. I'm exhausted. Wang Hao stood up and stretched his limbs, then picked up the first gemstone he'd polished and compared the two. The effect was indeed good. 2 gems emitting a faint glow rested in his palm, just the right size, not a bit too much or too little. Perfect. With both gemstones polished successfully, the next step was naturally setting them, and once that was done, it would be completely finished. Speaking of which, I'm a bit hungry. Wang Hao touched his belly, but when he finally turned to see Zhong Yutao and the others, he was immediately taken aback. Master Zhong, what's with you? What's going on? Master Zhong. No wonder he was startled. At that moment, Zhong Yutao, Mr. Wu, Manager Little Zhou, and even Xia Sueki, all 4 of them had their gazes locked firmly on the 2 gemstones in his hand, unwilling to look away for even a moment. Master! Master! Ah! Zhong Yutao lunged forward, grabbing Wang Hao's arm tightly, and shouted, Master, please take me as your apprentice. Can you teach me how to create such perfect gemstones? Chapter 593. To tell the truth, Zhong Yutao's sudden plea to become an apprentice somewhat exceeded Wang Hao's expectations. After all, look at how grown the man is, becoming beet red and excitedly shouting to be an apprentice. It was all a bit dreamlike. Actually, taking him on as an apprentice would be a good thing since having one more apprentice meant one more path. But the crux of the matter was, Wang Hao's particular skill was something only he could use. The jade eye simply couldn't be passed on to someone else. Master Zhong, look at you. Wang Hao quickly extracted his arm and said, This is just a hobby of mine. You're really taking it too seriously. It's unnecessary, unnecessary. If you'd like, we could exchange and discuss our work in the future. But as for you becoming my apprentice, I really couldn't. Well, all right then. With Wang Hao saying that, Master Zhong didn't have much choice. In the end, he could only helplessly shake his head and sigh. The young waves of the Yangtze River push forward the old ones. It's true that one mustn't resist aging. With the gemstones now polished, the next step was mainly to select a good-looking setting. After all, just the gemstones couldn't be worn. They required a setting hoop, plus a beautiful design, before the jewelry could be considered successfully made. Master Wang, which material do you plan to use? At this point, Mr. Wu was utterly convinced by Wang Hao and urgently asked, Our company guarantees we won't charge you a dime for the service. It's all a token of my friendship. About that, Wang Hao stroked his chin and thought for a bit, then said, Let's go with platinum. I think it has a better luster. Gold always feels a bit, you know? Just the thought of Bai Yining wearing a pair of bulky gold earrings, with a couple of glass gemstones embedded in them. Wang Hao shivered suddenly, a goddess transforming into a joke in an instant. He shook his head vigorously, quickly banishing the terrifying thought from his mind. The setting process went very smoothly. Wang Hao simply went to the next room where semi-finished products were kept, selected a style that seemed pretty for a while, and then Master Zhong set the gemstones. As Wang Hao held the earrings and examined them from every angle, Xia Sueki, standing behind him, had eyes shining brighter than gold. "Brother Hao, these earrings are absolutely beautiful," Xia Sueki kept exclaiming with amazement. "This pendant chain matched with these two gemstones is simply stunning." Ice. She almost let slip, but quickly corrected herself. "I mean, your sister-in-law will definitely love it." It's no wonder she was so surprised. In Wang Hao's hands at the moment, two almost identical tea-colored gemstones were set on a sparkling pendant chain, radiating a soft halo. If one were to say diamonds are the twinkling stars in the sky, then the glass gemstones in Wang Hao's hands now were like the most mysterious dark skies, filled with a mystical aura. Coupled with the platinum pendant chains that matched Bai Yining's complexion perfectly, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say these earrings seemed to be created just for Bai Yining. A master is truly a master. Zhong Yutao gazed at the earrings and lamented, "I've truly had an eye-opener today." The young waves of the Yangtze River indeed push forward the old ones. That's your second sigh. It feels nice, ha. Wang Hao carefully took out a jewelry box to store the earrings and then patted it with his hand, saying, "There shouldn't be any issues now. Trading 50,000 for such a pair, definitely worth it." The surrounding crowd, including Mr. Wu, all nodded in agreement. Initially, they thought this young man was merely lavishly throwing money around. 50,000 just for a day's use of machinery. What is this if not capriciousness due to excessively deep pockets? But when they witnessed him actually getting down to work, they realized that the 50,000 spent was more than worth it. It was a serious bargain. After leaving the jeweler factory, Xia Sueki drove and said, "Brother Hao, I really admire you. Where did you learn your craftsmanship skills from? You're incredibly skilled." "It's all learned from Dice Brother." "Can I really say such confidential stuff?" Naturally, it's natural, haha. Wang Hao laughed, then cryptically added, "Actually, it's because my eyes can see the light of gemstones." Think about it. There's an old saying, jeweled splendor. That splendor refers to the aura that antiques have. Each aura is different. Some are soft, some are solemn. The jeweled part refers to the light on jewelry. The better the jewelry, the brighter the light. My eyes can actually see this light. Brother Hao, there you go boasting again, hee. Sure enough, as Wang Hao expected, Xia Sueki didn't believe a word, not even a tiny bit. Jeweled splendor is just a way to describe the attractive sheen of jewelry. There's no such thing as actual light and aura. You're just teasing me to make me happy. Hearing Xia Sueki say this, Wang Hao simply shrugged his shoulders. Bro, I was telling the truth. If you don't believe me, it's not my fault. The ride back was smooth sailing, and after a little over half an hour, Xia Sueki parked the car in the underground garage of Wang Hao's residential complex. After getting out of the car, Wang Hao said, "All right, that'll be it for now. Sueki, take a few days off. During this time, Ice Princess and I might just go on a random stroll, so you won't need to accompany us." "Okay, Xia." Sueki immediately understood what Wang Hao meant, but still she didn't forget to coquettishly plead before leaving. "Brother Hao, big brother Hao, you know. About the Miss Ice Princess's concert tickets, what about them?" About that," Wang Hao laughed and said, "I'll ask her for you. See if she can give me a few tickets. If there are enough, I'll give you one." "That's great." Xia Sueki jumped up excitedly and said, "Brother Hao is truly the best. Well then, let's go upstairs." And with that, the two of them entered the elevator. Just as he entered the door, his mom, who was watching TV on the couch, started nagging. "Where the heck have you been roaming around all day? Only coming back at this hour. Tomorrow, your Ningning is coming back from abroad. Have you bought the gift?" Wang Hao, "Oh man, we're already calling her Ningning? Mother, you're quite affectionate when it comes to your future daughter-in-law." "Mom, why does that sound so awkward to me, Ningning?" Wang Hao scratched his head, changed his clothes and shoes, and then asked, "How do you know she's coming back tomorrow?" "How else would I know?" His mom pulled out her phone and showed him. "It's all written here on the internet, isn't it? The big star Miss Ice Princess is returning to the country tomorrow." Wang Hao glanced at it, then helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "All right, Mom, you really do keep up with the times. Don't change the subject with me," his mom incessantly pressed. "On, did you buy the gift? She's been overseas for so long, and if you don't bring a gift when she comes back, be careful, she might pick on you. I know for a fact, not only is she coming back this time, but she's also bringing a foreigner with her. They say that foreigner is quite something. You'd better stand up for me, you hear?" "Wang Hao, you know all that already. Mother, you really do know your future daughter-in-law like the back of your hand." "Of course I've prepared the gift," Wang Hao curiously asked. "But Mom, how did you know someone else is coming back with her? Are you some kind of clairvoyant?" "Stop kidding around with me," his mom said, annoyed. "Ningning is coming back, and she has a Hollywood star, a blonde handsome guy with her. If that handsome guy doesn't have some kind of intention, would he deliberately show up with her? Knowing Ningning's temperament, she wouldn't put up with it if he didn't have some background. Let me tell you, nothing gets past your mom's keen eyes. I figured this all out. I knew this blonde guy must be chasing after her because of some tie to the Bai family. You better be careful, you hear? Oh boy, your analysis is pretty spot on." Got it, don't worry." Wang Hao hurriedly made his escape. "Then I'm off to bed now, okay? I'll pick her up early tomorrow. Is that fine?" "Oomph. You know what's good for you," his mom grunted. "Hurry up and sleep, and get up early tomorrow." Okay, I got it." And with that, Wang Hao went back to his bed, then took out his phone. "Wang Hao, moi, what time's your flight tomorrow?" "Bai Yining. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, but I don't know who leaked my schedule. Apparently, lots of reporters are already waiting at the airport exit. My schedule might change tomorrow." "Wang Hao, what? Then how am I supposed to pick you up? If the reporters find out about us, would that be okay?" "Bai Yining. Of course not, but it's not a big deal. The reporters will just take some photos. They don't dare to get too close to me. I'll let them take some photos first, then I'll have my assistant hold them off." Understanding her plan, Wang Hao responded, "So we'll play it by ear then?" "Bai Yining. Yes, just keep your phone on. That's all you need to worry about." "Wang Hao. Got it, understood. You should rest well on the plane then. I'll pick you up when you arrive." "Bai Yining. Okay, good night." He plugged in his phone to charge it, and then went to sleep contentedly. The next morning, Wang Hao got up bright and early. Today was the day the Ice Princess was coming back home. Although there might be some changes in her schedule, when it comes to picking someone up, better early than late, right? Dressed and ready, he stepped out and descended the stairs, got into his beloved car, and set off for the airport, with the navigation set to direct him to the T1 terminal where Bai Yining would arrive. As soon as Wang Hao entered the airport vicinity, he was completely dumbfounded. People. So many people. Everywhere there were people. Countless individuals held up massive banners with Bai Yining. "Ice Princess, I love you. Miss Ice Princess, you are my idol," and other messages written on them. Throughout the terminal area, all the roads were blocked solid, not only for cars, but even people couldn't pass through. Wang Hao took a deep breath as he saw the 2-kilometer distance to the exit. Then, entirely on instinct, 2 words exploded from his mouth. Shit. Chapter 594. Not only stealing our girl, but also TM stealing our title. In fact, Wang Hao had some mental preparation for just how popular the Ice Princess really was. Whether it was from the fame of Ice Princess Bai Yining, her Weibo popularity, her online topics, or the fact that 80,000 concert tickets sold out within 10 minutes, it all showed that her popularity was simply unbeatable. But it wasn't until this moment, when Wang Hao witnessed this terrifying scene of her merely showing her face, that he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, our darling's popularity can only be described as terrifying." Because on this stretch of road about 2 kilometers long, almost all the people and cars were here because of her. That, Wang Hao discreetly asked a girl beside him, "Why are there so many people here today?" Hearing Wang Hao's question, the girl gave him a contemptuous look. To her, the previously unstoppable Maserati president was as good as air, and said irritably, "Did you time travel here or something? You don't know about Miss Ice Princess's schedule?" I wonder how you've lived these past 20 years. Today is the day Miss Ice Princess is returning from the Cannes Film Festival. So now is the best time to talk to her, and the easiest to take her real photos. Then she said with great regret, Alas, I'm late, and I don't know if I can see her. I just hope she walks a bit more so I can catch a glimpse of her. That's right, that's right. Another girl beside her angrily said. And I heard that some annoying guy came back with her. Humph, Miss Ice Princess belongs to all of us. How could that guy get his hands on her? If I see him, I'll scratch his face, even if it means fighting to death. Let him try to mess with Miss Ice Princess. Then the people around all nodded in agreement. Exactly, exactly. He must be beaten to death. Wang Hao listened and broke out in a cold sweat. It was true. His darling had such a massive influence, winning over men and women, old and young, But from the looks of it, becoming her boyfriend might not be so easy. He was thinking about this when suddenly his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw that it was a call from Zhao Jinhao. Zhao, what's up? Wang Hao quickly answered, asking, Why did you think of calling me at this time? Brother Hao, where are you? Did you see the news online? Zhao Jinhao's voice was very tense on the phone. This time, someone annoying came back with Miss Ice Princess. I pulled some strings to investigate and found out this guy has a huge background. He's the heir to a very large family in the United States, very powerful. Oh, that, she mentioned it to me. Wang Hao nodded and then said, It's nothing much, just a rich second generation, not a big deal. I've seen plenty of them. Forget about that for now. I'm at the airport, Zhao Jinhao hurriedly said. Brother Hao, come find us quickly. We're at. Brother Hao, I see you. South side, south side, south side. Wang Hao looked southward and soon spotted Zhao Junhao and his group, guarded by men in black. Zhao Junhao, Feng Wenbin, Ren Xing, and Wang Mengfei were all there. Wang Hao quickly walked over to them, and upon reaching them, he smiled. You all are here too? Is it that serious this time? Brother Hao, come over here. Zhao Junhao pulled Wang Hao's arm and led him to a diamond-level VIP lounge at the airport. Then Zhao Junhao frowned and lowered his voice. Brother Hao, this situation is different from before. This guy is tough to deal with. You can't be careless. That formidable. Wang Hao took a gentle breath, asking, Tell me, let's see just how formidable he is. Okay, Zhao Junhao first took a photo out of his pocket, placed it on the table, and said, This is his photo. Brother Hao, take a look first. Let me see. Wang Hao picked up the photo, and just after a glance, he almost dropped his jaw. Leo, what's his name? That was close, nearly blew my cover. Good thing I recovered quickly. It wasn't Wang Hao's fault for being so shocked, because the person in the photo looked almost 80% like Leonardo, the Oscar-winning actor from Titanic, with blonde hair and blue eyes as deep as the ocean. His facial features were nearly flawless. Dressed in a sharp black suit, he possessed a demeanor that could match the most quintessential European royalty. It looked like this opponent was no ordinary one. This person's name is Bill Bragg, Zhao Jinhao said seriously. The Bragg family is a very large family in the United States, with total assets of 150 billion US dollars and a commanding presence even within the US. Actually, having money would be one thing, but apparently this Bill excels in dealing with women. Cunning, thick-skinned, and never hesitant to spend, he hardly ever fails to charm a lady he sets his eyes on. Wang Hao, damn it, cunning and thick-skinned. That's always been my specialty. This guy dares to steal my tricks. This is unbearable. Brother Hao, that's not even the worst part, Feng Wenbin added. This Bill Bragg's most significant trait is his ability to show off. Of course, Brother Hao, you also show off occasionally, but that's more in jest. This Bill Bragg is different. He's always showing off seriously. In our circles, he's earned a quite fitting nickname, Bragg King. Although it's not the nicest nickname, it also shows that this opponent isn't easy to deal with. Bragg King. Hearing this title, Wang Hao immediately widened his eyes. Damn, that has always been my dream title. And he stole it. Damn, he must be my mortal enemy. God damn it, Bragg King. That title is practically the ultimate dream for a man. And it's already taken by him. What the hell am I even doing here? As Wang Hao was speaking, he was about to rush out to settle the score with Bill Bragg, but was tightly held back by the others. Brother Hao, don't be rash. This guy is always accompanied by at least 8 retired U.S. Marine Corps bodyguards when he goes out. It won't be easy to handle him. We must plan this carefully. Plan in the long term? Plan in the long term, my ass. Wang Hao was furious and said, not only does he want to steal our girl, but he's also stealing our title. Could you endure that if you were me? Brother Hao, don't be impulsive. Ren Xing desperately wiped his cold sweat and said, although I'm not very smart, we still need to know our enemy to ensure victory on all fronts. Brother Hao, you haven't even made contact with this guy. How could you take him down? Shouldn't we observe first? Exactly. Wang Mengfei was excitedly clenching her fists. A retired Marine? My big foot is already itching to go. Wang Hao, you can drop it. Your foot is big? At most it's a size 37. Damn it. Wang Hao said angrily after sitting down. It looks like I'll have to pull out my secret weapon. I'm going to the restroom first. Secret weapon? Brother Hao still has a secret weapon? Everyone exchanged glances, wondering if Brother Hao had never really shown his true skills. After going to the restroom, Wang Hao immediately took out his luck dice and took a deep breath. Brother Dice, I've run into a big problem. Someone's trying to steal my girl. I need some power. He took a deep breath, held the luck dice, and let it roll. Clatter. As the dice finally stopped rolling on the table, Wang Hao immediately burst into laughter. Mwahaha. Dice Bro really came through. Unlucky. Now I'm invincible. After putting away the luck dice, Wang Hao was still laughing. Heh. You think you're the king? Let me show you today that no matter how tough you are, you must kneel before my invincible luck. Today, I'm unlucky. You're done for. Dare to act tough in front of me. I'll show you what a failed bluff looks like. Coming out of the restroom, Wang Hao, refreshed and worry-free, smiled and said, all right, let's go. Feels so good after a quick bathroom break. Let's pick up our ice princess first, and then give this so-called king a proper welcome. Can this really work? Everyone looked at each other. All sighed simultaneously. Ren Xing whispered, looks like Brother Hao is really stirred up, even planning to welcome this king. Zhao Jinhao nodded. Yeah, if you ask me, the further away from this Bill Bragg the better, best never to meet him at all, but Brother Hao. Sigh. Brother Hao is really worked up today. Feng Wenbin helplessly shook his head. Let's take it one step at a time. But honestly, the idea of having a meal with the king of bluffers makes me very nervous. Only Wang Mengfei didn't care much. As Wang Hao's loyal ally, she excitedly clenched her fists. Anyway, if he dares to be tough with Brother Hao, it's the perfect opportunity for me to stretch my muscles. Then everyone nodded together. Right? We might not dare say much, but we won't lose in a fight. It was already around 10 in the morning, and the Ice Princess was about to deplane. Wang Hao and the others left the VIP lounge. A group of bodyguards cleared the way, heading towards the airport exit. From the outside, the airport's T1 terminal was teeming with people, but once inside, it was relatively less crowded. On the road, the Bai family had already cleared a dedicated lane for leaving, and closest to the exit were 3 Rolls-Royce Silver Ghosts with license plates reading Dung A 11111, Jung A 22222, and Jung A 77777. You didn't have to ask. Just looking at these 3 license plates, you could imagine the extent of the Bai family's power. Ice Princess, I love you. Ice Princess, you're mine. Ice Princess. Ice Princess. The entire exit was filled with such cheers, journalists carrying long and short cameras. It was more serious than a war, afraid to miss any shot. Countless fans holding flowers and banners, their eyes filled with anticipation. Time ticked by, and soon, a journalist almost rolled out from inside, and as soon as he stepped out of the exit, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Miss Ice Princess. Miss Ice Princess has come out. Chapter 595, Arrival of the Overbearing King. Miss Ice Princess is out. At the mention of this, the crowd went completely wild, pushing desperately forward, wave after wave. A scene no less explosive than a Michael Jackson concert in a past life. Ice Princess. Ice Princess. Ice Princess. All were shouting in unison, and the countless voices eventually merged into the 2 words, Ice Princess. As the crowd shouted, a white figure slowly emerged from the terminal exit. Ice Princess Bai Yining had finally appeared. In an instant, the crowd first went silent, then utterly exploded. Miss Ice Princess. Ice Princess, I love you. Miss Ice Princess, please look at me. Oh, countless people surged forward, camera flashes sparkling like raindrops, with over 400 journalists shouldering their equipment rushing up front, their cameras never idle for a second. Miss Ice Princess, please say something to your fans. A journalist who had been searched more than 10 times rushed up to Bai Yining, speaking excitedly and nervously. Everyone has been waiting here for you for a long time. Many fans have been queuing up since 6 o'clock last night. Do you think perhaps? Honestly, although Ice Princess Bai Yining was usually as cold as ice, it didn't mean she was heartless. She wouldn't be too aloof with her enthusiastic fans, and she indeed flashed a slight smile, which, at that moment, seemed to freeze time itself, capturing everyone's attention. You've all worked hard. Bai Yining nodded gently and then softly added, thank you all for your love. She didn't say much, but even so, those present were beyond excited. Miss Ice Princess is smiling. I can't take it anymore. Miss Ice Princess is just too gorgeous. I'm so excited I can't breathe. The crowd screamed again. Cheers echoed everywhere, and some people were even overcome with excitement to the point of fainting from lack of oxygen. Sigh. After some time, Miss Ice Princess has become even more beautiful, Zhao Zhenhao sighed, then firmly wrapped his arm around Wang Hao's neck. Brother Hao, if you dare to bully her, I'll never let you off. Ouch, that hurts. Wang Hao's neck was almost squeezed off. You're definitely trying to throttle me to inherit my Alipay Huabei. Why would I want to inherit that crap? Zhao Zhenhao grumbled, releasing his grip. I'm not short of money. While they were talking, Fong Wenbin suddenly shouted out, look, it's Bill Bragg. That guy really did come back with Miss Ice Princess. Everyone turned to look, and indeed, they saw the golden-haired, blue-eyed, impeccably dressed Bill Bragg walking out from the terminal with a confident smile on his face. Even the mole at the corner of his eye seemed to broadcast his noble birth. Damn it, I hate to admit it. Fong Wenbin gritted his teeth angrily. But I have to say, this guy was born with a pretty face. Coming from Fong Wenbin, who was handsome and charming himself, this statement said a lot about Bill Bragg's looks. However, that wasn't really the problem. Wang Hao had seen plenty of handsome guys, but what happened next truly took his breath away. As soon as Bill Bragg appeared, an observant fan spotted him and let out an earth-shattering yell. It's Bill Bragg. This guy has his sights set on Miss Ice Princess. With this shout, the scene exploded. Drop dead. How dare you flirt with my Miss Ice Princess? Get lost. What's this foreigner doing targeting Miss Ice Princess? Then, Wang Hao saw amid the angry voices, countless eggs and tomatoes flying from the hands of those fans, hurled straight at Bill Bragg. The whooshing through the air and the terrifying quantity made even Wang Hao's scalp tingle. These fanatical fans were truly frightening. They really dared to attack anyone. And this wasn't even the most incredible part. True to his reputation as a force to be reckoned with, Bill Bragg somehow produced a folding umbrella, snapped it open in a whoosh, then stepped over next to Bai Yining with a swift motion, twirling the umbrella so that none of the tomatoes and eggs made it through, utterly without a leak. Only after ensuring there was no more danger did Bill Bragg elegantly close his umbrella, even taking the time to reassure Bai Yining with a gesture. Miss Ice Princess, I apologize for the shock. It's regrettable that such a situation arose, and I never anticipated such a commotion. Are you all right? I'm fine. Bai Yining nodded faintly, responding, thank you. Everyone on Wang Hao's side gasped in awe. What a show of skill. Truly befitting his legendary status. Not only did he handle the emergency flawlessly, but he also managed to show off in the process, making a good impression on Bai Yining. Especially impressive was how he maintained his smile the entire time, never showing a ripple of emotion. Zhao Zhenhao and the others exchanged looks, with Fong Wenbin grinding his teeth. Damn it. So much for our plan, and he still ended up showing off successfully. That nickname of his really isn't for nothing. Yeah, Zhao Zhenhao sighed. This guy's realm is really something else. I could never pull off such clever tactics. Brother Hao, Ren Xing gently nudged Wang Hao, whispering, this guy isn't simple. If it's really not working out, we should reduce contact with him. I'm worried that you won't be able to beat him. Wang Hao immediately grimaced. Tricks, they're not a problem. Of course, that's what he said, but he was actually quite anxious inside. This guy's swagger was impressive. Born into a good family, handsome, and gracefully adaptable. Tough opponent. At this moment, after the earlier commotion, Bill Bragg's image in the eyes of these fans had suddenly changed. Many thought, although this guy is an American, he really is handsome. We only saw his good looks in the movies before, but now we see he's got real talent too. Miss Ice Princess choosing him as a boyfriend might not be so bad. Such thoughts popped up in people's heads now and then. They didn't want to think this way, but they had to admit, this guy had some real skills. At least nobody was throwing eggs at him anymore. By this time, Ice Princess Bai Yining had walked in front of her car. A house servant from her home had already opened the door for her, and Bai Yining got straight in. Bill Bragg wanted to ride with her, but Bai Yining didn't give him the chance, pulling the door shut herself. He didn't take it to heart and smiled elegantly before getting into the second car. The fans at the scene screamed in unison, and amid a myriad of flowers and screams, 2 Rolls-Royces slowly drove away from the scene. The third car was reserved for Bai Yining's father, Bai Haochen. After disembarking from the plane, Bai Haochen would meet with several heavy-hitting partners, so he didn't come out with Bai Yining this time. Wang Hao watched Bai Yining's vehicle drive off, and at the same time, a WeChat message pinged. Bai Yining, you saw it, right? It's this guy. He's been pestering me for a long time. Wang Hao. Saw it. The Force King title is well-deserved, huh? Bai Yining. Yeah, be careful. He's quite powerful. Try not to. Confront him head-on. I'll do my best to protect you. Wang Hao. Does he know about me? Bai Yining. Of course. I told him you're my boyfriend, but he won't listen. He's probably here for you this time. Wang Hao. Don't worry. If soldiers come, I'll block them. If water comes, I'll cover it with soil. I've seen the big world myself. Where should I wait for you? Bai Yining. I'll send you my real-time location. Follow and catch up. Wang Hao. Okay. After pocketing his phone, Zhao Junhao and company swarmed him, asking anxiously in a clamor, Brother Hao, what's the situation? Is it Miss Ice Princess? What did she say? Did she tell you where to meet her? Yeah, it's our sweetie pie. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Let's go. She sent her location. We'll just follow it. Now, with top-level instructions, everyone went to fetch their cars. When they arrived, Zhao Jinhao had a Jaguar, Fang Wenbin had a Ferrari, Wang Mengfei and Rin Xing rode in one together, followed by 4 bodyguard cars led by Lu Huaqiang. On Wang Hao's side, the Maserati led the way, and the cavalcade of 8 cars grandly pursued. By now, there were less than half as many cars on the airport expressway compared with their arrival. Wang Hao's group drove fast, while keeping voice communication active, chatting as they drove. Zhao Jinhao. Brother Hao, once we arrive, how do you want us to back you up? Wang Mengfei. Yeah, Brother Hao, you're up against an unprecedentedly strong rival. You need to be more alert than ever. Fang Wenbin. Brother Hao, do you need me to arrange some support for you? I'm worried you can't handle this guy alone. Rin Xing. Dude, I can only help you up to this point. I'm also clueless about what's coming next. Hearing his brother's voices warmed Wang Hao's heart. Heh, don't worry, there's nothing to it. After all, I'm not a pushover. That's what he said, but Zhao Jinhao and the rest didn't have a clue how to feel. Yet now, since the fight had come to them, they had to resolve it, even if it meant standing firm. They couldn't let their opponent get too cocky. For a while, everyone had different thoughts and plans, but after thinking for a long time, they came up with nothing. Time flew by, and Wang Hao followed the location shared by Bai Yining. Roughly 20 minutes later, the two parties finally converged. Here was a relatively secluded spot about 500 meters away from the highway toll exit. From a distance, Wang Hao saw Bai Yining waiting by the road, surrounded by several black-suited bodyguards standing guard. And beside her stood that legendary Force King, Bill Bragg. Chapter 596. This act is simply catching people off guard. Moi, missed me after being away for so long. Wang Hao greeted with a laugh, then spread his arms and chuckled. Come here and give me a hug. Drop dead, shameless, blushed Bai Yining instantly and spat. Always clowning around with this nonsense, who would ever hug you? Goodness, check yourself out. You're blushing already before we've even hugged. So adorable. Ahaha, just kidding. Wang Hao knew Bai Yining was sensitive, so he stopped before going too far, scratching his head with a smile, before turning to Bill Bragg. And who might this be? You haven't introduced us yet." Despite his words, Wang Hao of course knew this was the legendary show-off, Bill Bragg. Now that he was closer, he thought Mr. Show-off indeed looked quite handsome. Blonde hair shining like sunlight, and eyes like blue sapphires sparkling with charm. His confident, slightly cynical smile plus a sharply tailored suit and dust-free leather shoes. Every little detail was flawless. If Bai Yining was the epitome of the perfect woman, then Bill Bragg had to be the dream man of countless young girls. No wonder Zhao Zhenhao and the others turned green with envy the moment they laid eyes on Bill Bragg, like roosters spoiling for a fight. "This is Bill Bragg." Bai Yining introduced him to Wang Hao, the eldest son of the Bragg family, the future heir. Then to Bill, "Wang Hao, my boyfriend." Her voice was not loud, but her articulation was crystal clear. Even though it was only 6 words, they sounded incredibly pleasant to Wang Hao. As expected, "My ice princess is the cutest, moi. That's the way to stand your ground, kudos." "Hello." Bill Bragg smiled, extending his hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm very happy to be collaborating with the Bai family and to have the opportunity to experience the culture and customs of the Heavenly People's Republic." His Mandarin was impeccably standard. Not even the most critical local could find fault. Wenbin whispered on the side, "Have to admit, the guy has really put in the effort. His Chinese is pretty smooth." "Yeah," agreed Zhao Zhenhao with a nod. "He's not going to be easy to deal with." "Hello, hello." Although Bill Bragg said he was here for a partnership, Wang Hao wasn't naive about his intentions. But he knew better than to show it, and smiled as he shook his hand, asking pointedly, "Mr. Bill, have you been to our Heavenly People's Republic before? Your Mandarin is excellent." "Not bad." Bill Bragg gracefully withdrew his hand, then smoothly showed off. "I currently speak 24 languages, and Chinese is the most fascinating to me. I have always believed that only Mandarin can fully express human thought." Turning naturally to Bai Yining, he smiled. "For example, this English phrase, 'If I know what love is, it is because of you.' In direct translation, it means, 'You are the reason I understand love.' But to express it perfectly in Chinese, you could say, 'If there is a perfect match, one even fears lest the dream be broken.' You see, when expressed in Chinese, it sounds so much more beautiful." His fluency was effortless, without a single pause, enhancing his image immensely in just a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around inhaled a sharp breath. Show-off King really lives up to his name, always finding a moment to impress. And impressing he did, leaving everyone at a loss for words, with not a single fault to pick. Zhao Zhenhao swiftly pulled out his phone. "That's it. Brother Hao has met his match this time. And what a strong opponent. Fong Wenbin. Yeah, in trouble now. The title King of Show-Offs is well-deserved." Elegant words that also express his admiration for Ice Princess. "Damn difficult now. Wang Mengfei. Should I just knock him out and send him back to sleep? I'm afraid Brother Hao might be at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation." Ren Xing. "Amazing. I'm just gonna watch silently." Zhao Zhenhao and the rest were worried, all their hearts in their throats for Wang Hao. After all, with the show-off king's capabilities of impressing women while flaunting, the impact on women could be huge. Although Bai Yining wasn't that superficial, who could guarantee no troubles? There's an old saying, isn't there? A good hoeing makes any wall fall. Mr. Bill's depth of knowledge is indeed beyond my expectations. Wang Hao smiled and nodded, replying, "What you said is correct. I've studied this myself. For instance, wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here waiting for you translates directly to, I will be here waiting no matter where you are or what you're busy with." Yet, expressed in Chinese, it could be said as, last year the crab apple locked the Vermilion Tower, dancing in sleeves under the blooms, but now, alone and haggard, the crab apple blossoms drop like crystal tears. Thinking, try to show off in front of me, as if I'm that easy to handle? Sure enough, as soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, Zhao Zhenhao and the others were completely stupefied. Brother Hao's act was simply refreshing and unique. Zhao Zhenhao began tapping on his cell phone keyboard furiously. "Brother Hao is awesome. His performance was simply perfect." Fong Wenbin said, "Exactly, completely beyond my expectations. The stuff King of Bluff said earlier could be prepared behind the scenes, but Brother Hao's response was totally improvised. Simply invincible. Wang Mengfei added. Of course, who do you think Brother Hao is? Ren Xing chimed in. Brother Hao truly deserves to be Brother Hao. My boss is just that awesome. Actually, when Bill first recited the line, if such a fair person exists, I fear the dream will lead to thoughts of evil. Bai Yining kept her composure outwardly, but inside she was genuinely worried for Wang Hao. But now that Wang Hao had easily neutralized the opponent's offensive and even appeared to have the upper hand, she found him very strong. You're saying sweet nothings to please me again. Bai Yining smiled with pursed lips, her eyes narrowing into slits as she looked at Wang Hao, growing increasingly fond of him. But I'll admit you've said it nicely. I'm quite satisfied. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. These two had been engaging in a war of words since they met, and the onlookers hardly had the chance to interject. Mr. Wang is indeed as scholarly as Miss Ice Princess described. Bill Bragg nodded with a smile, his gaze towards Wang Hao turning serious as he said, Actually, one of the most interesting things about the Chinese language is a certain kind of saying. For example, that poem, The Chronicles of Lady G Hitting the Chicken. Ren Xing went berserk in the WeChat group saying, What the heck is that? The record of G's proactive chicken? What is that? Zhao Zhenhao said, Don't know. It's my first time hearing it as well. Fong Wenbin said, I'm also not sure, but I'm certain King of Bluff is about to show off again. True to form, after a brief pause, Bill began speaking. Lady G, lonely, gathered chickens, which were thorn chickens. The thorn chickens chirped hungrily, and Lady G fed them millet from her winnowing basket. Once the chickens were fed, they jumped on Lady G's writing case. Lady G, disgusted, hastened to shoo them. The chickens, panicked, jumped onto the small table. Lady G, in urgency, used the winnowing basket to thrash the chickens. Striking with the basket was swift, yet it hit the pottery figurines on the table, causing them to shatter on the floor. Lady G, upon seeing this, found the chickens squawking under the table. In her anger, she took off her wooden clogs and struck them, killing the chickens. Reflecting on the experience of raising chickens, Lady G, inspired, penned the Chronicles of Lady G Hitting the Chicken. He spoke the whole text without missing a single word, then smiled and explained. To explain, Lady G felt lonely and gathered some wild chickens to keep, which were thorn chickens from the thorns. When the thorn chickens were hungry, they chirped, and Lady G fed them millet from a winnowing basket. After eating, the chickens hopped onto Lady G's writing box, which Lady G did not want to get dirty, so she hurried to chase the chickens away. The chickens in panic jumped onto a small table. Desperate, Lady G used the winnowing basket as a tool to chase the chickens, throwing it swiftly at the wild chickens, but she hit some pottery figurines on the table. The figurines fell and shattered. Lady G glanced angrily, and seeing the chickens squawking beneath the table, in a surge of fury, she took off her wooden clogs and struck the chickens, killing them. Remembering her experience with the chickens, Lady G got excited and wrote, The Chronicles of Lady G Hitting the Chicken. Upon finishing these words, Zhao Zhenhao and the others were all stupefied. Fong Wenbin exclaimed, There's such a tactic? Holy shit, I've seriously never heard of this before. Damn impressive, Zhao Zhenhao said. He's really done his homework. Now Brother Hao is in trouble. Ren Xing lamented, We're done for. It's simply impossible to match that. The whole text is in one pronunciation. I can't even understand it when listening. Even Bai Yining, standing on the side, felt deeply concerned. With Bill's approach upon their meeting, who could outdo him? If Wang Hao embarrassed himself in front of him, she might not mind, but it would certainly be awkward for Wang Hao. Who would have thought Mr. Bill would know even this? Wang Hao was also amazed, widening his eyes and saying, I thought I was the only one bored enough to play with this stuff, but it turns out Mr. Bill has seen it too. The Chronicles of Lady G Hitting the Chicken is a quite famous homophone poem. There are a few others that are also quite good. Oh, Bill exclaimed, could it be that Mr. Wang also knows? Wang Hao smiled shyly, just a little, just a little. Hearing Wang Hao say this, Zhao Zhenhao was instantly dumbfounded. Damn, this scene feels so familiar, doesn't it? Last time, Brother Hao just kept saying just a little, and then beat us until we couldn't take care of ourselves. Is it just a little again this time? Zhao Zhenhao was ecstatic. Brother Hao is so badass. This is in the bag. Fong Wenbin asked. For real? Brother Hao can match this as well. Zhao Zhenhao said. Definitely. Remember the meal at Hualong Xian, when Brother Hao was always just a little, and you know what happened? Rin Xing laughed heartily. Haha, Brother Hao is truly unbeatable. As expected, Wang Hao smiled modestly and then said, actually, corresponding to the Chronicles of Lady Ji hitting the chicken, there is also another one, called Shi's Lion Eating History. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately fell silent, eagerly awaiting Brother Hao's next words. Chapter 597. Cough cough. Wang Hao paused here, cleared his throat, and then said, in a stone chamber, a poet named Shi had a penchant for lions, vowing to dine on 10. Frequent were his market visits to view the lions. At 10 lions happened to be there. It was then that Shi chanced upon the market too. Seeing the 10 lions, relying on arrows' power, he caused their demise. Shi picked up the carcasses, brought them into the chamber abode. Wet became the chamber, so Shi ordered servants to wipe it clean. Once dried, Shi began to try the lion meat. It was then he realized, these lions were actually 10 stone lion corpses. Go on, try to explain this affair. He recited this homophonic text without missing a single word, then explained, there was a poet surnamed Shi living in the stone chamber, fond of eating lions, determined to consume 10. He often went to the market to look at lions. At 10 o'clock, there were just 10 lions that arrived at the market. At that time, Shi also happened to reach the market. He saw those 10 lions, aimed his arrows, and killed those 10 lions. He gathered up the 10 lion corpses and took them back to his stone chamber. The stone chamber was wet, so Shi had his servants dry it. Once the stone chamber was dried, he tried eating the 10 lions. While eating, he discovered that these 10 lions were in fact corpses of stone lions. Try explaining this matter. Wow. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, Zhao Zhenhao and the others clapped their hands desperately. Brother Hao is mighty, matching it perfectly. Awesome. Fong Wenbin's hands were almost clapping red. Brother Hao, you're simply invincible. You're my idol. Bai Yining was smiling on the side, her eyes soft and tender as she looked at Wang Hao. She just loved watching Brother Hao's serious swagger, looking as if nothing in the world posed a problem to him. That's beautifully done. Bai Yining's eyes squinted into a thin line, deserving of praise. Aha, not bad, not bad. Wang Hao scratched his head with a grin, just third best in the world. At this moment, Bill Bragg saw Wang Hao and Bai Yining exchanging glances, but didn't get angry because after all, as Mr. Wang, getting angry would be beneath him. He just nonchalantly asked, Mr. Wang is indeed erudite, with a broad range of knowledge, but I wonder where Mr. Wang is currently employed and which renowned university he graduated from. I'm currently a screenwriter and sometimes dabble in side ventures. Wang Hao responded nonchalantly, as there was nothing to hide. To claim that he graduated from top universities like Tsinghua or Beida and then get found out would be humiliating. So he said quite simply, as for my alma mater, let's not talk about it. A third-rate university, no renown, not worth mentioning, really. I see. Bill Bragg nodded lightly. Zhao Zhenhao and a few others exchanged glances, clearly losing to Brother Hao. Mr. Wang's degree had to be from an internationally renowned university at the very least, no comparison there. Mr. Wang was truly impressive. With just an offhand remark, he turned the tables. Brilliant. But then, Bill Bragg's next remark made everyone realize why Mr. Wang was who he was, truly a league they couldn't even fathom. Speaking of universities, they really aren't everything, said Bill Bragg with a slight smile. I'm also a dropout from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. In hindsight, I didn't really learn much there. Zhao Zhenhao, Fong Wenbin, Wang Mengfei. Only the uninformed Rin Xing protested. Hey, why that look? Mr. Wang really lives up to his name. Zhao Zhenhao roared in the WeChat group. Damn it, his remark just completely outclassed Brother Hao. Given the elegant young man even swore, one could imagine how colossal Mr. Wang's pretense was. Rin Xing frantically asked, what's going on? He just dropped out of MIT, right? Fong Wenbin explained, you unlearned guy. Do you know what kind of people drop out of MIT? Rin Xing, what kind of people? Wang Mengfei, Bill Gates from Microsoft, Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, they both dropped out of MIT. Now you get it. Ren Xing. Damn. Upon hearing this, Ren Xing realized just how formidable Wang Hao's rival was. It's all right, Wang Hao smiled. Actually, I just didn't perform well on my college entrance exams. But luckily, things have been going so for me now, barely passable. Oh, Bill Bragg looked at Wang Hao, curious. Actually, I'm quite familiar with the screenwriter profession. Our family controls 6 film companies, and we have about 500 renowned scriptwriters. If I'm not mistaken, the income in this line of work seems average. So what I'm more curious about is Mr. Wang's side business, which is, Fong Wenbin whispered. Damn, Mr. Wang just effortlessly shows off. And what's frustrating is how naturally he does it, leaving no room for rebuttal. Zhao Jinhao nodded. Exactly, and what he says is, in fact, the truth. The Bragg family does indeed control 6 movie companies, and they are all members of Hollywood. Quite impressive. As for side ventures, writing novels, occasionally penning songs and such, Wang Hao said while scratching his head and smiling, certainly can't compare with Mr. Bill's family. At that moment, Ren Xing couldn't hold back any longer and blurted, Our brother Hao is also the 108th generation successor of Ghost Valley, and that's actually the most impressive thing. He's super accurate with feng shui, and Golden Stone Town, the fastest appreciating property in Zhonghai, was chosen by Brother Hao. After saying this, Wang Hao wished he could plant a big kiss on him. Ren Xing truly was a lifetime buddy for cooperating with us. Divine support, thumbs up to you. Writing a novel or composing music, to Bill Bragg, indeed seemed like nothing worth mentioning. After all, such things, no matter how high the income, were just dispensable side hustles in his eyes. Fine for the average person to make a living, but at his level, it could be completely dismissed. But this identity, as the 108th successor of Ghost Valley, was obviously different. Mysticism, do you understand? Mr. Wang, could it be that you also know how to read faces and feng shui? Sure enough, Bill Bragg showed some interest as he looked at Wang Hao and said, I heard before coming that the Heavenly People's Republic places great importance on this aspect, but I don't know if it's true. If Mr. Wang doesn't mind, maybe you could take a look at my fortune? Just waiting for this line. Oh, it's okay, I suppose. Wang Hao looked a bit embarrassed and said, Of course, if Mr. Bill doesn't mind, I could take a look for you. Saying so, he went around Bill Bragg in a very serious manner, looking more and more grave with each turn. After completing a circle, Wang Hao frowned deeply and said, If I'm not wrong, Mr. Bill, your fortune today looks very ominous. There might be a bloody disaster awaiting. This is not good. Bloody disaster. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. To say that this Bill Bragg was annoyingly trying to poach our female lead and steal a cornerstone from Wang Hao was infuriating, but for someone of his stature to possibly encounter a bloody disaster, that was utterly impossible, okay? Oh, sure enough, upon hearing this, Bill Bragg chuckled and shook his head, saying, Mr. Wang must be joking. The Bragg family also has business here, and I've heard that very thorough security measures have been arranged for my visit. How could there be a bloody disaster? Zhao Jinhao, Fong Wenbin, others. This guy really was just puffing himself up with a nonchalant remark. A well-deserved bragging king. Hear him out, having business here, security perfected, absolutely invincible. Don't be anxious, let me calculate this. Wang Hao immediately raised his hands and began to form various mysterious hand signals. If anyone from a past life saw him, they would recognize these as hand seals from Naruto. Proximity. Soldiers. Fight. All. Arranged. In. Front. After pretending to form hand seals for a while, Wang Hao said solemnly, Mr. Bill, you may face great calamity today. However, the secrets of heaven should not be revealed. It's always right to be cautious. Was he serious, or was this all just some mystical nonsense? Zhao Jinhao and the others exchanged glances, and Zhao Jinhao asked softly, Is Brother Hao serious? Ren Xing, who had the most authoritative voice, said, Of course it's true. Brother Hao's predictions are incredibly accurate, an absolute grandmaster level. Just wait and see, since Brother Hao said so, Bill is definitely in trouble. However, the others present still felt it was unlikely. Remember, this was Heavenly People's Republic, where firearms were banned, and unless there was a sniper in hiding, with Mr. Wang's skills, Dealing with a dozen ordinary men would pose no problem. Sure enough, Bill Bragg clearly didn't believe it, and laughingly said, "Relatively speaking, I trust science more." Saying this, he waved his hand, and immediately behind him came a black-clad old butler with a genuine UK London accent speaking Mandarin. "Young master, may I ask if you have any instructions? Mr. Wang here predicts that I will face a bloody disaster today," Bill Bragg asked with a smile. "Is the security arrangement flawless?" "Everything is ready." The butler straightened the tie on his neck and confidently stated, "Your itinerary in the Heavenly People's Republic has been perfectly arranged, sir. Every detail is monitored down to the minute, offering 24/7 protection. For instance, at this very moment, aside from these bodyguards, we have retired Royal Special Forces stationed covertly within 500 meters, ensuring extreme vigilance. Not even a fly could pass by without our scrutiny." Bill Bragg nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Thank you for the hard work." "It's my duty," the butler smiled and continued. "In addition, we have the UK Alpha Team's most advanced technology, the Nighthawk drone, for panoramic tracking and surveillance, ready to report any nearby activities. You can travel with peace of mind, sir, with no danger whatsoever." While he seemed unfazed, Zhao Zhenhao was astounded when he heard this. Zhao Zhenhao, the UK Alpha Team, the Nighthawk drone, they actually brought that along. Chapter 598. Nightingale Drone. Everyone knows what drones are, but the Nightingale brand. Ren Xing hurriedly asked, "Is this thing really badass?" Fong Wenbin whispered an explanation to him. "More than just badass. That's Alpha, the top counterterrorism unit. They say they have a lot of black tech. The Nightingale drone is used for their missions, safe and reliable, stealthy, lightning-proof. With this thing, not to mention a bloody disaster, even a small stone tripping you on the ground will be captured. This time it's frustrating. Brother Hao said Wang Hao would face a bloody disaster today, and now it's definitely off." Once Fong Wenbin finished speaking, everyone present suddenly fell silent. The strictness of Bill Bragg's security measures was entirely beyond everyone's expectations. If the security hadn't been so tight, maybe there could have been a mishap now and then, which everyone could exaggerate a bit to make a story pass. But now, with such stringent precautions, even bad luck would surely be thoroughly crushed by sheer power. Yes, after listening to the butler's report, Bill Bragg was very satisfied. He looked at Wang Hao and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, you see, compared to metaphysics, science is more reassuring, isn't it?" "In theory, that's correct," Wang Hao said with a chuckling smile. "But in practice, it's hard to say." "Mr. Wang is perhaps too confident." Bill Bragg spread his hands, his tone full of confidence and arrogance. "With so many personnel and technology covering the area, what could possibly make me unlucky? That's why I say, metaphysics is nothing but a scam to fool the ordinary citizens who are unaware of the truth." His words had barely ended when Zhao Zhenhao and the others at his side were practically gnashing their teeth in anger. Zhao Zhenhao. "Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Strutting around all the time." Fong Wenbin. "Yeah, and the most annoying part is there is absolutely no flaw to exploit. With such security, counting by the minute, how could anything go wrong?" Everyone felt like they were a rabbit trying to catch a turtle, but with no way to start. Yet, unexpectedly, at that moment, suddenly a dark shadow smashed down from the sky, and with a smack, the shadow crashed on the ground, instantly falling to pieces. Everyone turned their heads to look, and scattered around the shadow were 4 broken propellers, belonging to a drone. By Yinning. Zhao Zhenhao. Fong Wenbin. Bill Bragg. The butler. What the hell is going on? Isn't that a drone? With its streamlined body, the beautiful colors, the high-end material, isn't that the legendary Nightingale drone? Such a badass. Thing actually fell straight from the sky. You see, Wang Hao stared at the drone, his eyes wide open. "Ah, there it starts, Mr. Bill. It seems your technology isn't so reliable after all. I told you you'd have a bloody disaster today, and here it seems to be starting. Ba. Good, good. Dear Lord, please make the misfortune a little less severe." He was reveling in schadenfreude, while everyone else had a completely different mood. How could this happen? Bill Bragg turned to look at the butler, asking, "Isn't this drone the latest technology? How could it fall from the sky? Go check it out right away and see what happened. What kind of experience is it to fail at showing off? Especially what kind of experience is it when the self-proclaimed king of swagger fails at showing off? This cannot be tolerated. I'll check. Don't worry, sir. The butler hurried over to the drone, picked it up, and after a careful glance from all sides, he frowned and said, "The propellers are damaged. I have no idea what happened. Let me check the video." Everyone crowded around, all very curious to see exactly how such a badass Nightingale drone could have fallen from the sky. Soon, the video started, and everyone watched the clear and smooth footage with admiration. Indeed, it was a high-end, black tech-level drone. Such fantastic image quality, such effects, just not that sturdy. Bill Bragg frowned as he watched the video. At first, everything was normal. Then, he saw a window open in a nearby building. A curious child looking at the drone. Then the child took out his beloved slingshot. Load, pull, fire. And so, a glass marble flew straight at the drone. Smack. And everyone already knew what happened next. Bai Yining, Zhao Zhenhao, Fong Wenbin, Bill Bragg, the old butler. Everyone's mouths were wide open. No way can this even happen. Man, I told you, Wang Hao was shouting nearby. Sometimes, if you hit a streak of bad luck, there's just no reasoning with it. Zhao Zhenhao and the others decisively started to shout as well. Unlucky. So unlucky. But it's just an accident. Bill Bragg casually ran his hand through his hair, not caring at all, the confident smile reappearing at the corner of his mouth. I brought 10 drones with me. Even though this one broke, it's not a big deal. We just switched to another. Zhao Zhenhao and the others all gasped in astonishment. It's hard enough for an average person to get one of those things, and this guy just brought 10. Is he treating them like cabbages by the roadside? Wang Hao also took a sharp breath. It was clear this guy was the strongest rival he has faced thus far. The overall strength in every aspect was just so overwhelming. The key point was, every time he took a hit, he was able to counter effectively, neutralizing any advantage on our side. Young master, Kung Fu the old butler picked up a call, then came over with a smile. The drone will be delivered soon, and so will the Bentley Zeus, a vehicle specially customized for Miss Ice Princess. It will arrive in about 5 minutes. Bentley Zeus. What's that? How come I've never heard of it before? Bentley Zeus. Zhao Zhenhao, hearing this name, was instantly stunned. My God, it's the Bentley Zeus. That thing must be awesome, right? Renxing couldn't help but ask subconsciously. What's the Bentley Zeus? Bentley Zeus, Fong Wenbin said dreamily. It's the only concept car in the world produced by the Bentley Group, constructed with the Star of Tomorrow from the aerospace alloy family, magnesium alloy. It's the lightest structural metal with low density, high specific strength, strong shock absorption, and can withstand large impact loads. The earliest research on magnesium alloy was for spacecraft, later expanding to aviation. It's lightweight yet sturdy, capable of adapting to various extreme environments. The Bentley Zeus built by Bentley Group with this material is truly one of a kind, costing $18 million. Who would have thought it belonged to Bill? Everyone gasped, Zhao Zhenhao added. Yeah, I saw an image of the Bentley Zeus at a concept car exhibition before. Never imagined I'd see the actual car today. Wang Hao. Damn, isn't this Bill Bragg just too unbelievable? Airing a car like this over? It must be freshly produced too, right? This is a concept car that hasn't even been detailed in the reports yet. Not bad, right? Bill Bragg smiled slightly, his demeanor serene, his swag through the roof. The Bentley Group itself is one of our family's enterprises, so it's not a big deal to manufacture a special car for me. Damn, this swag just exploded through the sky. Everyone present was shocked. Only now did everyone realize the Bentley Group was actually Bill Bragg's family business. Talk about deep cover. Vroom vroom vroom. As they were discussing, the roaring sound of an engine started, and then a car, wrapped tightly in tarpaulin, was unloaded from a truck. The old butler stepped forward, gently lifting the tarp, and instantly that dazzling radiance nearly blinded Wang Hao's 24K gold dog eyes. No exaggeration, this was a truly perfect vehicle. Its substantial design, its streamlined body, the understated black paint that didn't lose a sense of status, the elegant but not flashy front of the car, the luxurious interior visible from outside. Everything seemed to proclaim to the world that the Bentley Zeus was so extraordinary, so otherworldly. "Young master, this is the Bentley Zeus," the old butler introduced with a smile to Bill Bragg. "The entire vehicle is made of magnesium alloy, equipped with 4mm thick bulletproof steel plates. All 4 tires designed to be explosion-proof, and the best tempered glass available. Even a direct shot from a rifle can be perfectly defended against. Plus, with the protection of 36 airbags, the safety performance is second to none, not even the presidential Air Force One. You will be absolutely safe in this vehicle, even in the face of sudden attacks." Everyone gasped once more. This car was simply too terrifying. Nicely done. Bill Bragg was very satisfied with the old butler's efficiency. He walked right up to the Bentley Zeus and said with a smile, "See, now that I have such a fine car as my vehicle, I believe that even bad luck won't have any impact on me, right?" And with those words, he opened the car door and got right in. "Brother Hao, this." Wang Hao and the others were staring at Bill Bragg. At this point, nobody had any answers. Yet, unexpectedly, an accident really did happen. Chapter 599. Click. Everyone present was a bit slow to react to a faint sound, but Wang Mengfei, who had always had good hearing, curiously asked, "What was that sound?" "I heard it too." Ren Xing nodded and looked toward the Bentley Zeus, whispering, "It seems to have come from beneath the car, near the back seat." Beneath the car? The back seat? What was that? Just as everyone was puzzled, they heard a loud bang, and the manhole cover near the rear right wheel of the Bentley Zeus broke, followed by a clang. The rear of the car instantly sank. Bang, 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 bang. A series of inflating noises ensued, and everyone saw 36 airbags in the Bentley Zeus pop out, 18 of which squeezed Mr. Bill Bragg entirely inside. The previously calm butler almost popped his eyes out, and the sound of jaws dropping surrounded them. "Oh my God, can this even happen? Young master, are you all right?" The butler, frantic, rushed forward, trying to pry open the car door to rescue Mr. Bill. But then the safety features of the Bentley Zeus became apparent. The door handle wouldn't budge. "Why can't I open this door?" The butler yelled frantically. "What are you all looking at? Come and help." Suddenly, several stunned bodyguards snapped into action and rushed up to pull the door. After all, it was the young master coming here. If something were to happen, everyone present would be in deep trouble. 1, 2, 3, pull. 1, 2, 3, pull. 1, 2, 3, pull. 8 bodyguards chanted together, but the car door wouldn't move an inch, as if it were welded shut. The safety features on this car are really impressive. Wang Hao and others joked on the sidelines. "Look how sensitive those airbags are, especially the car doors that lock up tight the moment the car is impacted, perfectly ensuring the safety of the occupants." "Indeed," Fong Wenbin said, holding his arms and smiling. "This car is truly top-notch. Look at how many people tried and couldn't open the door. It's comparable to Air Force One." "I told you Brother Hao is awesome, didn't I?" Ren Xing sneered. "Tangling with Brother Hao over a woman. See how unlucky you got?" Bai Yining pursed her lips and smiled. Mr. Bill Bragg had been pestering her for a long time in France, and she couldn't shake him off. And since their families were in a business partnership, Bai Yining couldn't afford to fall out with him. She thought returning to her home country would spare her from seeing him, but he had followed her back. Such a troublesome man had bested countless opponents in France. But once he met Wang Hao in the Heavenly People's Republic, what a tragedy it turned out to be. While some gloated from the side, the butler and 8 bodyguards tried in vain to open the car door. Eventually, the butler, worldly wise, shouted into the car, "Young master, open the sunroof. Open the sunroof." Squeak, squeak, squeak. This suggestion turned out to be good. Mr. Bill Bragg fumbled inside the car for a while, quickly found the button, and once the sunroof was opened, everyone climbed onto the roof, grabbed Mr. Bill Bragg's hand, and together pulled. 1, 2, 3, pull. Finally, they managed to pull Mr. Bill Bragg out. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Bill Bragg coughed profusely, since those 18 airbags in the back definitely weren't gentle, almost squeezing him to death inside. "Young master, are you all right?" the butler asked, almost crying. "I never expected such an accident to happen. It really scared me." "I'm fine. As the saying goes, you can break my head, but never mess up my hair. Mr. Bill Bragg elegantly adjusted his hair and said, "It seems there are still many imperfections with concept cars. This is something I definitely need to report back. It's a shame the car is temporarily undrivable, but that's just an accident really." Zhao Jinhao and the others were left astounded. Mr. Bill truly was Mr. Bill, always so handsome and debonair, unflustered by anything. "Mr. Bill," Wang Hao hurried over and said, "it seems your luck isn't great today, but since you've come to the Heavenly People's Republic, I can't just stand by. If worst comes to worst, I'll stay with Mr. Bill today. As the saying goes, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda," he said as he stood close, less than a foot away from Mr. Bill. "I won't be in trouble," Mr. Bill Bragg said with a chuckle, looking at Wang Hao. "I'm confident I can handle any unfortunate situations well. Mr. Wang doesn't need to worry." "All right, if you really don't believe me, there's nothing I can do," Wang Hao shrugged. "I hope I'm just overthinking." Several onlookers exchanged glances and stifled their smiles. Zhao Jinhao said, "All right, we've been here for quite some time. Let's find somewhere to eat. Mr. Bill must be tired after such a long flight." His message was clear. Hurry up and eat, then go get some sleep. "Let's go." Bai Yining got into Wang Hao's car. Now that everyone had reconnected, riding in the family Rolls-Royce would be too easy for crazy fans to track, so naturally, it was time to switch cars and travel. "Fine, then let's go to our next stop." Wang Hao nodded, ready to get into the car. Mr. Bill couldn't muster the audacity to share the same car with Wang Hao and Bai Yining, so he decisively walked toward a Jaguar driven by one of Zhao Jinhao's bodyguards and said, "I'll ride in this one." Then, with a clatter, the car door actually fell off. It really fell off. It detached completely from the car's frame. Bai Yining, Bill Bragg, Zhao Jinhao, and the other clueless onlookers. Everyone gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? Could Bill Bragg's luck really be this bad today? Heavens! Wang Hao hurriedly got out of the car, ran to Mr. Bill's side, and inspected the car door meticulously before saying, "Mr. Bill, I told you earlier that your luck today was really bad. You didn't believe it. Traveling alone could definitely lead to trouble. You must be extremely careful. Okay." Mr. Bill seemed quite shocked at this time. Although it was normal to occasionally face accidents, today's mishaps were a bit too frequent. Fortunately, it was just the car door that had come off, so he didn't take it too seriously and simply chose another car, saying, "That car is broken, I'll take this one instead." This time, when he opened the car door, thankfully, it didn't fall off. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and set off. The convoy of 7 cars hit the main road, and, not even 2 kilometers out, they heard a loud bang from behind. The tire on Bill Bragg's car had burst. Squeak, 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 squeak. The grating sound of brakes screeched as the Jaguar swerved erratically across the road, causing the other vehicles to frantically honk their horns. Beep, 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 squeak. All the cars on the main road panicked, and in their flustered state, 3 or 4 cars collided with the Jaguar, causing a series of crashing sounds and instantly turning the road into chaos. Bai Yining, he really is ridiculously unlucky. Wang Hao, see, what did I say? Luckily, this time it was just ordinary misfortune. With Wang Hao and others leading the way, the scene wasn't too chaotic. At this point, with the tire burst and Wang Hao's group hurriedly stopping their cars, everyone except Bai Yining rushed to assess the situation. "Mr. Bill, are you all right?" Wang Hao approached him, concerned, and said, "It seems like your luck is truly not great today." "I'm fine." Bill crawled out of the car, making sure to brush off his hair. "Just a minor incident." Zhao Jinhao and others were making faces behind. "Brother Hao predicts so accurately, huh?" Fong Wenbin whispered. "It seems like Bill isn't acting all high and mighty this time." Wang Mengfei chimed in cheerfully. "Brother Hao isn't an ordinary person. Even the most boastful people have to eat dust in front of him." Bill had finally started to take things seriously after several incidents in a row. After all, one incident could be an accident, but several incidents were harder to explain. "Young master, are you all right?" The old butler ran over, sweating profusely and out of breath. "Today is indeed a bit strange. Do you think we should?" "Maximum security protocol," Mr. Bill said solemnly. It seems like my luck indeed isn't great today, but that's not the issue. I still believe more in science than in metaphysics. Have all 10 drones arrived? Use them all, and keep me posted on any developments. They've arrived, they're here. The butler, relieved that Mr. Bill was unharmed, took a deep breath and picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone listen, initiate maximum security alert. High-level security measures were implemented and surely, nothing could go wrong this time. Zhao Zhenhao's men were handling the scene, and Wang Hao and his group stood by. Shortly, in about 5 minutes, everyone saw a black convoy slowly approaching. The convoy, consisting of 8 Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars, advanced majestically. The convoy soon pulled up near Mr. Bill, and from the outside, one could vaguely see about 3 people inside each car, presumably the security personnel Mr. Bill had mentioned. Zhao Zhenhao remarked impressively. Just one phone call, and look at this show of force. Amazing. Fong Wenbin nodded. This guy, his style is on a whole different level. The convoy stopped in front of Mr. Bill, and then a muscular bodyguard got out of a car. Seeing Mr. Bill, he respectfully said, "Young Master Bill, we are here. We will clear the path for you up ahead and ensure smooth passage all the way." Chapter 600. Okay, thank you for your efforts. Bill Bragg was still quite satisfied with their speed. He smiled and nodded slightly, his demeanor as calm and untroubled as if the recent events hadn't affected him at all. Picking a car at random, he said, "I'll ride in this one for the next few days. I've heard that my luck isn't very good today, so I'd like to be on the safe side." "No way." The bodyguard shook his head. "Those are just tricks to deceive people. Your luck has always been good, young master. Especially under our protection, not even a fly could get close to you." "That's good to hear." Bill Bragg was very affirmative of the head bodyguard's actions. "Now I won't have any more concerns about safety." Everybody then got ready to get into the vehicle. Despite a minor hiccup, Bill Bragg came out without a scratch, which really felt to Zhao Zhenhao and the others like hitting cotton with all their might. "This Wang Hao is truly formidable." Zhao Zhenhao shook his head. "His preparations are very thorough, practically impregnable." Fong Wenbin said. "Right, one moment the tire bursts and the next, there are a bunch of bodyguards at hand. Even bad luck can be easily countered. It's not like someone is going to carry a bomb just to target him in our country, right?" Fong Wenbin was actually quite frustrated as he said this. He was almost certain that with these professional-level bodyguards, even a terrorist attack in the city wouldn't harm Bill Bragg in the slightest. For a moment, they all felt somewhat powerless. There was no helping it. The opponent was simply too strong. It was very difficult to wish bad luck on such a person who was watertight. "Mr. Wang Hao," Bill now looked at Wang Hao, and although he was very dismissive of what Wang Hao had said, he still asked another question. "You said my luck is not good today. I wonder, according to astrology, just how do you figure that?" "Well," Wang Hao pretended to calculate by counting on his fingers. "Your 9 stars are dim today, and the sinister stars glitter, surely indicating an impending disaster. Let's not talk about this anymore. I suspect you wouldn't believe it anyway, so let's get going." 9 stars dim and sinister stars glitter? Bill Bragg looked up at the sun in the sky and smiled slightly. "How are there any 9 stars in broad daylight?" He shook his head and got into the car. What else can one say? With bodyguards escorting, the Nighthawk drone patrolling the skies, there's no chance for any stir of leaves or grass to escape the security team's eyes. Indeed, the whole journey proceeded without incident or misfortune. "Missed me during this long absence." At this point on the ride, there were only Wang Hao and Bai Yining in the car, making conversation much easier. Wang Hao, while driving, said, "I've missed you so much I've lost sleep." "You always know how to sweet talk, Bai." Yining shook her head. "I've been busy every day over there. I didn't have time to think so much. It's only the last couple of days before returning that I've had a chance to rest. I was planning to buy some gifts to bring back for you, but I didn't know what you would like, so I just brought a bit of everything. You'll have to come by and pick them up when you have time." "Wow, my ice princess bought me gifts. Oh my, how can I even accept this? What did you buy?" Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly. He asked, "Something to eat or to use?" "Mainly to use, I suppose." Bai Yining thought for a moment, then said, "I bought 3 boxes of clothes, 2 boxes of shoes. I've never seen you wear a tie, so I only bought 10. Belts should be more useful. I didn't know which to buy, so I got about 20 or so. Whichever you like, you can use. Wang Hao. So moved, I'm almost in tears. Where else can one find such a wife? You bought so much. Wang Hao felt a bit embarrassed, his face turning red. I'm overwhelmed. It's nothing really, Bai Yining smiled. I'm a Libra, with a natural indecision, always feeling like everything is good. So I just bought it all without wanting to stress over decisions. Talking about it, Wang Hao did remember that Bai Yining was a Libra. Typically, Libras do struggle with decisions, swinging back and forth, unsure of which is better. But fortunately, our ice princess has money, a lot of money, so there's no real indecision, just buy everything. Even so, that might be a bit too much, Wang Hao remarked. I still can't compare to you. So, this time, I've only prepared one gift for you. Really? Bai Yining's eyes suddenly brightened upon hearing this. You really prepared a gift for me? Where is it? Quickly show me. No matter what, Bai Yining had admitted that Wang Hao was her boyfriend. Given her personality, her acknowledgement of her relationship with Wang Hao was truly generous. Even when her father, the Bai family head, Bai Haochen, asked about it, she said the same thing. Fortunately, Bai Haochen was a very open-minded person. He didn't have too much opposition to their relationship, but he just reminded her to protect herself from being bullied. Therefore, often when a woman feels that she has someone in her heart, she will easily let emotions prevail over reason. Even if at the moment Wang Hao only gave her a pull-tab ring as a gift, she would still cherish it as the best present. After all, there was no shortage of money, right? Wang Hao decisively played the mysterious card. You'll see when we get to the hotel, hee. You're so annoying, Bai Yining turned her head away, giving me a teaser. Then there was silence for a while, and at that moment the music playing in the car was Bai Yining's song Bubble. Both of them listened while driving, and really, it added a special flavor to the situation. By the way, aren't you going to ask me what this whole Bill Bragg thing is about? Bai Yining, being a young woman after all, broke the silence. Aren't you the least bit curious? What's there to be curious about? Wang Hao looked totally clueless. Isn't it just that he likes you, and then came over here to challenge me, planning to steal you away? Well, Bai Yining thought for a moment before asking, you're not mad at me? Why should I be mad at you? Wang Hao was even more puzzled, glancing over at Bai Yining before continuing to drive. It's not your fault that he likes you. Who wouldn't fall for our sweetheart, who is so beautiful and outstanding? You declared in front of so many people that I am your boyfriend, your stance so firm that I am already very happy. Besides, as your boyfriend, it's my duty to openly and fairly defeat any challengers. It's just part of the job. Hearing Wang Hao's words made Bai Yining suddenly purse her lips in a smile. Although it sounded simple, having a boyfriend with such responsibility was naturally something that would make any woman happy. The only downside seemed to be that nothing unexpected happened on this trip, which wasn't very thrilling. Soon, they arrived at one of the most luxurious super 5-star hotels in Zhonghai City that had already been booked, the Jing'an Hilton Hotel. A convoy of more than a dozen cars entered the hotel plaza, where hotel staff greeted them with great respect and opened the car doors for them. The Zhonghai Hilton Hotel was located in the bustling Jing'an Temple commercial area, adjacent to the commercial streets of Nanjing West Road and Huaihai Road. Just an 8-minute walk from Jing'an Temple Station of Metro Lines 2 and 7. It was a mere 20-minute drive to Shanghai Hongqiao Airport and 35 kilometers from Shanghai Disneyland. The hotel offered 714 comfortable and elegant guest rooms starting from 33 square meters, all with bright floor-to-ceiling windows, minibars, fully equipped work areas, and high-speed internet access. The presidential suites were obviously on another level, with practically all living and office equipment available, ensuring that guests wouldn't feel any inconvenience during their stay. The fitness center on the 4th floor was equipped with cardio and strength training equipment. Guests could also participate in various classes in the aerobics room or train in the boxing area. The indoor swimming pool had a constant comfortable temperature, and the outdoor tennis court featured fences and professional lighting, while the indoor squash court was equipped with a professional front wall, rear glass wall, and flooring system. Especially the hotel's interim restaurants and bars covered a wide range of domestic and international flavors. The waterfront restaurant was helmed by a Ningbo chef known for fresh seafood and unique flavors in Shanghai. The Heavenly Terrace served international cuisine around the clock, available buffet-style or la carte. The 9 stars floor on the 39th floor prepared authentic Sichuan cuisine with spices flown in from Chengdu, offering a view overlooking the city. Leonardo's restaurant specialized in classic Italian style. The Jingon Lounge served various drinks and snacks, equipped with charging ports, making it an excellent place for leisure and meetings. Bar 39, with its New York retro style, offered a range of cocktails and whiskeys, complemented by live band performances. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that staying here equated to living in luxury. Bill Bragg had his butler assess all the super 5-star hotels in Zhonghai before coming, and the old butler's choice of this location spoke volumes. "Young master, please." The head of the security team got out of the car first, holding a drone surveillance device, checking as he said, "So far, I can assure you that within a 1-kilometer radius, there are no security issues, and you can rest easy." "Very good." Bill Bragg adjusted his clothes with a look of satisfaction, then glanced around and said, "I'm quite pleased with the environment here. It seems that the development of the Heavenly People's Republic has been quite rapid in recent years. Everything here is a bit of a surprise to me." After pondering for a moment, Bill Bragg looked at Wang Hao and said with a smile, "Esotericism is often not very reliable. For instance, given my current security measures, I'm really curious about what unfortunate event could possibly happen." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao just shrugged. "Well, as for that, how would I know what the heavens have in store?" Chapter 601. Speaking of which, Bill Bragg's security team was indeed formidable. From the moment they arrived, they cleared the way, with 16 members split into 2 columns, marching towards the reserved restaurant from the main entrance. The journey was without any incident, safe and sound, all the way into the waterfront pavilion restaurant inside the hotel. This restaurant, known for its fresh seafood and unique flavors, is managed by a Ningbo chef and is one of the favorites among the upper echelons of Zhonghai. In terms of class and reputation, it can almost vie with Hualongxian. As the sole pearl in the palm of the Bai family head, Bai Yining naturally took the seat of honor without dispute. Bill Bragg sat to her right, while Wang Hao sat to her left. By this point, the dynamic in the room had become quite clear. Bill Bragg was not the least bit secretive about his affection for Bai Yining. From the moment he entered the room, his gaze never left her, his emotions intense and unabashed. Zhao Jinhao nudged Wang Hao and whispered, "Brother Hao, even a blind man could see this guy's interest in Miss Ice Princess. Aren't you the least bit nervous?" "Nervous," Wang Hao replied with a cheeky grin. "That's why I have to beat him fair and square. He needs to be totally convinced." Fong Wenbin raised his thumb in approval. "Right, take him down. He's a real rival for love. Swords must be drawn." Soon everyone was seated. After all, no matter what, Bill Bragg was a guest from afar. Whether or not he had good intentions was beside the point. Basic courtesy was still necessary. "Today Mr. Bill has come to visit our Heavenly People's Republic, and as the host, I extend a very warm welcome." Bai Yining offered a polite opening remark from her seat, followed by nothing else. That line was something she had memorized at the last minute. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't have bothered to say even a word to someone she considered irrelevant. Indeed, "Welcome, welcome." Zhao Jinhao and the others echoed the hearty welcome, though in their hearts, a strong condemnation was a must. "Thank you." Bill Bragg wasn't bothered. Having the courage to pursue Bai Yining proved he had a strong mentality. He completely disregarded the superficial welcome mixed with silent curses. As a recognized king of forcefulness, Bill Bragg truly lived up to his reputation. "I've long heard that the Heavenly People's Republic has 8 major cuisines, and I've been really looking forward to this visit." "Oh, you also know about the 8 major cuisines of our Heavenly People's Republic?" Wang Hao asked. "It seems Mr. Bill really has a deep understanding of our culture." Of course, the 8 major cuisines are Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, Su, Zhejiang, Min, Xiang, and Hui cuisine, Bill Bragg said with a smile. Then, he glanced at Bai Yining discreetly, adding, "After all, as Miss Ice Princess's business partner, how could I possibly cooperate sincerely if I didn't understand the situation of the country, right?" Despite their reluctance, everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao Jinhao and the others started to exchange messages on WeChat, Zhao Hao. This guy said everything that could possibly be said. Brother Hao, this is tough to deal with. Fong Wenbin. Yeah, the most formidable thing about the king of forcefulness is that he walks the path others take, leaving them nowhere to go. Wang Mengfei. He's said it all. What can Brother Hao say? Ren Xing. This guy is really… Well, if it were me, I'd definitely just be eating his dust. Too impressive. Even a big foodie like me couldn't name the 8 cuisines. Indeed, Bill Bragg was well-versed and talented. At least up to this point, he was definitely among the top tier of people. He spoke 24 languages, originated from one of the United States' most elite families, looked like a sun-kissed prince without a flaw, acted gracefully, and had knowledge in his brain. In any case, he seemed to be that one in a million who would never face any setbacks. But the problem was, the king of forcefulness had met another true king of forcefulness. Indeed, Wang Hao nodded eagerly. Being able to name all the 8 cuisines is impressive. So, Mr. Bill, what would you like to eat today? Everyone present was no ordinary person. They could surely have delicacies like sea cucumbers and abalones anytime as common fare. So since Bill Bragg was a distinguished guest, his preferences naturally needed to be taken into account first. I've specifically tried all 8 cuisines before, Bill Bragg pondered, then continued. There's nothing new for me there. After all, I have 12 chefs from the Heavenly People's Republic specially hired for my household. I wonder what kind of plan Mr. Wang might have. This means he's not eating any of the major cuisines. Zhao Hao. If he's not having these, what will he eat? Fong Wenbin. Exactly. This guy has blocked Brother Hao's every move with a single sentence. Now it's tough to handle. And he even managed to show off. 12 professional chefs at home. Damn. Wang Mengfei. What do we do now? Whatever dish we choose is unacceptable to him. Bai Yining also furrowed her brows slightly. From the moment they entered the room, Wang Hao and Bill Bragg had been engaged in a subtle competition. The king of forcefulness had such high standards. It would not be easy for Wang Hao to completely defeat him. Well, Wang Hao stroked his chin. Since Mr. Bill doesn't feel like eating any of the 8 cuisines, it seems we might only have our Heavenly People's Republic's 9th major cuisine left. The 9th major cuisine? Is there such a thing? Brother Hao, I've heard of the 8 cuisines. Zhao Hao obviously knew Wang Hao's character and played along perfectly. What's this 9th major cuisine? Everyone's gaze converged on Wang Hao as they heard him laugh and say, Do you even have to ask? Of course, it's Northeastern food. Northeastern food. With the class of Mr. Wang, can Northeastern food cut it? Northeastern food. Bill Bragg certainly wasn't very familiar with that, and frowned. Is it edible? What kind of question is that? What do you mean, is it edible? It's very delicious, okay? We normally eat that pickled cabbage frozen tofu with fatty pork, served with white rice. I can eat 2 big bowls. And that's only because I'm afraid of overeating, otherwise I'd have 3. Of course, it's edible, and it must be delicious. Wang Hao pursed his lips, with an expression like looking at a bumpkin, and said, Ah, it's your first time in our Heavenly People's Republic, so let's go for some Northeastern food today. Trying something new is good, right? Well, okay. Bill Bragg hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Let's see how this Northeastern food that Mr. Wang recommends so heartily really is. I just hope it can be more delicious than that stargazing dish I had a while back in the UK. Stargazing? What in the world is that? Ren Xing. This stargazing sounds super classy. What is it? Zhao Hao. The name has a bit of that 45-degree angle looking up at the sky's melancholic vibe. Perhaps it's very tasty? Fong Wenbin. Let me check. Damn. How can they call it stargazing? They should call it eyes wide open in death, right? Everyone turned to look, and suddenly saw on a pizza 3 fish buried in it, with their heads at 45 degrees looking up at the sky, especially with their eye whites all dead and white. Imagine that. And this crap is comparable to Northeastern food. Wang Mengfei's temper almost made her burst out. This guy is obviously looking to insult people. Easy, easy. Zhao Hao struggled to pull her back down and whispered, After all, it's Brother Hao's turf. If those 2 are locking horns, we can help out on the sly, but if you actually start a fight, you'll cause Brother Hao to lose face. You make sense, Wang Mengfei huffed. Disrespecting our Heavenly People's Republic is one thing, but dare to look down on our country's food? That's intolerable. Indeed, the great food-loving empire can be mocked for anything else, but dare to ridicule our food as not tasty? That's absolutely a call for a fierce retort. Don't worry. At this point, Wang Hao smiled and said, I guarantee you won't be disappointed, Mr. Bill. Then he snapped his fingers. Waiter, do you have a chef who specializes in Northeastern food here? Today, we plan to eat some Northeastern food. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll ask right away. The waiter replied respectfully. After he spoke, he scurried off to inquire if there was a chef skilled in Northeastern food, at which point Bill Bragg's elderly butler walked in from outside. At this moment, he was nowhere near as dejected as he'd been when he was earlier. Stricken, walking elegantly over to Bill Bragg's side, then pulling out a small red box from his bosom. Young master. The butler handed the box over to Bill Bragg. The gift you specially ordered has arrived. All right. Bill Bragg took the box and then turned to Bai Yining with a smile. Miss Ice Princess, I have received a lot of your care during my visit to the Heavenly People's Republic, and I've prepared a special gift for you. I hope you will accept it. As he said that, he opened the box, and everyone at the scene gasped upon seeing the contents. They saw inside the box was a necklace lying quietly. The platinum chain highlighted the pendant, and the pendant itself, aside from the 16 diamonds encircling it, had a deep blue diamond the size of a thumbnail at its center. Seeing this, everyone present felt their heartbeats quicken. Zhao Jinhao exclaimed, Could this necklace possibly be the legendary Heart of the Ocean? Fong Wenbin was also stunned. You mean that 45.52-carat Hope diamond? My God, this thing is way too valuable. Even the usually bold and forthright Wang Mengfei was astonished. Heaven, it's actually this big fellow. Is this even priceless now? Rin Xing's eyes were glued. His little peepers couldn't move away after seeing the Heart of the Ocean. While looking, he muttered, Mr. Bill's move is just too awesome. The Heart of the Ocean. You can't just bring this out with money. I can't believe he's actually willing to give it. Away. No wonder they were so shocked. This thing's value could no longer be measured by money. They all whispered among themselves. And at that moment, Bill Bragg said, Diamonds are forever, one to pass down through ages. I believe that out of all the women in the world, only Miss Bai Yining is worthy enough to wear this Heart of the Ocean necklace. Please, I must insist you accept it. Chapter 602, The True King of Coercion. Forcing Wang Hao to give such an expensive gift, another girl would probably have been dumbfounded by now. But Bai Yining just furrowed her brows and then very decisively shook her head slowly, saying, I'm really sorry, but I absolutely will not accept gifts from anyone other than my boyfriend. She rejected it. She really did reject it. When everyone heard Bai Yining truly rejected it, Zhao Jinhao and the others immediately all let out a sigh of relief. Honestly speaking, there aren't many women in this world who could resist such temptation. On the other hand, Bill Bragg is indeed very generous. Not everyone would be willing to give away such a thing. Seeing Bai Yining's rejection, Bill Bragg was stunned for a moment. But speaking of forcing the issue, Wang Hao really was persistent and didn't seem at all disheartened. Instead, he smiled and said, Miss Ice Princess, I've actually been preparing this necklace for you for a long time. From the very beginning, it wasn't meant to express romantic admiration. I simply felt that only you are suitable to wear this necklace, and it's a waste to keep it with me. Watching Bill Bragg cut straight to the point, now it would be inappropriate if Wang Hao didn't say anything. After all, he's Miss Ice Princess's boyfriend. He couldn't just sit by and watch. Mr. Bill, Wang Hao smiled from the side, saying, This gift is too expensive. My Ice Princess actually doesn't care about the value of gifts. She only cares about who gives them. As he spoke, he took out the small box from his pocket and smiled. My dear, moi, I've prepared a special gift for you these past few days. Truth be told, this item really can't be considered invaluable, and of course, it can't compare with the Heart of the Ocean, but I handcrafted it myself just for you, and there's only one pair like this in the whole world. I hope you'll like it. You really prepared a gift for me? Bai Yining was obviously very surprised. She had actually been looking forward to Wang Hao's gift, but seeing Bill Bragg pull out the Heart of the Ocean, although she refused on the surface, she was still quite nervous inside. After all, she's also human, and outside she was worried that her boyfriend could be outdone by someone else. Now that Wang Hao had really brought out his gift, and it seemed to be jewelry, She had already made up her mind. Even if it was the most ordinary little ring, she would happily accept it. There's no helping it. Worldly women can be so willful. Of course, Wang Hao said with a smile, opening the box. In an instant, everyone present was dumbstruck, because inside the box was a pair of very beautiful earrings. The earrings were made entirely of platinum, and especially the two tea-colored gems on them shone translucent under the light, emitting a tempting faint luster. "Is this the gift you prepared for me? It's so beautiful," Bai Yining exclaimed in admiration, then eagerly took the box and inspected it carefully. The tea-colored gems didn't seem to be diamonds, but they sparkled with a captivating light. The more she looked, the more she liked them, and after a while, she couldn't wait to put on the earrings. Once she had put on both earrings, everyone present stared at her in amazement. At this moment, Bai Yining exuded a radiance that could be described as almost holy. Her skin, as fair as a baby's, combined with the two tea-colored gems, complemented each other perfectly, so much so that even Wang Mengfei muttered as if in a dream, "She is undoubtedly the uncontested goddess. She's just too beautiful." As the saying goes, it's easy for a woman to conquer a man, but it's extremely difficult to conquer another woman. Now even Wang Mengfei couldn't help but salivate, which just shows the charm of Ice Princess Bai Yining. "I really like it." Bai Yining looked at Wang Hao and smiled sweetly. "What do you think? Does it look good?" "This is more than good looking. It's downright perfect." "It looks amazing, really amazing," Wang Hao vigorously wiped his nose and said. "I'm practically starstruck." Although Wang Hao's earrings can't compare in value to the heart of the ocean, they certainly leave the latter in the dust concerning appropriateness. After all, no one can say it's appropriate to flaunt the heart of the ocean all over the world constantly, right? But Bill, being the snob that he is, although frustrated in the art of gift-giving, skillfully turned the topic to a critical issue. "Mr. Wang's gift is certainly unique, but the material seems to be slightly inferior, which is somewhat a pity." As soon as he spoke, Zhao Jinhao and the others immediately focused their attention on Wang Hao. One must admit, Bill Bragg's question was razor-sharp. High or low value is an inescapable fact, especially since, in terms of rarity, the heart of the ocean could eradicate almost any gift that could be given away in this world. But the current issue was that although Bill Bragg bore the title of snob, he was up against the true snob, Wang Hao, who would make certain Bill was left biting the dust. "About that," Wang Hao said with a smile and a raised eyebrow, looking at Bill Bragg. "Actually, sometimes a gift being too valuable isn't really a good thing. Had you given her something else, considering propriety, our Ice Princess likely would have accepted it anyhow, whether she'd use it or not. But this heart of the ocean, well, this thing, heh." He didn't finish his sentence, but his intention to pique curiosity was quite clear. Bill Bragg immediately asked, "But what about it? Does the heart of the ocean have some sort of problem?" "It's more than a problem," sighed Wang Hao. "Speaking of the heart of the ocean, one must mention its history. The diamond, also known as Hope, weighs 45.52 carats and is an extremely rare deep blue color. It's true that diamonds are a perfect gift for a lady, but the heart of the ocean is quite different. Not only is its blue color beautiful, but it seems to emit a malevolent glow, likely because its foggy history is filled with bizarre and tragic events. It always brings an irresistible curse of misfortune upon its owner." "Is there such a story?" Zhao Jinhao knew Wang Hao's character very well and decisively began his divine support at this moment. "Then, Brother Hao, you have to tell us. I really don't know the history of this thing." The others understood immediately and nodded together. Right. Tell us, Brother Hao." "My dears, I love you to death, truly iron brothers who have shared life and death and adversity. Well, let me tell you." Wang Hao began to recount. When this diamond was first discovered, it was not yet known as the heart of the ocean. In 1642, the French explorer and jeweler Tavernier first acquired this massive blue diamond in the southwest of India, weighing 112.5 carats and boasting an extremely rare deep blue color. Tavernier brought the gem back to France and presented it to King Louis XIV, who rewarded him with an official title and a large sum of money for the stone. The legendary misfortune began to befall those who came in contact with the gem. Tavernier's fortune was squandered by his prodigal son, leaving him penniless at the age of 80, forcing him once more to journey to India in hopes of seeking new wealth. But alas, he was bitten to death by wild dogs there. Everyone sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. What a tragedy. After Tavamir's death, it was the turn of French kings Louis XIV, Louis XV, and Louis XVI. Wang Hao took a deep breath before continuing. Louis XIV had the blue gem cut into a 69.03-carat diamond. Louis XIV only wore it once and soon died of smallpox. His successor, King Louis XV, became the new owner of the diamond. He vowed not to wear the deep blue diamond, but he lent it to his mistress to wear. As a result, Louis XV's mistress was beheaded during the French Revolution. The blue diamond then passed to King Louis XVI, whose queen often wore the stone, eventually leading both of them to the guillotine. Princess Lamanna, a friend of Queen Marie Antoinette, subsequently became the owner of this blighted blue diamond. Probably because she wore the accursed stone, she too was killed during the revolution. By Yining, Bill Bragg. The others who were utterly bewildered by Wang Hao. It doesn't end there, Wang Hao continued. In 1792, the blue diamond Hope was stolen from the French royal treasury. The fate of the thief is unknown, but it was recut, reducing its weight to 45.52 carats, and reappeared in the London jewel market in 1830. Immediately, it was purchased by the banker Hope for £18,000. Since then, the blue diamond has been named after its new owner's surname, Hope. And since the English word hope also means aspiration or expectation, the diamond also came to be known as Hope. Banker Hope never married and passed the blue diamond to his grandson under the condition that he take the Hope surname. The new owner later married an American actress named Yos. Not long after, Little Hope went bankrupt, and Yos divorced him. Yos died in 1940 in Boston, impoverished in her later years, often lamenting that the blue diamond Hope had brought her insurmountable bad luck. In 1906, Little Hope was forced to sell the blue diamond Hope to clear debts, and within the next 2 years, Hope was resold several times. By Yining, Bill Bragg. The others who were dumbfounded by Wang Hao. So it goes, another whole batch dead because of this thing. And it gets worse, Wang Hao sighed. In 1908, the blue diamond Hope was bought by Sultan Hamid II of Turkey for $400,000. It is said that the merchant who handled the sale, while traveling with his family, had their car tumble off a cliff, killing them all. The blue diamond Hope was then worn by the Sultan's confidant Zubayd in the Turkish court, but soon after, Zubayd was executed by the Sultan. By Yining, Bill Bragg. The others who were completely dumbfounded by Wang Hao. Chapter 603, No Problem. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Originally, the heart of the ocean was a massive diamond that money couldn't buy these days, but after what Wang Hao said, it just couldn't be seen the same way. The WeChat group of Zhao Jinhao and others nearly burst into laughter. Zhao Jinhao. Ha! Brother Hao is too awesome. What a game changer. Let's see how Mr. Wang can continue to pretend now. Fang Wenbin. Yeah, Brother Hao really nailed it. He just turned the impressive heart of the ocean into a maker of misfortune. Just look at Mr. Wang's face, slightly embarrassed. Wang Mingfei. It's so funny, haha. Such a badass diamond now sounds like a no-go gift after Brother Hao's words. Probably no one would dare to accept it. Ren Xing. Absolutely, this thing is just a jinx. I'd definitely not dare to take it. As their discussions went on, Bai Yining was nonstop thumping on her chest, feeling the shivers. Luckily, she was firm in her stance. Otherwise, if she had really accepted it, wouldn't she have to throw it away immediately after what Wang Hao said? This. Bill Bragg, faced with awkwardness while holding the box, now considered continuing to offer the gift. But wouldn't that deliberately bring misfortune to someone? Yet, not offering it seemed a bit untenable. In spite of that, he was, after all, Mr. Bill not only high in scale but also outstanding in adapting to circumstances. Thus, Bill Bragg naturally placed the box on the table, took a deep breath, looked at Wang Hao, and asked, speaking of which, Mr. Wang is indeed formidable, so knowledgeable. If I were to consider giving this item to Miss Ice Princess now, it would seem quite malicious. Since Mr. Wang has a profound understanding of metaphysics, How about helping me see this gemstone with metaphysical terms? Can the misfortune contained in it be resolved? Eh. Upon hearing his words, everyone was instantly stunned. This guy really had a way, smoothly passing the buck back to Wang Hao. You think you know metaphysics? Now hurry up and explain it. Fang Wenbin secretly nudged Zhao Jinhao, whispering, "This guy is really tough, so easily kicked the ball away." Zhao Jinhao nodded and said, "Yeah, if Brother Hao can solve it, he directly benefits. After all, Brother Hao surely couldn't keep the heart of the ocean for himself. But if he can't, wouldn't he be admitting his own lack of skill? Impressive. Yeah," Wang Lingfei sighed. "This opponent is truly strong, the toughest I've ever encountered." Their concerns were very valid. With that single statement by Bill Bragg, the dilemma was handed to Wang Hao, and no matter how Wang Hao performed, the beneficiary would be Mr. Bill. Well, Wang Hao stroked his chin, then slowly said, "Honestly, I do have some research on dispelling evil qi. If Mr. Bill doesn't mind, I could take a look." "Of course, I wouldn't mind," Bill Bragg smiled, then added, "Mr. Wang, please feel free to examine it." "Then, I won't be shy," said Wang Hao as he took the box containing the heart of the ocean and carefully examined it. Having the ability of the Jade Eye, Wang Hao immediately recognized the problem with this heart of the ocean. Big problem. For in Wang Hao's eyes, although the heart of the ocean was a deep blue and looked quite profound and beautiful, it constantly emitted a black aura. Black evil qi. No wonder whoever touched this thing was unlucky. Such intense evil qi, not to mention ordinary people. Even a real metaphysics master wouldn't dare touch it. The problem is indeed severe. Wang Hao put down the box and then shook his head, saying, "The evil qi on this thing is really severe. I'm not sure what Mr. Bill's plan is, but if it were up to me, I would definitely not dare to touch it." Earlier, I mentioned that Mr. Bill was not having good luck today, and I was a bit curious why. Now, it seems that a part of the reason lies in this object. Real evil qi. Hearing this, everyone at the scene took a sharp intake of breath. Given Wang Hao's credibility, if he said this thing had evil qi, it most certainly did, and no one would dare accept it even for free. However, Bill Bragg just shook his head, smiling. Mr. Wang might be a bit overly concerned. Personally, I don't think this thing is as mystical as you describe. Saying so, he took the box back, still wearing a confident smile, as if the setback had never happened. Just as expected, couldn't trust this guy, Wang Hao didn't take it to heart and smiled. "Perhaps, but it doesn't matter now. Let's eat first." The waiter who had gone to inquire whether there was a northeastern food chef had just returned. Upon entering, the waiter apologized with a sincere expression. "Sorry, everyone. Since we didn't have northeastern cuisine before, we don't have a chef specializing in it. What do you think? Should we switch to another cuisine?" "Switch cuisine? How could that be all right?" We had already agreed, and since Bill Bragg had clearly stated he despised all 8 major cuisines, was there no other way? Isn't there a master of northeastern food? Wang Hao thought for a moment, then looked around at the few people present and frowned. What does everyone think? "I think," Zhao Jinhao hesitated, "since Mr. Bill doesn't want to eat from the 8 major cuisines, we should try to pick something more novel. Don't you think, Brother Hao?" "Yes, indeed." Wang Hao looked at Bill Bragg. "What about you, Mr. Bill?" "To be honest, I'm indeed very interested in this northeastern food," Bill Bragg pondered, then said, "Could we perhaps go somewhere else to ask? It would be a very bad experience to leave any regrets about food in my visit to the Heavenly People's Republic. Damn it, this was like declaring war against the foodie empire. If you come to our Heavenly People's Republic and doubt our food, we absolutely cannot tolerate that. But the problem is, before we discuss whether we can tolerate it, the key is we don't have a master chef available right now. So what should we do? How about this?" Wang Hao hesitated, then asked the waiter, "I happen to know how to cook some northeastern dishes. Could I borrow your kitchen for a bit?" "Borrow the kitchen?" The waiter was baffled upon hearing this. It's the first time he's heard of someone coming to a 5-star hotel to dine and asking to borrow the kitchen to cook for themselves. This. The waiter stammered, "I don't know if our manager would agree." During this, Zhao Jinhao quietly asked Wang Hao, "Brother Hao, can you do it? Do you know how to cook northeastern food?" "My mom is from the northeast," Wang Hao naturally replied. "I grew up eating northeastern food. Of course, I can cook it." With that settled, what kind of guy is Wang Hao? Who doesn't know that aside from Bill Bragg? If he says he can, then there definitely won't be any problems. Here's what you do, Zhao Jinhao told the waiter. Go find your manager Chang. Tell him Zhao Jinhao wants to borrow the kitchen. Tell him to have the chefs help out. Go on now. The waiter was so scared his jaw nearly dropped. But since the person dared to say this, it meant he really had the skills, and he hurriedly ran out again. This time he came back quickly, a middle-aged fatty, sweating profusely, rushed in, and as soon as he entered, he exclaimed, "Young master, you're here and didn't even call me to prepare something special for you. Look at this." Everyone exchanged looks, and Wang Hao's eyes widened. Impressive, Zhao. Who could have guessed? This hotel is owned by your family. If you like it, I'll give it to you, Zhao Jinhao laughed. Just a word from you, brother Hao. Look at our connections. Oh my, truly brothers. Awesome, no worries. I just need to use the kitchen, Wang Hao replied, grinning as he stood up. Shall I go then? Yes, go ahead. Zhao Jinhao didn't forget to instruct Manager Chang. Manager Chang, this is my brother Hao. You must accommodate any request he has. Even if it's dragon meat from the sky, you need to find it for me, you hear? I understand. I understand. Manager Cheng nodded and bowed, his view of Wang Hao suddenly shifting. Someone who could make Zhao Jinhao, the young master of the Zhao family, call him brother was definitely not someone a minor manager could afford to provoke. Brother Hao, right this way. Manager Cheng led the way, taking Wang Hao straight to the kitchen. I will personally supervise in the kitchen. Just give me any commands. All right. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. I'll let you know if I need anything. Don't worry. We're all family here. No need to be so cautious. After they left, the remaining few in the room felt somewhat at a loss for words. After all, Bai Yining, being the hostess and with her boyfriend personally cooking, naturally had to take on the responsibility of entertaining the guests. Wang Hao's cooking should be good, Bai Yining smiled. Soon Mr. Bill will get to taste his dishes. I believe, with his skills, Mr. Bill will definitely be satisfied. Let's hope so. Bill Bragg nodded gently, his eyes lingering on Bai Yining's face for a moment before quickly withdrawing. After all, as a king of persistence, he couldn't seem too eager when pursuing a girl. This kind of pride was necessary. Thinking back to the girls he had pursued before, many started off cold and dignified until he completely broke through their psychological defenses, and then their attitude would completely change. Now, with Miss Yining as the most perfect woman in the Heavenly People's Republic, she certainly posed a great challenge, but Bill Bragg was 70% confident he could win her over. After all, since becoming an adult, he had never failed in pursuing a girl. Humph, Northeastern food. Bill Bragg scoffed disdainfully. I, Bill Bragg, would rather starve. Even if I have to jump from this 5-star hotel and drown in a pool, I will not eat one more bite of my rival's food. Chapter 604, Master Chef Wang Hao. In the WeChat group, Zhao Jinhao. You guys have got to see Wang's expression. Sure looks like he's plotting something. Fong Wenbin. Well, of course, the legend himself couldn't get an inch of advantage from Brother Hao today. He must be coming up with some battle plan. Wang Mingfei. I bet he definitely won't eat what Brother Hao makes. He'll just be puffing up his face to look fat. Ren Xing. This is a tricky situation. Eating is all about personal choice, right? We can't force him to eat, can we? If he just takes one bite and then says it's not good, wouldn't all of Brother Hao's hard work go to waste? Zhao Jinhao. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Let's hope the dish Brother Hao makes later is good, so we at least have an impression of it after eating. If he really says it's not good, we'll just argue that taste is subjective. Fong Wenbin. Fair point. After all, everyone's tastes are different, and that's a good enough explanation. As they whispered among themselves, Bill Bragg sat very primly, elegantly picking up the napkin from the table and wrapping it around his neck, then neatly organizing all the knives, forks, and chopsticks in front of him. Zhao Jinhao and the others exchanged glances and nodded together. Wang sure did earn his title. Just look at his manners, his style, and his commanding presence. Even the pickiest aristocrat couldn't find a single fault. Wang Hao had just entered the kitchen, and the chefs who had been working at the hotel all came around curiously. After all, they had heard that the guests at the table today specifically ordered Northeastern food, and the whole hotel couldn't find a qualified chef for that cuisine. In the end, a young fellow like this was called in. Could he really cut it? Look quickly, how old is this young guy? Can the dishes he makes be any good? The chefs whispered among themselves. One said, cooking really tests your experience. He better not be some amateur coming out of nowhere. Another nodded. Exactly, it wouldn't be good if we mess up the hotel's reputation. A third added, he might be some fresh graduate from New Oriental Cooking School, just finished with university. A fourth cautioned, keep it down, guys. Anyone Manager Chung escorts over must be no ordinary person. They must have some high-up connections. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Come, let me introduce you all. Manager Chung began to introduce Wang Hao to the chefs. This young man is Mr. Zhao Jinhao's close friend, Brother Tai, Brother Hao. Whatever he requests later, you all must accommodate, whether it's knives or oil or any condiments like scallions, ginger, garlic, wood, rice, oil, soy sauce, vinegar, tea. Make sure you prepare the best for him, understood? Mr. Zhao Jinhao was someone the chefs naturally didn't dare to offend. They nodded together. Understood. All right, Brother Hao. Manager Chung bowed and nodded. You can start anytime you're ready. All right. Wang Hao stretched his arms long, took a deep breath, and then began to give instructions. First, help me chop some scallions, ginger, and garlic, and prepare all the seasoning. The Michelin-starred chefs nodded. Understood. They then set about preparing everything Wang Hao had requested. One chef, while smashing garlic, shook his head and laughed. Today is really interesting. Us proud 6 Michelin-starred chefs actually serving as sous chefs to a young guy. Another chef chopping green onions rattled on the chopping board like a machine gun. As he cut, he asked, I haven't chopped green onions in a long time. How does my cutting look? The first chef gave a thumbs up. Perfect. Your skill is still so smooth. Being supreme chefs, they were indeed adept with their hands, and Wang Hao's required ingredients were ready in less than a minute. Next up was the main course preparation. The key to Northeastern food is all about stewing. Clean up everything, throw it in the pot to stew, and later just season it with salt and soy sauce. Wang Hao continued with instructions. Help me prepare some pickled vegetables, pork belly, and glass noodles. The ingredients must be high quality. Today we're entertaining a distinguished guest. That was nothing but the truth. Just the presence of Zhao alone meant the chefs couldn't dare to skimp. I'll go prepare the pickled vegetables. A chef scurried away. Another took out a slab of pork belly. Brother Hao, this is my prized possession, the best Iberian pork. He said it offhandedly, but to his surprise, as soon as Wang Hao touched the pork belly, his eyes widened. What did you just say? Spanish Iberian pork. Nice one, bro. Now it was the chef's turn to be surprised. Brother Hao, you know Iberian pork? Definitely, nodded Wang Hao as he sliced the pork. Spanish Iberian pork may just be the tastiest pork in the world. Every year from December to the following March, the black pigs that have been raised to 85 to 115 kilograms are set free in the oak groves to feed on acorns and other fruits of oak trees, enjoying at least 4 months of free roaming without cages. Moreover, their breeding period differs from the norm. From being caged to foraging in oak groves, the black pigs are raised for about 18 months before they are slaughtered, whereas white pigs used for Spanish cured ham, traditional white pigs for Italian Parma ham, Kagoshima black pigs from Japan, and the American Berkshire pigs are generally raised for about 9 months before being slaughtered, doubling the breeding time. The flavor of the meat is also the most intense, making it stand out from the rest. However, despite having double the breeding time, the meat of the Iberian black pig is not at all tough or chewy. Because they have high fat content and have been set free to roam the mountains, getting regular exercise, the fat permeates into their muscles. The meat has a marbled texture. The fat is evenly distributed throughout the layers, giving a mouthful of fragrant meat and oil. A real treat. Brother Hao can really do it. As Wang Hao chopped and explained, he sliced a piece of pork belly neatly, leaving a group of 3-star Michelin chefs dumbfounded. Not only is his knowledge profound, but his knife skills are impressive, too. Look at that slicing, so regular and neat. Awesome work, Brother Tai. No issues at all. Ahaha, I did train a bit in the past, laughed Wang Hao nonchalantly in response. Train my ass. The real situation was, previously, When he absorbed the dark energy from Jiang Huanyu's best friend Feifei, Wang Hao couldn't for the life of him figure out what had been enhanced. Now he finally knew. Looks like our dice man is a big foodie. The enhancement he got that time was, in fact, his cooking skills. With this culinary enhancement, he was practically a whiz at cutting meat, without any issues whatsoever. Soon enough, the pork was sliced up, and the pickled cabbage and glass noodles were brought over. Wang Hao added water and seasonings to the pot, along with the meat, pickled cabbage, and noodles, and then with the pot covered, it was all set. Also, prepare some potatoes, eggplants, and green bell peppers, requested Wang Hao. The pickled cabbage and pork belly stewed noodles needed to simmer slowly, so there was no rush. The next dish he was about to make was called di sancian. Di sancian is a signature dish in northeastern cuisine, featuring 3 seasonal, freshly harvested ingredients from the field: eggplant, potatoes, and green peppers. It's celebrated for its rich flavor and natural green ingredients. But what's even better is that it encompasses a variety of nutritional elements, making it a refreshingly delicious dish from 3 very ordinary vegetables. Alrighty, we'll get that ready, said a few of the cooks who were taken aback by Wang Hao's knife skills, and they went to prepare the ingredients. Eggplant, potato, and green pepper are all common vegetables and staples in any restaurant, so they were quickly brought over. Brother Hao, how do you make this di sancian? Asked one of the chefs while helping Wang Hao wash the vegetables. I specialize in Sichuan cuisine, so I'm not very familiar with northeastern food. I'm quite curious, ha. Wang Hao took the eggplant, and with some swift knife chops, snap, 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 he quickly diced an eggplant into small pieces of almost identical size. Clean the eggplant and cut it into chunks, sprinkle a little bit of salt on it, and let it sit for a few minutes. Then cut the potatoes. It's best to have 3 colored peppers, but green alone is fine. Prepare some chopped green onions and minced garlic. Mix a sauce with 2 spoonfuls of soy sauce, 1/3 spoonful of dark soy sauce, a spoonful of sugar, half a spoonful of vinegar, a little salt, 2 spoonfuls of starch, and stir until the sugar and salt have dissolved. As he spoke, he continued with the preparation. His technique as polished as any of the other chefs present, leaving them all astounded. The skills are solid. Really just graduated from New Oriental. Pretty proficient, there's some talent. There. No wonder he dared to cook himself. The technique is all good, but is this northeastern food tasty? With various thoughts running through their minds, Wang Hao continued to cook and said, pour a suitable amount of peanut oil into the pot. Fry the potato chunks until the surface hardens and gets slightly charred. Then take them out to drain the oil. Next, fry the eggplant until it starts to char, and then take it out to drain. Leave just a little oil in the pot. Add the green onions and garlic. Fry until fragrant. Then add the peppers, stir frying. Pour the prepared sauce in. Then add half a bowl of water. Add the fried potato and eggplant chunks. Stir well. There, the final step, turn up the heat to reduce the sauce, and it's done. He said this as he transferred the di sancian into a serving dish and announced cheerfully, come on, want to try a bite? I'll taste it, replied the handful of chefs who were now bursting with curiosity. Seeing the oily, colorful di sancian, they quickly picked up a few pieces with chopsticks into a small bowl, and then each took a bite. The rich aroma instantly struck their nostrils, whetting their appetites unexpectedly. This aroma, a collective inhale, came from the chefs as they carefully chewed. Their eyes lit up. They nodded in unison. Indeed, delicious. Fantastic. A crowd of chefs gave thumbs up in amazement. Brother Hao, this dish is made well. So tasty without being greasy, crispy, and refreshing. Awesome. Awesome. This level is on par with a head chef. Indeed skilled. No wonder Brother Hao is so confident. Indeed, a capable man is the most handsome. Manager Chung watched as the group tasted and nodded. The fragrance wafted over and saliva came flooding down, swallowing hard before his eyes fixed on the small bowl, unable to look away. Chapter 605. Saying no with your lips, but your body is quite honest, huh? All right, now we need to make the next dish. Wang Hao put the finished di sancian aside and started on the next one. Di sancian was very hot, and it was perfect timing to make a cold dish now. In today's world, where greater emphasis is placed on health and well-being, family feasts during festivals are incomplete without a variety of cold dishes. A tasty cold dish requires skill. It must be fresh, glossy, and healthy. There is absolutely no issue with choosing this. He opted for the crispy and refreshing marinated wood ear mushrooms. Prepare some soaked black wood ear mushrooms for me. Wang Hao began instructing the chefs. A bit of spring onion, 3 to 4 cloves of garlic chopped up, a big spoonful of pickled peppers, sugar, soy sauce, olive oil, Sichuan peppercorns. The entire kitchen buzzed with action. While Wang Hao was busy, Bai Yining and the others in the private room occasionally chatted about some light, inconsequential topics. Although Bill Bragg appeared as a rival in love, after all, he was the sole heir to the Bragg family. Everyone present belonged to the real elites, with Ren Xing being the least affluent with family assets totaling several billions. Therefore, leaving Bill's motives aside for coming here, at least there wouldn't be any issues with etiquette. Naturally, if there were opportunities for cooperation, that would be even better. The group chatted casually for a while before the door to the private room was pushed open, and a waitstaff rolled in a dining cart. Everyone in the room craned their necks to look. On the cart were 2 dishes. The dishes were very simple. 1 portion of raw mixed black wood ear mushrooms, and 1 portion of stir-fried potatoes and eggplants. This is the northeastern food prepared by that gentleman. The server introduced the dishes to everyone. This cold dish is called crispy and refreshing marinated wood ear mushrooms, and the other is called di sien. After a brief introduction, he served the dishes onto the table. Both dishes weren't large in quantity and looked very exquisite on the table. Crispy and refreshing marinated wood ear mushrooms, di sien, Zhao Jinhao, and the others all leaned forward to get a better look at the dishes. As soon as they leaned in, a delicious aroma wafted from the dishes, prompting saliva to immediately secrete in their mouths, and a single thought emerged. Want to eat. Holy shit. Brother Hao's cooking skills are amazing. Ren Xing desperately jumped up and down. Old Zhao. Normally, shouldn't we let someone else take the first bite? He wasn't wrong. Although this guy was single-minded and a big foodie, it didn't mean he was foolish. Being the first to reach for the dishes in such a situation would surely draw people's scorn. Yes. Normally it should be the guest who takes the first bite. Zhao Jinhao and the others quickly sat down, as Bai Yining was also very curious and smiled at Bill. Mr. Bill. According to the traditions of the Heavenly People's Republic, a visitor from afar should be the first to taste. I see. Bill Bragg looked at the 2 dishes from his seat, decisively shook his head, and said, "These dishes look quite ordinary to me. I'm not really tempted to eat them. Let Miss Ice Princess eat first. I'll wait for the next dish." This guy was putting on airs again. From his attitude, he clearly didn't want to eat and save face for Brother Hao, right? But that's okay too. We've done our part in offering. Whether he eats or not is none of our business, right? Zhao Jinhao was the first to extend his chopsticks. Well, in that case, we won't be polite, he said, as he picked up a piece of wood ear and popped it into his mouth. Truth be told, this was the first time Zhao Jinhao had ever eaten a dish made by Wang Hao. As soon as the wood ear entered his mouth, the refreshing scent immediately hit his nostrils. His entire body felt rejuvenated, as if eating a bite of ginseng fruit, with every pore seeming to dance. Delicious. It truly was scrumptious. Is this the legendary northeastern food? So delicious. Ren Xing couldn't help but snatch up 3 or 4 slices of wood ear and put them into his mouth, exclaiming while eating, "Brother Hao's cooking is simply out of this world. I won't be shy then." Wang Mengfei also happened to try a piece of eggplant from the di sien and shrieked, "How can it be so delicious? Brother Hao is simply a natural-born chef." "Fatty, what are you doing? Put that plate down. Put it down now." Ren Xing, holding the plate and screaming like a stuck pig, said, "Gentle, sister, with my size, can I ever not be hungry? I'm just putting aside a small bowl, just a small bowl. Damn it, what am I supposed to eat if you take a small bowl?" Fang Wenbin decisively fought with his chopsticks against Ren Xing. "Get off. Move it. Leave some for us. You'll eat everything, leaving not even the soup for us if we let you go unchecked. Old Zhao, what are you up to? Leave some blackwood ear for me. You planning to eat it all, or what?" As the 4 of them instantly turned into a boisterous crowd, Bai Yining, who usually kept to herself, widened her eyes in amazement. "Has the food Wang Hao cooked really that good? to the point of fighting over it. Let me try. Bai Yining picked up her chopsticks and gently picked up a piece of potato, then blew on it softly and took a small bite. Potatoes melt in the mouth. Instantly, that faint aroma hits. Straight to the top of the head, and all worries disappear. Delicious. Truly delicious. As the treasured daughter of the Bai family, one of the 4 major families, what social scene hasn't Bai Yining witnessed? The delicacies of her everyday life are beyond the wildest imaginations of ordinary people. Even at the Hualong Xian, she could live there all year if she wanted. But today, having tasted the 3 fresh delicacies from the earth, prepared by Wang Hao, she finally realized just how fortunate one feels as a citizen of a great gourmet empire. This guy, Bai Yining cursed with a laugh, and, although she still maintained her reserved posture, her hands started moving quickly. Judging by the looks of Zhao Jinhao and others, this was truly a case of the quick get and the slow lose. Sitting to the side, watching the 5 people's chopsticks fly, even the stoic Bill Bragg couldn't help but be full of suspicion. It's just wood ear mushrooms, eggplant, and potatoes, right? I eat these things often. How could they be this delicious? These jerks must be putting on a show just to lure me into taking a bite. I won't be fooled. While he thought this, the dishes on the other side didn't wait for him. Zhao Jinhao and the others swooped down like hawks, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 dishes were cleaned out. Ren Xing even picked up the plate from the 3 fresh delicacies from the earth to lick it, while curiously asking Bill Bragg, "Mr. Bill, you're really not going to eat? It's so tasty. Is licking the plate the newest etiquette in the Heavenly People's Republic?" Bill Bragg was startled for a moment, then shook his head. "I'd rather not. I've eaten eggplant and potatoes too much since I was a kid. I'm really not interested in these 2 ingredients." Oh, Ren Xing continued to lick the plate, looking as ludicrous as one could be. Yet Zhao Junhao and the others couldn't muster a laugh, only staring blankly at the plate in Ren Xing's hand. Damn it! If it weren't for the status of being from one of the 4 great families, would it be Ren Xing's turn to lick the plate? This damn fatty. Actually, they should be thankful for Bill Bragg's presence. Otherwise, these people would have most certainly started a fight on the spot. And probably the last one standing would have been Wang Mingfei. Then they'd have the pleasure of watching a lady lick the plate as a special performance. The dishes are here. Soon, the door to the private room opened again, and the waiter brought in 2 more dishes. The dishes this time were still very simple, the most common ones in northeastern cuisine. Sauerkraut with pork belly stewed with glass noodles, and wild chicken stewed with potatoes and mushrooms. As soon as the waiter had introduced the dishes, Zhao Jinhao and the others couldn't wait any longer. "Quick, quick, quick," Zhao Jinhao urged. "Hurry up and serve it. I just wasn't satisfied yet when it was gone, and Brother Hao didn't even make more." And then he screamed frantically, "Ren Xing, you dead fatty, trying to hog it all again. I'll share some hot." "Huh?" Ren Xing panicked, sweating profusely. "Old Zhao, slow down. It's just come off the stove. Extremely hot. I want to try." Bai Yining couldn't wait to extend her chopsticks, then carefully picked up a small piece of chicken, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. Delicious. So delicious. Compared with the earlier dishes, this dish was rich but not greasy. The aroma of the potatoes and mushrooms blended perfectly, and even one bite left a lingering taste in the mouth. "Old Zhao, what are you doing?" Fang Wenbin reached out with his chopsticks to fight with Zhao Jinhao. "There's only so much chicken, and you've taken almost half of it. That's not okay. Absolutely not." "Nonsense. Didn't you see their speed? Meng Fei and the fatty are practically flying while eating. If I don't hurry, there'll be nothing left of these 2 dishes." Zhao Jinhao didn't hesitate at all, desperately grabbing more food for his bowl. "And now you're fighting me for it. If you're any slower, you won't get any." Damn, it's true. Fang Wenbin no longer cared for anything else but to snatch. "Fatty, leave some for me. At this rate, you'll eat it all, and we'll all be left to starve." "I'm starving. You can't be this cruel." Ren Xing was so distressed he was almost crying. "Look at my size. Do you have the heart to snatch food from my mouth? Do you?" The entire room was in chaos when Wang Hao pushed the dining cart in. This time, it was the simplest egg fried rice. "What are you all doing? Why are you fighting like this? Come on, don't just eat dishes that leave you parched. Have some rice first." "Rice? Ha ha. Rice is served. Seeing that plate of egg-fried rice, they were happier than if they'd found a mountain of gold or silver. I've been waiting for this till I could die. Brother Hao, quick, let us taste. Wang Hao then served rice to everyone, making sure to give by yenning a little extra. You must be starving from the flight, right? A simple sentence, but to Bai Yenning, it sounded sweeter to her ears than any term of endearment spoken over 3 days and nights. She nodded obediently. Yes. Soon everyone had their rice, and Wang Hao looked at Bill Bragg, observing his clean plate curiously. Mr. Bill, haven't you eaten at all just now? Not hungry, Bill Bragg responded, his voice betraying his resolve as he smelled the tempting aroma. I'm not that hungry, and it seems this northeastern cuisine isn't anything special after all. However, as if on cue, his stomach betrayed him with a loud gurgle, gurgle sound. Zhao Jinhao and the others could barely contain their laughter. This guy might say he doesn't want any, but his body was honestly begging for it. Haha. Chapter 606. Brother Hao, does your family need someone to do odd jobs? In the WeChat group. Zhao Jinhao, ha 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 ha. I almost laughed out loud when I heard that rumbling sound. Fong Wenbin. You guys have to see this. Brother Wang's expression is absolutely priceless. He looks like he wants to eat, but is too proud to let it show. Wang Mingfei. Honestly, it would be such a waste if he didn't eat Brother Hao's cooking today. The dishes Brother Hao made are simply divine. I'm even considering getting buddy-buddy with him just for his cooking skills. That's some serious potential. Ren Xing. You wish. Brother Hao's heart already belongs to someone else, okay? Wang Mingfei. Scram. Fatso. I'm talking about getting buddy-buddy. And you're the one who ate the most just now. They were laughing hysterically on their side, while on the other side, Wang Hao was all smiles as he looked at Bill Bragg, trying to persuade him. Mr. Bill, you look so hungry. Why not give it a try? I can't boast about how delicious my cooking is, but I'm fairly certain it won't kill anyone. Getting full shouldn't be an issue. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Bill Bragg internally screamed. Even if I, Bill Bragg, were to starve to death, die outside, jump off from here, I will not eat even a bit of your food. His strong pride told him he must hold on no matter what. This was his rival in love after all. He had to stay firm. He had to refuse, no matter what was said. It wouldn't work on him. He was the king of pride, undefeated in the circle for 10 years. And then, very timely, Bill Bragg's stomach went gurgle. Gurgle with noise. Look at you, so hungry, don't hesitate anymore. Wang Hao hurriedly served him half a bowl of fried rice. It wasn't that he didn't want to serve more, but he hadn't anticipated everyone eating so much, so that's all that was left. Have a taste? I think this fried rice I made is pretty decent. Well, the aroma of the fried rice was wafting to his nose, and Bill Bragg's saliva started flowing uncontrollably. All right, I'll have a taste. Just one bite, to see how it is. He said this as he picked up the chopsticks. After all, he was the king of pride, and used chopsticks very skillfully. He picked up a bit of fried rice with his chopsticks, but little did he expect, this little bit would bring big trouble. The aroma of the fried rice was simply intoxicating. No greasiness, just the pleasant scent of rice, and the most miraculous part was that there were no visible eggs. Upon closer inspection, it turned out the egg had completely enveloped each grain of rice, turning them a golden color. How on earth could this be made? I'll take a taste. Bill Bragg put on a face that giving in to try the fried rice was doing Wang Hao a favor, and so, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he gently took a bite. This is... The egg was tenderly wrapped around slightly firm grains, the fragrance of rice and the aroma of egg perfectly blended together, a mouthfeel unlike anything before. How could fried rice taste this good? This is really delicious. Bill Bragg was utterly astonished. He was completely stunned. How could there be fried rice this delicious in the world? He visibly hesitated for a moment, and during that hesitation, his stomach began its loudest protest. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Instantly, he felt voraciously hungry, and with no further hesitation, Bill Bragg reached out with his chopsticks toward the dishes on the table, only to halt midair upon realizing the 4 dishes Wang Hao made had already been devoured by everyone else. Not even a leaf was left, just some soup. Oh heavens and earth! Which god has played this joke on me? The gluttony in my stomach had been completely aroused, only to find no dishes left. All gone. The only things left on the entire table were some soup and the half bowl of fried rice in his hands. Honestly, if Bill Bragg hadn't eaten a bite, it wouldn't have mattered. But having eaten and then realizing there's no more food, what an experience that was. This. Bill Bragg stared dumbfounded at the table just as Ren Xing, who had just licked his plate clean, was about to take the last dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Seeing Bill Bragg standing there stunned, he could only pass the bowl over with a look of pained reluctance. "Mr. Bill, there's only this left and some soup. I saw you didn't seem to want any, so I ate more. Maybe you could mix it with rice?" Zhao Zhenhao couldn't hold back any longer, turning his head away with his shoulders shaking nonstop. Fong Wenbin gave Ren Xing a stealthy thumbs up. Good lad. An unerring eye, worthy of being Brother Hao's iron buddy for over a decade. Divine assist. Even Bai Yining was close to losing her composure. The cold and aloof Bill Bragg could now only have soup. "I'll try it." Bill Bragg still intended to maintain his king of pride facade, gently taking the bowl, then mixing the fried rice with the soup. But after just one bite, he was moved to tears. Damn it, why the hell did I have to play tough back there? Such delicious food, and all that's left in the end is soup to drink. This half bowl of fried rice isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I want to lick the plate, but just can't let myself do it. What to do now? My stomach's rumbling. I'm so hungry I could pass out. "Mr. Bill, how's my cooking?" Wang Hao kept fanning the flames. "Tastes good, doesn't it?" Bill Bragg gobbled up the half bowl of fried rice in just a couple of bites, then suddenly stood up while covering his mouth. "I don't feel quite full. I'm gonna go out and find something more to eat." You aren't full," Wang Hao said in stunned disbelief. "Oh, I'm really sorry. I didn't realize everyone was so hungry. I thought I'd made enough, but there's still a mushroom soup in the end. How about you wait for it, Mr. Bill, and drink it before you go?" At that moment, blinded by hunger and seeing stars, Bill had no inclination to wait around for soup. Even going out to buy a loaf of bread and coming back to drink it would be better. Thinking this, he made for the door, but it turned out that his streak of good fortune, which had held up until now, suddenly turned against him. Bang! The moment Bill Bragg pulled open the door, he collided with a waiter who was just bringing in the soup. The mushroom soup, carefully prepared by Wang Hao, ended up completely sloshed over Bill Bragg's chest. Hot! Hot! Bill Bragg jumped with the hot soup while the waiter frantically apologized. "Sir, I am so sorry. I wasn't looking just now." Obviously, it was the other guy who dashed in too quickly. Even if you were paying attention, it wouldn't have helped. It's okay. After all, Bill was Bill, and in such a moment he naturally wouldn't lose his cool with the little guy and tarnish his own reputation. He strained a smile, then shook the oil off himself, ripped off his custom-made suit that cost $60,000, and hurried out of the room. Everyone in the room was completely dumbfounded. He's just going like that. Wang Hao watched the constantly swinging door. Look how rushed he is. I could have made him more food if he wanted to eat. Zhao Zhenhao covered his face with his hand. Brother Hao, you two are love rivals. Even if he has a thick skin, he wouldn't have the nerve to ask you to cook another meal for him. Exactly. Fong Wenbin nodded vigorously. You're indebted when you eat someone else's food and take their gifts. If he really ate your food, how would he chase Miss Ice Princess later? Don't expect any ivory from a dog's mouth, Bai Yining retorted. I have absolutely no interest in him. Then she didn't forget to compliment Wang Hao. However, speaking of which, your cooking skills really are quite good. Sigh, after eating your food, I just can't go back to what the chefs at home make. Wang Hao! Exclamation point. Such a golden opportunity. If I don't seize it now, I might as well just dig a hole and bury myself. Understood. Wang Hao immediately declared his sincerity. If our ice princess likes it, from now on I'll cook for you every day, guaranteeing no repeats for 12 months a year. Everyone started to tease. It's a deal. It's a deal. Don't forget us when the time comes. Ren Xing. Brother Hao, does your house need a jack of all trades? I'll work without pay, just feed me. Wang Mingfei kicked him away. Might as well ask for money. With your appetite, it wouldn't be filled without a few tens of thousands a month. Young master, Just as Bill Bragg rushed out of the private room door, several bodyguards were already approaching him. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to buy some food." Bill Bragg immediately signaled two bodyguards, "Come out with me." All right. Accompanying the young master on a shopping trip was always a cushy job. This young master was definitely known for spending money without batting an eye, casually tipping thousands of dollars like it was nothing. So two bodyguards followed, and Bill Bragg was ready to hit the streets directly to find some food to fill his stomach. But he forgot one thing. Wang Hao had mentioned that today was his day of bad luck. Actually, if he had stayed by Wang Hao's side with all those bodyguards around, plus the dice of luck naturally attracted and suppressed the evil chi of the heart of the ocean, he wouldn't have had any issues. But the moment he left Wang Hao's side, the evil chi of the heart of the ocean suddenly erupted. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Bill Bragg reached the curb, the bodyguard's alarms started going off like crazy. "Young master, it's dangerous." The two bodyguards braced themselves, immediately assuming a combat stance. And then, they saw a car seemingly out of control hurtling straight toward them. "Move. Move out of the way. The brakes are gone." The driver was desperately gripping the steering wheel, shouting while honking the car's horn loudly, and the sound reverberated down the street. "Young master, be careful." One of the bodyguards reacted fast, dove while taking Bill Bragg to one side, and then the car rushed past them, stirring up a whirlwind. This is attempted murder. Hungry and seeing stars, Bill Bragg's stomach wouldn't stop growling, but he didn't forget to try to look cool. After dodging the car, he casually adjusted his hair. Just that charming. Then, he suddenly felt a drop beneath his feet. Chapter 607, Bro. Awesome, no problem. Why do they say that the more stylish you act, the faster you die? Just as that thought crossed my mind, Bill Bragg felt like his whole body had become weightless, and he started sinking rapidly, along with his bodyguard. Not good. With a crack, Bill Bragg stumbled, dizzy and disoriented. Before he could gather his wits, there was a loud boom. The car had crashed into a big tree right behind him. Phew, that was close. Bill Bragg wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead. Just as he tried to climb out of the pit, he felt something fall onto his hair. What is this? He instinctively touched it, soft and a bit hairy. Caterpillars. Bill Bragg let out a scream, and then saw caterpillars raining down from the tree. Although he proclaimed himself the king of swagger, he was certainly not invincible, and caterpillars were one of the things he feared most. "Help me." Bill Bragg completely panicked this time, desperately swatting away the falling caterpillars. And just at that moment, in an incredible stroke of bad luck, a steel pipe with a diameter the size of an arm fell from the sky, its pointed end aiming straight for Bill's head. With a thud, the steel pipe planted itself just half a meter in front of Bill, right between his legs, less than 20 centimeters from his groin. Bill Bragg. The bodyguards. This world is just too dangerous. Bill Bragg's legs shook with the profound malice of the entire world. "Young master, are you okay?" The two bodyguards were scared out of their wits. This was clearly not normal. They were confident in protecting their young master from any regular attack by people. But this was totally out of the blue. There was nothing they could do. "Back! Go back!" Bill Bragg screamed his lungs out, not even caring about the two bodyguards meant to protect him. At that moment of invincible bad luck, all he wanted to do was rush back to the hotel and ask Wang Hao if there was a way to resolve this. Continuing like this, he really would die. If he hadn't been hit by that steel pipe, that would have been the greatest fortune. Inside the private room, "Brother Hao is awesome," Zhao Jinhao said with a laugh, rubbing his stuffed belly. "The king of swagger has never had it easy since meeting Brother Hao. Haha, I can't help but laugh when I see his tragic state." That's right, Fong Wenbin nodded vigorously at his side. Brother Hao warned him about his bad luck today, but he didn't believe it. What a tragedy to watch, especially during dinner. Did you see his face? It's the picture of regret. "It's a shame," Renxing sighed. "I really didn't want to give him that last bit of chicken soup, but there was no helping it. He was a guest after all." "Brother Hao, do you really not need any more help around the house?" A group of people sat around the table, rubbing their bellies and reflecting. "Come on, guys, it's not that serious," Wang Hao raised his eyebrows. "After all, he is a visitor to our heavenly people's republic, right? We should take good care of him. He's just having a streak of bad luck." God forbid he runs into real trouble if he goes out. Just as he was saying this, the door to the private room was slammed open, and Bill Bragg, disheveled, stormed in. Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang. Bill Bragg ran straight to Wang Hao as soon as he entered, shouting, "Save me! What the heck is this situation?" Everyone stared in disbelief. Was this really the same king of swagger, now covered in dust and dirt? Don't panic, don't panic, Wang Hao quickly said. Sit down and tell me slowly, Mr. Bill. What exactly happened? Bad luck, bad luck. Bill Bragg was completely panicked. I was just about to go out for some food when I almost got hit by a car, then caterpillars fell from the tree, and sticks fell from the sky. Mr. Wang, you have to save me, or I won't live through the day. Let's not panic first. Wang Hao frowned. What happened? It's all here. All here. Bill Bragg was clearly very scared, trembling as he presented his evidence. Mr. Wang, please take a look. Then, everyone watched together. Bill Bragg had brought footage shot by a drone from high above, showing him barely escaping being hit by a car as soon as he and his bodyguard stepped outside, falling in a pit, being showered with caterpillars from above, and particularly the steel pipe. It was no exaggeration to say that with a slight deviation, Bill Bragg would have bid farewell to this world. Zhao Zhenhao, that's too awesome. Is this the mysterious evil Qi? Fong Wenbin. It's terrifying, just watching it scares me. Rin Xing. Didn't I say brother Hao is always right? This guy didn't believe it, but now isn't he stunned? Wang Mengfei. There's a saying that's not sure if it's appropriate to say, but isn't this just way too miraculous? Everybody in the WeChat group was chattering away, and Bai Yining was looking at Wang Hao with full of curiosity too. So, this Wang Hao guy, aside from writing novels, composing lyrics, and scripting, actually had another identity as a master of feng shui and face reading? What exactly couldn't he do? Don't rush, let's take this slowly. Wang Hao was almost overjoyed inside. So you want to challenge me, huh? Heh, before brother dies here. Aren't you just destined to bite the dust? Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Wang Hao put on a serious face and said, Mr. Bill is a guest from afar. As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Today, no matter what, I must help Mr. Bill get over this difficulty. But I need to ask you something first, Mr. Bill. Do you happen to like Miss Ice Princess? This. What was there to hide at this point? Bill Bragg mumbled. I do like her quite a bit. It was supposed to be quite embarrassing to admit that at this time, but unexpectedly, Wang Hao let out a shout, nearly scaring several people to death. That's right. Wang Hao smacked his thigh hard, as if spouting nonsense, and said, You see, the world is divided into 5 elements, which generate and control each other. Metal controls wood, wood controls earth, earth controls water, water controls fire, fire controls metal, cycling every 20 years. Miss Ice Princess has a water attribute destiny, and you are born under the fire attribute of the mountaintop, completely overpowered by Miss Ice Princess. Actually, that alone wouldn't be too bad, but you also happen to wear the heart of the ocean. That thing inherently has a strong evil Qi, and you're completely dominated by Miss Ice Princess. Plus, your luck has been down recently, and the heart of the ocean is also water attribute. I have to say, today is your lucky day because otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't have made it back. What should I do? Bill Bragg was truly panicking now. Who wouldn't feel the same after just barely escaping death? Everything you say is right. I'll listen to everything. How should I put this? Wang Hao sighed and said, You and Miss Ice Princess truly aren't suitable. You Westerners believe in zodiac signs, but for us, the 5 elements are more reliable. So, listen to me. Since we've met today, I must do something. First of all, you can no longer pursue Miss Ice Princess. Otherwise, you're definitely going to become unluckier. Humph, dare to chase my beloved Ice Princess MMHM, brother. Dice doesn't even need to speak. I myself will make sure you get more and more unfortunate. Okay, I agree then what? No woman, no matter how beautiful, is worth more than one's life. If your life is cursed away, what the heck is there left to play with? Bill Bragg nodded like a pecking chicken. I just wish for a long life in peace and safety. Once Bill Bragg said this, Zhao Zhenhao and the others were all stunned. Zhao Zhenhao. Brother Hao is simply too incredible. Fong Wenbin. Unbeatable. This is what it means to laugh off powerful enemies into ashes. Can you believe he got the Brag King begging for mercy like this? Ren Xing. Brother Hao is truly Brother Hao ha. Wang Mengfei. Today really is a day for back-to-back spectacular shows. Awesome. Actually, it's not surprising that Bill Bragg's so scared. Although he's known as the Brag King, there are indeed things he's really afraid of. He fears death. And when you think about it, it makes sense. After all, he's the only heir to the Bragg family, with an inheritance of $1 or $200 billion waiting for him. If he really lost his life over chasing a girl, that would be a huge loss. So now that he was this scared, it's understandable that he didn't have the pretentious air he had before. After all, no matter how big the world is, one's own little life is the biggest. Actually, that's just one thing, Wang Hao said with a shake of his head. Not pursuing Miss Ice Princess, that's just the first step. For the second step, forgive me for being blunt, but I must perform a ritual to absorb the evil qi from the heart of the ocean. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, you might still be beset with calamities, with minor issues leading to bloodshed, and in worst-case scenarios, loss of life. Here, take it, whatever you say. A single heart of the ocean wasn't enough to make Bill Bragg hesitate. He immediately took out the heart of the ocean and placed it on the table. Mr. Wang, please make sure to resolve this. No, I don't want it anymore. I don't want it. The people around looked at each other. It seemed the Bragg King was genuinely shaken today. Such a good item. Wang Hao was delighted inside, but he couldn't show it on the surface. Don't rush. Let me perform the ritual to dissolve the evil qi inside. Saying so, he reached to open the box, and just as he opened it, Wang Hao saw the heart of the ocean shrouded in dark mist, the curse looking nearly like some dreadfully evil creature from a movie. Whoosh! Wang Hao inhaled sharply. This thing was that menacing. Evil qi. It really does have evil qi, Ren Xing said in horror by the side, loudly warning. Everybody be careful. Zhao Zhenhao, you saw it. Ren Xing sneakily winked and whispered, Saw what? I'm just scaring the Bragg King. The others nearly burst out laughing, but they got the hint right away, clattering as they back away. Back off. This evil qi is fierce. Wang Hao was impressed by his friend's performance. Worthy of Brother Tai, indeed, a divine assist. Old Iron 6666, absolutely correct. Just look at how frightened Bill Bragg is, scared out of his wits. Chapter 608. Thank you. Out of the way. This evil qi is fierce. Wang Hao shouted loudly, instructing everyone to step back. Soon, all the people retreated to stand against the wall. Wang Hao then said, Next, I need to dispel and absorb the evil qi from the heart of the ocean. The process might be a bit scary, but then again, nothing may happen at all. Everyone just needs to be careful. They were really going to absorb the evil qi. The people present inhaled sharply in unison. Bai Yining asked nervously, Wang Hao, you won't get hurt, will you? There shouldn't be any problem. Wang Hao gave her a reassuring look. I have a special method to dispel it, and there won't be any harm to my body after the absorption. He then added, It's just that there might be fluctuations in luck, but that's a minor issue. Nothing to worry about. All right. Bai Yining nodded. Please be very careful. Okay. Wang Hao replied, then focused his gaze on the heart of the ocean that was placed on the table, his brows slightly furrowed. He knew that his luck dice could absorb a lot of evil qi from the treasures or people in this world, but the heart of the ocean before him looked strangely fierce, a situation he had never encountered before. He wondered if it would work. Forget it, don't think about it. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, then stretched out his hand and placed it on the heart of the ocean. Phew! As soon as he made this move, he saw the black, evil qi, like floodwater finding an outlet, wrap around his arm crazily. The evil qi surged wildly out of the heart of the ocean, wrapping around Wang Hao's arm before quickly traveling up to his head. Phew! His head felt like it was splitting open. This time the evil qi was much more ferocious than before. Pain coursed through Wang Hao, making him gasp, feeling like his head was about to explode. But soon, the black evil qi weakened increasingly until, after a few breaths, Wang Hao had completely absorbed it. What is this? Wang Hao slowly withdrew his hand, then slowly closed his eyes. What's wrong with Brother Hao? Zhao Zhenhao whispered to Fang Wenbin. There's nothing wrong with him. is there? There shouldn't be any problem, Fong Wenbin said. Brother Hao is no ordinary person. He's never short on surprises for us. That's true, Zhao Zhenhao nodded, then added, I'm glad he's all right. Soon, Wang Hao reopened his eyes and, looking at the few people present, smiled and said, All right, I've absorbed all of the evil qi from the heart of the ocean. There's no problem now. Really. The people approached cautiously to look at the heart of the ocean on the table. The heart of the ocean had previously been a deep blue color, looking incredibly profound. But now, its color was noticeably lighter than before, and the whole gem shimmered with clear light, like that of the ocean. So beautiful, Fong Wenbin exclaimed, 100 times more beautiful than before. Indeed, this is real. Bill Bragg's eyes nearly popped out as he gazed at the heart of the ocean. No wonder I was so unlucky before. Now it's all good. Bai Yining looked at Wang Hao, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Wang Hao had brought her too many surprises, and this time was no exception. All right, that's it for now. No more problems. Wang Hao took a long breath and added, Dispelling evil qi is quite exhausting. I'm dead tired. Master Wang. This time, Bill Bragg had completely become a fan of Wang Hao. Thank you so much for helping me dispel the evil qi today. I really can't thank you enough. Thank you. He was so excited that he blurted out English. It was evident how thrilled he was to have the evil qi dispelled today. Why be so polite? Wang Hao chuckled to himself, but said aloud, You're welcome. Besides, now that the evil qi has been dispelled from the heart of the ocean, wearing it will not only avoid bad luck, but might even bring good fortune. You said earlier you didn't want the heart of the ocean anymore, right? Well then, I shall give it to our dear little Moo Moo. Waha, what an exceptionally delightful day. Not only did he get rid of a love rival, forcing Bill Bragg, but he also gained an enthusiastic fan, frightened Bill Bragg, and even scored a 45-carat gemstone, gift giving Bill Bragg. The most brilliant part was that he happened to absorb all that evil qi. Unlucky Bill Bragg. The benefits this time were definitely not less than when he absorbed the dust bead. Right. I absolutely don't want it anymore. Nothing is more important than keeping one's life safe. Bill Bragg nodded incessantly. Consider this necklace a meeting gift from Master Wang. Whoever you want to give it to is entirely up to you. That sounds great, Wang Hao said with a grin as he picked up the heart of the ocean and approached Bai Yining. I'm giving you a necklace, and this time it's totally safe. Bai Yining smiled with pursed lips, a face full of happiness. Thank you. Gently clasping the necklace around Bai Yining's neck, Wang Hao looked her over and then chuckled foolishly. It looks beautiful, truly beautiful. The surrounding people covered their faces in reaction. Zhao Zhenhao said, Look at Brother Hao, all love-struck. Fong Wenbin added, I've got a proverb I'm not sure if I should say or not. Rin Xing chimed in. Brother Hao, I didn't see anything. Wang Mengfei sighed. It seems he's completely fallen for her. Bill Bragg felt the most aggrieved. My necklace, my lover. That's my youth slipping away. All right, we've finished our meal. Let's discuss serious matters now. Wang Hao got Bai Yining seated back in her chair. Then after everyone was seated, he smiled and brought up, The Ice Princess's concert is about to start. We all plan to go, right? Oh, look at these tickets. Damn, an Ice Princess concert is a big deal. Zhao Zhenhao decisively chose to cozy up. Brother Hao, considering our friendship. Fong Wenbin spoke up. No more words needed. Brother Hao, through thick and thin, all it takes is a word from you. Rin Xing remarked. Brother Hao, let's not waste words, shall we? Wang Mengfei batted her eyelashes hard. You know what I mean, Brother Hao. Now that's what I call savvy. Moo moo. Wang Hao leaned forward excitedly. Regarding these tickets, that seat. Bai Yining giggled, captivating Wang Hao completely. She took out a stack of tickets from her purse. Knowing you have many friends, I've prepared them all. I've got 20 tickets here, all of them in the best front row seats. 20 concert tickets. Chapter 609. Please take me as your little brother. Zhao Zhenhao and the others' eyes nearly popped out when they heard the number. Brother Hao was seriously awesome. Those were Miss Ice Princess's concert tickets. Something people would crack their heads open trying to get. And here he was, casually handing out 20 of them. Damn impressive. Indeed, our Miss Ice Princess is the best. Wang Hao promptly accepted the tickets and kissed them with a smack. Mwah. After the meal and breaking the evil qi, naturally, everyone was supposed to go home and do their own thing, but just when Wang Hao was about to hang out with Ice Princess, Bill Bragg spoke up. Wang, Brother Hao, boss. Bill Bragg quickly switched his address. Boss, what are you planning next? I'm really feeling insecure. Can I hang out with you? By Yining. Zhao Zhenhao. The befuddled crowd who hadn't caught up yet. Zhao Zhenhao and the others' eyes nearly bugged out. This Bill Bragg was really making himself at home. Damn it, you're supposed to be the master of imposingness. And now you're already calling Wang Hao boss? Ahem. Wang Hao nearly choked on Bill Bragg's comment, saying, You're the sole heir of the Bragg family, aren't you? Can't you show a bit of backbone? Can't you stop being so timid? I can't help it. Bill Bragg looked equally frustrated. Think about it, boss. You said I'd have bad luck today and might face a blood disaster. And look, I almost got killed by a steel pipe. You said the heart of the ocean has evil qi, and indeed, after you absorbed the evil qi, the gem's color changed. You're a real master. I'm scared. What if something really happens? How would my grandma live on? Your grandma. Wang Hao perked up immediately, sensing some gossip, and hurriedly asked, What about her? I'm an only child, Bill Bragg sighed. Growing up, my parents were always busy with their careers, and I lived with my grandmother. I'm not afraid of much, just death. Think about it. Our Bragg family is one of the top families in the United States, and I'm the only heir. Who knows how many people outside might want me dead? If I really die, our family will definitely be unstable. Not to mention, what about my grandma? She is almost 80 this year. If she gets a shock, wouldn't she just drop dead? So boss, please, take me under your wing. If there's any danger, just give me a heads up. I'd be incredibly grateful. All right. Wang Hao suddenly understood. This guy made sense. Having grown up in a place like the United States where everyone is armed, he was always very security conscious. But now his fear was of a disaster from the skies. In the past, having bodyguards around might have given him some peace of mind, but he really couldn't handle this metaphysical stuff. As the saying goes, everyone fears death, so his worries made sense. Well, Wang Hao rubbed his chin. All right, but let me make it clear first. I'm not your nanny. Don't expect me to sort out everything for you. Understood, got it. Hearing Wang Hao agree, Bill Bragg was overjoyed and immediately snapped to attention with a proper salute, then raised his right fist to his left chest and declared, I, Bill Bragg, the 16th heir to the Bragg family, once again proclaim Wang Hao as my boss. Whatever orders the boss may give, I shall carry them out to the best of my ability without any delay. By Yining. Zhao Zhenhao. The still confused crowd. Zhao Zhenhao and others just stared in disbelief. Damn, the sole heir of the Bragg family was truly acknowledging Wang Hao as his boss. Brother Hao was too cool. Wang Hao was a bit baffled too. Does this mean he's pledging loyalty to me? Can I start planning to conquer the world now? Look at you. Wang Hao felt fantastic inside, huh? The legendary imposing master. The heir to the Bragg family recognizing me as the big brother. Of course, he still had to keep up appearances. Let's not be so formal among us. Come on, call me boss, and let me hear it. By Yining. This old guy really has thick skin. Boss, Bill Bragg performed a very formal knight's salute and said respectfully, Please look after me from now on. Okay, good. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction, then patted Bill Bragg on the shoulder and said with a laugh, Don't worry. I can't promise much, but I will definitely ensure your safety. In our great heavenly country, except for Brother Dice, no one else really poses a threat to Bill Bragg. Bill Bragg looked immensely grateful. Thank you, boss. All right, enough. I can't stand watching this anymore. By Yining, completely speechless, noticed how quickly a rival turned into a subordinate. Wang Hao really had skills. Enough about your skills. Let's go. We've eaten, and I need to hurry back. The concert is tomorrow night, and I need to prepare. Sure, that's important and can't be delayed. Wang Hao immediately nodded. I'll drive you back. Otherwise, you don't have a car. So, the group headed out. As soon as they exited the private room door, Bill Bragg's bodyguards surrounded them, and Bill Bragg began instructing them. Listen up. Bill Bragg pointed at Wang Hao and said, This guy is now my boss. Whatever he says goes as if I said it myself. Whatever he tells you to do, you do? Got it. The bodyguards were utterly baffled. What was going on? During dinner, wasn't this guy considered a rival by the young master? And now suddenly he's a subordinate. Young master. The chief bodyguard was completely confused. Are you sure you're not joking? Stop talking nonsense. Bill Bragg kicked him. What I say goes, got it. Understood. Understood. The chief bodyguard quickly clarified his position. Greetings to the young master and boss. All the bodyguards. Greetings to the young master and boss. How embarrassing is this? I'm just that awesome. Hello everyone, hello. Wang Hao waved cheerfully. I wish you all peace and a long life, haha. The bodyguards nodded in unison. Thanks to the young master and boss. Time to get in the car and go. The group made their way to the parking lot, and as Wang Hao was about to get the car with Bai Yining, Bill Bragg, ever the gentleman, helped Wang Hao open the car door. Please, boss. Then settled into the back seat very naturally, looking utterly well-behaved. Wang Hao, Bai Yining. Man, kid, aren't you a bit too eager sitting there? Don't you think it's a bit too bright? Chapter 610, 1. Maserati for 1 Bentley Zeus. This deal works. Bill, should I get you another car to ride in? Boss, are you abandoning me? Bill Bragg panicked upon hearing that. I'm really unlucky today. I almost died just buying a loaf of bread. Where do you expect me to go without any peace of mind? This kid seemed quite traumatized. Well, that made sense given that a steel rod came within less than 20 centimeters of his privates. All right, Wang Hao started the car. I'll drop Miss Ice Princess home first. But normally shouldn't you be staying at a hotel at night? Where do you plan to sleep in my car? Of course, I'll stay at your place, boss. Bill's face was full of grievances like a scapegoat. Where else could I go? I feel unsafe everywhere. Only by your side do I feel a bit secure. Wang Hao, Bai Yining. You mean to say you've been sleeping at my place recently? We don't have enough room. Screech. Wang Hao slammed on the brakes and looked back at him like he saw a ghost. Dream on. How can I possibly have you sleep at my place every day? My place isn't that big. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Bill shook his head resolutely. No matter what you say, boss, I'm sticking with you. You can't leave me behind during this time. Wang Hao, Bai Yining. Damn it. Is he going to cling and pester me again? You're ruthless. Wang Hao gritted his teeth as he dropped Bai Yining off at her home, then headed home with Bill. I challenge you to try sleeping on the sofa. Humph. Dreaming of me giving up my bed for you. That bed was the one I personally went and bought, and even won a mobile phone as a bonus. It holds sentimental value. Bill nodded fiercely. No problem. The sofa is fine too. Hey, didn't I already help dispel the evil chi for you today? While waiting for the light, Wang Hao looked at the big truck ahead and commented, I even sent the heart of the ocean off. So why are you still so scared? A little caution never hurts. Bill shrugged his shoulders then looked around nervously. Like that big truck in front. What if it's hauling gravel that falls and buries me when I'm unlucky? Or what if that utility pole over there falls over? These are uncontrollable. Who knows what might happen? Can you stop talking about such bad things? Bill's words sent shivers down Wang Hao's spine. Have some respect. Holy shit. Watch out. Suddenly, he felt the whole car roar as it violently crashed into the big truck in front of them. Screech. The Maserati twisted out of shape. A truck unable to brake in time pushed it from behind, and with the truck in front unmoved by the heavy load of gravel, their car got sandwiched like a flattened sandwich. And that was not all. The bucket of the truck in front opened due to the intense pressure. Crash. The gravel it was carrying poured downwards. Holy shit, you're jinx. Wang Hao desperately crawled towards Bill and the car, then fiercely propped up the roof in the limited space. If the roof was completely crushed by the gravel, they would be buried alive. Boss, I'm freaking scared. Bill's pupils dilated massively, looking at Wang Hao as if he was a god. Boss, save me. Damn it, hold on. With immense weight pressing down, Wang Hao shouted aloud. Quick, try to find a way out first. Screech. Nearly a ton of gravel weighed down, and despite Wang Hao's strength, he was but an ordinary man, and it was nearly too much to bear. Fortunately, at that moment, the car window deformed and shattered under severe pressure, and Bill forcefully shoved the car door open, then quickly crawled out of the car. With Bill out, only Wang Hao was left. He summoned the last of his strength to hold on, and then slowly moved out. Luckily, although the car was sandwiched between two trucks and gravel fell, the front truck didn't flip, so not much gravel actually came down. Otherwise, if the front truck had flipped and buried the car with gravel, even gods couldn't save them. "Boss, are you okay?" Bill rushed forward desperately to help Wang Hao hold up the car roof as the bodyguards also rushed up, struggling to help Wang Hao out. Holy shit, that was too thrilling. In just about a minute or so, Wang Hao was drenched in cold sweat, feeling chilly with the evening breeze blowing. "Boss, I told you." Bill was almost in tears. "You absolutely can't leave me behind. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead." Now, Wang Hao, if you hadn't jinxed it, maybe it could have been better. But at that moment, he had no mood to consider those things. Wang Hao sighed and said, "You fool, don't just say anything next time. Keep it low-key, do you understand?" At that moment, nearby pedestrians had already noticed the accident and swarmed around it in a large circle. "Another car accident, huh? Look how smashed that car is. It's a disaster." "Yes, who knows if anyone died. It still looks like a nice car, though." "No one died. I saw 2 people climb out of it, but it's a shame about the car. That truck driver must have been driving fatigued. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. I always say, don't park in front of or behind large vehicles. It's too dangerous." People around were chattering nonstop, and Wang Hao looked at his beloved car. "Well, this car is wrecked again, and this time it's definitely totaled. Look at how crushed it is. It's almost flat." "Don't be sad, boss," Bill Bragg said as he looked at the totaled Maserati. "It's just a Maserati, no big deal. When we get back, I'll give you my Bentley Zeus as a welcome gift." "Huh, the Bentley Zeus? That one that's the only one in the world? Oh man, that car was really nice. To trade a Maserati for a Bentley Zeus, that's a deal I can appreciate." "Yes, you're being too generous." Wang Hao extended his hand and patted Bill Bragg on the shoulder. "Since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly accept it." "Thank you for accepting, boss." Bill Bragg was overjoyed and pulled Wang Hao along. "Boss, you've saved me once again. I'll have my lawyer handle everything here. It feels pretty chilly. Let's hurry home." Wang Hao looked around. Since the accident was being handled by others, and although he and Bill Bragg were a bit shaken, neither was injured. It seemed best to just hurry home and sleep. And he was even making a profit on a car, huh? "Okay," Wang Hao nodded. At that moment, a bodyguard had already driven a Mercedes-Benz S-Class to their location, and Bill Bragg said, "Brother Hao, let's go home first. I'm really scared." This trip turned out to be quite smooth. As soon as Wang Hao brought Bill Bragg home, he was so exhausted that he immediately laid down on his bed. "Damn, what an intense day. You scoundrel back already?" His mom, who was sitting on the sofa and browsing her phone, turned and asked, "Today Ningming came back with that Bill Bragg. Did you see them?" And then finally noticed Bill Bragg. "Who is this? Your friend? Wait, why does he look so familiar?" His mom stood up and orbited Bill Bragg, her face full of confusion. "Could it possibly be?" "You aren't wrong," Wang Hao said listlessly. "This is Bill Bragg." "What? Where? Where?" Just then, his dad burst out of the room and exclaimed, "Has our rival actually come to our doorstep?" "Hello, Uncle and Auntie." Bill Bragg was taken aback and almost jumped out the door. "I've stopped pursuing. Miss Ice Princess, boss said that we are not compatible as per the 5 elements. It's not suitable." "Really?" His mom looked at him sideways. "Are you sure this isn't just a roundabout rescue mission?" "No, absolutely not." Bill Bragg frantically shook his head. "I just want to get closer to the boss." "You want some bromance? Get closer, huh?" His dad clearly had a very poor impression of Bill Bragg. "You went from a love rival to being a lackey. It feels a bit weird. Anyway, I'm afraid our place isn't spacious enough. I've heard you're pretty loaded. Why don't you stay in a hotel? I just thought it'd be safer here." Bill Bragg looked around and then decisively said, "But don't worry, Uncle and Auntie, I promise not to disturb everyone's rest." As he spoke, he opened the door and walked out. Wang Hao curiously asked, "Where are you going?" Bill Bragg matter-of-factly said, "Boss, I thought about it, and squeezing in together isn't really convenient. But don't worry, I have a solution." Saying this, he stepped out and started making phone calls. Wang Hao and his parents exchanged puzzled looks. What the heck was this guy doing? Soon, led by a black Bentley Zeus, followed by an impressive line of 16 Mercedes-Benz S-classes. A formidable convoy stormed into Wang Hao's residential area. The security guards didn't dare stop them, as neither the never-seen-before Bentley Zeus leading the convoy nor the license plate reading AS 8888 were things a mere security guard could intervene in. The ordinary residents who were cooling off under the shade of trees in the community saw this motorcade and gathered around curiously. What's going on? Who is this big shot coming to our community? This motorcade is incredible. Look at that license plate. It's definitely something only a very powerful person could get. This must be someone from one of the 4 big families, right? Chapter 611. God. People were discussing when suddenly from a Mercedes behind them came a flurry of activity. 50 or so black-clad bodyguards stepped out from 16 cars and lined up in a perfectly straight row, as if they were waiting for someone. The lead bodyguard was holding a megaphone. With just one sentence, he astonished everyone in the entire neighborhood. All owners of this building, listen up, the bodyguard shouted through the megaphone. Please gather downstairs. We have something to discuss. Is this some major family here for business? An assembly of owners? What's going on? As soon as the word was out, those who had come to watch the spectacle immediately crowded around, curiously looking over from a distance. More and more people gathered, and soon, the homeowners who were at home came downstairs. After all, such a scene was not something one could encounter very often, and everyone was curious as to what was so important that it warranted such a grand gesture. Which domestic family is this? Too domineering. Right. Looking at these people, many don't seem like heavenly country people. Are they from abroad? And soon enough, the blonde and handsome Bill Bragg, who looked like a sun-kissed prince, emerged from the building with Wang Hao and his parents. Brother Hao, what's happening? Xia Sweki hurried up to Wang Hao as he came out and whispered, Whose family is this? What big thing happened? Some brat. Wang Hao covered his forehead. This guy really isn't afraid of making a big fuss. As the homeowners were almost fully gathered, the lead bodyguard nodded backward, and immediately 2 bodyguards stepped forward, each carrying a case. As the 2 cases were opened, all the homeowners present were utterly shocked, because inside these cases were none other than US dollars, bundles and bundles of them. Owners of Building 43, the leading bodyguard announced into the megaphone, Our young master plans to rent the entire building for 1 month, tentatively, at the price of $50,000 per household. If anyone agrees, please go back home and pack any valuables before moving out immediately, and if our young master decides to continue renting after a month, it will remain at $50,000. Now, everyone, please consider. In 1 minute, if you're willing, come over to collect the money and hand over your keys, then go home and pack. If you don't wish to move, we won't force you. After this announcement, all the homeowners in the neighborhood exploded with chatter. $50,000 to rent their homes for 1 month. Holy shit, what kind of money is that? According to the current exchange rate, that's almost $350,000. $350,000 for a month. This young master really is mind-blowingly wealthy. Why hesitate? I'll rent. A rent of $350,000 for a month was something only a fool would refuse. Immediately, over a dozen households rushed forward, desperately shouting, I'll rent. I'm going back to pack now. Me, I'll rent too. Those not from the building looked on with envy, especially the female neighbor who'd always had a strained relationship with Mrs. Hao. She made sarcastic comments from the side. Oh, some people really are being showered with pie from heaven. Mrs. Hao, what are you waiting for? Aren't you in a hurry to go back and pack? Mrs. Hao shook her head. We'll pass. That's definitely being blockhead, the woman sneered, playing coy despite getting such a bargain. Do you plan to jack up the price? Didn't you hear the man? It's not compulsory. Mrs. Hao just shrugged. I know, but we still won't move. While they decided not to move, the other families did not hesitate. After all, it was like a windfall from the sky, and once the opportunity passed, it would be too late to regret it. Even Xia Sweki was becoming restless. Brother Hao, look at this. Wang Hao glanced at her. This is aimed at me, and now you, as my agent, want to leave? In no time, all the homes were rented out, almost 70 in total, and in the blink of an eye, $350,000 were tossed out. The bodyguards reported to Bill Bragg. Young master, all taken care of. There are 68 households in this building, and 66 have handed over their keys. Good, very good. Bill Bragg nodded, satisfied. This way, he could live in the same building as the boss without disturbing his life. Perfect. That woman continued to snark from the side. Oh, to not jump at money falling from the sky, that really is. She was completely flabbergasted. Boss, the legendary blonde young master turned around and said to Wang Hao with a smile. Everything's fine now, right? Oh, I even had someone bring the car over. Boss, take a look and see how it feels to you. Wang Hao sighed deeply. You prodigal kid. What can I even say? Then he looked at the car with sparkling eyes. Wow, this car is really nice. Beautiful. There's only one Bentley Zeus in the whole world. Ha ha. Heavens. The woman almost dropped her eyeballs on the floor. Such an awesome guy is little Hao's underling. Speaking of the power of money, it's limitless. The consequence of paying $350,000 for a month's rent was that in less than 10 minutes, every owner in building number 43 had moved out. The efficiency was beyond anyone's imagination. I heard you're the bosses. Broker. While going upstairs, Bill Bragg started showing off again. He casually flicked his hair, striking a very dandy and cool pose. I'm Bill Bragg, Brother Hao's little brother. We should definitely get to know each other better in the future. May I ask how to address you, miss? Which floor do you live on? Wang Hao. Trying to pick up our broker? Not at all. Bill Bragg instantly switched faces and said with a smile. Just thinking that we're all one of our own now, we should greet each other properly. He then took out a wad of US dollars from his suitcase. Miss Broker, it's only proper to offer a gift upon first meeting. Please do accept this small token of my regard. To be worthy of being the Bragg family's sole heir, he's even doling out US dollars by the handful. Wang Hao. Xia Sueki felt like she was floating. Don't mention it. Xia Sueki snatched the handful with a hug, holding it tight to her chest. In that case, I'll be rude not to accept. Hee. Boss, you should go rest. Bill Bragg respectfully walked Wang Hao back home. His bodyguards were all living in this building, one on each floor, with the Nighthawk drones ready at any time. It was no exaggeration to say that the security in this community now was no less stringent than any secret agency. All right then, you should head off to bed early too. Wang Hao stretched his arms with a yawn. I'm really tired. I'm off to sleep. Boss, take care. Bill Bragg watched as Wang Hao and his family returned to their room to sleep, and then he stealthily nudged the still-stunned Xia Sueki, whispering, Miss Broker, are you free tonight? I would like to ask you some questions about the boss. Free, I'm totally free. Xia Sueki nodded fiercely. What do you want to know? I promise to tell you everything I can. The two of them went upstairs. Xia Sueki let Bill Bragg into her room, put away the money first, and then went on. What do you want to know? I was scared to death today. Bill Bragg poured himself a glass of water, then sighed and said, The boss told me I'd have bad luck today. At first, I didn't believe it. How could there be such superstition, right? But guess what happened? I had bad luck all day long. I almost lost my life. Miss Broker, you're around boss a lot. Isn't he kind of magical? Do you even have to ask? Xia Sueki got excited, lowering her voice. Let me tell you, Brother Hao is no ordinary person. Do you know who's got his back? Who? Bill Bragg asked curiously. Someone very powerful? Incredibly powerful. Xia Sueki stretched out a finger and pointed upwards. Upstairs. Bill Bragg said, surprised. You mean there's some big shot living upstairs? Not upstairs, Xia Sueki said impatiently. I'm afraid you won't believe it, but Brother Hao's got heaven backing him. Do you understand what that means? God. Oh my God. Bill Bragg's eyes widened. Now that you mention it, I really noticed it. Brother Hao is incredibly precise with his words, and he can even absorb evil chi. Mysterious evil chi. Xia Sueki nodded vigorously. That's right. When I first came here, I was actually entrusted by someone to investigate Brother Hao. And guess what? I had terrible luck all day long. Twisted both my ankles. Later, by chance, I became Brother Hao's broker, and I feel like, well, Brother Hao's enemies are cursed with bad luck. But his friends, they're doing incredibly well. Really? Bill Bragg slapped his thigh excitedly. It seems my decision today was absolutely correct. Fantastic. Can the boss bring good fortune to people? Of course, Xiaosweki was overjoyed at the topic. I've been with Brother Hao for a while, and not to boast, but take Mr. Zhao from the Zhao family for example. He was Brother Hao's rival in love before, and was so badly defeated by Brother Hao that he couldn't even take care of himself. But guess what happened after they became friends? Everything went smoothly for him. I've heard his business is doing incredibly well recently. Everyone in the circle says he's the most impressive of the Zhao family's young generation. That's incredible. Bill Bragg was so shocked that he spilled his water without even noticing. Is there more? Is there more? Of course, there is, Xiaosweki continued. And Miss Ice Princess, Brother Hao's girlfriend, you know? After she got involved with Brother Hao, her by family's business has also been thriving. Oh. Right? What did you come here for? That's right. Bill Bragg slapped his thigh again. With my dad being so stubborn, he used to not decide on any business deal without taking at least half a year, but this time he signed a $6.5 billion contract just like that. Turns out it was all because of the boss. Xiaosweki. $6.5 billion at the exchange rate. Oh my goodness. A contract worth $40 billion. Chapter 612, Armamoto's popularity. Is way too fierce, right? $1 billion contract. Xiaosweki was so excited she almost jumped up, screaming, "My God, your family seems insanely rich. A partnership worth $40 billion. Barely okay." Bill Bragg decisively returned to his assertive nature, casually brushing his hair. "I can't call it a trifle. That'd be way too arrogant. Let's say it's a medium gesture, since the market isn't that big after all." Xiaosweki. Damn, how did this amazing guy become Brother Hao's follower? Awesome, awesome, Xiaosweki exclaimed with admiration. Ah, you really can't compare people. But you made the right call this time. Mixing with Brother Hao is guaranteed not to disappoint you. Definitely, Bill Bragg boasted proudly. The Bragg family has always been spot on in judging people. Miss Ice Princess is by far the most perfect woman I've ever met. A pity that we're incompatible, no chance there. But being able to hang with the boss, I have a premonition that it will be smooth sailing from here on. Both Wang Hao and another person had only one thought in their minds at this point. Brother Hao is awesome, like a legendary figure. All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Bill Bragg stood up, saying, "I'm going to rest now. You should get some sleep too. Oh, and let's exchange contact info. Anything comes up we can get in touch anytime." Sure, Xiaosweki took out her phone. "Feel free to contact me whenever." They exchanged contact information, and then Bill Bragg went off to rest. The next morning, Wang Hao only managed to crawl out of bed at 10. Absorbing the evil chi from the heart of the ocean really wore him out. He fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed last night. It seems like the energy was quite significant. Today is the day of my darling's concert. Wang Hao got up, washed, dressed, and while brushing his teeth, continued. There's bound to be a big crowd at the concert. I need to get there early. After all, it's my sweetie's big day. Can't drop the ball now. As he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was Rin Xing calling. "Hello, what's happening?" Wang Hao rinsed his mouth and answered the call. "Is there another piece of good news?" "Brother Hao, you can't be serious?" Rin Xing shouted from the other side of the line. "Today is Ice Princess's concert day. Don't tell me you forgot." "Damn, how could I forget? I was just planning for it." "How could I forget?" Wang Hao said, puzzled. "Isn't it starting at 8? Tonight? I haven't even had breakfast yet." "Forget about breakfast," Rin Xing yelled. "Where are you?" "I'm coming to get you." "I'm at home." Wang Hao was even more bewildered. The concert isn't until 8 tonight. Why the rush? There are still 10 hours to go. "I'll be there soon." Rin Xing hung up hastily, leaving Wang Hao clueless. What's actually going on? After leaving his house, Wang Hao waited at the roadside for Rin Xing, and then Rin Xing arrived very quickly. Wang Hao was certain he must have driven at 120 in a 60 speed zone. He had barely waited 10 minutes before Rin Xing appeared at the main gate of the residential area, with a few close friends like Zhao Zhenhao, Fang Wenbin, and Wang Mengfei following. Rin Xing rushed over to Wang Hao, gesturing frantically. "Brother Hao, get in quick. The concert starts at 8. We won't get a chance if we don't hurry. It's only 10 in the morning. Is it that urgent?" Wang Hao got into the passenger seat, and after getting in, he noticed a beauty sitting in the back, hurriedly greeting. "Mu Qing is here too." "Hello, Brother Hao, Zhang Muqing smiled sweetly. It's been a while since I last saw Brother Hao. All good, all good. Wang Hao grinned and nodded. You've been well lately. He had barely sat down when Renxing was already speeding like mad. Slow down, slow down. Wang Hao felt his heart almost leap out. It's just 10 o'clock now. There are 10 hours left. What's the rush? I haven't eaten yet. Neither King and our agent have been informed. Forget about them. I've already contacted them. They'll be here soon. Let's go in first. Renxing was sweating bullets. It's 10 o'clock now. Even with 2 more hours, it might not be enough. Is it really that exaggerated? Wang Hao clearly had no concept of the situation, but he quickly found out. Bai Yining's concert was at the Sihai Gymnasium in the central south third ring of Zhonghai City, normally just a half-hour drive from his neighborhood. But just 5 minutes after Renxing started driving, Wang Hao realized the car wasn't going anywhere. The whole area around the Sihai Gymnasium was swamped with people. Dozens of laser beams crisscrossed in the sky, and the crowd's screams and cheers merged into one loud wave. Get out. We'll have to walk from behind. Renxing quickly parked the car in a spot he had reserved in advance, and then got out to squeeze through. Brother Hao, hurry up. If we don't push through with all our might, we won't be able to get into the venue. Those brainy bastards arrived 4 hours early. Damn, I overslept today. We're nearly 3 kilometers from the gymnasium, aren't we? Wang Hao yelled incredulously. And from here it's impassable. Brother Hao, did you time travel? Wang Mengfei hurried along beside them, saying, Miss Ice Princess's concerts are always this explosive. You have to find a spot at least 10 or more hours early, otherwise you won't even be able to hear a sound if you arrive late. Wang Hao, what the fuck? This exaggerated. Our meme's popularity is seriously too fierce, right? Now Wang Hao knew why there was such a rush. The entire area surrounding the Sihai Gymnasium had been placed under strict security, with 18 helicopters patrolling the skies, streets awash in neon lights, and seas of people bustling around, each with a crazed look on their faces, all shouting the name of one person, the one and only name. Ice Princess. Ice Princess. Ice Princess. Holy shit. Wang Hao broke into a sweat. Even seeing some people so overwhelmed with excitement, their faces covered with tears and snot, screaming at the top of their lungs. Ice Princess, I love you. Miss Ice Princess, don't go? Don't leave me. Miss Ice Princess, give us one more look. The whole venue was filled with such shouts. Wang Hao felt a tingling in his scalp and asked, Holy shit, how many people are there? How many people? Renxing, pulling along Zhang Muqing and squeezing through, said, There are over 80,000 people who could get into the venue gathered here, and who knows how many couldn't buy tickets, not to mention the 2,000 or more security staff. All the available security guards in Zhonghai City are almost used up. Wang Hao, it was clear that the 2,000 and more security guards were already overwhelmed by the crowd of indeterminate size, still summoning reinforcements from all directions. The situation was no less frantic than a battle. Chapter 613. Wang Hao's Love Rivals. Wang Hao looked around, and the deafening cries made his hearing begin to dull infinitely. In that moment, he felt as if time almost stopped. Every security guard was doing their best to maintain order. Fans were waving their light sticks and shouting the Ice Princess's name in unison, their voices rustling the street-side leaves. Many people were desperately squeezing forward. A glance revealed heads everywhere, with the stench of stale sweat filling his nostrils. Within the crowd, Wang Hao was like a small boat in a sudden storm, taking one step forward only to be pushed 3 steps back. Rich heirs Zhao Zhenhao and Feng Wenbin were in no better shape. Even though they were flanked by bodyguards, at this point the bodyguards could hardly protect themselves, and were just managing not to get separated. There are way too many people. Wang Hao's scalp tingled at the sight. Most of the crowd was young men and women. Wang Hao, fighting his way through, had touched so many chests and backsides without knowing, and had been groped just as much by others. At times like this, what VIPs? Even a general leading troops would be crushed to bits by the sea of people. Fatty, Wang Hao shouted as he struggled to push further in. How are you doing? Can you make it through? Renxing, dragging Zhang Muqing and drenched in sweat, bellowed, We have to make it through at a time like this. Push through. The trio charged forth, the difficulty comparable to Guan Yu passing through 5 gates and cutting down 6 generals, before finally squeezing to the entrance. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow. If Guan Yu had encountered such a crowd when he left, he might have just turned back. It could be said that after the effort of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, they had finally managed 500 meters. Just then, Zhao Zhenhao, who was squeezing in beside Wang Hao, suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Look, there seem to be some familiar faces over there." They all looked in the direction he indicated and saw a team of about 20 bodyguards trying desperately with their placards to keep the crowd at bay, though to little effect. They were barely maintaining about a foot of free space. Among these bodyguards stood 2 young men, around 24 or 25, walking and chatting, though it was unclear what they were discussing. "Do you know that person?" Wang Hao asked Zhao Zhenhao loudly. "He looks quite distinguished." "How could I not recognize him?" Zhao Zhenhao said through gritted teeth. "They are from our Zhao family. The one on the left is my eldest cousin Zhao Yuming, and on the right is my second cousin Zhao Wenxin." "Fuck, they're from the Zhao family." Upon hearing these names, Wang Hao immediately paid closer attention. Since crossing over, although he had had plenty of contact with people from the 4 great families, it still had always been just one from each, never encountering more. Now looking over, Zhao Yuming was dressed in a suit and looking elegant, while Zhao Wenxin was slightly overweight and dressed more casually. Judging from their attire, Zhao Yuming seemed like an elite of the Zhao family, while Zhao Wenxin probably a second-generation rich kid. But of course, these were just initial impressions and could not be stated conclusively. "Looks like you don't get along too well with them?" Seeing Zhao Zhenhao's expression, Wang Hao knew that things within large families were certainly not as simple as with ordinary people and asked, "What's the situation?" "It's just those high society issues," Zhao Zhenhao said with exasperation. "I was just aiming for a decent enterprise that would suffice for a lifetime. Yet my eldest cousin Zhao Mingqing has huge ambitions and wants to inherit all of our family's assets. He works nearly 18 hours a day, and I reckon he's only bothered to come today because of Miss Ice Princess's concert." "Such ambition," Wang Hao exclaimed. "After all, your Zhao family is one of the 4 major families. To inherit all your family's assets, that's quite the appetite. He's not also chasing after our Ice Princess, is he?" "You're not actually from a different time, are you, Brother Hao?" Fong Wenbin piped up. "Do you think there's only one royal suitor for Miss Ice Princess? Impossible. Apart from the Bai family, whose great elder has expressly forbidden their members from pursuing the Ice Princess, and therefore has no suitors, which of the other 3 major families doesn't have a dozen fanatical pursuers? Winning over Miss Ice Princess is tantamount to having the full support of the Bai family, and with Miss Ice Princess being Heavenly People's Republic's #1 beauty, only a fool wouldn't be moved." Wang Hao, "Oh crap. Does that mean there are at least 20 or 30 potential rivals just from the other 3 major families alone? And not to mention this Zhao Yuming." "Let's just keep moving forward," Wang Hao grumbled, viciously scratching his head. "There's another love rival up ahead. Better not go looking for trouble." The group continued onward, and soon Fong Wenbin called out, "Holy cow, it's someone from my own family. My cousin Fong Mingwei." Wang Hao turned his head, and, sure enough, there was another young man about 25 or 26 years old, also guarded by a group of bodyguards. Dressed in a suit just like Zhao Yuming, he was just as handsome as Fong Wenbin and was stepping forward with a leisurely walk. "This?" Wang Hao cautiously asked Fong Wenbin. "Could it be another?" "Yeah, one of your love rivals." Fong Wenbin nodded as if it were a matter of fact, adding, "And someone I don't get along with either." Wang Hao, "I've run into 2 love rivals in just a short time." The party kept moving and soon encountered another group of bodyguards. This time, both Zhao Zhenhao and Fong Wenbin became serious. "Brother Hao, I didn't expect this guy to show up too. Looks like there's going to be quite the drama today." Fong Wenbin frowned at the sight of the bodyguard group. "Brother Hao, be very careful with this one. He's as tough to deal with as the king of coercion. There's such a fierce person too." Wang Hao turned his head to look, and sure enough, he saw a young man with a smile walking towards them from amidst the bodyguards. This person was clearly different from the others. He wore a flamboyant white long suit. His sleek hairdo could rival Chow Yun-Fat's in God of Gamblers, and his slightly hooked nose had the charm of Loki from Thor. The smile at the corner of his mouth was unmistakable. This guy definitely wasn't a simple character. It does seem like he's got quite the presence. Wang Hao frowned. What's this guy's story? The stock market god Hua Wuyo. Zhao Jinhao squinted his eyes. He's not a member of the four major families, but comes from truly humble beginnings. Extraordinarily gifted, he started his career at the age of 20 with just $5,000, dominated the stock market for 10 years without a single defeat, and by 30, his total assets had broken the billion mark. A self-made man of exceptional talent. Wang Hao. Damn. Zhao. Are you sure Hua Wuyo isn't the reincarnation of the stock market god? Normal people surely can't achieve such feats, right? Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Absolutely legendary. And then, Zhao Jinhao. He's also one of your love rivals. Wang Hao. Chapter 614. Are you eating your family's rice? In just a little while, a bunch of romantic rivals had appeared, and Wang Hao felt an overwhelming urge to turn around and leave. Well, there was no helping it. This was no minor skirmish. None of the adversaries who'd shown up were insignificant. Wang Hao looked around, then cautiously asked, am I going to be surrounded and attacked from all sides when the time comes? Should I plan an escape route now? Plan my ass. Fong Wenbin shrugged his shoulders, suddenly taking delight in Wang Hao's misfortune. Brother Hao, this day was bound to come sooner or later. You absolutely can't escape it. Embrace your fate, man. That's as much help as I can offer. Zhao Jinhao nodded vigorously. Exactly. Brother Hao, face the reality. Wang Hao, you guys are doing this on purpose. Definitely on purpose. Damn it, if they're my love rivals, so be it. I've roamed the world for so many years. After all, I am Brother Hao of Long Lake, with dice as my support. Who am I supposed to fear? The crowd continued to push their way towards the entrance, with more and more people the further inside they got. Soon, moving forward, even a step became quite difficult. Now, around them, were all spectators who had bought tickets and were waiting to enter. About 80,000 people were already here. The large crowd waiting here was constantly discussing the concert happening today. I finally got a ticket. It was so hard. Yeah, I've been wanting to see Miss Ice Princess's concert in person since 3 years ago. I finally got a ticket this time. It's like heaven finally opened its eyes. I heard that many people from the 4 big families have come this time too. Looks like there'll be another storm of violence and bloodshed. That's for sure. The people who like Miss Ice Princess are just too many. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Oh right, I just saw the big star, Wu Shiwan, with his bodyguards a while ago. That guy is also a fervent admirer of Miss Ice Princess. Wang Hao, walking by and listening, was speechless at all this. A big star had popped up now, some Wu Shiwan, and he had no idea what he looked like. Of course, no matter what he looked like, he was one of the love rivals regardless. Wang Hao thought about it, and suddenly felt relieved. Just one among many. So what's there to fear? The group had been squeezing through the crowd from 10 in the morning until 1 o'clock in the afternoon before they finally made it under the walls of the stadium, about 200 meters from the gate. It was a bit cooler here at last, and then Wang Hao saw people from the 4 big families, each of them as pugnacious as gamecocks, none willing to back down from the others. Not only were they all openly and secretly competing, but their bodyguards were also ready to throw punches, as if they would start fighting at the smallest provocation. Fong Minghui, I didn't expect you to come too, Zhao Yuming said with a smile full of arrogance and disdain, looking at Fong Minghui of the Fong family. You don't really think you have a chance with Miss Ice Princess, do you? I'd advise you to give up that delusion. What kind of person is Miss Ice Princess? How could she possibly take a fancy to a rich and idle playboy like you? The way Miss Ice Princess is so perfect, I honestly haven't noticed anyone in this world who would be worthy of her. Fong Minghui retorted without yielding an inch. Whether I'm worthy or not is one thing. But you, Zhao Yuming, probably don't stand much of a chance either, do you? Wang Hao, Zhao Jinhao, and the others looked at each other. Talk about walking into a powder keg. Each one was trading remarks when Zhao Wenxi noticed Zhao Jinhao and others approaching and immediately nudged Zhao Yuming. Brother Yuming, Jinhao's here. Oh, didn't expect you to show up, Zhao Yuming, upon seeing Zhao Jinhao, showed none of the happiness you'd expect from relatives meeting, but instead snorted, lucky you. Managed to snag a ticket? He then glanced at Wang Hao, Fong Wenbin, and the others, his irritation visibly growing. All you do is hang out with these fair-weather friends, showing no sense of status. Especially mixing it up with the Fong family's brat. You're embarrassing me. Wang Hao, Rin Xing, and Wang Mengfei exchanged looks. So we're fair-weather friends now. How can you talk like that? Zhao Jinhao frowned. I can play with whoever I want, without you worrying about it. Right, Brother Yumming? The caliber of people you associate with represents your own level. Zhao Yumming huffed, and then continued. Look at these few around you. Calling them fair-weather friends doesn't seem too far-fetched, does it? Especially with a bumpkin from the Fong family. Jinhao, you're really disappointing me. Actually, at this point, someone from the Fong family should have stepped forward to defend Fong Wenbin, right? But clearly, Zhao Yumming had already given Wang Hao a bad vibe, and Fong Minghui wasn't any better. Instead of supporting Fong Wenbin, he frowned and said, Wenbin, why are you mingling with the people from the Zhao family? Your relationship seems pretty close. I just like it, Fong Wenbin scoffed. We enjoy our time together. How you all settle scores is your business. Don't drag us into it. Speaking of which, Wang Hao used to get along quite well with Zhao Junhao and Fong Wenbin before, and hadn't paid much attention to these matters. Today, it was an eye-opener. Within these three major families, it seemed there was plenty of mutual hostility. With the Hong family still on their way, once they arrived, this place could easily turn into a minor Three Kingdoms battlefield. No future. Fong Minghui snorted coldly, then pointed at Wang Hao, Rin Xing, and Wang Mengfei. The Zhao family has always been our adversary. I won't even go into that. But look at these friends of yours. Who among them has a bit of fame? It's not that I'm telling you not to make friends, but at least don't embarrass our Fong family, okay? With all those economists, physicists, experts, professors, high-ranking officials available for you to network with, you choose to befriend these unreliable nobodies. What's the use? Unexpectedly, Zhao Yumming agreed with Fong Minghui. Right, the level of friends you make is just too low. What do all of them do anyway? Hey, I'm not liking the sound of that. What have nobodies done to you to deserve this? Speaking of which, we're also romantic rivals, aren't we? What's wrong with being nobodies? Have we been eating your family's rice? Wang Hao stepped forward, first glancing at Zhao Yumming, then at Fong Minghui, paying them little mind. I'm Wang Hao, a screenwriter. Got a problem with that? Ah, a little screenwriter. Zhao Yumming shook his head disdainfully. Never heard of you. Written any scripts? Turned any into films? How about I invest in some web series for you to mess around with? I won't trouble you with that, Wang Hao retorted. I currently have a film that's been released. It's called Domestic Agent. Not sure if you've heard of it. Domestic Agent? Zhao Yumming muttered the title to himself, then stroked his chin. Domestic Agent? I've seen that movie. It's quite good. Wang Hao, as he mulled it over, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his attitude took a 180-degree turn, becoming incredibly enthusiastic as he clapped an arm around Wang Hao's shoulder. Hey, it's Wang Hao, Mr. Wang himself. Who would have thought? It's my mistake not to recognize you. Really blind to the great before me. Mr. Wang, please, I've been so busy. I had intended to visit but never found the time. I hope you won't take offense. Chapter 615, Competing with Brother. That turn was so sharp it almost made Zhao Junhao and Fong Wenbin throw out their backs. Zhao Junhao, Fong Wenbin, the others who were clueless. Fong Minghui's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What was the meaning of this? Fong Minghui, what's going on here? Asked Fong Minghui, bewildered. Weren't you just saying the guy was a nobody? You don't know the half of it, Zhao Yumming said as he looked at Wang Hao with the utmost benevolence. This Mr. Wang Hao, being a screenwriter is just one of his roles. Did you know that? He has another identity, as a lyricist and composer. The latest song, Bubble by Miss Ice Princess, was created by Mr. Wang Hao. Asterisk gasp. Asterisk as soon as Zhao Yumming let this out, everyone present sharply inhaled in shock. The people here are all no ordinary characters. They definitely wouldn't care about any of Wang Hao's other identities. But this guy is now the lyricist and composer for Miss Ice Princess. And Bubble was produced by him. In the eyes of these fervent admirers, such a status is even more awesome than owning tens or hundreds of billions. Oh my, Mr. Wang Hao. Zhao Yumming lost his previous aloofness at this point. and his tone was dripping with flattery towards Wang Hao. Look, it was all just a misunderstanding earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I wonder if Mr. Wang Hao has any new songs coming out recently? Does Miss Ice Princess know? How about this? I offer 5 million for one song. How does that sound? Of course, if you're willing, I'll take all your future songs. 5 million a pop, as many as you have. Zhao Zhenhao, Fong Wenbin, the others who were clueless. Holy shit, Brother Hao is too badass, right? He made Zhao Yuming, who was all high and mighty before, start to talk in a small voice. 5 million for a song, my ass. That's an easy billion just from selling 20. Actually, if it weren't for Bai Yining, Wang Hao could have really made a fortune. With his memory, he could easily dig up dozens or even hundreds of songs. But this guy wanted to use his songs to woo his darling. Hell no, that couldn't be agreed upon. Oh my, how could I possibly accept that? Wang Hao sniffed, then chuckled and said, I do have songs, but not many. After all, they're not as common as cabbages on the roadside. Mr. Wang, 10 million. At this moment, Fong Minghui, who was standing to the side, sensed the opportunity and rushed forward, loudly offering 10 million for one song, no bargaining. Please sell me this song, Mr. Wang. When Fong Minghui said that, Zhao Yuming was immediately not having it. Was this a blatant attempt to beat him to the punch? He couldn't stand for this. Fong Minghui. Zhao Yuming pushed Wang Hao aside, his eyes filled with a murderous look as he stared at Fong Minghui. What do you mean by that? Are you deliberately trying to compete with me? Given Fong Minghui's background and power, he certainly wouldn't give Zhao Yuming any face. What do I mean? Whatever you think, that's what I mean. Zhao Yuming. Isn't that rather meaningless? Fong Minghui. How can you say it's meaningless? This is very meaningful. Zhao Yuming. Are you saying you're determined to compete with me today? Fong Minghui. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. As Wang Hao and the others watched the two argue, they all had only one thought. Such profound depth to the Chinese language. Oh, look at you two. Wang Hao pretended to be the peacemaker. It's just over a song. Why all this fuss? Then he scratched his head. But then again, I really do have only one song. 1 second he seemed to be putting out the fire, but who knew the next second he'd be adding fuel to it. Zhao Zhenhao wiggled his eyebrows. Brother Hao is mighty. Fong Wenbin snickered silently, his abs cracking up with laughter. There really are two people in the world you can't offend. One is the Almighty, and the other is Brother Hao. Wang Mengfei watched with great satisfaction. That's what you get for looking down on people just now. Serves you right. At this point, Zhao Yuming and Fong Minghui finally understood. Wang Hao did indeed have a song, a new one, but there was only one copy, for sale, to just one person. Fong Minghui, clenching his teeth so hard that his veins popped out, Zhao Yuming accused. You're planning on snatching this song to get cozy with Miss Ice Princess, aren't you? That's a no-brainer, Fong Minghui admitted bluntly. Otherwise, why would you buy the song? Are you doing charity? It seemed both men were rather astute, both heading in the same direction. Buying a great song from Wang Hao, then finding a chance to cozy up to Ice Princess. Look, I have a great song that's perfect for you. Let's collaborate. Such a perfect opportunity to get closer, especially since Miss Ice Princess was usually so out of reach. Fong Minghui, it seems we have to settle this rivalry today. Zhao Yuming started unbuttoning his shirt, saying, Fine, then let me see what you're really made of. Fancy a tough game, do you? Fong Minghui was not going to be outdone in this display of machismo. Then let's spar today. As their masters appeared ready for a real fight, the bodyguards, naturally, couldn't just stand idly by, and in an instant, the atmosphere became tense as if swords were being drawn. Oh dear, look at you guys, Wang Hao feigned shock. Then very naturally started backing away. Quick, quick, stand back, don't spill your blood on me. This shirt is quite expensive. After such a continuous stream of words, pulling back was definitely out of the question. After all, whoever backed down first would be admitting complete defeat in this matter. And how could either of them afford to do that? With a hatred as fervent as seeing an archenemy, the two had a history of being at odds, and now, with such a catalyst, they ignited at a single spark. Attack! Let him know that Zhao Yuming is not to be trifled with. Zhao Yuming charged forward, clashing with Fong Minghui. Beat the crap out of him. Fang Minghui was just as tough as Zhao Yuming, not willing to show weakness, and the two instantly grappled together. For men of their status and power, it was extremely difficult to get them to lose their composure, but inevitably there were many pursuers of Ice Princess Bai Yining, and any topic that could come close to her was highly significant. As the two sides started brawling in a hot mess, their bodyguards looked like they were performing a choreographed dance. Wang Hao smirked. Competing with brother? Zhao Jinhao and the others watched with a shiver, involuntarily raising their thumbs in admiration. Brother Hao is too awesome. Chapter 616. You're about to burst a bladder. Of course, no matter how much of a commotion they made, Zhao Yuming and Fang Minghui were still from the four major families, so a basic level of rationality was necessary. After a while of making a scene, both parties backed down. After all, if it turned into a fight to the death, that would be too serious. Both of them were figures who held rank within their clans, so they were conscious of that. Mr. Wang, I won't buy the song for now. Zhao Yuming put his clothes back on and turned back into the grand young master of a top family. He approached Wang Hao and whispered, "However, Mr. Wang, you must help me out when the concert starts tonight." Saying this, he pulled out a card from his pocket and stuffed it into Wang Hao's hand. "There's 1,000,000 cash in this card. The password is 6 zeros. Mr. Wang, you just need to agree, and the money is yours." "1 million just like that? This money comes too easy." MHM. Wang Hao was actually quite curious. "What do you need me to help you with?" "It's pretty simple." Zhao Yuming leaned in closer to Wang Hao's ear, whispering, "I've prepared a bouquet of roses especially for Miss Ice Princess. Just help me deliver them when the concert starts. This request isn't too much, right?" "Delivering flowers, huh? That's doable. It'd be a great chance to go on stage and take a turn around." "All right." Wang Hao nodded and agreed right away. "But I can't guarantee she'll give me face, you know. I have to make that clear beforehand." Understood, Mr. Wang. You can rest assured." Zhao Yuming was overjoyed, although Miss Ice Princess has always refused to accept anyone's flowers. I think she might give you face considering your relationship with her." Good. Wang Hao said with a smile. "That settles it then. I'll do my best." Zhao Yuming had barely left when Fang Minghui also came over. "Mr. Wang." Fang Minghui looked at Wang Hao with a kind face. "Oh, my apologies for the offense earlier. I hope you won't take it to heart, Mr. Wang." As he spoke, he also handed Wang Hao a card. "There's 1,000,000 cash in this card. The password is 6 zeros. You just need to agree, and the money is yours." "Wang Hao, you two don't even bother to change your script, huh? You want me to deliver flowers for you too?" Wang Hao looked at Fang Minghui's forced smile. "Let's make it clear beforehand. I can't guarantee she'll give me face." I get it, Mr. Wang. You can rest assured," Fang Minghui said excitedly. "As long as you deliver them, I won't insist on her accepting them." Soon after, both parties withdrew, respecting each other's space, and Zhao Jinhao laughed on the side. "Brother Hao seems to have made a nice profit today. What was the deal with those two just now?" "It's nothing." Wang Hao flicked the bank cards. 1,000,000 protection fee from each, haha. "Puffed. They asked you to deliver flowers, right?" Wang Mengfei interjected with a smirk. "I heard everything." "Of course," Wang Hao said with a smile in his eyes. "I'll deliver them, but if there's any business card or something like that, I'll definitely remove it. You know the drill." Everyone looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Brother Hao is so bad. People pay him to deliver flowers, and he takes off the name card. Who then will know who sent them? In the end, it'll look as if Brother Hao is the true romantic. The best part is pocketing 2 million. Outstanding. The group was still talking when suddenly, a commotion started at the entrance of the stadium. Whoosh. Nearly 500 to 600 security guards rushed out from the entrance and lined up in formation at the gates, with shields, batons, and riot helmets, as if they were facing a serious threat. "Ticket check has started. Please line up and enter the stadium with your tickets." Finally, it was time for the ticket check. Upon hearing this news, all the fans and audience members on site hurried to get in line. Although calling it a line was just a formality, in such a scene, there's hardly a place to queue. Now, Wang Hao finally understood why they had come so early. With over 80,000 people, not to mention anything else, just the ticket checking would keep 10 attendants busy for a while. After nearly 2 hours, Wang Hao and his group finally got through the ticket check and entered the venue. By the time they sat down, the entire stadium was already a sea of people. Countless young people held up banners high, with phrases like, "Ice Princess, I love you," and "I want to have your babies," while many others waved fluorescent sticks and screamed nonstop. Wang Hao was sweating buckets, his eardrums nearly bursting. It was like countless massive speakers playing a recording simultaneously because everyone in the venue was shouting the same phrase. "Ice Princess, I love you." As they were tickets personally given by Bai Yining, their seats were in the front row, just 2 meters away from the central stage stairs, somewhat less crowded, relatively speaking, because their seats were basically just like small stools, with absolutely no armrests. It was said that the original design included armrests, but they were vehemently rejected by the furious Ice Princess fans on the spot. The only request from the passionate fans was to accommodate more people, as the armrests took up too much space. Isn't this a bit too much? Wang Hao looked around again, continuously wiping off his sweat. If people around him found out he was Bai Yining's boyfriend, he'd likely get trampled by those zealous fans on the spot, and then he could just go reincarnate. In fact, speaking of which, Wang Hao only knew that Ice Princess Bai Yining was currently the hottest big star in the Heavenly People's Republic, but he didn't really remember how hot she was. In his mind, the most he associated with the Ice Princess was driving luxury cars, coming from a prestigious family, being beautiful, and having a multitude of fans. But this time, after attending her concert in person, Wang Hao was so excited his hands were shaking. He whipped out his phone and wanted to send a message to the Ice Princess. Brother is Miss Ice Princess's official boyfriend. But in the end, he held back. Damn, the pressure was intense. At this moment, someone began distributing program booklets to the VIP seats. Wang Hao took one and saw that it had gold edges. He quickly asked, "Fatty, how much does one of these tickets cost?" The booklet was so high profile, the ticket surely couldn't be cheap, right? 100,000? The current rate is 50,000 per ticket, and the key thing is they're priceless. Ren Xing cherished and carefully pocketed his booklet and then snatched Wang Hao's, saying, "Let me see the program. The first song is Bubble, huh? The following Love is Eternal, Ice Princess, Love from Light Years Away. All are my favorite songs." Ha ha. Wang Hao. As Wang Hao and his friends were looking at the program booklets, 2 bodyguards with sneaky looks came over, each holding a bunch of roses. "Mr. Wang, our young master's flowers have arrived." "Mr. Wang, just proceed as you see fit later." Were these the bouquets they were intending to send? Ah, how embarrassing. "All right, make sure it's well taken care of for me," Wang Hao said with a cheesy grin as he took the flowers. "I'll decide on the timing to go up." The 3 of them sat for a while longer, and the shouts from the fans behind them were giving him a headache, especially since he had drunk a lot of water while waiting earlier, and he suddenly felt an urgent need to pee. He stood up, looking left and right. The stadium was packed with people, making it impossible to discern directions. Where on earth was the restroom? "What's the matter?" Ren Xing asked Wang Hao. "Need to pee?" "Yeah, I drank a lot just now." And since one can bear with shit but not pee, Wang Hao felt increasingly desperate as he talked, asking in a sweaty panic, "Do you know where the restroom is?" Ren Xing, after all, had seen the world and pointed in a direction, that way. Before he could finish, Wang Hao had already sprinted off. Ren Xing. "Shit, Brother Hao, are you about to burst?" Wang Hao rushed all the way, and it was good that he was in the VIP seats, which were comparatively less crowded, but he still exerted a great deal of effort before he finally made it to the interior of the stadium. As soon as he entered, it felt much quieter than the outside, like entering a different world, instantly away from the clamor. Phew, fuck, that was terrifying. He sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. These fans are too scary. Following the path inward, Wang Hao, unfamiliar with the place, ended up in the staff rest area. 2 security guards were on patrol, and upon seeing Wang Hao, they stopped him immediately, one of them saying, "Hold on, what are you doing here?" Wang Hao almost let out "revolution," but he managed to hold it in, putting on a smile and saying, "Big brother, I urgently need to pee. I really can't hold it." "Need to pee? Find your own place," the security guard said unenthusiastically. "Fans like you trying to sneak in to see Miss Ice Princess. I see not 10,000, but at least 8,000 in a year. Brother, I really need to pee. At this moment, the water had all gathered in his bladder, just waiting for the command to charge. Wang Hao really couldn't hold it any longer, pleading, "Let me in. I'll be right out." "You can talk till the heavens fall. It won't do any good." The security guard brandished his baton. "Get moving, and quick. If anything really happens to Miss Ice Princess, those fans will grind me to ashes and scatter me." This is fucked up. Wang Hao was preparing to negotiate some more, and then he saw a young man dressed in a dark blue suit walking over. The young man held a bright bouquet of roses, his hairstyle slick and shiny. A fly landing on his head would probably break its legs. When he arrived, the two security guards were instantly dumbstruck. It's Mr. Wu Shiwan. Mr. Wu Shiwan, could you give us an autograph, please?" "Not today." The young man named Wu Shiwan shook his head indifferently, then smiled casually, asking, "Miss Ice Princess is inside, right?" The two security guards nodded and bowed, replying, Yes, she's currently doing her makeup. Are you going to visit the set?" "Yes, I'm going to see Miss Ice Princess." Wu Shiwan nodded, then looked towards Wang Hao, frowning slightly. He was already slightly taller than Wang Hao, his chin lifted a little, his eyes full of condescension for the minor characters, saying, "Don't let all sorts of riffraff in. What if they hurt Miss Ice Princess? Can you take responsibility?" Yes, we understand." Both guards nodded eagerly. "We'll have him leave right away." "Go ahead." Wu Shiwan waved them off, then strode away arrogantly. Chapter 617. Damn, what's your problem with small fry like me? All I wanted was to use the restroom, and here you are acting all high and mighty. Wow, did you see that? Truly one of our top celebs, a security guard remarked with admiration. Just his aura alone is something ordinary folks can't possess. Absolutely. Another security guard nodded in agreement. His popularity in the country is something else. Even if he's in a trashy movie, the box office would still be phenomenal. The two security guards struck up a conversation, leaving Wang Hao utterly stunned. This Wu Shiwan sounds pretty formidable. But no matter how formidable he might be, it's not as urgent as my bladder. Wang Hao, sweating profusely, asked, Gentlemen. Hey, why are you still here?" The two guards looked at Wang Hao. "Didn't you hear what he just said? Get moving, get moving. We won't be polite if you don't leave now." "Damn, where am I supposed to go at a time like this? I can't just pee my pants, can I?" Wang Hao's face turned the color of a pig's liver. In desperation, and with no regard for anything else, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Bai Yining. "Moi, help, I'm gonna die." Inside a large room in the gymnasium. This used to be C-High Gymnasium's main conference room, but after Bai Yining's arrival, it was transformed into her personal makeup room, filled with densely packed bottles, brushes, boxes, and mirrors. The wardrobe on the other side was hung with colorful clothes and skirts, intended for Bai Yining's changes during the concert. Bai Yining leaned back in her chair while a makeup artist styled her hair. As she was getting ready, a woman who looked like an assistant came in, leaned close to Bai Yining's ear, and whispered, "Miss, Wu Shiwan is here. He wants to meet you. I won't see him. Just make up any reason to send him away." Bai Yining put away her phone and dismissed the idea without a second thought. This. Sister Sue hesitated, about to nod, when suddenly the door of the makeup room was pushed open. Wu Shiwan walked in excitedly. "Miss Ice Princess, do you like this bouquet of roses I specifically bought for you today?" Seeing him barge in, Bai Yining's expression turned cold. "How could you just walk in like that?" "Truly sorry, Miss Ice Princess." Wu Shiwan bowed apologetically, hurrying to explain. "These are the finest giant roses from Ecuador, airlifted here and sprinkled with natural dew. I was afraid the quality would deteriorate if they were left out too long, so I brought them to you as soon as I got off the plane. I hope you like them and wish you all the best for your concert." "I appreciate the thought." Bai Yining nodded slightly, yet did not take the roses, and simply stated, "But I can't accept these flowers, sorry." This. Wu Shiwan hesitated, then hurriedly stepped forward, about to place the flowers in a vase when suddenly a ding sounded from the phone Bai Yining was holding. Huh. Bai Yining picked up her phone, and a WeChat message popped up on the screen. "Moi, help, I'm gonna die." Uft. Bai Yining couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing the message, and immediately replied on WeChat. What's wrong? Wang Hao. It's an emergency. I can't hold my pee any longer. Come save me. Seeing this reply, Bai Yining's face turned red, and she quickly responded, Where are you? Wang Hao. I'm inside the gymnasium. Security won't let me in. I need to use the restroom. You rascal. Bai Yining couldn't help but laugh, immediately replying, Where exactly are you? I'm coming. Wang Hao. I'm at the east backstage entrance. Bai Yining. Be right there. Putting away her phone, Bai Yining stood up and headed towards the door. Sister Sue and the makeup artist exchanged confused glances. What's going on today? Wu Shuan watched Bai Yining head out, looked at the roses in his hands, then suddenly stomped his foot and hurriedly followed her. Out. Wang Hao was having a standoff with the two security guards. After sending the message to Bai Yining, Wang Hao told the guards that someone was coming to get him, but the two security guards didn't believe him and refused to let him through. Look, gentlemen, Wang Hao pleaded, drenched in sweat. I really need to pee. Can you let me in first? I'll explain everything once she arrives. No way. The security guard was adamant. What if you have bad intentions and harm Miss Ice Princess? No way, no way. As the three of them were at an impasse, a soft tap-tap sound suddenly came from the corridor. It was the sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor, carrying a mysterious charm. It seemed like just the sound of her voice was enough to completely calm one's soul. This is... Merely hearing her voice, the two previously haughty security guards were instantly stupefied, their mouths agape, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, drooling uncontrollably. The voice grew closer, and then a faint scent wafted over. A figure, white and ethereal like a fairy descending from the heavens, appeared before the three of them. Wang Hao was utterly dazed at first glance. At this moment, Bai Yining's face was simply flawless. Her skin, under the illumination of the light, emitted a baby-like glow. Her simple yet meticulous light makeup made her complexion look fresh and tender, her bright lip color and straight nose, especially those watery eyes, seemed as if they could speak. Her eyelashes were long and fine, clearly visible without the use of circle lenses, yet far more stunning than any circle lenses could achieve. It was no exaggeration to say that Wang Hao had seen Bai Yining quite a few times, but only now did he suddenly realize that beauty truly knew no bounds. Before, he thought Bai Yining scored at least 120 points, but today, seeing her made up, when a woman truly reaches the pinnacle of beauty, it can genuinely take one's breath away. She was way too beautiful. Damn it. Even if she's gorgeous, I really need to pee. Miss Ice Princess. Upon seeing her, the two security guards trembled as if electrified, stammering, Why are you out here? Let him through, Bai Yining said expressionlessly. He's my, a friend. She had initially planned to straight up call him her boyfriend, but that wasn't something that could be disclosed just yet. Consider the 80,000 fans outside. Once this news leaked, it could blow up into a big issue. A friend, Wu Shuan, who was following behind Bai Yining, was momentarily stunned when he heard this. The Ice Princess has friends, and she knows this bumpkin? I just saw you. Wang Hao now noticed Wu Shuan too. This guy held grudges. Weren't you acting all tough before? Even planning to give our Momo a flower? Watch this. As Wang Hao ran, he sneered at Wu Shuan. Haven't you handed out that bunch of rose species woody plants yet? Damn right. After he said that, the bouquet of gigantic roses from Ecuador that Wu Shuan had carefully prepared suddenly didn't seem so appealing. Wu Shuan's face turned green with anger. The roses had cost him over 70,000 just to air freight. Yet Bai Yining couldn't help but chuckle, watching Wang Hao run off in the wrong direction, reminding him, You're running the wrong way. Wang Hao broke into a sweat, turned around, and took off running once again. Soon after everyone had left, the two security guards looked at each other and simultaneously sighed. F***CK, Miss Ice Princess's aura is simply unbeatable, one guard said. My heart nearly stopped just now. Did you feel it? F***CK, stop talking. I need to catch my breath and calm down. The other guard panted heavily. Damn, I can brag about this moment to my friends for a lifetime. Miss Ice Princess, seeing her up close. Damn, what do you call a goddess? Those previous photos are a downright insult to Miss Ice Princess. She's 100 times more beautiful in person. Exactly. The first guard agreed emphatically. I used to brag about handling 10 guys myself. After seeing Miss Ice Princess, I realized if she wanted to kill me with a knife, I'd be setting off fireworks in celebration. Get real. Even if she were to kill you, she'd find it dirtying her hands. The other guard rubbed his chin, suddenly shivering. Hey, but who was that guy just now? He knows Miss Ice Princess. F***CK, we're screwed, did. We just offend someone we shouldn't have. Right. The first guard sweated profusely. Let's get out of here fast. This is big trouble. Miss Ice Princess, that person just now. Wu Xuan followed behind by Yining, maintaining a respectful distance yet filled with nervousness, asked, Since when did you have friends? Why I know someone is none of your business. Bai Yining reverted to her icy demeanor, replying indifferently. I need to go back to do my makeup, sorry. As he watched Bai Yining leave, Wu Xuan gritted his teeth and angrily tossed the roses in his hand into the trash bin, frowning. A friend? Who the hell is that guy? After brooding for a while, he suddenly smirked coldly, immediately pulling out his phone. Some bumpkin went to the backstage bathroom. Keep an eye on him. Yeah, a young guy around 23 or 24. Right? See where he's seated. Yes, report back immediately if there's news. All right, that's it. Ah, that was a relief. He had peed for more than 30 seconds, shaking it off vigorously, feeling refreshed. After finishing, he casually strolled back to his seat. Ren Xing asked, Brother Hao, you were gone so long? Oh, definitely. Wang Hao grinned. Took a piss and even saw Ice Princess. Wow, so refreshing. She's even more beautiful today. Ren Xing's eyes widened. No way, for real? You saw her just by going to the bathroom? Absolutely. Wang Hao made up fanciful tales. She took me to the restroom and even waited at the door. Oh, how embarrassing it is. Stop bullshitting, Ren Xing scoffed. Why don't you say you two even kissed while at it? Wang Hao slapped his thigh. Damn, I forgot that part. Chapter 618. The two were just talking when a young man with golden hair plopped down next to Wang Hao and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brother. Today was just too funny, ha ha. Bill Bragg sat down and immediately wrapped his arm around Wang Hao's shoulder. Great news. It's just fantastic news. What's so exciting? Wang Hao asked, half paying attention to the stage. Did you strike it lucky or something? You knew, boss. Bill Bragg's eyes widened. Exactly. I found a pretty big gemstone mine over in Africa. They say the reserves are about 600 million US dollars. My judgment was spot on, wasn't it? Ever since I teamed up with you, my luck has really turned around. Wang Hao, this guy's luck isn't half bad. Finding a gemstone mine just like that? Not bad, not bad. Wang Hao looked at Bill Bragg and smiled. So you won't be short of diamonds now? Not at all, not at all. Bill Bragg was incredibly pleased. Boss, if you ever need diamonds, just come to me. As many as you want. Treat them like mere glass shards. Gosh, why does that sound so comforting? Wahaha. Not bad, not bad. Wang Hao nodded with a grin. Then I really should take a look at that diamond mine if I get the chance, huh? No problem at all, Bill. Bragg then noticed the rose next to Wang Hao and curiously said, Boss, is this flower for Miss Ice Princess? It's pretty nice. Nah, Wang Hao said with a cheeky smile. Someone else asked me to deliver it, and they paid me quite a bit of money for it, too. Don't mind if I do, Bill Bragg gave a big thumbs up. Easy money, boss, haha. Two bodyguards, sitting about 3 rows behind Wang Hao and his group, were closely watching him. They were incessantly sending WeChat messages. Bodyguard, young master, found that kid. He's at the front row of the VIP section, just below the stage. What's the move? Wu Xuan. Are you sure it's the front row? Which area? Bodyguard, positive. He's in VIP section 3. Generally, those who can sit here are rich second generations with considerable family assets. I saw Bill Bragg sit down next to the kid just now. They obviously know each other. Wu Xuan, Bill Bragg. He's actually sitting with that kid. Could it be? Bodyguard. Should we make a move, young master? After all, this area is a bit of a mixed bag, and this Bill Bragg is not someone simple. Wu Xuan, don't rush it. Keep a close eye on them for now. It's said that Bill Bragg is after Miss Ice Princess. He's up to no good. Bodyguard. Understood, young master. Young master, Bill Bragg picked up a big bunch of roses, Looks like he's planning to present them to Miss Ice Princess. Not sure what that kid is saying beside him, but they seem pretty close. Wu Shiwan. Planning to present flowers? He's definitely come prepared. Here's what you'll do. Find a way to sit behind them later. Then look for a chance to push that kid onto the stage. Let's deal with them one by one. It's too difficult to mess with Bill Bragg since he has a big backing. Focus on the kid first. The message made the bodyguard break out in a cold sweat. Good lord, this is like asking for a death wish. Sabotage Miss Ice Princess's concert, and once the fans identify them. How terrifying. The bodyguard shuddered. The young master's plan was brutal. He was mulling this over when suddenly there was a muffled bang, and a spotlight went out. Then, a series of bang, 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 bang followed quickly until all the lights around the stadium were extinguished. Seeing this, the previously thunderous cheering inside the stadium stopped on a dime, and an eerie silence fell all around. The lights going out meant the concert was about to start. Immediately, someone let a loud shout, followed by a burst of screams as countless frenzied fans started crying out the name of the Ice Princess. Ice Princess! Ice Princess! I love you! Aha! Their screams pierced the sky, and Wang Hao felt with such a vocal range, they could hold concerts here without microphones. Music began to play, and countless spotlights converged at the center of the stage. Then, dressed in lavish clothes, Ice Princess Bai Yining slowly rose from the center of the stage. As soon as she appeared, she brought with her the melodious sound of her singing. Under the sunshine, bubbles shimmer with color. Just like me, deceived, yet blissfully so. Chasing what's right or wrong, your lies, based on your love for me. With her song, the entire stadium of over 80,000 people went silent, as if the stars themselves dimmed in comparison, leaving only her voice to fill the world. If one had to describe her voice in 2 words, it would be divine level. Her voice was clear and cold, her diction remarkably clear. Finding a flaw in her singing was next to impossible. Even though Wang Hao was already very familiar with her, as her singing began, he quickly became immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Maybe this is her charm? Watching the captivating beauty that held everyone's attention on stage, Wang Hao's lips curled slightly, and he muttered unconsciously, "Our Momo is truly perfect." The song quickly ended, and the fans' excitement exploded to its peak, filling the venue with endless cheers and screams. Wang Hao clutched his ears tightly, afraid that if he listened any longer, he would have nothing to do with music for the rest of his life. Thank you, everyone. The Ice Princess stood at the center of the stage, and at that moment, she was like a goddess, simply standing there, her voice cool and clear. Yet Wang Hao suddenly realized, with surprise, that it was just her alone, her invincible aura, actually managing to quell the cheering of the entire audience. At that moment, she had transcended the realm of mortals and became a deity of music. Perhaps she was born to be worshipped by people. Brother Hao, I can't take it anymore. Ren Xing was almost in tears. Did you see that? That's the Ice Princess. The Ice Princess. Your very own kissy kissy coochie coo, for crying out loud. Wang Hao, his heart was pounding. WTF, such an amazing person, definitely a goddess-tier persona, and he actually was her boyfriend. At that time, the entire stadium erupted in applause. If it were any other singer, this would be the moment to desperately curry favor with fans, spouting some witty remarks or making some pleasing gestures, but Bai Yining simply stood there quietly, gently lifting the microphone. The whole place immediately fell silent again. Bai Yining surveyed the crowd, her cool voice resonating once more. The next song, Ice Princess, is dedicated to everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, there was another round of screaming from the crowd. It was as if everything had been rehearsed. When the prelude to the music sounded, the stadium once again fell dead silent. Amazing! Wang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. What's called dominance? I wasn't quite clear before, but now I truly understand. Wang Hao was right to be impressed. Today what he saw was the Ice Princess's terrifying dominance in the music world. Unrivaled. A symphony. Orchestra-sized band began to play, and the fans were mesmerized. At that moment, a fan wanted to rush up to give Bai Yining a rose. But before he could even reach the security perimeter, a group of hardcore fans who spotted his intention pinned him to the ground, and carried him out of the stadium. Wang Hao watched with cold sweat. The United States president's security isn't even this fierce, right? Thinking about it, if Brother Hao were to go up and present flowers later. For the following segment of time, Bai Yining's songs flowed one after another, with barely any interruptions other than costume changes. Soon, when it was time for a song named Chasing Wind Girl, everyone in the entire stadium went crazy. Brother Hao, what are you thinking about? Get up and hype up. Rin Xing, frenetically waving his hands, one holding a glow stick, roared. This is the only song that Miss Ice Princess sings along with her fans. Wang Hao, damn, I haven't even heard this song. How am I supposed to hype up? However, Wang Hao's ignorance of the song made no difference whatsoever. At this point, the saying was proven true. A drop of water is inconsequential in the presence of the sea. The more than 80,000 people inside the stadium, plus the other 100,000 or so who couldn't get in, showed seemingly endless passion, all of them screaming along with the music. Wang Hao watched, sweating bullets. If the Ice Princess had been born in ancient times, she could have commanded with just one phrase. Those who offend heavenly power, though they be far away, will be punished. And probably none of the neighboring countries would have matters to address. The beacon who played with nobles was probably like this, right? Just listen to those cheers. The buzzing in his ears was so loud. The only thing Wang Hao could think at that moment was that the call to arms of his kissy kissy coochie coo was simply too damn terrifying. If his identity were ever revealed, he'd be crushed to pieces by his fans within minutes. The song soon ended, and when Ice Princess Bai Yining finished singing Chasing Wind Girl, the entire crowd stood up, and fans, practically in tears, screamed crazily, Ice Princess, I love you. You're mine to marry. Ice Princess, I want to have your monkeys. Wang Hao also stood up to applaud, conceding to the overwhelming atmosphere. But as he was clapping, he suddenly felt several heavy pushes from behind and was propelled, as if by cloud, towards the stage. WTF? What's going on? Who the hell pushed me? Wang Hao, now detached from the crowd, immediately covered his face. Damn, if his face were to be seen by Ice Princess's fans, he'd be doxxed for sure, and then the situation could become seriously good or bad. Brother Hao catch. Rin Xing, having cooperated with Wang Hao for so many years and understanding him well, threw the flowers directly to him. Quick, take them or there's going to be casualties. Bro, this is all the help I can give. Thanks. Wang Hao caught the bouquet, and at that moment he saw at least 50 security guards charging towards him. Gosh darn it, for the love of. Chapter 619. The beautiful lady has a date. Wow. The scene was so crowded it seemed like even a fly would break its wings trying to escape. There was no way out except to push inward. Stop right there. Someone actually dared to rush the stage at such a time. This was undoubtedly a massive incident. Over 50 security guards pulled out their batons and sprinted towards Wang Hao. Just as the chaos erupted with this unforeseen interruption, the entire venue exploded in an uproar. Holy shit, what's going on? Who is that person? He's heading for the stage. Take him down. Don't let him get close to Miss Ice Princess. Protect Miss Ice Princess. The crowd was seething with emotion. All the fans roared, hurling countless glow sticks at Wang Hao. And those young people in the front rows closest to Wang Hao also lifted their chairs, ready to throw them. There was no helping it. After all, Miss Ice Princess's concerts were always insanely popular. It wasn't surprising that one or two fanatical fans would recklessly try to approach her, but the key was they had to be stopped. From a distance, in the stands, Wu Shiwan curled his lips into a sinister smile. Dirt poor. Miss Ice Princess was not someone you could approach, right? Let's see how you completely flop this. Time. Dear heavens. Wang Hao sprinted around the stage. Knowing the moment he stopped, the security guards would pounce on him and pin him down within minutes. Ever seen human pyramids? A pyramid with over 50 people could kill someone. Desperate times call for desperate measures. After running tens of meters, Wang Hao spotted a step ahead, and without a second thought, he dashed onto the stage with a leap. What happened? The moment Bai Yining saw Wang Hao come up, she immediately took a step forward, standing beside him. Someone pushed me. Wang Hao spoke hastily, then suddenly steadied himself. 1 second he was being chased like a homeless dog, and the next, he transformed into the epitome of a perfect gentleman. Ahem, He coughed lightly and said, "The most beautiful flower for the most beautiful person, well sung." As he spoke, he extended the flower in his hand, and even gave a cheeky wink. "Moi. You big bad guy." Bai Yining was caught between laughter and tears, her face suddenly flushing red. Then she stepped forward to boldly accept the rose Wang Hao offered, smiling and saying, "Thank you." Then, all of a sudden, the whole venue fell silent. Everyone's jaw nearly hit the floor. Miss Ice Princess actually accepted the young man's flower? Who the heck was he? How could his flower possibly have been accepted? No way, who is this guy? Yeah, she accepted his flower? Am I seeing things? What is this all about? At that moment, the concert venue was abuzz with soft whirring, and the volume grew louder as everyone discussed Wang Hao's identity. Fortunately, at that time, Bai Yining picked up the microphone and offered a brief explanation. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for the flowers, and also a special thanks to Mr. Wang for writing the lyrics and composing the song Bubble. I really love it, thank you." Wow. As soon as Bai Yining finished her statement, the crowd went wild. So he's the author of Bubble. Awesome, awesome. He's so young. And pretty handsome too. So that's it. No wonder Miss Ice Princess accepted his flower. I was wondering. Realizing he was the author of Bubble, the over 50 security guards looked at each other and then collectively backed off. Since he was the creator of Bubble, he must be familiar with Miss Ice Princess. So naturally, there was no need to worry. Coming up in panic, but going down was naturally a different story. When Wang Hao got off the stage, he was flanked by more than 50 guards, a sight to behold. Once he sat back down in his place, everyone around him gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Hao, that was impressive." Then, inside the VIP area, about a dozen people holding bouquets of flowers rushed over. "Mr. Wang, please help us deliver the flowers." Wang Hao, F***CK, his last attempt nearly cost him his life. What the hell do they want now? After that little interlude, the concert continued. Bai Yining's singing wafted through the entire stadium, entrancing her fans, while Wang Hao too listened below, shaking his head and swaying along. His wife's singing was just that delightful. Who would dare to challenge it? And quite obviously, after the previous flower delivery incident, it became entirely natural for Wang Hao to go up and give flowers again. After the second time he went up, those more than 50 security guards were practically surrounding him with all kinds of respect. Wang Hao this time held the flowers elegantly as he walked onto the stage. "You're singing well. Keep it up." "Thank you." Bai Yining accepted the flowers, her face beaming with happiness. It was true that Wang Hao had never given her any roses before, but today he made up for all of it. The audience in the stands laughed cheerily. "Ha ha, Mr. Wang is just too funny. He's like Miss Ice Princess's designated flower delivery guy." Right? We've seen delivery guys for takeout, but today we've opened our eyes. A professional flower delivery guy? Hey, look down there. There are still so many bouquets. Wonder if he can manage to deliver them all. It's no wonder the audience was astonished. After 2 flower deliveries, Wang Hao was completely surrounded by bouquets, hardly able to sit in his seat. "Mr. Wang, this is the flower I prepared for Miss Ice Princess. Please make sure to deliver it." "Mr. Wang, please do me a favor. We can talk terms." "Mr. Wang, look at this." While Bai Yining went backstage to change outfits, a big crowd surrounded Wang Hao, so eager and submissive. "Mr. Wang, do you want some water? This is Evian mineral water flown in." "Mr. Wang, look over here. The flowers are ready. The card too." Wang Hao sat in his chair with his legs crossed and said, "Oh, you guys are too polite. Just leave them here. I will deliver them if I get a chance." Wu Shuan, sitting behind him, nearly popped his eyes out in astonishment. Holy shit. Is this even possible? Now he really regretted it. Damn, he botched the task. The guy turned out to be a composer. The following scene was even more entertaining. Bai Yining sang a song, and Wang Hao delivered flowers each time. The stage was nearly overflowing with them. Time flew by, and soon all the songs scheduled for the concert had ended. Just as the crowd was dispersing, Wang Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. "Bai Yining, you naughty fellow, what are you doing? Are you busy tomorrow?" "Wang Hao, wasn't I just at your Moi concert? I'm free tomorrow." "Bai Yining, great then. I have to socialize again for my company tomorrow, and I can't be bothered. Let's go shopping." Our big star wants to go shopping with me? Ah, just thinking about how she was like a goddess on stage a moment ago, and now she's ready to go shopping with me. Wang Hao. Yes, sure. Bai Yining. Then wait for me at home tomorrow. I will come to pick you up. Wang Hao deal. After putting away his phone, Ren Xing and the group had already noticed the change in Wang Hao's expression. He was grinning way too impishly. Brother Hao, what's going on? Ren Xing hummed, glancing at him sideways. It couldn't be that the goddess has sought you out again, could it? You guessed it, Wang Hao said with a beaming smile and a nod. The beauty has made plans. Oh, I gotta accompany the goddess for a walk tomorrow. Then, Wang Hao was bombarded with a burst of jealous punches. Time to go home and sleep. Chapter 620. Grit your teeth, stomp your foot, reach out, and grab. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early to wash and dress. Today is the day I go shopping with my darling. Must look crisp and clean. He quickly got ready, and then came the truly important matter. Where should we take a stroll today? Oh, where should we go? Wang Hao pondered, stroking his chin. Usually if it's just a man and a woman, we should find a quiet place. But where? A cornfield? No, that's too dirty. What about the small grove in the park? That's also a bit dirty. I guess Ice Princess can't go there. How about the cinema? That's a good suggestion. That settled it. He decided to take his darling to the movies. Since the decision had been made, Wang Hao headed downstairs. As soon as he exited the stairwell, he saw Bai's bodyguards patrolling the yard, all on high alert, and Nighthawk drones monitoring the area with no blind spots. Are you guys filming a Hollywood blockbuster, or what? Wang Hao approached a bodyguard and asked, Don't you get tired doing this every day? Boss is great. The bodyguard saw Wang Hao coming out and quickly stood at attention, saluting with a snap, and said, For the young master, and the boss's safety, we're not afraid of getting tired. Wang Hao, you guys aren't tired, but I feel pretty annoyed being monitored all the time, okay? Alright then, you guys go ahead with your work. Wang Hao shrugged helplessly. After all, it was their job, and it wouldn't be nice not to let them work. Soon he reached the entrance of the neighborhood and stood by the roadside checking his phone. The internet was abuzz with news of yesterday's concert, especially about his role as a professional flower deliverer, which was highly featured. This professional flower deliverer is so funny. Running up 10 times during a single concert. Professional flower deliverer, songwriter Mr. Wang. Are you still looking for a runner? I can bring my own provisions. Professional runner begging for a spot. Miss Ice Princess doesn't mind the professional flower deliverer delivering flowers. Is this job still hiring? I want to dare to. I'll even work without a salary. Scrolling through Weibo and reading these comments, Wang Hao was all smiles. Jealous, are you? This is my unique profession. Wah, what are you laughing about by yourself? While Wang Hao was laughing, suddenly a cool voice rang out. He looked up, and there was his darling Ice Princess Bai Yining. You're here. Wang Hao quickly put away his phone and said, Just browsing Weibo. I'm your personal flower deliverer now. Always making cheap jokes. Bai Yining smiled slightly, and then said, Get in the car. Let's go watch a movie today. Watching a movie? That sounds good. She's thinking of going together too. What a coincidence. Wang Hao's eyes widened instantaneously. I was also planning to ask you to see a movie. Didn't expect you had the same thought. It seems I still played it too safe. Had I known we'd think of going together, I would have planned for something wild today, like heading to the countryside, to the park, to the cornfield forest. What are you thinking? Once Wang Hao got in the car, Bai Yining looked at him curiously. You seem a bit upset. Don't you want to go to the movies? No, not at all. My inner thoughts can't possibly be spoken aloud. Wang Hao shook his head like a tambourine. I'm just surprised. Didn't expect you to actually invite me to watch a movie. The cinema. It'll be pitch dark. What if something happens? Will my darling be all right in the dark? What should I do then? I need advice fast. It's urgent. The car sped along, Bai Yining pulling Wang Hao straight to Wanda Plaza in the city center. Since it's a movie date, especially with Ice Princess, it's only natural to watch the best. IMAX 4D, no explanation needed. After parking in the underground garage, they headed straight to the cinema on the 4th floor. As soon as Wang Hao showed his face while buying tickets, it caused a stir. Look, it's the professional flower deliverer. The professional flower deliverer is here. Professional flower deliverer, Could you sign an autograph for me? Mr. Flower Deliverer, what does it feel like to give flowers to Miss Ice Princess? A huge crowd of Ice Princess's fervent fans bypassed Bai Yining, who was disguised with makeup, and completely surrounded Wang Hao. Mr. Wang, I am your fan. No, 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 you are my idol. Could you sign for me? Me too, me too. With that hand you used to give flowers to Miss Ice Princess, sign one for me too. Mr. Wang, how did you feel at that moment? Was your heart beating fast? Seeing so many people so enthusiastic, it would be rude not to respond, right? After all, they are all Ice Princess's fans, so I've got to take good care of them. Cough, cough. Well, Wang Hao really wanted to tell them that their idol was actually the one next to him, but he stopped himself at the last minute. Actually, I didn't think too much at that time, just entrusted by someone to deliver flowers. You see how kind-hearted I am. Couldn't really refuse anyone. The crowd cheered. Indeed, the professional flower deliverer's work ethic is very high. Wang Hao, isn't that necessary? Our professional skills have already reached the level of deceiving targets into our hands. All right, everyone, calm down. Wang Hao took the pen and quickly wrote, "Professional flower deliverer," on the fans' books. There you go. I've met your demands. And then that group of fans went off joyfully. It was the first time Wang Hao felt like he had also become an idol, and he vigorously wiped his sweat. It's not easy. Congratulations on having your own fans, Bai Yining said with a smiling face. How does it feel to be an idol? It's just okay. Wang Hao wiped his cold sweat. It's kind of scary. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao then asked Bai Yining, which movie should we watch? I don't know either. Bai Yining shook her head before the two of them stood in the lobby watching the promo clips on a small screen. It could be said that it was the first time Wang Hao was watching a movie with his girlfriend. As for Bai Yining, she was absolutely a novice. Neither of them had a specific target, so they ended up choosing a movie with decent visuals, Dragonfire 3. They queued up and randomly bought 2 IMAX tickets. Then Wang Hao and Bai Yining entered the screening hall. Dragonfire 3, touted as a fantasy blockbuster made with a $200 million investment, tells a story of ancient myths from the Heavenly People's Republic. The scenes and plot twists were said to be magnificent, at least according to the advertisements. But as soon as they entered the screening hall, Wang Hao instantly became a bit confused. It wasn't because the theater was too crowded, but because it was almost empty. Just the two of us. Wang Hao was utterly delighted. Perfect. The entire screening hall was just for him and Bai Yining. In such an environment, once the lights go off, no one around, air conditioning chilling, what might happen? If Miss Ice Princess gets cold, should I lend her my jacket? If she smells the strong scent of a man on my clothes, will she become emotionally confused? In her confusion, could I actually get a taste of her lips? Once emotions are stirred up, should we find a hotel room? Which hotel is good? How about Shangri-La? Is that classy enough? As far as his thoughts could go, Wang Hao went that far. And before he could finish his thoughts, Bai Yining simply grabbed him and sat down at a random spot. Let's just sit here, see if the movie is any good. But with so few people here, just the two of us, it probably won't be that great. Wang Hao, no way. Sister, is this really the time to discuss whether the movie is good or not? Okay, then let's sit here, watch and see. Wang Hao sat down next to Bai Yining. For a moment, just the two of them in the entire screening hall, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward and charming. With a click, the lights in the screening hall completely dimmed. God, it's happening so fast. Wang Hao's heart started pounding furiously. Such a great opportunity. If I don't do something, I might as well bash my head with tofu and be done with it. Wang Hao shivered. The air conditioning in this room is quite chilly. Aren't you cold? Bai Yining, I'm fine. Are you cold? Wang Hao, aren't you supposed to say something like, I'm so cold, hold me tight? In this kind of situation. No, nothing. Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly, just saying, give myself a slap. Dang it. Such a good opportunity, and I chicken out. What are you fidgeting about? Bai Yining turned her head over, curiously asking as Wang Hao was feeling gloomy. Got ADHD? Wang Hao, damn, I can't take this anymore. Cripes, it's just watching a movie, right? What am I so afraid of? Wang Hao gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and reached out, grabbed. Oh yeah, success. Wang Hao accomplished it. Wang Hao accomplished it. Don't give Bai Yining any chance. The great right hand carried on the glorious tradition of the Wang family. Shimenqing, Ouyang Ku. The moment resonated with souls. Wang Hao represented the most intense desires of a vast number of fans. At this moment, he was not fighting alone. He was not alone. At this moment, Wang Hao was in tears. Man, I succeeded. I finally managed to hold her tender little hand. Feeling that hand, such a soft and boneless sensation, that skin smooth like water. Even if the fans beat me into a meat paste right now, it wouldn't be a loss. This naughty guy, Bai Yining's hand was grabbed by Wang Hao. Her heart instantly started pounding. But she kept her composure as the kung fu sound started, and the big screen lit up. The movie began. He. Holding Bai Yining's hand, Wang Hao chuckled foolishly. He chuckled so much that Bai Yining couldn't bear it anymore and decisively turned her head to glare at him. Stop laughing. Just watch the movie. Okay. Chapter 621. Meeting our future brother-in-law? Although they were holding hands now, Wang Hao still knew when to call it quits. Yining was, after all, experiencing her first love. The young girl had barely even touched a man's skin before, and her shyness was a given. If he really wanted to press his advantage now, one could pretty much predict what kind of scene would unfold next. Let's just watch the movie. Wang Hao vigorously nodded, watching the movie with Yining. Of course, without letting go of her hand. The film they were watching, Dragonfire 3, was relatively run-of-the-mill. In Wang Hao's opinion, it was indeed quite mediocre. It told the story of a demonic dragon suppressed in the South Sea, hating the heavens, killing the turtle immortal, stealing the divine pill, and ultimately transforming into a 100-zhonglong demonic dragon that unleashed hellfire to burn the world. As disaster loomed, the great immortals and their disciples, obeying the heavenly emperor's decree and aided by the gods, finally captured the demonic dragon. Now, this kind of theme was relatively mainstream, but the problem was that the film's pacing was all over the place, and it was pretty much unwatchable. Wang Hao only watched for a bit and felt that it was better to focus on the feeling of Yining's delicate hand. Wang Hao. Yining's hand felt cool in his, prompting her to shift the conversation. How do you feel about the movie? That. Wang Hao glanced casually at the big screen, shook his head, and said, It's just speechless. I could fall asleep watching it. With such a storyline, it's no wonder there are so few people here. Oh. Yining nodded and continued watching. However, with her hand in Wang Hao's, her heart thumped uncontrollably. Is this what first love feels like? It seems not too bad. The two of them sat in the theater just like that, with the movie's plot unfolding as if in a stream of consciousness. But quite obviously, no one had the mind to watch it after a while. Wang Hao stealthily leaned closer to Yining, whispering, What should we do after the movie is over? Let's go for lunch. I'm a bit hungry, Yining said with a wry smile, then decisively turned to give Wang Hao a look. What are you up to, you rascal? What am I up to? Does she even need to ask? Alone in a movie theater with a single gentleman and a lady, what could they possibly be thinking of? Of course it's to. Nothing. I was just worried you might be cold. Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly, then promptly sat up straight. The movie's finally over, I wonder. Which company made it? This is quite tragic. They're definitely going to lose a fortune. And then he saw the subtitles. Producer, buys film and television entertainment company. Wang Hao glanced at the subtitles, then looked at Yining, and then back at the subtitles, gulping down. This buys film and television entertainment company. Wouldn't happen to be your family's company, right? It seems like it is. Yining covered her forehead and said, What on earth was my cousin thinking shooting this film? Then she stood up and said, Let's go. We've got nothing else to do. Let's visit my cousin's company. Cousin? Yining's cousin? Wouldn't that make him my future uncle by marriage? Having just criticized the movie, isn't this a bit awkward? What? Wang Hao asked cautiously. Are you taking me to see my future uncle? Hey, I didn't even buy a gift. How embarrassing is that? What should I prepare? There's no need to prepare anything. Let's just go there and see. Yining was surprisingly not letting go, pulling Wang Hao by the hand and heading out. My cousin's name is Bai Zhe. He has always been very nice to me. There aren't many in the family I can talk to, but he's one. It seems like the movie flopped badly. I plan to see how things are over there. Are you coming with me? Of course I am. Wang Hao decisively nodded. Let's go. Let's check it out. It's also a good opportunity for me to visit my future uncle. Heh. Since they were going to visit the uncle, the two set out. They went to the underground parking lot to get the car and drove straight to the location of Bai's Film and Television Entertainment Company, Tianhong Avenue. Here we are. Let's get out. Yanning parked the car, and then both of them got out. Wang Hao looked up and saw the prominent Bai's Film and Television Entertainment Company sign 100 meters away in a prime location, with the building blending seamlessly into its surroundings, spacious parking lot, luxurious decor, indeed befitting a Bai family enterprise. Everything about it exuded grandeur. Let's go. Yanning gathered a lock of hair and gently tucked it behind her ear, then took the initiative to hold Wang Hao's hand as they entered the building. Upon entering the company doors, Wang Hao saw several employees bustling back and forth with files, their expressions so serious it seemed they were afraid to speak and anger someone. The security guards at the entrance were listless. Upon seeing Wang Hao and Yanning enter, they glanced over and then let them pass. Something's off. Yanning turned her head, brows deeply furrowed, looking at Wang Hao with a face full of concern. It does seem like it. Wang Hao nodded, looked around, and asked, "Was your brother's company not like this before?" "Of course not," Yanning replied. "My brother's film company is one of the big ones in the country, with assets around 10 billion or so, and they have no less than 20 A-list celebrities, not to mention the B and C-listers. The producers who invest here also include billionaires. Like the war-themed movie The Beacon from 5 years ago, it created a super box office of 1.5 billion, breaking multiple historical records. And The Beacon 2 from 2 years ago even reached a box office of 1.8 billion, ranking first in our Heavenly People's Republic's film history. But now, it seems to me there's a bit of a depression." Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. "It does seem a bit off indeed." Yanning also shrugged. "Let's go. My boyfriend has always had extensive powers. He's my cousin, and he'll see for himself in a moment." "Ah, that's what I like to hear. When the wife's cousin is in trouble, as a husband, I've got to step up, right?" I'm still holding her hand even now. The two then walked side by side into the elevator. A minute later, they reached the 16th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a cold draft hit them in the face, causing both of them to shiver involuntarily. This atmosphere feels kind of off. Looking up, they saw a vast space more than 1,000 square meters large, with greenish-gray floor tiles extending as far as the eye could see, the reflected soft light from above making one instinctively tighten their clothes. The walls on both sides were plastered with posters of movies that were about to be released: Red Spring Square, Beihai Love Story / My Youth My Dream, Good, Magistrate of the Tang Dynasty. Wang Hao, damn, what the hell are these? Can such movies even make money? They continued to walk down the corridor, and just as they reached a small conference room, they heard a loud bang bang of someone pounding on a table inside. Trash. Nothing but trash. The voice inside was clearly very angry, shouting, "Before shooting, you all told me that this script was based on folk myths and legends. It was compiled after consulting books and conducting field investigations and adaptations. You also said something about the storyline being tight and the scenes being grand. Grand my ass. Look at this box office. We invested a total of 1.6 billion in this film, and the box office is only 80 million. 80 million. The Dragonfire series is now completely ruined." Ruined? Wang Hao and Yanning exchanged glances. Investing 1.6 billion for a box office of 80 million. That's really... Isn't that a bit too brutal? Sis. Yanning pushed open the door to the conference room, taking Wang Hao with her as they walked in. "Why are you here?" As Yanning and Wang Hao entered, a young man in his 30s wearing thick black-framed glasses was momentarily stunned. "And this is..." Wang Hao glanced around. At that moment, about a dozen people were seated in the conference room. This one speaking must be Yanning's cousin Zhe, and those sitting below were most likely members of the Dragonfire 3 crew. I just don't know which. Idiot is the director. Wang Hao. Yanning looked at Wang Hao. It wasn't appropriate to introduce him as her boyfriend now, so she picked an identity for him quite frankly. He's a screenwriter. Screenwriter? Upon hearing this, 10 pairs of eyes instantly focused on Wang Hao, and the murmurs began. "This is Miss Ice Princess, isn't it? Who is this young guy? A pretty boy hanging on to someone's coattails. Who knows how he got hooked up with Miss Ice Princess? Maybe he hopes to pull in some investment to film a movie and make a name for himself. What could a pretty boy like that bring to the table, huh? Sis, bringing a screenwriter over at this time. Baizé looked at Wang Hao, frowning so hard his eyebrows formed at Chan, then pulled Bai Yining aside and whispered, "Do you want him to write a script for me? He's quite young, isn't he? You know how it is in the domestic market. Hooking you up because of our relation is no issue, and I wouldn't worry about tens of millions. But these past 2 years, our company has been losing money on every film we make. Dragonfire 3 Foot had an investment of 150 million, but only made back 80 million at the box office. If he manages to produce another flop, our company's reputation will be utterly smashed." He was actually putting his reservations up front. Funding a movie was no issue, and thanks to their close relationship from childhood, tens of millions were really not a concern. But if the film turned out to be a dud, and it broke the company's reputation, "Brother, you've misunderstood me," said Bai Yining with a pursed smile, then glanced at Wang Hao and added, "I don't know about others, but if he makes a movie, I'm sure it won't lose money." The moment Bai Yining spoke out, the few people present immediately hissed disapprovingly, and a portly middle-aged man snorted. "Miss Ice Princess, I don't mean to disrespect you, but can something written by such a young fellow even be worth watching?" That's right, another person chimed in. "I know, Miss Ice Princess, you're not short on money, but once the reputation takes a hit, it'll be hard to gather such a following again." Exactly. We all put our hearts into making a movie and the attendance is still not good. If this young man writes something, wouldn't it be utterly fruitless? Surely it would mean throwing whatever you invest straight into a black hole. Chapter 622. Listening to the doubts of the crew members present, Wang Hao, who had been standing by, suddenly burst into laughter. "If it weren't for the fact that this is my cousin Ice Princess's company, no amount of money would be worth wasting words on these folks. I'm actually hearing for the first time that being young is a crime." Wang Hao glanced at these people, scoffed, and said, "So what if you are older? I've also watched Dragonfire 3, and to be honest, calling this trash worth 80 million is still an overestimation. From the script to the visuals, there's nothing presentable. And you call this a big production? I'm not mocking anyone. I'm just saying, with your level, even if you make another 10 films, they'll all flop." Damn, this young man is so arrogant. As soon as Wang Hao uttered these words, the entire conference room exploded. "Young man, don't be too arrogant. I am, after all, a well-known domestic director. The movies I've directed before have all done quite well at the box office. That's right, any of us here is top-notch in the circle. Our level? Young man, we are already at the top of our industry. You're just a nobody. Aren't you afraid your tongue will betray you?" The crowd banged on the table and shouted loudly, turning the whole scene into chaos. "Enough. Stop arguing." Baizé slammed his hand on the table hard, causing a loud bang, and the water cup on the table jumped. He looked around the room, then turned to Bai Yining and Wang Hao, saying, "Little sister, you two sit down first." After Bai Yining and Wang Hao sat down, Baizé said, "Regardless, this movie indeed flopped, grossing only 80 million in 13 days while our investment was 150 million. We've lost nearly 130 million on this film, which is a total loss. I don't want to delve into whose fault it is. If we really pursued it, no one could bear the responsibility. But we must understand why it flopped. If we can't figure that out, then just like this young fellow said, our next 10 films will flop too." His words left everyone looking at each other, speechless. He was right. Investing 150 million but only getting back 80 million in revenue. Bearing a loss of 4/5, no one could shoulder that responsibility. But after all, it's the Bai family. If it doesn't work out, then accept the loss. We still need to have that courage. However, accepting losses is one thing. Understanding the reasons is another. If we don't figure it out, who knows how much more we might lose. Let's discuss this one by one. Baizé looked around the room, first turning to one person, saying, "Scriptwriter Lu Qiwen, you first." "This?" Lu Qiwen hesitated, then struggled. "Mr. Bai, I'm just a junior screenwriter. I have no decision-making power. My script was altered more than a dozen times. There's nothing I can do about that." Lu Qiwen finished, then shrank his neck. Then directorly bombing. You must know why it flopped, right? Baize looked towards the pot-bellied middle-aged man, saying, You tell us, why did it flop? This. Li bombing, sweating profusely, looked around and decisively said, Actually, Mr. Bai, I think it's not that we weren't good, but the audience was too trashy. What we made actually has artistic value, but the audience's taste is so low they can't understand it. It's not our fault. This immediately won the approval of those present, and a group of people nodded together. Yes, 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 actually it's not. That we weren't good enough, it's that the audience was too trashy. Exactly, this bunch of viewers can't appreciate our artistry at all. What we shot was based on the myths and legends of Heavenly People's Republic, which was a great theme, but they just didn't get it. Yeah, when you think about it, we might have overestimated the audience's intelligence a bit. It's really not our fault. Listening to everyone's words, Baize vigorously rubbed his temples. These guys were now all experts at shirking responsibility, but at this point, talking was useless. Actually, for his own company, losing 100 million wasn't unbearable, but what really worried him was what to do next. Just as Baize was fretting, Wang Hao, who had been sitting by quietly, finally spoke up. Damn, daring to call the audience trash. Today, both Ice Princess and I went to see the movie. Does that make us trash too? A bunch of useless deadbeats occupying their positions. Wang Hao sat in his chair, and this time he truly spared no one's feelings. You have the nerve to say it's the audience's fault for the trash you've produced? Lu Qiwen, the scriptwriter, right? You have the audacity to call that thing a script? The whole movie from beginning to end was as insipid as plain water, with various twisting plot points. I almost fell asleep watching it. Lu Qiwen instantly flew into a rage when he heard this. What's wrong with my script? This is a compilation and adaptation from the exquisite folk myths and legends of Chaos Han, for which I was invited by local cultural organizations. For this script, I read books, conducted surveys, and developed the storyline based on records from local temple inscriptions. I've been running around for this thing for a full 3 years. 3 years, so you think you're right. Wang Hao snorted coldly. Even if it took 3 years, this crappy script wouldn't be worth 3 days. Do you even understand what a script is? Do you get what a story is? How do I not understand? Lu Qiwen shouted, his face red. What's wrong with my story, huh? How can you say it's no good? The others looked at Wang Hao and exclaimed loudly. Yeah, how can it be no good? Li Bombing even slammed the table hard and said, Kid, you can eat more, but don't talk nonsense. I think the script looks pretty good, so why wouldn't it work? Baize frowned as he watched the chaos, but changed his mind upon catching Yining Sai, who subtly shook her head. There must be something up. He knew what kind of person his sister was, but it was obvious that at this moment, she had a lot of trust in this young man. It seemed that this young man must have some real skills. Thinking this, Baize smacked the table forcefully and declared, Enough with the racket. Let the young brother finish talking. The conference room quieted down quickly. I knew you wouldn't agree. Wang Hao adjusted his clothes, then walked to the front of the conference room. To the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and drew a circle, writing character inside it. Let's talk about characters first. What kind of mess is this antagonist you've created? Who sets up an antagonist like that? Lu Qiwen protested loudly. What's wrong with my antagonist? Doesn't it have artistic value? Huh. Wang Hao spat harshly. The antagonist's mother is a snake demon servant of the Queen Mother of the West, who fell in love with General Baishi and got pregnant. When the Queen Mother found out, she soaked the servant in a pool of realgar water for 3 days, and though General Baishi tried to save her, he was slain by heavenly soldiers. Eventually, upon persuasion, the Queen Mother forgave the servant who, in her agony with scales fallen off, was demoted to suffer on earth. The Queen Mother is the real antagonist here. If you were the audience, what would you think about this? Do you even understand that the common people naturally sympathize with the underdog? What's wrong with that? Lu Qiwen argued defiantly. This is art. Do you understand art? How else can we show the film's artistic value, if not for such a twisted background? Art, my foot. I knew this concept was unreasonable and it would affect the box office. Wang Hao raged. If you want to play art, go do it on your own. Don't risk other people's investments here. We're not running a charity, losing over 100 million for your artistic feelings, right? Lu Qiwen was completely at a loss now. That's a point, Bizet nodded. The setup of this antagonist has indeed significant issues. Such antagonists can't evoke hatred from viewers, and naturally, they also wouldn't want to see the protagonist defeat him, right? Exactly. Wang Hao grabbed a glass of water and continued. This main villain's setting has serious problems, and the biggest issue is that this hateful Queen Mother. What happens to her in the end of the film? She just disappears. After this plot is introduced, she never appears again. The entire crux of the film is that the great villain turns into a demon that endangers living beings because of what the Queen Mother did to his mother, and then this major evil figure never shows up. What's going on? Hearing Wang Hao saying this, Lu Qiwen felt aggrieved. I couldn't help it. The Queen Mother was originally in it, but director Li took it out. Moreover, a film with an investment of 150 million had a total script budget of just 2 million, divided among several people. If this isn't right, I have to change it. If that isn't right, I still have to change it. What can I do? It's rather helpless. This time Li Bombing objected from the sidelines, huffing. I thought this character was problematic, so I removed it. Don't think just because you're the director you can do whatever you want. Wang Hao now directed his anger at Li Bombing. So what if you're the director? Does being powerful mean you can randomly alter the script, huh? It's because you guys, these arrogant directors, always have to meddle with everything, is it not? Is it to prove how great you are if you don't change it? Huh? Keep changing it. Go ahead, keep going. See where that gets you. Actually, when it comes to scriptwriters, Wang Hao didn't usually have much of a complaint. After all, whether a story is slightly better or worse doesn't make that much of a difference. Like adaptations of novels into films or TV shows, if the original novel is of decent quality, even if the scriptwriter is a fool, as long as the plot doesn't veer off too much, the script won't be too far off. But the problem doesn't end at the scriptwriter. There's also the director. The director is generally the most celebrated person in a production team. If he just followed the script, then it wouldn't showcase his own abilities, right? It wouldn't prove his greatness, right? That's why in a production team, the scriptwriter usually has a very low status. A good script receiving dozens of changes is considered lucky. How many great works have been utterly ruined once they're adapted for the screen in the past? That's the reason. If the director doesn't make changes, how would he make a name for himself? If the reputation is good, it's the director's credit. If it's bad, it's because of your crappy script. Chapter 623, Military Theme? Fighting a War. I didn't just mess up this one script, did I? Li Bombing snapped angrily. The films I've made before are all fine products. Any film I shoot is guaranteed to be a huge hit. It was clear that he was quite popular in this small circle. As soon as he finished speaking, several people beside him chimed in. Exactly. Our team is all professionals. Each one carefully plans to ensure every detail. Like The Beacon that was hugely popular a few years ago, we poached 2 of its production staff, and they were also involved in the planning this time. Absolutely, we can almost guarantee that Dragonfire 3, while it might not match The Beacon 3, will definitely pass 2 billion at the box office with no problem. To be honest, I think we're a bit tied up. The investment is still a bit low. Li Bombing is a major domestic director. He's one who knows how many awards. But there's nothing we can do, right? You can't blame us if the audience isn't up to it. Listening to these people making excuses for themselves, Bizet slammed his hand on the table hard. Enough. Stop praising yourselves at this point. Talking about 2 billion, when the current total box office is only 80 million, it's hard to say if it can even pass 100 million. And you have the audacity to say that. And you, Bizet pointed at Li Bombing. You assured me with pats on your chest that this movie would definitely be problem-free. And now all you do is make excuses for yourself. Li Bombing, scolded until he was downcast, didn't dare to retort, and finally turned to Wang Hao, fiercely saying, Kid, don't be so smug. With my years of experience, if the films I make don't work, if it were you directing, I guess you wouldn't even get 8 million in box office. You really got it backwards, Wang Hao said, folding his arms and chuckling coldly. Do you think your film is artistic, good-looking, with grand scenes and a twisting plot? Still feeling proud of yourself? I don't mean to look down on you, but you old bones can't keep up with the times, and you still think highly of yourselves, thinking you are so great. I ask you, do you understand what the Hollywood model is? Do you understand what audience demands are? That popcorn movie stuff, I don't care about making. Lee Bombing huffed. It's just Hollywood. What's so great about that? The others present weren't impressed by this claim, but Baizé lit up immediately. Good, good, good. Little brother, tell us. What exactly is this Hollywood model? We've been studying Hollywood films forever, but while their plots seem nothing extraordinary, their movies always become bestsellers. Analyze for us, what's really going on? Bai Yining was also watching Wang Hao. This guy indeed brought too much magic with him, always seeming to understand everything. The Hollywood model, simply put, is the same as the online novel model. Wang Hao directly wrote online novel on the whiteboard, then said, for instance, the model of online novels is fast-paced plot progression, one event smoothly leading to another, and, importantly, every link has exciting moments, no torturing the protagonist nor distorting the plot. From the beginning, it has to grab the viewer's attention, and the pace in the middle cannot stop. Then Wang Hao looked around the room and said, now, look at the movie you guys made. What is that? Let's not even talk about the twisted plot for now. Where are the exciting moments? Are the viewers coming to the movies to get depressed? It has to be thrilling. You have to make the viewers feel exhilarated. What do the audience want? Either you give them stunning fight scenes with grand settings, or you sell some nostalgia with a low-budget film that tells a story to reminisce about. If you don't have either of those, you have to at least add some thrilling moments to make the viewers happy. But your movie has none of these. How can such a movie not flop? Opening the movie without attracting the viewer's attention, but instead featuring a child pestering for a story, saying Yuer doesn't want to hear these. Yuer wants to hear something unheard of, acting spoiled. Can your heavenly court get married? If not, where did this child come from? From a stone? The one who came from a stone is Sun Wukong. As Wang Hao spoke so amusingly, Bai Yining couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy, his words were just too straightforward, a bit harsh. What's wrong with a little child? Li Boming's face turned from red to white after being spoken to by Wang Hao, his lips struggling. I was just planning to introduce the story with that. Bullshit. Wang Hao bluntly returned his statement with a bullshit and said, the audience wants excitement. They want thrills. Who would care to hear you tell a story to a child? And what identity does this villain have? It's just because two people in heaven fell in love and were cast down to the mortal world. Then right after introducing the big villain, this child appears. Who bore this child? Isn't that a contradiction? Starting with such a big bug will readers buy your story? That makes sense. A lot of sense. Baizé kept listening and found it increasingly sensible, urgently saying, so, if you were in charge, or if you did it, how would you handle it? That's simple, Wang Hao directly said. Start with a big fight scene to catch the viewer's eyes. Once their attention is caught, what follows is one event after another in a fast-paced manner, from start to finish, never stopping. In this kind of film, you can't focus on all those boring themes of love and romance, at least not make it the main storyline. You need to give the protagonist issues to resolve. Fast-paced pace. Baizé murmured as he rubbed his chin, then suddenly said, little brother, the matter of this film is already past. Let's not study it for now. I want to ask you, we are indeed preparing our next film now, a military-themed one. Do you have any good advice? He handed over a small notebook. Here is the screenplay. Military-themed. Wang Hao paused for a moment, then took the screenplay. About war? Yes, about war, Baizé nodded. A war film, grand scenes, various military equipment, a team going to eliminate mercenaries. What do you think? I don't feel great about this. Wang Hao flipped through the screenplay and then threw it onto the table, decisively shaking his head. This isn't how you do it. I can't see any thrilling points in this story. Our country's military isn't allowed to engage in combat just like that. It violates United Nations treaties. Just that alone would get us crucified by the audience. And it'd be tough to get approval too. What should we do then? Baizé furrowed his brows. You mean, this movie is still going to flop? Absolutely. Wang Hao nodded firmly. Is that even a question? As soon as Wang Hao criticized the screenplay again, several people present couldn't sit still. This was their next movie, and if it was rejected, what the hell were they supposed to do? They didn't care if it would be a hit, just shoot it first and talk later. After all, they were earning a salary, not a share. This kid doesn't know jack shit, yet he critiques our screenplay. Exactly. He doesn't even know what an outline is. He might as well go write a primary school essay. How artistic this movie is. If this isn't good, what is? Right? He was just blowing smoke just now. Do you have any works? Everyone bombarded him with comments, all glaring at Wang Hao. Keep going. Let's see how far you can blow this. I don't believe this at all. We were part of the scriptwriting team for The Beacon 3. How could this young punk outdo us? Actually, if it's a military theme, I do have one. Wang Hao stroked his chin, suddenly smiling. The protagonist is a retired Special Forces soldier, swept up in a war zone, fighting alone, infiltrating behind enemy lines, without any support from his country's embassy, rescues his fellow citizens. It highlights individual heroism and promotes the spirit of our nation and military, as well as showing the friendly relations between our country and its allies. Hearing Wang Hao's words, a group sneered in unison. Nationalism too? Why don't you just fly to the sky? The group's buzzing chatter stopped suddenly as Baize widened his eyes, staring at Wang Hao. Wait a moment. Everyone looked puzzled. This theme sounds good. This period needs such fiery and impassioned scripts, Baize urgently said. Brother, can you elaborate on the process of this theme? If you were to direct it, how would you narrate this story? Could you discuss it in detail? Sure, Wang Hao began to explain to Baize. First, we definitely need to grab the audience's attention right from the beginning. How? Start with a thrilling fight sequence. Imagine this. It's on the ocean, a cargo ship heading to Africa, when suddenly, it encounters pirates. The pirates are brutal, killing people with guns. Just then, the protagonist appears. He jumps into the sea, engaging in a stunning underwater fight, capturing 5 or 6 pirates. He then picks up a sniper rifle, fires a bullet, and kills the last pirate. Underwater fight, ocean, pirates. Baize muttered to himself, tasting the idea more and more. Not bad at all. The pirates are brutal. It's great when the protagonist decisively intervenes. The audience would love it. Exactly, Wang Hao said with a smile. Next, we simply narrate the protagonist's story. Actually, he's a recon soldier, returning his comrades' ashes to his hometown, and he encounters a forced demolition. Forced demolition is wicked, totally disregards human life. At first, the demolition leader sees the protagonist interfering with his plans and immediately calls a bunch of thugs over, but they get beaten up badly by the protagonist. Then the police arrive, and the demolition leader is in cahoots with them, all smug and arrogant. He even drops a line, "You can fight. Huh? You might protect them temporarily, but can you protect them forever? Once you leave, I will kill them." Mr. Bai, what do you think he should do then? Baize slapped his thigh fiercely. That's a no-brainer. He must kill him. Exactly, Wang Hao laughed out loud. That's what satisfies the audience's desire. The hatred is fueled, and naturally, the next step is to kill him. Chapter 624, Werewolf. Wang Hao had said so much that Baize could already sense that. This movie had the potential to be a huge hit. The reason was simple. The young man in front of him had a good grasp of the audience's psychology and could set their pace. However, just as Baize was about to ask Wang Hao to continue, Li Boming suddenly burst out shouting, "Nonsense! This is absolute nonsense!" Li Boming stared at Wang Hao and yelled, "The lead characters are just a few people, beating a gang of thugs till they lose their teeth? Are you kidding me? How is it possible for a few people to fight a dozen or more?" As soon as he said this, the others around them nodded in agreement. Exactly, it's a big joke for a few people to knock down dozens. Young people are just unreliable in their actions. That's right, it'd make sense if a few people fought about 10 others. We've seen those types of hooligans during forced demolitions, but dozens armed with weapons taken down by a few people. Faced with their doubts, Wang Hao scoffed disdainfully. These guys, if they can't keep up with the times, that's one thing, but then they have to spout a whole bunch of grand principles. It's precisely because of them that the movies in Heavenly People's Republic have become what they are today. That's why I say, it's because of you lot, who refuse to innovate and just live off your past achievements, that the film market in Heavenly People's Republic is so poor. Wang Hao didn't give them any face as he said, "What's wrong with a few people beating dozens? The Americans make a movie, and a Hollywood protagonist can take on a regiment on his own without getting hit, and that's fine. A Chinese special forces soldier fighting more than a dozen people has to die. Both domestically and internationally, there are movies with individual heroism. If a domestic film goes beyond logical reality, you people lash out with heavy criticism. This is wrong. That's wrong. This is impossible. That's impossible. But when foreign films of the same genre have invincible heroes single-handedly saving the world, I don't see you criticizing their logic. You're just twisting words to win the argument. Li Boming's face turned red with Wang Hao's words, retorting, "Your protagonist takes on 10 people alone. He should at least get injured, right? Bleed right. Die right. How can he be unscathed? That's too fake." "How is that fake?" Wang Hao snorted coldly. "In American movies, a person can keep fighting for half an hour after getting shot, and if he doesn't die, it's justified. A person from Heavenly Country gets shot and has to die. What kind of logic is that? Do Americans and people from Heavenly Country have different body structures? I just won't die. I just won't fall. The soldiers of Heavenly Country just won't fall. What about it? I really can't understand. In America, it's one hero saving the whole world. There's a president who flies a plane and makes the aliens cry. A few people in a car can blow up a Russian submarine base, and all. This is acceptable, but our Heavenly Country soldiers can't fight 10-on-1. Is that it?" Ending his piece, Wang Hao emphasized each word with conviction. "The dude simply has the main character aura. What about it?" After he finished speaking, Li Boming was about to respond when suddenly there was applause. "Well said." Bai Yining, sitting next to Wang Hao, was smiling and clapping her hands, her eyes full of admiration as she looked at Wang Hao. Then she turned her head disdainfully towards Li Boming and the others. "Some people have been brainwashed for so long. It's like a drug addiction, hard to quit. They've been kneeling for so long. Their bones have become brittle, and they can't stand up anymore." "Exactly, that makes a lot of sense." Bai Zhe slapped his thigh fiercely. "When it comes to domestic and international movies, they play a double standard, judging the same type of movies with different criteria. You talk to them about plot, and they talk about special effects. You discuss special effects, and they bring up the plot. How smooth is this double standard play? If you say the plot is bad, that's a matter of taste. I can understand that. Not every film can be liked by everyone. I even think those American blockbusters are crap. But using double standards to say that one against many is unrealistic, while always praising America for this and that, that's just not right." "That's the way it is," Wang Hao nodded and continued. "In the past 2 years, the film market has been continuously making losses, and films have been continuously flopping, which has led to capital flight and a large number of film companies going bankrupt, suffering losses, and senior executives resigning. The film industry has reached a turning point, with film financing and company equity financing becoming difficult, and the industry is struggling. The survival rate of small companies is incredibly low, and the industry has come to a very difficult moment. Why? It's because of those who have no ability and only know how to suck up the resources within the industry. It's fine if you think Hollywood stuff is good. I also think their ability to become a global sensation truly takes real talent. But on one hand, you overly praise them while playing double standards with domestic movies, failing to properly learn and yet still claiming to be the best in the world, even if the movies you make flop. This just doesn't make sense, right? You." Pointing at Wang Hao, Li Boming was shaking with anger. Fine. I want to see what kind of stuff you can come up with today. A nobody, a young upstart, sure talks big. You don't agree, huh?" Wang Hao chuckled coldly, and then said, "Even if you don't agree, you'll have to endure it." Cough, cough, cough. Bai Zhe quickly coughed. "All right, little brother, don't stoop to their level. Continue speaking, just continue." "All right," Wang Hao nodded and went on. "Next, the protagonist naturally ends up in prison because of the serious injury he inflicted on the demolition leader. This part of the story simply introduces the protagonist's romantic history." Wang Hao then explained the plot to Bai Zhe in detail. Yes, what he was describing was indeed the plot from a past life's hottest movie, Werewolf 2. If there was any movie in the country that truly reached the ceiling of box office earnings, then Werewolf 2 was undoubtedly the one. Covering for the evacuation, saving the key little black girl, encountering the female doctor. The more Bai Zhe listened, the brighter his eyes shone, especially when he heard about the tank battle with the mercenaries at the end. He was so excited he wanted to slam the table. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. That's what I want. This is the Hollywood blockbuster recipe that withstands the test of time. Excellent, just excellent. There's no problem with this script. Brother, what do you think this movie should be called? Wang Hao looked around the room with a smile, then slowly said the two words. Werewolf. Wang Hao declared it, word for word. The story I'm telling, it's called Werewolf. Werewolf. Just hearing this ferocious name, Bai Zhe knew, this movie, it was going to be on fire. Fine, 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 let's name it that. Bai Zhe nodded continuously, then looked at Wang Hao and said, Brother, we'll go with this film. Now, regarding the preparation work for the crew. Bai Zhe had just started speaking when Li Bombing and the others exchanged glances and suddenly stood up together. Mr. Bai, we are really sorry, but we cannot take this film. Please find someone more capable. These guys were actually turning their backs on us at the last minute. Director Li, Bai Zhe looked at the group, frowning. Now that we have a good screenplay, isn't it wrong for you to defect at the last moment? If you leave, how can I shoot the film with just a screenplay? We have no choice, Li Bombing suddenly laughed. Mr. Bai, we're not trying to sabotage you, but we just can't stand this guy. So please find someone more capable. There are plenty of directors in our country. Feel free to hire anyone, and we will not have any second words. Bai Zhe hesitated. Please, feel free to leave. Before Bai Zhe had made up his mind, Wang Hao simply extended his hand. Goodbye without farewell. I also feel that you might not be competent enough to shoot this film, so I'll be blunt. You arrogant brat. Li Bombing glared at Wang Hao, his tone menacing. Just because the Green Mountains last, doesn't mean the water flows forever. You don't have to be so happy now. We'll see each other again in the world. With that, he gestured to the people with him. Let's go, and we shall see how long this guy can keep being arrogant. In an instant, the group swept out of the room. In a flash, the conference room was left with only Bai Zhe, Bai Yining, and Wang Hao. Brother, about this. Bai Zhe was genuinely a bit depressed now. Although these guys seem mediocre now, they are among the top production teams in the country. Now that they've left, we have a great screenplay, but no way to shoot it. Bai Yining also looked at Wang Hao. He felt a bit different to her today. In her memory, Wang Hao was actually a very upbeat and easygoing person. But why was he so confrontational with these people today? She was a bit puzzled. But she trusted him, because she knew that the person sitting beside her wouldn't let her down. Mr. Bai, I really had no choice. Wang Hao walked to the door, peeked through the crack to watch Li Bombing and the others enter the elevator, then came back, took a long breath, and shook his head with a smile. In my opinion, these guys are only good for nothing and guaranteed to botch things up. If I hadn't deliberately pushed them away with a strong hand, the film would have been doomed from the start. What Wang Hao said was not only correct, but also his genuine sentiment. After all, making movies is quite a different story from TV dramas. For TV dramas, as long as the plot doesn't veer off course, there generally won't be any issues due to budget constraints and airing schedules. But movies are different. Even if a movie's screenplay is nearly perfect, if the director does whatever he pleases, the finished film will definitely deviate radically from what was envisioned. What if he insists on adding scenes? What if he insists on changing the plot? What if he insists on adding some characters? If changes are made recklessly, even a historically great domestic film like Werewolf 2 would for sure flop after being mangled. Therefore, Wang Hao had no choice but to intentionally talk tough to push these incompetents away and take complete control of the crew in order to perfectly reproduce the film. There was no other way. Little sister, what do you think? Bai Zhe looked at Wang Hao carefully and then turned to Bai Yining. Speak up. I'll listen to you. Brother. Bai Yining gently looked at Wang Hao and smiled. I believe what he says. Chapter 625. He said it, and I believe it. Just that statement alone made Bai Zhe feel that the young man before him was no ordinary person. If that's the case, Bai Zhe stroked his chin and thought hard for a good while, then slammed the table firmly. I'm in. My sister is so sure about this. I'll shoot this film for the sake of my sister's confidence. So, tell me, how much do you plan to invest? Give me a figure. 150 million, Wang Hao quoted directly. That's the baseline. That much. Bai Zhe's eyes widened when he heard the number. Are you sure? Wang Hao nodded. I'm sure. Great. Baize immediately made a decision. Then I'll go contact the investors right now. In normal circumstances, a movie production usually involves several companies co-investing. It's rare for a single company to fund the entire project, which is why Baize's reflex was to think about gathering investors. But unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Hao was already shaking his head. No, you bring as much as you can, Mr. Bai, and I'll take care of the rest. Baize felt increasingly that this young man in front of him was quite extraordinary. Able to handle the money by himself? I don't want a bunch of messy people coming here and telling me what to do, Wang Hao said with a smile. Mr. Bai, you just need to put up the money, whatever you can. That's certain, huh? Baize frowned and thought for a while, then gritted his teeth firmly. I'll put in 50 million. Can you handle the rest? No problem. Wang Hao stood up with a smile. I'll notify you when I need your money. As Wang Hao was about to leave, Baize looked at Bai Yining and asked quietly, Little sis, your friend. He's the screenwriter of Domestic Agent, and he recently wrote a script named Smiling Proudly in the Martial World. Bai Yining also stood up and then said, You just be assured. Domestic Agent was invested in with only 10 million, and it's already hit 700 million views online. Smiling Proudly in the Martial World hasn't been released yet, but it should be good too. Also, he's currently updating 2 books on Fengyun Chinese website, both of which are doing very well. One is called Break the Heavens, and the other Devouring the Stars. That's enough. Baize looked at Wang Hao, his eyes almost falling to the ground. My God, it's you. I was wondering which young man nowadays could have such nerve. No wonder. All right, then it's settled. Li Boming and the others came out of Baize's company. Lu Qiwen said dejectedly, Director Li, are we just giving up on such a good opportunity? Although that young man is quite arrogant, there's no need for us to be angry with him. What do you know? Li Boming stood at the company's entrance and suddenly laughed. Let me tell you, a military-themed film like this has too great a chance to flop, and we won't make much money. Did you not read the budget? It's only a total of 40 million in projected investment. Even if we bustle around for a year, how much can we earn? It's actually good that this young man showed up today. We can just use this opportunity to change our crew. The others nodded in agreement. That's right, investing so little in this film, after accounting for actors, props, location, and such, will only split a few million in total. What's the point? Exactly. After all the hustle and bustle of shooting a film, it averages out to maybe 1 million or so per person. What a joke. Actually, before today, there was something I didn't tell you. Li Boming patted his belly and laughed heartily. Yesterday, an investor approached me. This is what we call a big production. Guess how much the budget is? Lu Qiwen took a deep breath. 100 million. Not to criticize you, but you just think too small. Li Boming raised 2 fingers directly. 200 million. A guaranteed blockbuster with special effects. 200 million. Everyone present inhaled sharply in unison. If we're investing 200 million, doesn't that mean we could each pocket at least 30 to 50 million? Li Boming said proudly. The movie is called 3 Lives of Love, a single peach blossom tree. The story that guy told was so twisted and incredible, a love story entangled across 3 lifetimes. That's what you call art, get it? Indeed, Director Li knows what he's doing. The crowd exclaimed in admiration. No wonder he was going head-to-head with that young man earlier. Now it looks like he came just at the right time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for us to leave. Obviously, Li Boming laughed heartily. Life is like a play. It's all about the acting. As he said this, he suddenly stroked his chin and added, However, since he showed up with Miss Ice Princess, it seems he's not just any ordinary person. A young screenwriter with the surname Wang. Can somebody ask around to see if there are any young screenwriters with the surname Wang in the industry? I'll ask. Lu Qiwen immediately took out his phone to inquire. Soon, he exclaimed while looking at his phone. Director Li, found him. He showed the phone to Li Boming. This young man's name is Wang Hao. He was the screenwriter for that popular online drama Domestic Agent. Oh, Domestic Agent? Li Boming took the phone and saw the name, asking, Meng Zinan? What's he up to now? Li Boming straight away started to ask, and quickly received a message in response. Meng Zinan, you met Wang Hao? That guy's arrogance knows no limits. It was because of him that I left the crew of the smiling, proud wanderer. Have you guys left too? Li bombing. Yeah. This guy came in and started throwing his weight around. It was a great opportunity for us to leave. Old Ming, I've got a project on hand right now, an investment of 200 million. Interested in taking a look? Meng Zenon. 200 million. Sounds good. Where are you guys? I'm in Zhonghai right now. Can we arrange to meet up? I'm actually with Yu Jinan at the moment, and he's got a bone to pick with this kid. Li bombing. Yu Jinan, the rising young heartthrob recently? The guy's got the looks to beat him by a long shot. Bring him along. Let's discuss this together. Meng Zenon. Done. Arrange a time. Director Li. Let's meet up and talk. Li bombing. Let's meet at 6 p.m. at Shangri-La. I'll bring the investors with me, and we'll go over the project thoroughly. Bai's Film and Television Entertainment Company. Hey, come on in, quick. Bai Zhe ushered Wang Hao and Bai Yining into his office, eagerly pouring a cup of tea for Wang Hao and saying with a smile, "Your domestic agent screenplay was absolutely classic. I watched it twice, quite outstanding. Since it's by you, I can. Rest easy. Oh, by the way, when will The Smiling, Proud Wanderer be released? I've been really looking forward to it." Well, Wang Hao replied sheepishly, scratching his head, "I haven't actually checked on their progress recently. Let me just..." But just as he began to say this, his phone rang. Picking it up, he couldn't help but laugh. It was exactly whom he was thinking of. The number flashing on the screen belonged to director Yang Sholin. Chapter 626. Departure. Shangri-La. Director Yang. What's happening? Wang Hao hurriedly answered his phone, and as soon as the connection was through, he quickly asked, "How's everything with the crew? I haven't been there in a while. How is the progress?" Haha, little Wang. Do you think I would call you if it weren't for the fact that the progress is extremely fast? Yang Sholin on the other side of the phone was clearly very happy, laughing as he said, "Right now we've completely finished the first 6 episodes, and tonight is the premiere. I was just thinking of telling you. We need to prepare to celebrate tonight. The first 6 episodes are ready for premiere." This was undoubtedly great news. Wang Hao was also extremely excited, saying, "Oh my, I didn't expect the progress to be this fast. Haha. Congratulations, congratulations. Don't stand on ceremony with us," Yang Sholin asked. "Where are you now? We'll come and pick you up." "Hey, you, our great screenwriter, deserve the primary credit. We've watched this series in-house no less than 10 times. It gets better with every viewing. We just can't get enough of it. I've never seen such an addictive martial arts drama." The premiere of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer meant there was a celebration feast to prepare for. He definitely needed to go. Wang Hao quickly replied, "I'm at Bai's Film and Television Entertainment Company. Where are you? How about I come meet you?" Bai's Film Industry? As soon as he heard the name, Yang Sholin was immediately surprised and hurriedly said, "Good lad, you've gotten involved with the Bai family now? Then we must come pick you up, and we might as well ask if there's any opportunity for collaboration." This. Wang Hao looked at Bai Zhe and whispered, "Mr. Bai, Director Yang and his team plan to come over. What do you think?" "That's fine." Bai Zhe nodded. "Invite them over. I'm actually interested in taking a look at this crew, and since your movie still doesn't have a director and such, if they are interested, it could be a great source of talent to tap into. See, the Bai family is just extraordinary. Even a well-known domestic director is just potential talent to them. But regardless, people like Director Yang were definitely his own people, and having the support of the Bai family was all benefits and no drawbacks. Director Yang. Wang Hao quickly spoke into the phone. "Mr. Bai has agreed. I'll send you the location now." After sending the location to Yang Sholin, Wang Hao turned off his phone, smiling as he said, "Mr. Bai, they will be here soon." "Good." Bai Zhe nodded his head, smiling as he said, "It's a great opportunity to meet them, and if there are any good projects in the future, we can consider them seriously." Yang Sholin and his team arrived quickly. They had no choice. After all, this was a direct subsidiary of the Bai family's Film and Television Entertainment Company. Its status in the industry can be said to be as unshakable as Mount Tai. Absolutely a top-tier film company. Latching onto such a strong support is something countless people in the circle dream of. Little Wang. As soon as Yang Sholin entered the office, he greeted Wang Hao first, then hurriedly extended his hand. "Is this Mr. Bai?" "Hello, hello, I am Yang Sholing. Hello. Hello. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. Bai Zhe shook hands with Yang Sholing and then made way for him. Whoosh! As soon as Yang Sholing entered the door, a big group of people immediately followed him in. Lan Zihuang, Wu Junpeng, LV Junyu, Tong Tong, and a whole bunch of people from the crew all followed in, and in the blink of an eye, a small circle formed in the office. Ha! How have you been lately, Brother Hao? Brother Hao, I've missed you so much, you don't know. Since you left, our crew has been running nonstop, almost ran our legs off. It's been so easy for you here. Haha. If I had known, I would have run with you. Among everyone, Lan Zihuang was the most anxious. After all, her brother had always regarded Wang Hao as his brother-in-law. Brother Hao, have you been doing well recently? Lan Zihuang stood beside Wang Hao and looked him up and down. You didn't even say you'd visit our crew. Then she quickly noticed Bai Yining, who was smiling and standing next to Wang Hao, and curiously said, "And this is my friend." Wang Hao quickly stopped himself. That. He almost let it slip, with his cousin right there. If he blurted it out, wouldn't he be skinned alive? Your friend, huh? She's very pretty, Lan Zihuang sniffed, saying, "The relationship isn't that simple, is it?" Oh, look at this. Wang Hao laughed and scratched his head, then said quietly, "Actually, she's my girlfriend, but there are too many people here for me to say so." Lan Zihuang pinched Wang Hao's arm hard. "I knew it wasn't that simple, but your girlfriend is so." She unconsciously took a closer look and then was completely stunned. Wait, could she be? Accompanied by Lan Zihuang's exclamation, many people turned to look, especially Tong Tong, who had asked Wang Hao before, "Brother Hao, you said your girlfriend is... Could it all be true?" "It's true," Bai Yining finally spoke. "Hello everyone. I'm Wang Hao's girlfriend. Nice to meet you for the first time." By then, everyone had caught on, and they were all shocked silly. "Brother Hao, damn, had I known you were this awesome, I would have asked you for concert tickets a few days ago, that's for sure. We stood outside the stadium for a whole day. Brother Hao, you're my real brother. Next time, remember to get us some tickets." That was Ice Princess Bai Yining, the universally recognized most beautiful woman in the Heavenly People's Republic. Seeing the affection between the people and Wang Hao, Bai Yining was also very happy. Speaking of which, no matter how noble Bai Yining was, once she fell in love, she inevitably showed the sentimental side of a woman. Wang Hao was certainly no stranger to beautiful women, and while he might not compare to herself, the temptation for ordinary people was still immense. Now that she saw Wang Hao's relationship with everyone was solely based on pure friendship, Bai Yining's heart also completely settled down. No wonder she thought so highly of him. This man, although he might attract many romantic encounters and always be surrounded by beautiful women, truly could adhere to his basic principles as a person. This was something that Bai Yining was very pleased with. After all, at that time she was in France, where, as the saying goes, her influence couldn't reach. If Wang Hao really fooled around, it would be hard for her to know. "Hey, look at you guys," Wang Hao laughed, and then said, "As for her upcoming concert, I'll reserve spots for you in advance." Then he looked at Bai Yining with a smile and asked, "What's that? You know how excited everyone is. You have a nationwide tour, right? Which is the next stop?" Having heard this, Bai Yining immediately understood and smiled. "The next stop is in Tianjin. Everyone should come." Yeehaw! As soon as they heard this, everyone jumped up with excitement. With the star herself saying so, it was definitely going to happen. "What are you all laughing about here?" Yang Sholing came over at this time. "Let's go. The seats at Shangri-La are already reserved. We're heading out. Mr. Bai is going too." The crowd cheered again. "Let's go. To Shangri-La." Chapter 627. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. After the pleasantries were over, the group set out for Shangri-La. As they entered the already reserved hall, Ren Xing, who was in charge of arranging the venue, was the first to rush over. He burst out laughing upon seeing them. "Ha! Little brother, you're finally here. Come on in, come on in." Actually, Wang Hao's relationship with Ren Xing was absolutely solid, but at that moment, he was stunned when he saw him. Wang Hao rubbed his eyes hard, shocked. "Ren Xing, what have you been up to lately? How did you get so slim?" It wasn't surprising that he was astonished. Ren Xing used to be a bulky Shangxi man, over 200 pounds, like a small mountain. But now, looking at him again, he almost had a six-pack, with a perfect inverted triangle physique, wearing a white t-shirt that revealed his slightly bronzed skin. Holy shit, how many young girls would he mesmerize? Haha, looking good, huh? Rin Xing laughed heartily, slapping his arm onto Wang Hao's shoulder, making everyone around feel like Wang Hao was talking to a blind bear. Let me tell you, before I used to spend money to hook up with girls, but now, they all come to me willingly, and I can't even shoo them away if I wanted to. Annoying, isn't it? Wang Hao, does your wife know about this? Ah, just pretend I didn't say that. Rin Xing realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly changed the subject. Anyway, where's my nephew? We've got to call him over for the film premiere celebration today. Right, Wang Hao nodded, smiling. I was just thinking of meeting up with you first. Don't worry, I'll call him right now. Wang Hao then called Rin Xing. After all, it was Rin Xing who had invested in the film, and as family, he naturally needed to be called. Soon the phone connected, and Rin Xing answered. Brother Hao, what's up? Domestic Agent premieres today, Wang Hao said cheerfully into the phone. Your uncle and I are at Shangri-La right now. Are you busy? If not, hurry over. We're having a celebration banquet today. Is there food? Rin Xing's spirits lifted immediately when he heard about food. Brother Hao, will there be dishes made by you? I haven't enjoyed anything as much as your cooking since last time. At that moment, voices of Zhao Jinhao, Fang Wenbin, and several other close friends could be heard through the phone. Brother Hao, are you cooking today? If you are, count us in. Ha ha ha. We've been starving these past few days. Nothing tastes good. Wang Hao, this bunch of gluttons. After the celebration, I'll cook up a small feast for you guys. Wang Hao said. Come on over, we've got some other stuff to talk about anyway. Yes, we need to shoot Werewolf, and I can't leave my closest buddies out of such great news. Can't just keep good things to myself, and only call for help when there's trouble, right? Sure, Zhao Jinhao took over the phone. We're all at Brother Fei's company. We'll be right there. Brother Hao, wait for us. Sure, hurry over, Wang Hao said with a laugh before hanging up. He then looked at Rin Xing. Rin Xing will be here soon, along with a few friends of mine. Is that all right? No problem. Rin Xing was as magnanimous as ever, looking at Wang Hao with an expression that could not be more attentive. Your friends are welcome to come. We surely won't run out of chopsticks. Indeed, Rin Xing wouldn't run out of a few extra pairs of chopsticks. Even 100 or more extra would be a minor matter to him. While waiting for the others, Wang Hao introduced Bai Zhe and his family's Mao Mao to Rin Xing, who was immediately astonished. Oh, hello. Hello. It's the young master of the Bai family. Forgive my manners. Please, come this way. Come this way. Bai Zhe, having his hand gripped by Rin Xing, grimaced from the tight shake, quickly pulling his hand away when it was over. It's fine. It's fine. No need to be so polite. His hand was all red. Rin Xing and the others arrived quickly, and as soon as Rin Xing entered the hall, he charged towards Wang Hao, shouting as he walked, Brother Hao, I've missed you. Come give your brother a big hug. Wang Hao, before he could react, Rin Xing had already hugged him tightly, shouting, Brother Hao, you can't go back on your word. I won't. Have a seat first. Wang Hao pushed everyone down to their seats. This group was his core team, so naturally, they needed to be treated well. Being all insiders, there was no need for formalities. Zhao Jinhao and others greeted Bai Zhe as soon as they sat down. Brother Bai, long time no see. Haha, long time no see indeed. Bai Zhe waved his hands with a smile. I didn't expect that you knew little Wang as well. How have you been lately? Not bad. Zhao Jinhao acted like a little brother in front of Bai Zhe. Brother Bai, why don't you come by and see me sometime? We used to hang out when we were young, but now we've grown apart. Fang Wenbin joined the conversation. Exactly, Brother Bai. Have you been well in recent years? The last time I saw you was at your wedding. Their relationship seemed pretty good. In a whisper, Bai Yining introduced to Wang Hao. My cousin has always been an odd one, well connected with both the Zhao and Fang families. Otherwise, my dad wouldn't have asked me to go on a date with Zhao. Jinhao, you know. With that said, Wang Hao immediately understood. No wonder, there was this layer of relationship in the blind date between Bai Yining and Zhao Jinhao. It was indeed a good connection. Friends meeting was exceptionally delightful, but only after a few topics everyone was getting into the conversation. Just as everything was going well, unexpectedly, while everyone was happily chatting, a few people suddenly walked in through the door. The moment these few people entered, the atmosphere in the entire venue suddenly changed. It was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a black suit, with no less than 8 bodyguards following him. He walked in with his chest puffed out, surrounded by his entourage. With him were Li Boming, Lu Qiwen, Meng Zinan, and several other acquaintances who were not exactly friendly. On the other side, Wang Hao also noticed an old acquaintance. It was Yu Jinan, the young actor from Domestic Agent. Young master, what a narrow path for enemies. Li Boming saw Wang Hao and Bai Zhe from a distance and immediately smiled. Brother Bai, Mr. Bai, I didn't expect to see you here. Meng Zinan also sneered on the side. Oh, what a coincidence. It's the crew of Domestic Agent. I had heard about their film premiering on TV and online today, but imagine running into them here. The leader of the group, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved up, said, Indeed, a narrow path for enemies. I see many familiar faces, Zhao, Jinhao, Fong Wenbin, Bai Zhe. Hey, I didn't expect to see Fei Fei here too. Huh? This is too interesting. Chapter 628, The Hong Family, Hong Tianyi. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent in an instant. The members of the martial arts crew had already gathered in the hall, with 3 of the 4 great families present, which was an almost unimaginable massive power. Yet, this young man actually didn't take these people seriously, especially Wang Mingfei. She had been fine until she heard what the young man said. Then her entire body shook violently. What the hell was his background? Hong Tian Yi. Wang Mingfei suddenly erupted. She charged out, heading straight for Hong Tianyi, and delivered a kick straight at him. Young master, be careful. 8 bodyguards immediately rushed to shield the 2 individuals from Wang Mingfei's kick, but even they could not escape unscathed. Under Wang Mingfei's furious kick, regardless of Director Li's greatness, the 2 bodyguards were sent flying, crashing into 4 tables on the scene. Brother Fei, stop! Wang Hao and Zhao Jinhao and others hurriedly intervened, desperately blocking Wang Mingfei. Wang Hao shouted loudly, Hold on, don't start a fight yet. What exactly happened? Now, the identity of this person finally surfaced. The Hong family, Hong Tianyi. Instinctively, Wang Hao felt that Brother Fei and Hong Tianyi were mortal enemies, but the specifics were probably unknown to outsiders. Moreover, there were many bystanders here, and causing collateral damage would be troublesome. Speaking of the 4 great families, Wang Hao had never encountered the Hong family until today. Encountering them for the first time, it seemed they weren't an easy match. Cousin, you've become much more capable after a few years, Hong Tianyi said to Wang Mingfei without a care, smilingly saying. And you've grown even prettier than before. Remember to say hi to my aunt for me when you return home. Hong Tianyi. Wang Mingfei struggled furiously but was firmly held back by Wang Hao, calling out loudly as she struggled, I wish I could kick you to death. Ah, cousin, look at you. Hong Tianyi laughed heartily, hands clasped behind his back, speaking leisurely. Back then, my aunt betrayed the family, and I was entrusted by the great elder to clean up the mess. It wasn't really a big deal, right? Of course, it's just that I'm a bit more serious than others. Others might just do it perfunctorily, but I can't do that. Since she was a traitor to the family, she had to be utterly destroyed. But when it comes down to it, your dad was lucky and got saved by someone. He shrugged his shoulders, adding, See, as your brother, I showed mercy, didn't I? Otherwise, could you still be roaming free now? The moment Hong Tianyi said this, everyone on the scene gasped in shock. The identity of Wang Mingfei was always unclear to Zhao Zhenhao and others, only that her background was really mysterious. But now, unexpectedly, Wang Mingfei was indeed a member of the Hong family, and her relationship with Hong Tianyi was so bitterly bad. Hong Tianyi, let me make it clear to you. You are not welcome here. Bai Zhe stepped forward at this point, standing in front of Wang Mingfei with a stern voice. Please leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Oh, I really don't believe it. Hong Tianyi directly found a place to sit down, and even crossed his legs. If I don't leave, what can you do? This Shangri-La isn't really the Bai family's property after all, is it? Hong Tianyi, you. Zhao Zhenhao glared at Hong Tianyi, shouting angrily, Don't push people too far. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Zhao Jinhao's words, Hong Tianyi burst into laughter all of a sudden. As he laughed and slapped the table, he said, "The Zhao Jinhao who used to get beaten up by me as a kid is now so tough? Not bad, not bad. Indeed, that's progress. By the way, have you cured your obsession with cleanliness yet? I remember when you were a kid, I smeared you with mud, and a lot of it got into your mouth too. Ah, it was really too pitiful." The previously furious Zhao Jinhao, upon hearing this, instantly turned deathly pale. Ugh! Covering his mouth, Zhao Jinhao dashed straight for the restroom. Wang Hao, who was listening on the side, was simply flabbergasted. So that's how Zhao got his clean freak tendencies. And there's Fong Wenbin. Hong Tianyi turned to Fong Wenbin, pointed, and chuckled. "I remember when we were kids you used to follow me around and fight over toys, but it seems like you never managed to get one over on me. Aya, that little crybaby from back then has actually grown up to look like a proper person. I heard you love to buy sports cars now, huh? Well, as a child, you really never did succeed in beating me. Such a pity." Hong Tianyi, Fong Wenbin, upon hearing Hong Tianyi bringing up his past humiliations, shouted in rage, "Don't go too far. If it weren't for your brother, do you think anyone here would be afraid of you?" Hong Tianyi's brother? Could it be? Ha 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 ha. Can't help it. Hong Tianyi laughed loudly. "All the luck in my life was spent on my rebirth. What are you going to do about it? Bite me." My brother, Hong Tianjun, has been designated as the next clan leader of the Hong family. What now? You disagree? I'm not afraid to tell you. Dragons coil for me. Tigers lay down for me. I am his own brother. What can you do if you don't accept it? Hong Tianjun. The moment everyone heard that Hong Tianyi was in fact the younger brother of Hong Tianjun of the Hong family, the whole scene exploded. Gosh, he's actually Hong Tianjun's own brother. This is big trouble now. Hong Tianjun. Back when our Heavenly People's Republic was fighting the financial war with the United States, he single-handedly held off the American assault for 3 months. Exactly, if not for him, our Heavenly People's Republic stock market would have completely collapsed. I can't believe he is his own brother. The people present were all buzzing with discussion, clenching their fists in apprehension for the few. Hong Tianjun's own brother, the next clan leader of the Hong family. What a terrifying identity. Even Bai Yining would be considered a notch below him here since Bai Yining, after all, could not assume the position of the Bai family's clan leader. At this moment, the entire hall was silent, with not a single person daring to make the slightest peep. A bunch of good-for-nothing losers. Just a few words, and you're all quiet? Hong Tianyi scanned the crowd. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Who would have thought Miss Ice Princess would also be here? What a coincidence. I've always quite fancied you, Miss Ice Princess. How about marrying me? When our Hong family joins with your Bai family, it would be a match made in heaven. You're dreaming. Bai Yining snorted coldly and said no more. How can you say I'm dreaming? Hong Tianyi laughed heartily. These days my dad is actually preparing to ask for your hand. The ceremony will be quite grand, so you might as well accept me. Ha! The hall was completely silent at this moment, and then it was Wang Hao, who had been stopping Wang Mengfei the whole time, who finally took a step forward. Hong Tianyi, right? Wang Hao stared at Hong Tianyi, smiling amiably. I can tell you have a powerful backer, but I want to know, what if I don't coil for you, what then? Chapter 629. Ouch, there's actually someone daring enough to stand out. Hong Tianyi stared at Wang Hao for a long time, then suddenly burst out laughing. I know you. Aren't you just Wang Hao, a mere screenwriter who made a popular domestic agent? But so what? The little stuff you come up with is not worth mentioning in my eyes. You don't seriously think you can go against the Hong family, do you? Actually, I really don't want to. Wang Hao shrugged helplessly. He was usually quite reasonable, but today, Hong Tianyi was just too arrogant. Arrogance could be tolerated, but he was eyeing our precious little darling. That's utterly unbearable. If I tolerated this, people might as well start running horses on my head. Wang Hao snorted coldly, but there's no helping it. Your hand is just too long. It must be 2 meters by now, wanting to pull everyone to your side. Upon hearing his amusing comment, Bai Yining couldn't help but chuckle, her seductive demeanor so captivating that Wang Hao couldn't take his eyes off her. Our darling is just that stunning. Be careful, Bai Yining whispered. Those bodyguards who can block a kick from Meng Fei without a scratch are tough to deal with. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wang Hao patted Bai Yining's hand. Stay back a bit later. Seeing Wang Hao and Bai Yining whispering to each other, Hong Tianyi was already burning with jealousy. He was the younger brother of Hong Tianjun. His brother was already married, so Bai Yining should rightfully belong to him. What kind of looks would he get walking down the street with her in the future? What kind of presence would that be? How many people would envy, hate, and resent him? He felt that only he deserved such a beautiful woman. But now, this Wang Hao, a mere screenwriter, had won the goddess's heart. It was simply intolerable. Who did he think he was? How dare he possess such a beauty and make him jealous? Wang Hao, don't be ungrateful. Hong Tianyi narrowed his eyes slightly. Daring to talk to me like that. Who do you think you are? Beat him to death. Originally disheveled after being kicked down by Wang Mengfei, the two bodyguards immediately stepped forward upon hearing their master's command. Laughing, Hong Tianyi said, Kid, do you think you're my cousin, a natural martial arts prodigy? Today, I won't make it hard for you. I'll just break 2 of your ribs, and we'll call it even. It's up to you now. Just as they were about to start fighting, Zhao Jinhao and others who had just returned from the restroom suddenly became tense. Brother Hao, his 2 bodyguards are no joke. Don't go head-to-head with him. Brother Hao, step aside. I'll handle my own affairs. If it really can't be helped, then just let it be today. We can simply go somewhere else. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Wang Hao smiled lightly. Just a few bodyguards. Did they really think he was a soft persimmon, that easy to squeeze? Meanwhile, inside the Caesar Hotel in Zhonghai City. As the top ultra 7-star hotel in Zhonghai City, Caesar has always catered to no ordinary people. With over 800,000 square meters of space in a city with a population of over 20 million, you can imagine the strength of the hotel's behind-the-scene owner. Directly linked to the hotel's class was its consumption level. The most ordinary rooms required 5,000 a night, and for the top presidential suite, it was a staggering 68,888 per night. Without exaggeration, only those who have stayed here could be considered truly top-class people. At that moment, in the best diamond-level VIP presidential suite inside Caesar Hotel, there sat a young man with short black hair, wearing pajamas and reading a book. The knocking sound came. Come in. The young man's well-proportioned muscles faintly visible under the pajamas, and with his chiseled face, it was no exaggeration to say he possessed a charm that could make any woman scream. Master. A person looking like an assistant pushed the door and entered. According to the latest news, the second young master had a conflict at Shangri-La Hotel. This master was naturally the next family head of the Hong family, Hong Tianyi's elder brother, Hong Tianjun. Oh, hearing this, Hong Tianjun slowly put down his book, then looked up and asked, Did you find out what caused it? Yes, the assistant replied. It seems the second young master was dining at Shangri-La when he encountered Zhao Jinhao, Feng Wenbin, and others, including Miss Meng Fei. Sigh. I told him to restrain himself, and he wouldn't listen. Hong Tianjun shook his head gently. If it hadn't been for my secret intervention, Tianyi would have definitely driven the girl to jump into the river. Well, it can't be helped. He's stirred up such a big mess now. I still have to go clean it up for him. Did they start fighting? Not yet, the assistant replied. But according to what's being said at the scene, the second young master is confronting a young man named Wang Hao. Wang Hao? Never heard of him. Hong Tianjun touched his chin lightly and continued. But to boldly confront Tianyi, this Wang Hao's got guts. Does he really think the Hong family has no backing? He then stood up and said, Go prepare the car. I'm going to see who this Wang Hao really is. Right away, sir. The assistant immediately left to make preparations. Back at Shangri-La, Hong Tianyi was feeling pleased. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to make sure Wang Hao didn't dare to strike him. I can hit you, but you can't hit me. If you dare retaliate, it would provoke the Hong family, and the consequences will not be blamed on me. This kind of situation is the most interesting. Now, the whole venue was waiting to see how Wang Hao would react, everyone guessing whether he would really make a move. I reckon your plan is about to fail. Wang Hao grinned at the 2 bodyguards standing before him. It had to be said, being Hong Tianyi's bodyguards meant they were not ordinary, both over 1.9 meters tall and built with dense muscles, clearly undergoing daily rigorous training. Chapter 630. You're the bedsheet hero? Wang Hao fought back. Wang Hao actually fought back. All the onlookers were completely stunned. He actually hit them back. That's the Hong family. This has really blown up big time. He truly dared to strike against someone from the Hong family, and even kicked them so far away. Brother Hao's moves are so fierce. One kick sent the man flying over 10 meters, just like a car accident scene. How much strength was in that kick? Even Wang Mengfei's mouth hung open in shock, exclaiming, "Damn, Brother Hao's kick is something else. Is he really that powerful? You're not so great as a bodyguard, huh?" Wang Hao said, turning to the other 6 bodyguards behind Hong Tianyi. He casually rolled his neck, producing a series of grating, crackling sounds. With that skill level, do you really think you can protect him? You? Hong Tianyi was obviously taken aback for a moment, then suddenly shouted loudly, "Kill him for me!" Whoosh! The previously somewhat unresponsive bodyguards suddenly all surrounded Wang Hao, completely encircling him in the center. As the situation was thoroughly controlled, Hong Tianyi suddenly began to laugh. He started with a low chuckle, which soon grew louder and louder. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Wang Hao, I have to admit you have some skills, but so what? Today, you'll learn what it means to tick a tiger." He laughed for a while, and then with a snap of his fingers, commanded, "Attack." As he gave the order, the remaining 7 bodyguards all attacked at once. Truth be told, any of Hong Tianyi's 7 bodyguards could be considered provincial Sanda champions, with physical abilities and combat experience far beyond the average person. But the problem was, they were facing Wang Hao, whose physical attributes had been modified several times by the luck dice. This, in the context of an online game, was the disparity between a regular player and a wealthy tycoon, a complete pummeling. Bang bang, crack, bang 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 bang, clang. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao had knocked them all down in one go, leaving the 7 bodyguards lying on the ground groaning in pain. In fact, Wang Hao hadn't gone all out. He had just incapacitated them, that's all. But even though another battle was won, the crowd started to worry for Wang Hao. Now this is going to be difficult. He hit them too hard. Hong Tianyi has lost face. There's going to be trouble now. Yeah, for the sake of the Hong family's reputation, Hong Tianyi will have to reclaim some respect no matter what. It's going to be tough. Hong Tianyi's gaze toward Wang Hao was filled with jealousy that was practically leaping into flames. Why? Why could Wang Hao become Bai Yining's boyfriend? And why did he have such incredible skills? Why? I, the brother of the clan leader of the distinguished Hong family, with control over hundreds of billions in resources, yet aside from money, I'm being surpassed by him in every other aspect. Why? Incompetence. All of them incompetence. They brag about how powerful they are normally, but when it comes to the crucial moment, how humiliating can they get? Losing face twice in front of so many people, how could I ever hold my head up high again? But to fight, it's a loss because I can't win, and to just leave would be even more shameful. For a moment, Hong Tianyi felt on the verge of madness. But just then, Wang Hao actually charged toward Hong Tianyi. One step, another step. As Wang Hao approached Hong Tianyi step by step, everyone around clenched their fists in tension. Brother Hao wouldn't really dare to start a fight, would he? That's Hong Tianyi. Indeed, neither he nor his brother are simple characters. This could turn into a real mess if they actually start fighting. He's definitely going to be pursued by the Hong family for this. If you ask me, it would be enough to scare them without escalating further. After all, only a few bodyguards were beaten and the matter isn't too serious yet. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, and at that moment, Wang Hao had already approached Hong Tianyi. All right, it seems much quieter now. Wang Hao stood in front of Hong Tianyi, smiling. You see, I'm just a scriptwriter who casually wrote a script. But what of it? Does that give you the right to bully people at will? Don't you honestly believe that I would be afraid to go against the Hong family? What are you going to do? At this moment, Hong Tianyi was taken by surprise by Wang Hao, and as he desperately backed away, he shouted loudly, I am a member of the Hong family. Hong Tianjun is my brother. If you dare touch me, you've got a big problem on your hands today. No one in heaven or on earth will be able to protect you. No one in heaven or on earth can protect me. Wang Hao looked down at Hong Tianyi, who was already covered in cold sweat, and burst into laughter, saying, Ha! That's really amusing to hear. If your men hadn't failed to beat me, Wouldn't I be the one lying on the ground right now? Perhaps my girlfriend would have been snatched away by you too, right? If the law of the jungle is what you abide by, then today I really want to try it and see whose fist is tougher. As he finished speaking, he suddenly lifted his leg and kicked. Boom! Wang Hao's kick sent Hong Tianyi flying into a table, and amid the clatter of cups, plates, and chopsticks scattering all over the floor, Bai Yining, Zhao Zhenhao, Fong Wenbin, and the other onlookers eating melons. He actually dared to strike. He really hit the Hong family's young master. Everyone's mouths hung wide open, staring blankly at Wang Hao, their minds entirely blank. Not just on Wang Hao's side were they stunned. The Hong family's entourage was flabbergasted too. Li Boming was dumbfounded. Meng Zinan was dumbfounded. Lu Qiwen was dumbfounded. And even Yu Jinan was dumbfounded. Today, the second young master of the Hong family actually got beaten up right here. This matter could be either trivial or grave. If things went wrong, they might ruin the rest of their lives. Wang Hao, you actually dared to lay a hand on him. Li Boming was the first to jump out, frantically helping Hong Tianyi up. Second young master, are you all right? Wang Hao, you're dead for sure this time. Dead for sure. Meng Zinan pointed at Wang Hao, cursing while jumping up and down. Let's see how you wrap this up. How to wrap this up? Wang Hao, with a smile, stood in front of everyone. You all know me as just a scriptwriter, right? But do you really think that's my only identity? Not just one identity. What did that mean? Did Wang Hao have another identity? Writing novels? That didn't mean much. Composing songs? That wasn't very useful either. A feng shui master? That wouldn't necessarily be enough to scare anyone. As everyone was pondering this, suddenly someone gasped in shock. Wait, that move Brother Hao just pulled off? Why does it seem familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before? Now that you mention it, I also remember seeing it somewhere, but I can't quite recall. I remember now. The Sheep Man. Brother Hao is the Sheep Man. The Sheep Man. With just the mention of this name, everyone at the scene became wildly excited. Ha ha ha. Brother Hao is actually the Sheep Man. We're set now. Yeah. If it were any other identity, it might not be enough to hold him back, but if Brother Hao is the Sheep Man, then there's absolutely no problem. Sure enough, as everyone was discussing this, Hong Tianyi, who had just been kicked into the table by Wang Hao, immediately turned pale. The Sheep Man? You are the Sheep Man. Hong Tianyi's eyes nearly popped out, staring at Wang Hao in disbelief. This can't be. This simply cannot be. He said it was impossible, but he knew in his heart that the situation today would be hard to retrieve. It didn't matter what identity Wang Hao assumed. To them, the Hong family wouldn't have any reservations whatsoever. Writing novels? Not worth a damn. A songwriter wasn't worth mentioning at all. As for any other roles like a feng shui master, they didn't matter either. But the Sheep Man was different. After all, this was someone who could summon lightning to strike down opponents, an existence that dined with the support of the heavens. No matter how formidable Hong Tianyi was, he couldn't just stay indoors forever. Hong Tianyi was sweating profusely, and at that moment, he was genuinely scared. Facing him head-on, he was completely no match. If he truly angered Wang Hao, he might just be struck by lightning the moment he stepped outside.